Chapter 1. Yes, we are married. In the video titled Yes, we are married, Liu Yifei appears somewhat bashful, clutching a marriage certificate adorned with a photograph of a handsome young man alongside her own. Am I dreaming? Gazing incredulously at the marriage certificate on the table, Lily grapples with disbelief. How could he possibly be married to Liu Yifei? What merit does he possess? Is it merely her beauty? He lifts the certificate and scrutinizes it repeatedly. It seems far too authentic to be a fabrication. Could it be that the celebratory feast last night was accompanied by counterfeit wine? A throbbing pain seizes his head as a torrent of unfamiliar memories floods his mind. It is the year 2008, and I am Liu Yifei. In this incarnation, I have eschewed a career in computing, influenced by a fleeting encounter that led me to alter my university aspirations, opting instead for the directing program at Beijing Film Academy. The Earth remains unchanged. The world is still the same. Yet certain events have diverged. In this life, the celestial sister bears a striking resemblance to her previous self, navigating through the realms of Jin, Fun Shijia, Tianlong Babu, Xian Jian and Xindiao, Xiaolu. Ultimately, her downfall came due to a misstep in Kung Fu King, incurring the ire of Huai and leading to her banishment from the industry, leaving the celestial sister bereft of roles. Not only is she without work, but she also faces a digital onslaught, a pervasive smear campaign that even small-time reporters partake in. Unlike her former life, this version of Liu Shaoli has chosen to sever ties with the Red Star House. She has allied herself with a reliable man, marrying him in an attempt to dissipate the most embarrassing scandals. This honest man being none other than Li, essentially a marriage of convenience. Li is left speechless by Liu's maneuvering. Her public relations prowess is truly commendable. The original self was elated, cherishing the marriage certificate throughout the night, only to awaken as the current Li. A sudden foreboding grips him, and he retrieves his phone to scour the internet. Indeed, the marriage certificate has surfaced online, and Li finds himself subjected to a torrent of vitriol. The comments beneath the video are replete with scorn. The online discourse is rife with lamentations as reporters descend into frenzy, fabricating countless narratives. Initially, it was a smear campaign fueled by hired commentators, with journalists riding the coattails of sensationalism and a few voices of dissent amongst the fans. This time, however, even the dissenting voices have vanished, as fans turn against him with increased ferocity. His identity is swiftly unearthed. A fourth-year directing student at the Film Academy, merely 22 years of age. Let's be honest, how could such a handsome lad end up in the directing department? Is it merely a matter of his looks? It's a matter of revenge for a stolen wife. What a ridiculous farce. Liu Yifei must be blind to choose someone like him. Especially after years of dating Shirley, there was early romance involved. My youth has been shattered. I shall take vengeance upon him. Yet one cannot deny Liu Shaoli's public relations strategy had its merits, as it at least provided Liu Yifei with a shared burden, transforming the ire directed at one into a scorn aimed at two. That this can only be deemed a social death. Fortunately, his skills in computing remain intact at worst. He can continue his research in AI. In his previous life, he had participated in the successful development of an intelligent AI dream program, with his last memory being the celebratory feast of the company. The miserly owner, unwilling to splurge even on a fine bottle of wine. How deceptive counterfeit wine can be. A low hum resonated in Li's ears, the familiar sound of a supercomputer's startup sequence. Before him appeared a screen. The artificial intelligence known as Dream AI had been activated, accompanying him into this realm, having evolved into a sophisticated form of intelligence for reasons unknown. As long as there was a wireless reception signal, it could connect to any device. Upon establishing a wireless link, a signal icon unexpectedly appeared on his phone. This icon was all too familiar. It was the simulation signal emblem of the supercomputing system established by his previous company. Once connected, the simulation signal altered the ecosystem of a ZTE phone, transforming it into an external display, upon which a message materialized. Artificial intelligence has been activated, optimizing devices. The current equipment is outdated. Please upgrade. The smartphone technology of 2008 was inadequate for the AI to function fully. In the corner of the living room sat a computer, which he rushed towards, only to discover it lacked wireless reception capabilities. Li recalled the data cable for his phone and quickly located his bag on the sofa, retrieving the cable to connect his phone and the computer. Through the phone, the simulation signal streamed into the computer, allowing Li to harness the supercomputing capabilities for the first time. As a relay, the ZTE phone's signal reception was rather feeble, providing him only a general understanding of the current state of the supercomputer. At present, he could only access the abilities of Dream AI along with a fraction of the supercomputer's stored information. The computer itself was not particularly powerful, rendering it incapable of fully unleashing the potential of the AI. Dream AI could be likened to an intelligent 3D animation, rendering, and CG effects technology. What once required numerous skilled individuals and extended periods to accomplish could now be achieved by it alone. One merely needed to provide a textual description for it to generate visuals. For precision, supplying a 2D image enabled it to automatically render a 3D video. Now, the Dream AI has evolved into a more powerful artificial intelligence, enhancing its rendering capabilities that if one were to establish a smart network company, a special effects studio, or an animation firm selling 3D visuals, one might even manage to make a living producing simple animations. Li contemplated the various applications of Dream AI. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and two figures entered the room. Li turned to see two enchanting silhouettes, the youthful and vibrant Liu Yifei and the graceful Liu Yifei. Li rose, inadvertently pulling down the data cable, causing the display on the computer to abruptly cut off. Liu Xiaoli, in a foul mood, failed to notice Li's small gesture. The wedding photos had been sent out, and instead of achieving the desired effect, they had only sullied Qian's image, leaving her both helpless and furious. Liu Yifei, donned in a pristine white dress, her hair simply tied back, exuded an air of understated elegance, though her brow bore a hint of melancholy. Upon seeing Li, she thought, "Is this my fiancé? Quite handsome." She recognized him as the heartthrob of Beijing Film Academy, a title she held before her graduation. "That apartment can't be occupied for now. We will be staying here for a while," Liu Xiaoli remarked, noticing Li's backpack on the sofa, her expression slightly troubled. "We'll take my leave." Li quickly grasped the implication behind Liu Xiaoli's words. She was indicating it was time for him to go. The ethereal beauty was indeed enticing, however. Without the requisite strength, one could only dream. This marriage certificate would accomplish nothing. Forcing himself to stay would only lead to embarrassment. The villa was indeed provided by Liu Xiaoli, who had arranged for Li to reside there to prevent him from speaking out, for which she had even offered a contract fee of $1 million. Wait a moment, Liu Yifei interjected, stopping Li from leaving. "Mom, he's currently being exposed online. It could be dangerous for him to go out." Liu Yifei, a victim of online harassment, could easily foresee the chaos that might ensue should Li be seen in public. What a kind-hearted girl, Li mused, gazing at Liu Yifei, whose beauty was matched only by her unblemished spirit. Liu Xiaoli frowned, contemplating the situation online, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Let's stay together for now." She glanced at Liu Yifei and Li before ascending the stairs. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Liu Yifei." The marriage certificate had been arranged by her mother, a fact she had only learned that morning. Li, as in the carp. Li pointed to the name on the marriage certificate, exclaiming, "I am quite fortunate." As Liu Yifei gazed at the photograph of them together, a blush crept onto her cheeks, accompanied by an indescribable sense of unease. "I hope I can borrow a bit of your good fortune." Liu Yifei chuckled bitterly. Her circumstances were dismal, and her mother was considering leaving the country. The online discourse weighed heavily on Li's mind as well. The two were strangers, exchanging a few words before Liu Yifei retreated upstairs. How to escape the current predicament? Li scratched his head. Sitting by the computer, he refrained from connecting to the supercomputer this time, and instead opened the internet, where a deluge of vitriol inundated the web. Criticisms of plastic surgery, gender transition, sugar daddies, mother-daughter dynamics, concealed romance trolls, journalists, and haters all tangled together in a cacophony of outrage, with little support to be found. Within half an hour of the wedding certificate's release, the illusion of Yifei's idyllic life had shattered, leading to her abrupt disbandment. Li searched for the black tide. From a moment Liu Yifei fell into darkness until now, The public relations efforts of Red Star House and Liu Xiaoli have been fraught with missteps, each move seemingly a blunder. Each public relations attempt has unwittingly handed their adversaries a weapon, making it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Even inaction would not lead to a situation more dire than the present. Is it truly an option to hide away in this villa for a lifetime? Perhaps it is. Lily stroked her chin, her gaze directed towards the upper floor. Chapter 2. Preserving the beauty of my beloved wife. After careful discernment, Li discovered that the vitriol directed at him predominantly stemmed from fans of Liu Yifei, whose fervent adoration morphed into vehement disdain. They believed Li was unworthy of her, unworthy of marrying her. Indeed, Li's current prowess fell short of Liu Yifei's, rendering the criticism from her fans rather commonplace. The situation surrounding Liu Yifei was far more intricate. Organized trolls besmirched her reputation, hurling every derogatory remark imaginable, reveling in the sharpness of their words, all because of her meteoric rise to fame. Journalists, trailing behind these trolls, gleefully added fuel to the fire, while malicious detractors applauded this spectacle. The only remedy to this predicament lay in Liu Yifei demonstrating her true capabilities through remarkable works, delivering a resounding rebuttal to her critics. Additionally, it would be prudent to identify the ringleader of these trolls and confront them decisively. Do not dwell on this. It will only affect your mood. During lunchtime, Liu Yifei descended the stairs and caught sight of the information on the computer screen. Concerned that Li might crumble under the pressure, she urged him not to read the comments. "It's fine. I merely wish to gauge the current situation," he replied, noticing the redness in her eyes. She wore no makeup. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her face bore signs of weariness, evoking a sense of compassion. Yet, despite this, she remained strikingly beautiful. "It's all right now," she smiled faintly, slipping off her shoes, her delicate feet concealed beneath her white dress, resembling a wounded kitten nestled on the sofa. "Surely, Auntie hasn't concocted another outrageous public relations strategy?" Lise mused, recalling Liu Xiaoli's penchant for audacious PR methods. "No, we must leave." Her sadness was palpable. The hurt from being maligned and insulted could not compare to the sorrow she felt now, as opportunities slipped through her fingers. Not only was she besmirched by trolls, but the media also joined in the fray, and her fans had vanished. Moreover, she was under a constraining ban from Hawaii, leaving her without any acting prospects. "Where shall we go?" "Abroad." Liu Yifei's voice was barely above a whisper. She did not wish to venture there, for it was not her homeland, not her home. "And what about me?" "No, what about us?" Each time Liu Yifei recalled the photograph on their marriage certificate, a peculiar sensation washed over her, though they were not intimately acquainted. "They should be. If you desire, you may accompany me abroad. After all, I shall no longer be a star. I could dare to pursue a romance." Her tone was carefree, yet it gradually diminished, her face aflame as a rosy hue crept up her fair neck, rendering her all the more alluring. Lily could scarcely suppress a swallow, his throat constricting. Noticing his reaction, Liu Yifei adjusted her hair. "Am I attractive?" "Exceedingly so." Lily clutched his chest. "Wait a moment. My heart is unsteady. Allow me to recite a mantra." "Ha ha ha." Liu Yifei was amused by Li's expression. "Will you not give another try?" Despite their still developing relationship, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. The enchanting fairy sister could indeed render one irrational. "Do I still have a chance?" Liu Yifei retorted, feeling the weight of her fans' defection, the trolls' maligning, the media's derision, the betrayal from classmates, the exclusion from peers, and the ban imposed by Hawaii. It seemed as though hope was but a fleeting notion. Lily spread his arms, and his words left Liu Yifei momentarily speechless. There was no comfort to be found in such sentiments, and she pouted in response. "Before you leave, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "I am in my senior year and still without a project for graduation. I would like to invite you to be the female lead in my work, if you would." Lily extended the invitation to Liu Yifei. "Sure," Liu Yifei replied without a second thought, as she was about to withdraw from the entertainment industry and did not mind filming a short piece. "No backing out, it's settled. I will provide you with the script in a few days." Lily seized the opportunity to prevent Liu Yifei from reconsidering, grabbing his backpack and heading to his room. He had not mentioned that it would be a short film, intending to deliver a significant surprise to Liu Yifei later. Under Liu Yifei's astonished gaze, Lily dismantled his computer and moved it back to his room, not sparing even the computer desk. She rose from the sofa, slipped on her shoes, and rushed to the door of Lily's room, folding her arms and leaning against the door frame, watching as he connected various cables. Once Lily completed the setup and pressed the power button, Liu Yifei suddenly exclaimed, "I have a laptop. You should have comforted me properly just now." A playful smirk graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lily looked up and, upon seeing her smile, felt his heart flutter with a desire to protect her. "Oh, may I borrow it? Why would I need to use yours when I have my own?" She tilted her head, temporarily forgetting her worries. "Are we still distinguishing between yours and mine?" "Nonsense." Liu Yifei recalled their marriage certificate, shot Li an exasperated glance, and turned to leave. Li watched her ascend the stairs, captivated by her graceful figure, wondering when he would be able to join her. He chuckled softly, thinking that a good woman fears an affectionate man. Given enough opportunities to connect, she would eventually be won over. In romantic tales, this is called love after marriage. With a beautiful wife falling for him, Lily began to write, or more accurately, to pen the script. In his previous life, while studying Dream AI, he had fed it numerous films and screenplays. Filming a science fiction movie typically incurs substantial costs for special effects, yet he did not need to spend a penny on that. He merely needed to capture the live-action segments, leaving the rest to Dream AI. However, before proceeding, perhaps he should collect some interest from those who had bullied his wife. Lily issued commands to the artificial intelligence, utilizing the internet to track down the culprits. "Mom, what difference does it make whether I leave a few days earlier or later? I promised to help him with his graduation project. He is just a college student filming a short piece, and he wants you as the female lead." Liu Xiaoli had already resolved to take her daughter abroad, as this online harassment had tormented not only her daughter, but also driven her to the brink of madness. "What should we do?" Liu Yifei raised the marriage certificate. "I will go abroad after divorcing him." The photos of her daughter with Li were blinding to Liu Xiaoli, initially intended to resolve the situation. They instead led her down a path of despair. "I promised to help him complete his graduation project. It is only fair to see it through to the end. At that point, a divorce will be easier to discuss. Perhaps this will be my final work." Liu Yifei's tone was melancholic. Liu Xiaoli, who had been resolutely opposed to the idea, sighed inwardly upon hearing her daughter's words. "Very well, I shall let you have your way." "Thank you, Mom." Liu Yifei embraced her mother's arm, leaning against her. Liu Xiaoli wrapped her daughter in a tender embrace, the two women finding solace in one another. "At noon, please invite him to join us for lunch. I wish to have a word with him." The matter of marriage was approached by her with excessive impulsiveness and a sense of presumption. Since she has resolutely decided to part ways, it is imperative that she communicates her intentions clearly to Li, facilitating a swift divorce so that they may each embark on their separate paths without further interference. As midday approached, Liu Xiaoli descended the stairs, only to find Li busily engaged in the kitchen. Observing that the last dish had just been completed, Liu Xiaoli took the opportunity to call her daughter. Shortly thereafter, as Lily finished tidying up the kitchen, she encountered Liu Yifei coming down the stairs. With her hair cascading freely and having changed out of the morning's dress, she wore a fitted black tank top paired with denim shorts, her long, fair legs exuding a striking allure that captivated Lily. "Look at how you present yourself. Can't you dress a bit more appropriately?" Liu Xiaoli remarked, her brows furrowed in disapproval at her daughter's attire. With such an abundance of clothing in the wardrobe, how could she have chosen such a combination? What is unusual about it? "It looks splendid," Liu Yifei retorted, twirling playfully before settling beside Liu Xiaoli, affectionately draping her arms around her mother's. "The dishes today are absolutely delightful, Mom. How did you prepare them?" "It was Xiao Li's cooking. Now go wash your hands." Liu Xiaoli replied. "Wow, your cooking is remarkably delicious." After lunch, Liu Xiaoli instructed her daughter to help clear the table. "Xiaoli, I wish to discuss something with you." Did pondering what this conversation might entail. Since she had already resolved to withdraw, the contractual marriage was naturally rendered void. It seemed that retaining the charming wife would require considerable effort. Chapter 3. My dear, could you spare some money? Xiaoli, Qian must have spoken to you. Lu Xiaoli hesitated before speaking. Annie, I understand, but if we divorce now, it will only validate some netizen speculations and give birth to even more conspiracy theories, further tarnishing Qian's reputation. It is wiser to remain still for the time being. Divorce was out of the question. Stabilizing Lu Xiaoli was the priority. The Red Star Studio was merely a makeshift operation, and the two most effective public relations strategies were to either leak a more sensational piece of news or play dead. Lu Xiaoli paused, realizing the merit in Li's reasoning. The situation was already chaotic enough. Furthermore, she and her daughter were about to go abroad, and with Li remaining in the country, there was little that could be done. Delaying the divorce seemed prudent. She nodded. Sorry to trouble you, Xiaoli. Not at all. Auntie, Li replied with a shy smile, appearing harmless. Such a good child, honest and steady, understanding of the situation, and even knows how to cook, though a bit lacking in family matters. Thus, the three of them settled into their lives together. After 2 busy days, Li finished the script and presented it to Liu Yifei. Is this your script? Liu Yifei asked, glancing at the thick manuscript, which hardly resembled a short film. Indeed. You promised me. There's no turning back. I'll take a look first. Liu Yifei did not refuse or respond immediately. She wished to examine the content of the script. Gravity, a science fiction theme. The genre sparked Liu Yifei's interest, and upon looking up at Li, she noticed a confident glimmer in his eyes, which heightened her anticipation for the script. The protagonist is a rookie astronaut assigned to a mission at Weixin Corporation Space Station, undertaking routine space tasks with her captain outside the station. During this process, Japan decommissioned a satellite, and the debris struck the Weixin Space Station and spacecraft, resulting in the death of everyone except the male and female leads. They first drift toward the closer International Space Station for assistance. In the course of events, the male lead sacrifices himself for the female lead. Upon entering the International Space Station, the female lead discovers that all its occupants have perished. Ultimately, she returns alone to the Tiangong Space Station and escapes back to Earth. Liu Yifei's emotions fluctuated alongside the female lead's misfortunes, and only when witnessing the protagonist plunge into the lake and climb ashore, gasping for air, did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. This science fiction film transcended mere genre. It embodied the thrilling atmosphere of a space disaster. The script is exceptional. Are you certain you wish to shoot this? It was not that Liu Yifei disliked the script. She simply feared Li might not execute it well. Yes, it has been tailored specifically for you. Have you considered the investment, special effects, and pacing of the plot? From the script, it was evident that the difficulty of shooting this film was considerable, particularly in terms of special effects, which permeated the entire narrative. I have connections for the special effects. The rest shouldn't be too challenging. Li had researched the script and was confident in maximizing the potential of his dream AI. What about my remuneration? Liu Yifei tilted her head, observing Li's self-assured demeanor, and smiled gently. In Li's presence, she felt inexplicably at ease, perhaps due to their marriage certificate, fostering a peculiar sentiment towards him. You still want a salary? Li indeed did not factor in Liu Yifei's remuneration. If payment were to be considered, what was the point of filming? His eyes flickered as he donned a flattering expression. Darling, could you spare me some money? I wish to invite a magnificent and stunning superstar to star in our film. Who do you think you're calling darling? She shot him a glance, her heart racing, a blush creeping on her cheeks. She adjusted her hair to mask her unease. You still intend to invite that gorgeous star for this movie? I aim to recruit the future Oscar-winning actress, the ethereal goddess Liu Yifei. Li clasped his hands in reverence, his eyes filled with admiration. Hee. Liu Yifei laughed, revealing her radiant smile. She questioned Li about the script, to which he responded confidently, exuding assurance. She inquired, how much more do you need? We need to rent a venue, tailor 2 sets of equipment, and I can borrow filming gear from my teacher, utilizing the school's resources. I have 500,000 in savings, plus the 1 million my aunt gifted me the other day. Li counted on his fingers. If you forego your salary, it might just barely suffice. a mere 1,500,000, and he dared to embark on a sci-fi space film. Liu Yifei was taken aback. She had expected Li to have at least 10 million. What could 1,500,000 accomplish? Her previously piqued interest dwindled significantly. All my funds are with my mother. I only have 3 million in savings, and this is all I can offer you. Liu Yifei hesitated, but ultimately resolved to contribute her own savings. The script was exceptional, and this would be her final film. Are you truly giving this to me? Li was astonished, not anticipating Liu Yifei would willingly provide him with such funds. Indeed, Liu Yifei nodded. She held the script tightly, hoping this filming would beautifully conclude her dreams. Very well, united in purpose, we shall surely create a film that shocks the world. You're being ridiculous. I want to entertain you. Liu Yifei rolled her eyes at Li and turned to leave. She needed to delve deeper into the script, ensuring she delivered her finest performance, crafting a perfect conclusion to her acting career. With the money secured, Li donned a mask and cap before heading out to rent a large factory in the suburbs, planning to renovate it. Some specialized equipment would require custom fabrication. Had it not been for his past experience of feeding this film to AI and gaining insights into the filming process, he would have been at a loss. Fortunately, Li's dream AI boasted advanced intelligence and superior special effects technology, far surpassing the original director's team, making his filming endeavors considerably easier. As Li diligently prepared for the project, Liu Yifei exhibited unprecedented seriousness, studying acting and the emotional state of the female protagonist in the script. Liu Xiaoli watched her daughter's dedication with a mix of concern and helplessness. Her daughter aspired to be an actress, yet reality hindered her progress on this path. Qian, I must travel to North America for some matters. Would you like to accompany me? No thanks, Mom. After I finish this script, I will come and find you. Liu Yifei had become nearly infatuated with this script, as she discerned her own reflection within the character of the protagonist. The heroine, having traversed through despair, mirrored Liu's own plight. Amidst the vastness of space, she found no sanctuary. Debris from satellites descended upon her like arrows, leaving her with no refuge. In the reality of the entertainment industry, she felt equally adrift, bereft of a place to call her own. The vitriol spewed across the internet pierced her heart like daggers, each word a painful jab. The protagonist's unwavering will to survive led her to struggle through the perils of space, ultimately discovering the celestial space station and returning to Earth. And what of Liu Yifei? She pondered. Should she relinquish her hopes? Yet, if she forsook her dreams, where would she find her own sanctuary? A sense of bewilderment enveloped her as she clutched the script, helplessly ensconced on the sofa. This script was written for her. It understood her. The visage of Li surfaced in her thoughts, gradually merging with the image from their marriage certificate. In the dead of night, Li returned home, illuminating the living room's ambience. Upon noticing Liu Yifei curled up on the sofa, he approached, gently brushing his fingers against her forehead, relieved to find she bore no fever. Will you be my sanctuary? Liu Yifei murmured, tilting her face upward, her youthful features marked by weariness. What? Li inquired, unable to decipher her words. Nothing. Liu Yifei replied, regaining her focus. Regardless of everything, this script represented her final glimmer of hope, and she was determined to grasp it tightly with all her strength. I have prepared all the props. We can commence filming tomorrow, Li announced as he settled onto the sofa, detailing the preparations. Liu Yifei curled into herself, her black dress enveloping her form, quietly observing Li as he articulated the shooting plans. He seemed to radiate light, and as she gazed at his profile, her heart fluttered with emotion. Chapter 4. The absurd film crew. The following day, Liu Yifei urged Li to the filming location early in the morning. Having withdrawn from the industry and departed abroad, she had already paid off her assistant and driver. As Li drove her to the set, they entered a factory filled solely with equipment, devoid of any personnel. In Liu Yifei's astonished gaze, Li proclaimed, "It's just the two of us." Absurd. This thought immediately surfaced in Liu Yifei's mind. Two individuals filming a science fiction movie, particularly one that appeared to be on a grand scale. Noticing Liu Yifei's shock, Li reassured her, "Rest assured, I have meticulously prepared the shooting schedule. I know precisely how each scene will be captured, and it is all documented in our plan. We will adhere to the script. There will be no errors. At that moment, Liu Yifei felt an overwhelming urge to flee, buy a ticket, fly to North America, and weep in her mother's embrace. Yet, she restrained herself, determined to witness what absurdity Li would conjure, and perhaps deliver a few sharp slaps in the process. Tears nearly spilled from her eyes as she gritted her teeth, observing the ludicrous scene before her. Li, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly introduced her to the purpose of each piece of equipment, elaborating on their uses for the forthcoming scenes. His calm demeanor and thorough explanations instilled a modicum of confidence in Liu Yifei. "Let us hold a launch ceremony," Li suggested, placing several apples on a platter. Activating his phone with a wealth deity as the screensaver, placing it before the camera, lighting incense, and murmuring incantations. "May the wealth god bless us with a healthy baby." "All right, you should offer your prayers too, so the wealth god grants my wishes," he insisted. Liu Yifei maintained a stern expression. She had never encountered someone so childlike. As if playing house, to fulfill her need for hope, she accepted the incense from Li's hands. "O wealth god, please bless this fool's wish, otherwise I shall end him." She assumed Li sought a smooth shoot and box office success. Action. With Li's command, Liu Yifei donned her costume and began filming a scene involving gravity. Although she believed Li was deceiving her, she approached her performance with utmost seriousness. As the shooting commenced, she felt somewhat bewildered, struggling to perform without tangible props. Even with a script, she was at a loss regarding her character's essence. The filming progressed at a sluggish pace. By day's end, Liu Yifei was exhausted, having completed only 5 shots, uncertain if any would be usable. She felt despondent, questioning her purpose and why she persisted in this endeavor. The notion of 2 people capturing a science fiction blockbuster seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet she endured a full day. Was it stubbornness or an unwavering commitment to her dreams that fueled her? A sense of injustice washed over her. Li supported Liu Yifei as she descended from the equipment, settling into a chair to rest. With her head lowered, Liu Yifei began to sob. "What is the matter? Are you hurt?" Li noticed her tears and hurried over to check on her. "Why did you deceive me? Why?" she cried. Liu Yifei's emotions erupted suddenly as she shouted at Li, "Why can't you take this seriously, even if it's just a facade for my sake?" She wept bitterly. Her feelings of frustration and injustice accumulated over time, pouring forth. Ever since she took on a role in Kung Fu King, her scandals began to surface with Tang Ren, Huai, and the formidable duo of the 4 Din and Double been conspiring against her. She was acutely aware of their machinations, yet felt utterly powerless. Betrayed by classmates, abandoned by friends, and shunned by those she once held dear, this newly emerged husband had deceived her as well. Her only remaining support was her mother. Cried out, "It will be all right." Li embraced the emotionally distressed Liu Yifei and offered gentle comfort. Liu Yifei collapsed into Li's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, her fists pounding against his chest as if to expel all the grievances of the past few years. Celebrities invariably face criticism. The only reason one might escape such scrutiny is a lack of fame. Yet Liu Yifei's backlash was ferocious and concentrated, exacerbated by the misguided public relations efforts of Chun Jin and Liu Xiaoli, resulting in prolonged online vitriol. The intensity of the situation was overwhelming, even for a normal person. She wept in Li's embrace for a considerable time, until her strength waned, leaving only the remnants of her sobs. "I'm sorry," she gasped, struggling yet remaining in place. "It's all right." Li, gazing down at Liu Yifei's tear-streaked face, her eyes red and glistening like dewdrops on a pear blossom, held her tightly. "Let me go," she implored. "It's fine. I'm not tired," he replied, reluctant to release her from his embrace upon seeing the coldness in her gaze. "Let's head back," he suggested. Liu Yifei washed her face, changed her clothes, and approached with a frosty demeanor. "All right." After a long day, Li felt too weary to move, resting for a while before driving back to the villa. He prepared a simple meal and called for Liu Yifei to join him. She did not respond, so he went upstairs to find her lying on the bed. "I'm not in the mood right now. Just leave it in the kitchen. I'll eat when I'm hungry," Lily refrained from pressing further. It was evident that she was genuinely heartbroken. Returning to his room, he powered on his computer, connected to the Dream AI, and uploaded the footage captured that day. The prowess of artificial intelligence swiftly manifested, as within less than a minute, the rendered video of 5 shots was complete. He reviewed the video for quality, manually adjusting any unsatisfactory elements until he achieved the desired sci-fi effect. After saving his work, Lily too took a shower and rested. On the following day, Lily prepared breakfast and went to call Liu Yifei. He knocked on the door and waited until it finally opened from within. A large suitcase lay on the floor, filled with Liu Yifei's neatly packed clothes. She was preparing to leave. Lily's heart skipped a beat. His wife was about to depart, not daring to prolong the moment. He produced a USB drive. "I want to show you something." "No need," Liu Yifei replied, her expression cold. Their time spent together had fostered a solid bond, perhaps even a flicker of affection. But with her impending departure, she knew their next meeting would be uncertain. Why entangle themselves further? "Just take a look. After you see it, whatever decision you make, I will support you." Lily opened Liu Yifei's notebook, inserted the USB drive, and played the video crafted the previous night. In the dim expanse of space, a figure clad in a spacesuit floated and tumbled, a fleeting expression of terror flashing across the screen. Liu Yifei was astonished. The portrayal of space was so lifelike, and that momentary visage, was that not her own? As the first segment concluded, Lily initiated the second. The astronaut, still in the suit, clumsily crawled into the space station, secured the hatch, activated the oxygen supply, and removed the helmet, inhaling deeply. Liu Yifei held her breath while watching. Could this truly be her? During the filming the previous day, Lily had instructed her to don a spacesuit and simulate climbing, culminating in the act of removing the helmet and gasping for air. At the time, she had felt bewildered, performing without any reference. The next segment unfolded, depicting the astronaut colliding against the exterior of the space station, a grimace of pain crossing the face that briefly appeared on screen. The experience was overwhelming. The vivid special effects made one feel as if they were genuinely immersed in space. Across 5 segments, although disjointed, a narrative began to emerge. As she reflected on the script, it seemed to depict scenes following an assault by satellite debris. Liu Yifei was not merely stunned by the rapidity of the effects creation, but also by the remarkable quality of the final product. Chapter 5. Undress. How are you feeling? Are you more confident now? Lili Nkidat. Leave me alone. Liu Yifei pushed Lily away, her gaze fixated on the video. I did not perform well in this shot. I need to redo it today. She proactively identified her shortcomings. With newfound direction came motivation. Liu Yifei urged Lily to hasten their meal, as she had to film and did not wish to impede her ascent to becoming a great artist. "Where are these?" Lily asked, feigning ignorance while pointing at the clothes in the suitcase. Liu Yifei had a sudden realization. "I'm bringing these costumes to the filming site. I'll be staying there and 1T return until the shoot is complete." Noticing Lily's bemused expression, she became irritated. "Are you going to eat or not?" "Eat, eat, eat." Liu Yifei had indulged in a hearty breakfast, having skipped dinner the previous night. Now, her spirits soared, bolstered by the motivation of work, her appetite insatiable. Upon arriving at the set, without needing Lily's assistance, she shed her outer garment, revealing a fitted tank top and safety shorts that accentuated her graceful figure. Captivating those who beheld her, Lily stared, momentarily entranced. "What are you staring at? Hurry and help me into the spacesuit." Liu Yifei's annoyance was piqued by Lily's dazed expression. "Wait a moment, I need to calibrate the equipment first. If I put on now, I'll have to wait, and that's too exhausting," Lily said, licking her lips as she turned to adjust the equipment, occasionally glancing at Liu Yifei. Yesterday, Liu Yifei had changed into the spacesuit by herself in the costume room. Once the equipment was ready, Lily assisted Liu Yifei into the spacesuit, steadying her as she climbed onto the mechanical rig and secured her in place. Filming commenced, starting with the scenes Liu Yifei had been dissatisfied with the previous day. With the video as a reference, her performance improved significantly. Today, Liu Yifei was exceptionally cooperative. They reviewed the script together, discussing the protagonist's psychological state and how to convey emotions through expressions and movements. This film demanded substantial acting prowess, particularly in close-up shots, which posed a challenge for Liu Yifei, especially as it involved performing without tangible props. Only cameras and machinery surrounded her. The action sequences were not overly complex. In the scenes set in space, the cameras moved, and she merely needed to respond with appropriate actions, albeit physically demanding. For Liu Yifei, physical exertion was the simplest of tasks. Stop. After completing another shot, Liu Yifei called for a break. What's wrong? Lily looked over, puzzled. I need to freshen up. Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, all right. Lily hurried over to assist her down from the rig and helped her out of the spacesuit. The inside of the spacesuit was drenched in sweat. Liu Yifei, feeling embarrassed, turned away from Lily, slipped on her slippers, and rushed to the restroom. Her passion for acting was palpable. She was dedicated and wholeheartedly committed to her craft. Lily took the spacesuit to the water faucet to rinse it clean and hung it up to dry, retrieving another suit from her stockpile, an anticipation she had long prepared for. After a considerable wait, Liu Yifei returned. Having washed away the perspiration and changed into a tank top and shorts, droplets of water glistening on her fair skin. Take a break and dry off. You don't want to catch a cold. Lily offered her a towel. Okay. Liu Yifei nodded, wiping the droplets of water from her body, wrapping herself in a towel, and taking a seat on the stool. Her body ached slightly, a testament to her exhaustion. I glanced at the shots that had been captured. Upon hearing this, Lily brought up the footage from today's shoot for her to review and fetched a cup of warm water for Liu Yifei. Thank you. Liu Yifei smiled at Lily, a smile so enchanting that it made Lily's heart skip a beat. I should be the one thanking you. He felt invigorated. If someone were to ask him if he had ever fought for someone, he could now answer affirmatively. Yes. He would gladly lay down his life to protect the girl before him. As Liu Yifei turned to him, Lily's gaze caused her heart to race. Yet she found herself drawn to it, captivated. She sipped her water to mask her unease. Let us strive together. The shooting continued, progressing shot by shot as planned. The two discussed each scene, repeatedly attempting those that did not meet their standards. No one rushed them, nor did anyone oversee their work. They simply wished to create the finest film possible. Liu Yifei held herself to a high standard, insisting on reviewing each shot multiple times after completion. Once the special effects were finalized, she would watch them over and over again, marking any shortcomings to revisit the following day. Liu Yifei had never been negligent. Whenever her acting fell short, she would ponder it endlessly, calling her teachers for guidance, watching similar films, and employing every method to enhance her craft. Lily observed a markedly different Liu Yifei, even more enchanting, igniting a growing fervor in his gaze. He could guarantee that after this film, no one would dare to claim Liu Yifei lacked talent. After a few days at the villa, both found it cumbersome and decided to reside in the studio instead. When Lily renovated the studio, he prepared 5 or 6 dormitories, initially intending to accommodate the crew, but now, due to budget constraints, it was just the two of them. Having spent day and night together, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Liu Yifei changed into her spacesuit, and Lily unabashedly admired her long, slender legs and fair skin, only to receive a playful eye roll from her in return. In the morning, she rose early to inspect the completed special effects shots, discussing any unsatisfactory aspects with Lily and sharing her insights. I feel that after finishing this film, I could even direct. Liu Yifei was deeply involved in every aspect of the filmmaking process. Lily nodded in agreement. Every shot was a mutual decision. From script discussions to shot deliberations and scheduling arrangements, they've accomplished it all together. It would not be amiss to designate her as co-director. Are we having steamed buns for breakfast? Did you go out to buy them? Liu Yifei picked up a bun and began to eat. Lily usually arranged their meals, sometimes cooking himself, but when busy, he would order takeout. Can't you wash your hands before eating? He expressed his distaste. The hands of a celestial being are never dirty. Allow me to fetch you one, she said, offering a bun to Lily. He shook his head in disapproval. How could you find me unworthy? She suddenly seized Lily, playfully stuffing a bun into his mouth. So, how does it taste, the bun offered by the celestial being? The fragrance is simply exquisite, though it is somewhat overwhelming. Oh, Celestial sister, could you kindly offer me a sip of milk? Did you purchase any? Or is it merely millet porridge? Liu Yifei's gaze swept across the table, only to find Li's eyes fixated on her chest. How dare you lecture? With a swift kick, she sent Li sprawling, her anger propelling her toward the filming location. If you refuse to let me drink, then I shall settle for millet porridge. Li rose, finishing the remaining buns before carrying a large water cup toward the shooting site. Bring some diapers, we're out of them. Liu Yifei's voice echoed from a distance. Coming right up. The large water cup and the diapers were both prepared for Liu Yifei. In her attempt to minimize sweating and urination, she endeavored to drink less water each day. Upon noticing this, Li insisted that she should drink and relieve herself as needed, for her health must not be compromised. Take off your clothes. Liu Yifei glared at Li. Chapter 6. The enchanting sister who can sing and dance a hymn, as we agreed yesterday. Today is the day we shall film your scenes. Have you forgotten? Quickly, change into your spacesuit. Typically, it is Li who watches her change, but this time, it is finally her turn to observe Li. Why the sudden shyness? She gazes at Li with a triumphant expression. What do I have to be shy about? Li sheds her outerwear and trousers, leaving only a pair of boxers. Ugh. Liu Yifei, her cheeks flushed, assists Li in donning her spacesuit. She takes her seat at the monitoring station, controlling the robotic arm of the camera to capture Li's performance. Action. Liu Yifei commands earnestly from the director's chair. She then dashes over to clap the slate. A bit flustered, managing the shoot alone proves quite challenging. How exhausting. Liu Yifei slumps in her chair, feeling utterly drained. She never realized the toll of running around as a director. Understanding the nuances of acting is essential for a director, and Li possesses a commendable talent for performance. In just over 10 days, she completes the male lead scenes, which, while not numerous, are significant. This film features two principal actors, the female and male leads. The male lead primarily appears in phone conversations, ultimately vanishing into the void of space. There are several others who exist within these dialogues, only to meet tragic ends as lifeless corpses. For these roles, there is no need for real actors. Artificial intelligence can suffice. With Li's scenes concluded, only Liu Yifei's remain. So tired, carry me down. Liu Yifei opens her arms, as her remaining scenes require significant physicality, demanding exaggerated movements that leave her utterly fatigued. Li lifts her down from the harness. On this apparatus, her waist is the sole point of support, requiring her to perform various actions, which is incredibly taxing. Li helps her out of the spacesuit, cradling her sweaty form towards the restroom. Liu Yifei gazes at Li's face, feeling the strength of his arms, and suddenly senses a feeling of reliance. After we finish filming this movie, come away with me. Li lowers his gaze, meeting her affectionate eyes. His heart races, an overwhelming affection prompting him to lean down, their lips meeting. Liu Yifei offers no resistance, wrapping her arms around his neck in response to his kiss. After a prolonged moment, they part, and Liu Yifei's eyes shimmer like rippling water, reflecting Li's visage. Suddenly, she senses a change within Li's body and his racing heartbeat, prompting her to voice her hesitation. I'm too tired. Let us leave it at this for today. Give us a bit more time. All right. He suppresses his impulse, gently placing Liu Yifei in the restroom on a stool. Testing the water temperature, he finds it just right. Do you need help with your back? Li gazes longingly at Liu Yifei's alluring figure. Get out. Liu Yifei pushes him away. Leaning against the door, her heart races. Was today too impulsive? Once outside the restroom, Li clenches his fist, feeling triumphant. My enchanting sister. No one can take her away. Their relationship deepens. Kisses and hand-holding become commonplace. Yet she hesitates when it comes to further intimacy. Occasionally, a playful touch may earn him a few playful punches and a day of cold shoulders. After such a prolonged period of adaptation, their collaboration had blossomed into a close-knit partnership, marked by a remarkable synergy that significantly accelerated their filming progress. The special effects were continuously crafted in tandem with the shooting, and Liu Yifei found herself intrigued by how Li managed to accomplish this feat, though she refrained from inquiring. This film resembled a jigsaw puzzle, With each shot they completed, a piece of the puzzle was placed, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment. After 5 months, they finally wrapped up the filming, and Liu Xiaoli had no doubt made countless calls urging Liu Yifei to travel abroad. Liu Yifei consistently evaded the invitations, which incensed Liu Xiaoli to the point of wanting to come and fetch her, yet she remained inexplicably absent. How wonderful! Liu Yifei embraced Li, alternating between tears and laughter. She had invested so much into this film. After 5 months, she had lost 15 pounds due to the physically demanding shoots and the considerable mental exertion involved. This film encapsulated so many of her aspirations, dedication, hard work, and passion. You must replenish your strength. You feel a bit bony in my embrace, Lili remarked as he held Liu Yifei, not perceiving her as heavy even in her sweater. Oof. Granting you a hug is already generous enough. How dare you complain? Liu Yifei raturta, playfully pinching Lili's waist. Ouch. A sneak attack, are you? Witness my dragon claw technique. They engaged in a playful scuffle for a while, before settling down on a recliner to rest. When will the post-production be completed? Liu Yifei inquired after resting her head on Li's chest for a moment. Now that the filming was finished, the film still required meticulous editing, optimization, rendering, scoring, and voiceovers for several supporting characters, all of which Lili needed to arrange. It will be ready soon. You should take a few days to rest. Once it's done, I will present it to you immediately. All right. Liu Yifei pecked Lili on the lips and then got up to return to her room for a rest. Lili gazed fondly at Liu Yifei's retreating silhouette, marveling at how even in a sweater and long johns, she appeared so alluring. Truly, only his beloved could possess such charm. After tidying up the set, he too decided to retire for the night, feeling utterly exhausted. The weight of an entire production team had rested upon his shoulders, and he had not had it any easier than Liu Yifei. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. Not only had they completed the film, but he had also gained a wife, and with a smile, he drifted into slumber. The following day, Lili awoke and began to organize the filming site, sealing away some items while preparing to take others with him. Liu Yifei also awakened and assisted in the tidying. At noon, the two of them drove back to the villa. How delightful! Upon entering the living room, Liu Yifei kicked off her shoes and collapsed onto the sofa, stretching languidly. You should first place your belongings in your room. You put them back. Liu Yifei had no reservations about Lili entering her room. After 5 months of close companionship and seamless collaboration, though they had never vocalized it, they had already become as intimate as lovers. The pink room was adorned with large plush toys and a decor that exuded girlish charm. Lili opened the wardrobe to discover an abundance of clothing in various styles. He carefully hung up the clothes Liu Yifei had brought back. Returning to the living room, Lili sat beside Liu Yifei, who instinctively rested her head on his lap. Do you know any other singers? He playfully tapped Liu Yifei's forehead, inciting her irritation as she was engrossed in her phone. Grasping Lili's arm. Heedless of his anguished cries, she bit down fiercely, leaving a row of bite marks on his arm, much to her satisfaction. Why seek out a singer? Lili remarca, producing 2 sheets of paper. What do you need others for? I have released albums myself. Liu Yifei took the papers, reading the notes and lyrics, attempting to sing along. Suddenly, she sat up. After all, she had studied music, and while her singing may not be exceptional, she had no trouble reading music. Opening the other sheet, she exclaimed, Floating light. Let me sing. I can sing too. Liu Yifei clung to Lili's arm, her beautiful eyes sparkling with charm. I don't believe it. Lili shook his head. Not only can I sing, but I can dance as well. Just 2 years ago, I won the Pop Music Golden Melody Award. Liu Yifei was incensed, unable to tolerate any doubt cast upon her artistic abilities. Slipping into her slippers, she activated her phone to play music and moved to the center of the living room, singing and dancing. The language you gave me, it's dangerously good. How do I discern? Do not let yourself be ensnared by the weaknesses of your heart. As she sang and danced, her alluring figure swayed enticingly before Lili. The ethereal goddess, clad in warm attire, performed before him, igniting a thrill within him. One could not help but wonder if he felt the same exhilaration. Chapter 7. Love can render one irrational upon witnessing the fiery glint in Lili's eyes, Liu Yifei realized her misstep. It settled then. She seized 2 songs and dashed upstairs. Lili inhaled deeply, stifling the impulses surging within him. He retreated to his room and powered on his computer. Indeed, feigning ignorance proved to be the most effective strategy in online public relations. 5 months had elapsed, and neither Liu Yifei nor Lili had made an appearance. The vitriol directed at them on the internet had diminished significantly. Although disparaging posts lingered, their readership had dwindled. Lili accessed a hidden folder, perusing the names contained within. What a remarkable assembly of talent. With so many individuals involved, where should he commence? Meanwhile, Liu Yifei dedicated herself to vocal practice. Rising early each morning, she would rouse Li from slumber before honing her singing skills, depriving him of the luxury of sleeping in. "It's time for breakfast," Lili called out to Liu Yifei. In their villa, there existed a designated music room. Upon entering, he found Liu Yifei, clad in a black sweater and red thermal leggings, serenading the musical staff. Her hair flowed freely, and she had yet to wash her face after getting out of bed. "At the very least, you could tidy your hair. You hardly resemble the enchanting fairy I envisioned. I demand a refund." "Absolutely not. This fairy forbids any returns. You must accept me as I am," Liu Yifei declared, hands on her hips, her lovely face tilted defiantly, eyes fixed on Li. "Very well. I shall reluctantly acquiesce." "Lili fainad distress." "You cannot merely acquiesce. You must genuinely pledge your heart to me. You profess your love for the fairy." Liu Yifei yapruka Lili, resting her hands on his waist. "Speak now." She pouted, casting an exasperated glance at him. "I truly adore the fairy. I'm willing to marry her. I love you." Lili cupped Liu Yifei's face in his hands, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Oh my!" Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, her gaze evasive. Lili seized the opportunity, kissing her without hesitation. She struggled momentarily, but soon surrendered, her hands transforming from a feeble grasp around his waist to an embrace. After a prolonged and passionate kiss, Liu Yifei felt her limbs grow weak. The two locked eyes, brimming with affection, as she encircled his neck and rose on her tiptoes, her luscious lips sealing his. "Enough, you insatiable feline. If we continue, breakfast will become cold." Lili gently pressed her shoulders down, restraining her as she attempted to rise on her toes once more, a teasing glint in his eyes. "It was your initiative. I shall not be at a disadvantage." Observing the expression on Li's face, Liu Yifei felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, playfully stepping on his foot as she strode towards the dining area. Suddenly, she halted, arms outstretched. "I'm exhausted." Lili paused, recalling that during filming, after each day's shoot, Liu Yifei would often declare her fatigue, prompting him to carry her to a chair for rest. He approached her, one hand on her back and the other beneath her knees, lifting her effortlessly. Liu Yifei naturally wrapped her arms around Li's neck, a smile gracing her lips as he carried her down the stairs and into the bathroom. "Your Highness, shall I assist you with brushing your teeth, washing your face, and fixing your hair?" he inquired. "I can manage by myself. Please step outside." Liu Yifei waved her hand dismissively. However, Lili did not leave. Instead, he leaned against the doorframe, watching her brush her teeth, reveling in the joy of simply being near her. As Liu Yifei brushed her teeth, she tilted her head to glance at Li. "You must be unwell. What is there to see while brushing teeth?" she teased. "I cannot help but think of you when you are out of sight, so I wish to see you at all times." He replied playfully. "Oh, how ridiculous. Do you think my teeth are clean?" After rinsing her mouth, Liu Yifei flashed a smile. "You have bad breath." Lili scrunched his face in mock distaste. "Impossible." Liu Yifei retorted immediately. "How could a fairy like me have bad breath?" "Well, come closer and let me check." He jested. Liu Yifei leaned in an unexpected move. Lili kissed her. "Ah, yuck." Just as their lips met, Liu Yifei pressed his head down, transferring mouthwash to him. "Haha, you rascal. I knew you would take advantage of me." "Umph. Does the mouthwash of a fairy taste delightful?" she teased. "Qian, you've learned to be naughty." Lili spat out the mouthwash, gazing at her with mock sorrow. "Umph. I learned it from you," Liu Yifei declared triumphantly, pushing Li out of the bathroom. After a while, Liu Yifei emerged, sitting down to wait for Li to serve her breakfast, rice porridge and a small serving of pickles. I will be leaving soon to do voiceovers and music for the film. You'll be home alone, so take care of your own meals at noon. Lily explained while they ate. Do you want me to join you? She asked eagerly. No need. The money you provided is reserved for the voiceovers and music. Lily had initially planned to take advantage of the vocal department at Beijing Film Academy, but now he could afford professionals. All right, do you have enough money? Should I transfer you some more? Liu Yifei pondered the film's expenses. No, I have enough for post-production, but if we want to release it, there won't be funds for promotion. Lily sighed, realizing his finances were indeed limited. To ensure the film's success upon release, a good reputation was essential. Is the film really going to be released? Liu Yifei asked in surprise. She had not anticipated such a fate while filming, viewing it merely as a last hurrah before stepping away from the limelight, a perfect conclusion to her dreams. Of course it will be released. Otherwise, why would we have gone to such lengths to create it? Lily shot her a playful eye roll. Not only will it be released, but we shall also submit it for awards. Perhaps we could even win a prestigious film accolade. Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled with delight at the thought. Suddenly, Lily kumanda. Don't move. His serious demeanor made her freeze in place, her eyes the only part of her that moved. He leaned in and kissed the corner of her mouth. There was a grain of rice. We must not waste it. You were so annoying. I thought there was a bug. Liu Yifei swatted at Lily. You naughty rascal. Do you wish to eat my rice? Let me feed you. She parted her crimson lips and took a sip of congee, seizing Li and straddling his lap, encircling his head in her embrace. Don't be a nuisance. Don't be a nuisance. Lily gently pushed her forehead away, fearing she might splatter him with congee. Wah wah wah. Liu Yifei persisted, swatting Li's hand aside and pressed her lips against his. The rice slipped into Li's mouth. Is it delicious? She inquired with a triumphant air. Mm. Lily nodded, resembling a petulant little wife. Do you want more? No, he shook his head. No way. My fairy sister insists you must eat. As they enjoyed their breakfast, both became drenched in sweat. She nestled in Lily's embrace, seemingly reflecting on the flavor. It seems I've fallen for your trick again. How could that be? The clever, adorable, and undeniably beautiful Princess Qian would never be deceived. Lily wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her cheek. I concede defeat. Liu Yifei abandoned her thoughts and contentedly leaned against him. Chapter 8. He is my husband. I have prepared pear soup for you and placed it in the kitchen. Remember to drink it when you feel thirsty while practicing your songs. Lily was at the door, changing his shoes, while Liu Yifei helped him smooth out the wrinkles in his clothes and straighten his collar, behaving like a devoted wife. All right, I'll remember. Liu Yifei nodded. Don't forget to wear your mask and hat. We mustn't let anyone recognize you. The two exchanged reminders, their concern for each other evident in their words. Liu Yifei escorted Li to the door. Wait. Just as Lily stepped outside, he was called back by Liu Yifei. What is it? Lily turned back in confusion. Liu Yifei stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the lips. Lily instantly broke into a joyful smile, exclaiming, The warrior of Princess Qian has received a kiss from the princess. I feel invigorated, happiness level 1. Liu Yifei found this quite amusing and replied, This princess shall bestow upon you a few more. She tiptoed again and planted a heavier kiss on his lips. As the two embraced, unbeknownst to them, a resident of the villa captured the moment on his phone. Lily's lips were left rosy from Liu Yifei's kisses. She laughed as she pulled out a tissue to clean them. Lily waved goodbye and drove off in Liu Yifei's car. After watching the car disappear, Liu Yifei returned to the villa, unaware that everything had been recorded. After leaving his home, Lily headed to the voiceover company as planned. Directori General Yugoslavia. The two assessed each other. General Yu was surprised to find that the person he had arranged to meet was the same individual who had married Liu Yifei months prior. Yu Hang, the head of a professional film and television voiceover company in the capital, was known for his respectable reputation. Welcome, Director Li. May I inquire about the film you mentioned collaborating on over the phone? We have completed a film, but shouldn't we sign a contract before proceeding with the collaboration? Lily Kuntarat. Certainly. Yu Hang nodded, acknowledging the standard procedure. His curiosity was piqued. After all, who wouldn't envy the man married to Liu Yifei? If he weren't the company's president, he would have been tempted to chase this man away. After signing the contract, they entered the voiceover studio to review the completed film. Yu Hang was taken aback, not only by the film's plot, but also by Liu Yifei's performance. Is this truly Liu Yifei? After disappearing for several months, she seems like a completely different person. The film's storyline left him equally astonished. Though he focused on the voiceover industry, his aesthetic appreciation for cinema was quite discerning. Even though the film's post-production was not yet finished, he could already feel the overwhelming impact of the space and the belief conveyed by the film. This movie would not be overlooked. Voicing it would be a stroke of fortune for his company. Director Lee, I will follow your lead. Let us reduce the voiceover fee by another 50,000. Thank you. The two shook hands and discussed the specific areas requiring voiceover work, including environmental sound effects, atmospheric sounds, and dialogue among several characters. Just as Li immersed himself in the voiceover process, a video surfaced online. Is this the fairy sister? She actually initiated a kiss. I'm about to explode. Where is he? I want to kill him, my celestial sister. Is this still the innocent celestial sister? Return my youth. Ha ha. It seems your celestial sister is quite the seasoned veteran. She has been married for several months now. What is the big deal about a kiss? Who uploaded this? Can someone provide an address? Damn it, I want to chop him to pieces. He can easily be replaced. Crying? After 5 months of silence. News about Liu Yifei resurfaced in such a manner online. Li's identity was once again exposed. His age, background, residence, and past deeds. All disclosed by classmates from Beijing Film Academy. In just half a day's time, Liu Yifei and Li's passionate kiss became the most searched topic across various websites. The dark tide surged once more. In the afternoon, while practicing songs at home, Liu Yifei received an overseas call. Qian, what's going on? Liu Xiaoli also received a call from home, which alerted her to the video of her daughter kissing Li, with her daughter being the one to initiate the kiss. She felt as if her little cabbage was secretly dating that little yellow-haired boy. Liu Yifei was unaware of what had transpired, but upon her mother's reminder, she opened the internet and saw the video. Mom, thank you for finding me the best husband in the world. This time, Liu Yifei did not feel any embarrassment about the video being released. Qian, Liu Xiaoli frowned, wondering what had happened during her daughter's 5-month absence. Mom, I want to get married to him. Liu Xiaoli fell silent, realizing her daughter's intentions. She had once told her daughter that when the day comes when she no longer needs her mother, she should let her know, and her mother would let go. Perhaps her daughter had truly grown up, but what about Li? In Liu Xiaoli's memory, Li was very honest, not good with words, and a bit shy. How could such a boy protect her daughter? All right, Qian, think it over. Your mother will always be your support. Thank you, Mom. Liu Yifei smiled joyfully. Nothing pleased her more than her mother's approval. Is your living expense sufficient? Do you need me to transfer some money? Liu Xiaoli worried about her daughter's livelihood. She knew how much money her daughter had. Previously, Liu Yifei's travel expenses were covered by Red Star House, but now she was paying for herself. And it should not last long. Li's family conditions were not great either. He likely could not provide a good life for her daughter. She felt some unease and regretted her decision to have Li marry her daughter. No need, Mom. We have enough money. When we run out, we will definitely ask you. Liu Yifei instinctively refused. She wanted to work hard with Li to build their little home. Sigh. Liu Xiaoli sighed, discussing many things with Liu Yifei and finally warning her to wait before having children. As long as there were no children, her daughter would still have room for regret. If one day her daughter felt they were incompatible, it would be easier to part ways. Liu Yifei blushed and agreed. After hanging up, Liu Yifei looked at the scornful comments online, some directed at her, but more aimed at Li. She directly unlocked her phone and uploaded a photograph of herself leaning against Li, accompanied by a bold declaration. He is my husband. This statement sent ripples through the public discourse, amplifying the attention surrounding the matter. She paid little mind to the ensuing commotion, instead heading to the kitchen to serve herself a bowl of pear soup that Li had prepared for her. Taking a sip, she found it delightfully sweet, and a gentle smile graced her lips. If loving him means foregoing a career as a star, then so be it. Li, having seen the videos circulating online and Liu Yifei's assertive proclamation, thought to himself, silly girl. Liu Yifei's declaration undeniably shifted the focus of public scrutiny onto her. After conferring with Yu Hang, who regarded him with a complex expression, he drove away. Upon entering the house, Lily spotted Liu Yifei nestled on the sofa. He approached and embraced her, concern etched on his face. Liu Yifei, resting in Li's arms, noticed the worry in his eyes and smiled softly. She now possessed something far more significant and was unfazed by the online commentary. "Don't worry, I'm fine," she reassured him, rising to plant a kiss on Li's cheek, while simultaneously lifting her phone to capture the moment. Selecting the photo she liked best, she posted it online. "Hubby is home. Kisses." The online sphere erupted once more in a flurry of activity. It seemed that Liu Yifei had indeed resolved to step away from the limelight. Observers within the industry, having seen her consecutive posts, surmised that her actions indicated a desire to retreat from the public eye. No other female celebrity would dare provoke their fans in such a manner. Chapter 9. A century-long journey. Neither of them paid heed to the rumors circulating online, each engrossed in their own endeavors. Every day, Lily would rush to the sound design company, diligently working on the film's dubbing, and upon returning, he would listen to Liu Yifei's practice results. Qian, I still have a bit of money left. Shall we hire a professional sound engineer?" After listening to Liu Yifei's rendition of Stars and the Sea, Lily scratched his head. It wasn't that her singing was particularly unpleasant, but rather that it fell short of true mastery. It seemed she was currently practicing breath control, which didn't quite suit the song. "What did you say?" Liu Yifei was instantly incensed. Was he implying that her singing was subpar? She lunged at him, straddling Li and pinching his neck. "I grant you an opportunity to rephrase your words." "Your Highness, I apologize. Your voice is unparalleled, and it is my ears that are unrefined, failing to appreciate the exquisite beauty of Princess Qian's song." Lily capitulated without dignity. "Umph. The gracious princess shall spare you this once." Subsequently, Liu Yifei collapsed onto Lily. "Is my singing truly that bad?" Her face nestled against his chest, her muffled voice revealing her evident discontent. "How could that be? Your previous performance of Heartbeat was utterly enchanting, leaving one longing for more. You just want to entice me." "I won't grant you that." Liu Yifei was not oblivious to his mischievous intentions. Lily's diversion interrupted her despondent mood. Embracing Liu Yifei, he lay back on the sofa, inhaling the scent of her hair. "Singing requires extensive practice. You've been acting all this time and naturally had little opportunity to train. Do you know Lin Jixuan, the one who sings Single's love song? When he first debuted, the judges deemed him tone-deaf, yet he has since become synonymous with vocal prowess." "I know him. Is that really true?" Liu Yifei exclaimed, astonished. Lin Jixuan was indeed a renowned singer from the island, achieving great success as a judge and in concert performances in recent years. "Absolutely. When he participated in the competition, he didn't even secure a ranking and was ridiculed by the judges for being tone-deaf. He himself acknowledged that his voice was not suited for singing. Thus, if you aspire to sing well, you must have an exceptional teacher and commit to prolonged practice." Yes. Liu Yifei felt her confidence rekindle, emboldened by Li's words. She recognized that merely practicing at home was insufficient and resolved to seek out a competent instructor. "Tomorrow, take me to meet an older sister. I want to seek her guidance in singing." "Older sister?" Lily questioned, wondering if Liu Yifei had connections in the industry, perhaps Zhang Liangying. "How's the dubbing for the film going? Are there any challenges?" Liu Yifei inquired about Li's work situation during this time. "Not too bad. The atmospheric sound for the space scenes poses some challenges and requires careful consideration. Thus the progress is somewhat slow. Rest assured and focus on your singing. The film's dubbing likely won't be completed until the new year." The two leaned against each other, sharing a tender moment before they each went to wash up and prepare for rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Lily and Liu Yifei set out together in the car. Following Liu Yifei's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a residential community. After Liu finished her phone call, the two waited for a considerable time until a young woman emerged. She conversed briefly with the security guard before making her way towards the car. "Sister Yao," Liu Yifei exclaimed as she exited the vehicle, arms outstretched, running towards the young woman, and they embraced warmly. "Qian, I didn't expect you to come." Why didn't you inform me in advance? Upon seeing her younger sister, Yao Beina felt a surge of joy. She had been one of the few who dared to speak up for Liu Yifei during her darkest moments. She turned her gaze towards the young man approaching from the driver's seat. Sister Yao, this is Li. Liu Yifei introduced him, separating from Yao Beina. Ah, I see. Your husband. You've announced it online, Yao Beina remarked with a smile, looking at Liu Yifei, who felt a bit shy. Hello, I am Yao Beina, Chan's sister. Yao Beina introduced herself to Li. Hello, Sister Yao, he replied, recalling her as one of Liu Yifei's close friends from the tragic quartet. Diagnosed with cancer in 2011, she passed away in 2015, leaving behind a dazzling legacy in the music industry over 4 years. Breast cancer, there should still be time to act, right? Please register first, and we can discuss further inside. Yao Beina guided Li and Liu Yifei to the security desk. The management of this community was rather stringent. Once the gate opened, they entered the premises. Inside Yao Beina's home, she brewed tea for the two of them. After chatting about their lives for a while, Liu Yifei finally broached the reason for her visit. You're looking for a vocal teacher? Yao Beina inquired, her curiosity piqued. They had maintained contact, and she was aware of Liu Yifei's decision to step back from the limelight. She hadn't anticipated that Liu Yifei would not only withdraw, but also seek to learn singing, hinting at a possible path as a vocalist. Lily has written 2 songs for me, and I want to sing them myself. The pride in her voice was palpable, even surpassing her own compositions. May I take a look? Yao Beina asked. Of course. Liu Yifei eagerly handed over the 2 songs, delighted to share these creations, which were penned by her beloved, a source of immense pride for her. All the hardships and setbacks ultimately blown into the dust, never to return a century of tumultuous journeys. Yao Beina currently works for the military's political art troupe as a soloist, possessing a keen sensitivity to the emotions expressed in the lyrics. Despite being merely a singer within the system, she maintained a political awareness. If this song were executed well, it could help Liu Yifei escape her predicament in an instant. Yao Beina glanced at Li, pondering whether he had intentionally crafted these works or if it was merely coincidental. I've been busy with competitions recently, but I can recommend my teacher. Just a moment, I will contact her right now. Yao Beina genuinely cherished this song and her younger sister, believing that with this piece, the teacher would be inclined to guide her. Come, I'll take you to meet Teacher Ma. Yao Beina changed into a different jacket and led Liu Yifei and Lily out. Teacher Ma was a professor at the National Academy of Music, specializing in vocal music and opera, and a doctoral supervisor. As Lily drove out of the community gate, he came to a halt. He mentioned there was nothing of great value, and Yao Beina nodded, encouraging him to make a purchase. Lily bought a bag of apples and presented them to Liu Yifei. Following Yao Beina's directions, they drove to the family compound of the National Academy of Music. Upon ringing the doorbell, a middle-aged woman opened the door. Hello, Teacher Ma. Yao Beina greeted her, with Li and Liu Yifei quickly following suit. The woman nodded and said, Come in. Would you like something to drink? Upon entering the living room, she scrutinized the 2 individuals introduced by Yao Beina, her gaze primarily resting on Liu Yifei, who was indeed a charming young girl. She took a seat on the sofa, gesturing for the others to sit as well, while Yao Beina busied herself pouring water. Beina, you have composed a splendid song, she remarked. Teacher Ma, please offer your guidance. Liu Yifei handed over the lyrics and melody. A century of journey, not merely a smooth path navigating through the sea of humanity, without relenting, always holding on to hope. The differing ages led to varied interpretations of the lyric's essence. In Yao Beina's eyes, the vastness of the stars and the sea encompassed all hardships and setbacks, now reduced to mere dust. In contrast, Teacher Ma Qiuhua perceived the journey of a century as a relentless endeavor. Beautiful words, she exclaimed. Chapter 10. We are forever full of anticipation. Her vocal conditions were passable, having acquired a hodgepodge of techniques, yet her foundational skills were virtually non-existent, woefully inadequate. Master Ma disparaged Liu Yifei's singing abilities, declaring them utterly lacking. Furthermore, singing is a performance of music, not merely music in performance. Liu Yifei humbly accepted the critique. Her initial foray into singing and album production was nothing but a crash course, devoid of any solid foundation. As for dancing, although she had become somewhat lax, and her current skills were not impressive, she possessed a solid grounding from years of practice, complemented by her frequent participation in action scenes, which endowed her with remarkable physical agility. Despite Master Ma's blunt remarks, he consented to guide Liu Yifei, recognizing the merit of the song itself. The trials of a century, the vastness of the cosmos, truly a grand theme. Each day, after breakfast, Lily would first escort Liu Yifei to the National Music Institute before attending to her film dubbing duties. Under the tutelage of a distinguished mentor, Liu Yifei exhibited marked improvement. Both became increasingly occupied with daily updates about Li and Liu Yifei circulating on the internet, sparking speculation about potential promotion. Today, however, the scandal known as the Nude Photo Gate resurfaced. The earlier incident in Hong Kong had unleashed a terrifying storm, sweeping across the three regions, quelled only by governmental intervention. This new iteration of the scandal, though significantly less severe, featured a protagonist of even greater notoriety, the geisha Zhang, whose provocative photos surfaced online, displaying her on the beach in a state of undress, engaging passionately with her boyfriend, and adopting subservient postures against glass. The images rapidly proliferated across the web, eclipsing any interest in Li and Liu Yifei's innocent displays of affection. The fervor surrounding geisha Zhang surged to unprecedented heights, igniting the passions of all manner of scandal seekers, leading to rampant sharing and fervent discussions. In a bid to salvage her reputation, geisha Zhang hastily announced her wedding plans with her wealthy foreign boyfriend, despite the tarnishing of her image, clinging to the notion of a passionate photograph with him. However, on the very day of her announcement, allegations of an affair emerged, accompanied by a video revealing her as the mistress while still entangled with her foreign partner. The evidence was irrefutable, prompting her foreign boyfriend to sever ties that very night. In a different era, such scandal could have led to her downfall. But it was late 2008, and she continued to struggle, claiming deception by friends, asserting her ignorance of her partner's marital status. With a substantial fan base rallying to her defense and her agency working to clarify the situation, her commercial viability remained intact. A few days later, a new scandal erupted, as the friend she accused orchestrated an assault on geisha Zhang, even defacing her promotional posters with ink. The revelation that she had also taken the boyfriend of her so-called friend silenced many fans. There were whispers of a conspiracy against geisha Zhang. Once the second news broke, insiders began to speculate, and with the emergence of a third report, many sought to uncover the orchestrator behind these events. Was it the overweight or the slender version of Bing Bing? Or perhaps Zhao Yinzi? The severity of the attack was ruthless, seemingly aimed at annihilating her career. Just as geisha Zhang and her agency contemplated laying low to weather the storm, yet another scandal involving fraudulent donations broke, further complicating her plight. During the earthquake, there was a publicized donation of $1 million, yet in reality, it was non-existent. They claimed to have raised $15 million abroad for the disaster area, praising the kindness of foreigners, but the actual amount was merely $500,000. The first three netizens were merely spectators, yet the last one incited such fury that the backlash was even more intense than that faced by Liu Yifei previously. She, in her adoration of foreign culture, disparaged her own country, using a national tragedy to promote herself. The geisha chapter, due to multiple controversies, was dubbed gatekeeper by netizens and chose to remain silent. The uproar in the online community persisted until New Year's Day. Li was preparing dinner, while Liu Yifei leaned against him, seemingly devoid of bones. Is Annie not coming back? New Year's is almost here. For some reason, Liu Xiaoli had been abroad and hadn't returned. If it weren't for her ongoing conversations with Liu Yifei, he would have doubted if something had happened to her. Nothing was said. Liu Yifei pinched a fried eggplant ball, which was delectably tasty. You can't keep making such delicious food. I've gained weight. Liu Yifei lamented, caressing her belly. Despite maintaining her training regimen daily, her weight had risen to 115 pounds. Gaining weight is fine. It feels good to have some flesh. At 52 kilograms, she felt too thin, though she appeared camera-ready, yet she needed to control her diet. Li, however, Was he concerned with appearances? He prioritized health and beauty. He believed that a little extra weight was acceptable as long as he could still hold her. Who said you could touch me? Liu Yifei rolled her eyes and pinched another fried eggplant ball. Are you still eating? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Lily tilted his head to glance at her as the sweet rice soup in the pot neared completion. After this, I'll start dieting. All right, let us serve the dishes and eat. Lily brought the soup to the table, and Liu Yifei set the dishes down. Has the film's post-production been completed? It's been nearly 2 months. Liu Yifei inquired about the movie's progress. The dubbing is nearly finished. Only some ambient sounds need to be refined. And most of the score is completed. The songs Starry Sea and Flickering Light, intended for astronauts, serve as background music, while the ending theme is a wordless chant. The end credits of Gravity paired with the film's concluding visuals are profoundly striking. In truth, the only thing remaining for the score was Liu Yifei's vocal recording, with only the final touches needed for the dubbing. Have I delayed the film's production? During this time, Lily had ample free time, creatively preparing meals for her and tending to her needs, likely due to a reduction in work as the film's post-production neared completion. Not at all. There is still plenty of time. Lily reassured her, wanting to alleviate any burdens she felt regarding the film's progress. Is there an issue with my singing practice? Teacher Ma said my emotions are superficial and fail to penetrate the essence of the song. Lily paused for a moment before responding. This song carries a great deal of significance. I'll find some resources for you to explore shortly. After finishing their meal, Liu Yifei went to wash the dishes while Lily began researching, gathering information on the development of space exploration. By the time Liu Yifei returned, he had already amassed a considerable amount of material. She embraced the notebook, perusing the information Lily had collected. Since 1956, when the esteemed elder proposed the proposal for aerospace defense and security, to 1970, when the Red Side's Hongyi 1 rocket ascended into the skies, the pioneers toiled tirelessly, laboring in the desert to construct launch sites. These accounts encompass personal narratives from participants, official announcements, media reports, and a global commentary on China's aerospace endeavors, including mockery. There were the setbacks of national industrial lag, the technological embargo imposed by the international community, and the plight of a 50,000-ton cargo ship adrift at sea for 33 days after losing its GPS. Over a century of hardships, the aerospace pioneers have persevered step by step, contending with the heavens. Undeterred by a century of delay, battling against the Earth, overcoming arduous conditions, and confronting humanity, shattering the Western blockade. Liu Yifei gazed at these materials, witnessing the evolution from early despair to the emergence of hope, recognizing the tireless efforts of generations. From adversity to the present, she has borne witness to the future. Tears streamed down her face, and in that moment, she comprehended the future that Lily had painted for her during the filming. In the future, we will possess our own space station and lunar rover, journeying into the cosmos to seek the answers that Chu Yuan never attained. We shall forever remain filled with anticipation. Liu Yifei's schedule has become increasingly demanding as she diligently strives for self-improvement, progressing each day. In recent days, she has been leaving early and returning late, with dedicated personnel to escort her, no longer allowing Lily to see her off. Lily, I have brought you a gift. Can you guess what it is? As evening descended, Liu Yifei returned, standing before Lily with a triumphant smile gracing her face. Chapter 11. Goodnight Kiss. Is it a gaming console? Lily exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. No. Liu Yifei managed to chuckle. A graphics card? Absolutely not. Liu Yifei pouted, her displeasure evident. A computer. Huh? Why are you always thinking about playing games? Liu Yifei retorted, clearly annoyed, as she lifted her foot to kick Lily. Lily dodged and scurried to the other side of the sofa, saying, if my wife won't let me play, what shall I do to pass the long, dreary night? I'll have it out with you, she declared, chasing him around the sofa. Stop right there. Let me give you a good thrashing. Not a chance. He sprang onto the sofa, taking a shortcut to evade her. Don't jump. It's too dangerous, Lily exclaimed, quickly turning to catch her. Got you now. Let us see you bully me, she triumphantly declared as she caught him by the ear, dragging him to the edge of the sofa. Ow, ow, ow. Dear wife, let go. I promise I won't do it again." Lily cried out in exaggerated pain, his wails sounding quite tragic, regardless of whether he was truly hurt. Upon releasing his ear, Liu Yifei glanced at it, slightly reddened, and felt a twinge of sympathy, yet she remained resolute in her intention to teach him a lesson. "Daring to bully this princess? You shall be punished by massaging my legs. Is that really a privilege?" His grimace vanished instantly as he sat beside Liu Yifei, lifting her skirt playfully. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, pressing down on her skirt while glaring at him. "Weren't you the one who asked for a leg massage? I meant my calves, not my thighs. You're such a fool." "Oh." Lily began to massage her smooth, fair calves, savoring each inch of her skin. "I recorded a song today. My teacher said it sounded great." She proudly produced a USB drive. "Really? Quick, let me hear it," Lily exclaimed, leaping from the sofa to plug the USB into the computer and play the song. "You are a star in my heart, guiding me ever onward. It's my dream. It's magic. Dreams blossom in the sky. A century-long journey is hardly a smooth path." The surprise was immense. Liu Yifei's vocal quality had always been commendable, but after extensive practice and professional guidance, her skill had risen remarkably. If her earlier rendition of Heartthrob had been amateurish, she now exhibited the prowess of a professional singer. At least in this piece. The entire song was infused with emotion, her voice resonant, evoking a sense of breaking through the fog. Lily replayed it several times before moving on to the second track, Fleeting Light. Upon its conclusion, he fell silent. Unlike the ethereal quality and historical weight of Zhou Xin's work, Liu Yifei seemed to channel gravitational pull, portraying humanity's exile in the cosmos, akin to a speck of dust. This piece was fitting as a cinematic interlude. It would resonate profoundly in the protagonist's moment of despair, staring into the abyss of space, encapsulating humanity's insignificance against the vastness of the universe. In the face of the immense cosmos, even the sun appeared merely as a fleeting glimmer, let alone a solitary human lost in space. Turning to Liu Yifei, he noticed the anticipation on her face. "Qin, you are incredible. Your singing is fantastic." He enveloped Liu Yifei in a fervent embrace and planted a hearty kiss on her lips. Liu Yifei immediately broke into a smile, her face radiating pride as she tilted her delicate features upward. "You naughty fellow, how could you look down on me? I stand corrected. Princess Qian is indeed formidable. You are the little queen of Gotham." With that, she decided to arrange the musical score and integrate it into the film, urging him to rest at home. Upon receiving the high-quality song, Lily could hardly contain his eagerness to weave it into the movie and witness the final product. He donned his coat and shoes, stepping outside while dialing a number on his phone. "Boss you, I have obtained the score. Let us work overtime together." Liu Yifei wished to call out to Lily, suggesting he postpone until tomorrow, but upon noticing the excitement on his face, she restrained her voice. "Am I still holding back?" It was evident that the film's dubbing and musical composition were merely awaiting her song. Lily had been patiently waiting for her without any pressure or mention. She opened the backup of her song. "Your gaze is filled with time behind you. Stories unfold, this life is but a dream. May we recount the years together we write. Through the tides of time, how beautiful." The day had come to an end, yet being summoned for overtime left Yu Hang feeling quite discontent, and even more so as the company's owner. If it weren't for the film's classic nature, he would not have taken matters into his own hands. Is this sung by Liu Yifei? Upon hearing the two songs designated for the film, Yu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. As a professional in the realm of dubbing and musical composition, he had a grasp of Liu Yifei's vocal prowess. Yet the comparison to the energetic performances of a pop star was astounding. Princess Qian's talent was indeed commendable. She simply lacked the time to refine it previously. Lily defended his wife, and Yu Hang paused, contemplating the truth in his words. Liu Yifei had not faced a shortage of resources since her debut. Whether acting or pursuing her craft, she had scarcely attended a few classes at the Beijing Film Academy. It was said that Liu Xiaoli had once clashed with her teachers over this very issue. All right, we'll have plenty of time to listen to the song later. Let us first incorporate it into the film. The process of dubbing and integrating songs was not merely about merging them into the film. It required fine-tuning sound effects and blending with the scenes, with the pitch fluctuating in harmony with the film's progression. After a night of diligent work, they finally succeeded in embedding the two songs into the movie. At last, it's done. The two of them sank into their chairs. Though they had not directed it themselves, both Yu Hang and Li Li felt a sense of pride in contributing to this remarkable work. Yu Hang glanced at the time and said, "Let us take a break here. The company has a lounge. We can head back tomorrow morning." Li Li shook his head. "Let us return. It will be more reassuring." He rose, carefully stowing away the original footage of Gravity, and exited the dubbing company. As he drove away, he waved goodbye to Yu Hang. "The film will be a great success." Yu Hang sent his best wishes. "When it premieres, drinks are on me." Upon returning to the villa and switching on the living room lights, Li Li spotted a figure nestled on the sofa. She was wrapped in a blanket, already asleep. Clutching her phone, Li Li approached cautiously, brushing his fingers against her forehead before slipping his arm beneath her legs, intending to carry her back to the bedroom. His actions startled Liu Yifei awake, causing her to instinctively retreat. With a swift motion, she slapped him, the sharp sound of the slap jolting both of them into clarity. Did it hurt? Upon recognizing it was Li Li, a wave of guilt washed over her as she knelt on the sofa, her hand gently caressing the reddened cheek she had struck. "It's nothing, I have thick skin. Why are you on the sofa again?" I lost track of time while playing on my phone. She tilted her head back to gaze at Li Li, tenderly stroking his face. It was an obvious fib, yet Li Li chose not to expose it. "It's quite late. You should return to your room." "All right." She tossed aside the blanket draped over her, extending her arms with an expression of fatigue. Li Li affectionately tapped her forehead, bending down to lift her into his arms. Liu Yifei wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his chest. He carried her back to her room, gently placing her on the bed. As the movie ended, she inquired, "Yes, rest now. We can watch the rest tomorrow." He tucked the blanket around Liu Yifei, but as he attempted to leave, his hand was caught. Li Li looked at her in confusion, meeting her gaze filled with affection. "A good night kiss, isn't it, Princess Cece?" Li Li leaned down to kiss her soft, red lips before departing the room. Chapter 12. The blooming beauty of Princess Cece. Li Li awoke at 9 o'clock. Upon entering the living room, she found Liu Yifei seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. As soon as Liu Yifei spotted Li Li, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Have you washed up? I prepared some porridge. I must taste the porridge personally made by Princess Cece." Li Li promptly took a seat, eagerly awaiting Liu Yifei to serve her a bowl. "Delicious," Li Li exclaimed, savoring the porridge and offering her praises. "You're such a fool. It's merely plain porridge cooked in a rice cooker. Nothing exceptional," Liu Yifei retorted, though she felt a surge of happiness as she quietly watched Li Li enjoy her meal at the dining table. "Are you going to eat?" Li Li inquired. "I've already had my fill." Liu Yifei had risen early, preoccupied with thoughts of what the complete work of gravitational theory might entail, leaving her unable to sleep. Once Li Li finished her meal and attempted to wash the dishes, Liu Yifei stopped her. "I'll handle the dishes. You prepare the movie. Once I'm done, we can watch it together." Liu Yifei gathered the bowls and chopsticks from the table and washed them in the kitchen. She had never imagined that one day she would cook and wash dishes for a man, yet she found the experience quite pleasant. Li Li set up the computer, and when Liu Yifei joined him, they settled in together and clicked play. "You are a star in my heart, guiding me onward." The film began with a pitch-black void of space, accompanied by the melodious strains of a song that seemed to envelop them, as if they were listening through headphones. The scene shifted to reveal 3 astronauts engaged in routine space operations, the music emanating from one of their communication devices, resonating over their shared channel. As the plot unfolded, Season Captain Li Li guided Liu Yifei, who was venturing outside for the first time to conduct repairs. Li Li's image, enhanced by special effects, was obscured by a space helmet, rendering him indistinct, appearing akin to a middle-aged man. Suddenly, the ground control center announced that a Japanese satellite had been decommissioned, posing a risk of debris in their orbit. In the midst of their crisis, a mishap led to the destruction of the Micro-Signal Company space station, casting Liu Yifei adrift into the void. Alone in the vastness of space, cut off from her comrades, despair enveloped her as she gazed into the abyss, which instilled a profound fear. Yet hope emerged when Lili located her, resolved to guide her towards the nearest International Space Station for assistance. To save her, Lili sacrificed his own life, venturing deeper into the cosmos. The remainder of the journey fell solely upon Liu Yifei, as she navigated from the International Space Station to the Tiangong Space Station. The personnel at the International Space Station had already evacuated, and fires raged within. Unfamiliar with the station, she relied on the operation manual, only to discover that all the fuel had leaked when she attempted to initiate the system, plunging her back into despair. However, as she regained her confidence and persevered through adversities to reach the Tiangong Space Station, the sight of familiar Chinese characters evoked a sense of homecoming. Stirring music filled the air, culminating in her capsule safely descending into a lake, marking Liu Yifei's rebirth. Lili made alterations to the conclusion. Originally, the ending depicted the female protagonist plunging into the lake, where she voluntarily opened the hatch, allowing water to flood the return capsule. She waited until the capsule was entirely filled with water before emerging and swimming back to shore. However, Lili modified this segment. After the capsule re-entered the atmosphere, she established communication with the space agency. Once it landed in the lake, she calmly awaited rescue. The capsule opened from the outside. An array of morning light illuminated the protagonist's face as she beheld the male lead welcoming her home. The camera then panned upwards, revealing the bustling scene of the search and rescue teams below. The melody of stars and the sea played, accompanied by the credits. Director, Li. Screenwriter, Li. Starring, Liu Yifei. Special appearance, Li. Theme song, Stars in the Sea, Liu Yifei. Insert song, Fugue, Liu Yifei. Voiceover and soundtrack, Shunhang Studio. The credits were succinct, marking the film's conclusion, which then faded to black. Is this truly what we filmed? Tears streamed down Liu Yifei's face. She smiled yet wept. Sometimes, happiness intertwines with sorrow. This film encapsulated so much. Upon witnessing the completed work, she found herself overwhelmed. Lili nodded affirmatively. Yes, you and I, our creation. He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. I am so happy, truly, I do not wish to cry, she exclaimed, yet the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. I know. Lili enveloped her in a tight embrace. In her heart, this was her final work. Though Lili had mentioned the film would be released, she held little hope. The weight of negative energy bore down upon her, rendering her breathless. Now her fans had departed. No one cared for her or her work. Lili caressed her back, urging her to relax and not overthink. After nearly half an hour, her emotions settled, and as she lifted her gaze from Li's embrace, she found his compassionate eyes upon her. Instantly, her mood brightened, and a smile broke forth, causing a bubble of mucus to inadvertently form. Liu Yifei felt a surge of embarrassment. Ha ha ha! Li Zhe, who had previously looked at her with concern, was suddenly amused. No laughing, do you hear me? Liu Yifei pounced on Li, covering his mouth. Princess Qian is so beautiful, she's bubbling over. No laughing, or I will bite you, Liu Yifei warned, feigning a bite on his arm. She hesitated to bite too hard, yet her playful gesture did not deter Li. Suddenly, she lunged and playfully bit his lip. Li's laughter ceased abruptly as he stared wide-eyed at Liu Yifei. Sensing a shift in his demeanor, she tightened her embrace around him, her eyes ablaze with intensity. She then darted upstairs, leaving an astounded Li behind, catching his breath. After bathing to wash away her restlessness, Liu Yifei emerged wrapped in a towel. Entering the bedroom to select a beautiful outfit from the wardrobe, she could compel him to do anything, but it must be done in a graceful manner, not as the sniveling version of herself. How could such thoughts cross her mind? Li, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions, felt a twinge of frustration. Her body could hardly withstand such provocations. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound of footsteps, he looked up to see her in a white dress, black stockings, and crystal high heels. Truly, the fairy sister understood the art of pairing. Li covered his face with his palm. Liu Yifei, who had initially donned a smile, was momentarily taken aback by Li's expression, only to become irate. Is it not appealing? She inquired, glancing down at her attire. Change into something more conventional. We are about to go out, Lily insisted. Oh, she exclaimed, turning to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching her bedroom, it dawned on her that Li's suggestion to wear something more normal implied that her current outfit was anything but. She glanced at herself in the mirror, twirling to assess her reflection. All of her garments were indeed those that men would admire. Though she contemplated confronting Li regarding this, she ultimately decided it prudent to change her outfit before they departed. Moments later, the fairy sister emerged, donned in an oversized black down coat, deep blue jeans, and cozy slippers. Where are we headed? Liu Yifei inquired as she approached Li. Li found himself at a loss for words. He hoisted Liu Yifei over his shoulder, disregarding her startled exclamations, and carried her back to the bedroom. He opened her closet, bewildered by the multitude of autumn and winter garments, wondering how she managed to select such two peculiar pieces. A white sweater paired with a fitted white down jacket, and black pants instead. While not overly fashionable, she certainly should not appear as though she were merely strolling about, and if not for her exquisite visage, she could easily be mistaken for one of the vendors at a bustling market. Chapter 13. Northern film viewing warmth is all that matters, Liu Yifei muttered with a pout. Although displeased, she acquiesced, well aware of her own fashion sense. She paid no heed to Li's gaze as she removed her outerwear and donned the outfit Li had selected. The village beauty transformed into a celestial being. Where are we headed? At the entrance, Li helped her into a pair of flat, athletic shoes. To school. After collecting so much tuition, it's about time those old-timers put in some effort, Li remarked, half-jokingly. He was indeed preparing to seek out teachers at the school, for it was among the faculty that his connections were strongest. Others held little weight. It was prudent to leverage these connections before graduation, when meeting a teacher would become a challenge. Driving Liu Yifei's car, Li made his way to Northern Film Academy. Upon arrival, a quick swipe of his ID at the gate allowed entry. After all, Liu Yifei and Li were quite recognizable, having been the talk of the town for months due to their wedding photos circulating online. As it was class time, the campus was relatively deserted. Even if passers-by spotted Li and Liu Yifei, they would merely cast curious glances. Knock, knock. Teacher, I'm here to see you, Li announced as he knocked on the door of the director's department office, startling Tian Zhuangzhuang. Li, Tian Zhuangzhuang recognized him, noting that he was a promising student in directing, albeit marred by his association with Liu Yifei, which had drawn considerable criticism. He glanced curiously at Liu Yifei, wondering why they appeared together. Your graduation project hasn't been submitted yet. Do you not wish to receive your diploma? Although fourth-year students enjoyed considerable freedom and could skip classes with prior notification, Li had not attended due to having registered for the school as filming equipment. Teacher, I just finished my project and brought my wife to see you right away, Li said as he pulled Liu Yifei closer. Hello, Teacher Tian. Liu Yifei greeted him sweetly. Yes, Tian Zhuangzhuang acknowledged with a nod. The two students exchanged frequent glances and exhibited a natural intimacy, which seemed far from feigned. He was somewhat familiar with Liu Yifei, having heard that her mother was quite protective. Their marriage, purportedly a mere facade, did not seem to fit that narrative. Let me see your work. You haven't been here all semester. I want to see what you've created. Here, Li Kidat. You expect to view your graduation project in the screening room? Tian Zhuangzhuang shot him a disapproving look. That's not entirely out of the question. Li Shukalat, retrieving the film gravitational pull to present to the teacher. No amount of explanation could rival the impact of a first-hand viewing. Tian Zhuangzhuang opened his computer and began playing the video. The vastness of space unfurled on screen, transitioning from music to visuals, revealing 3 astronauts. The lifelike depiction of the cosmos and the mechanical elegance of the space station left him momentarily speechless. The sci-fi narrative, with its stunningly clear special effects, captivated him. He checked the progress bar, an entire 90-minute film. He clicked a few times, discovering that the middle sections were equally set in space, with flawless visual continuity. Far from the 3-minute fade of a superficial sci-fi film. His heart raced. This was destined for greatness. From a cursory glance at the scenes, the overall narrative remains to be discussed. However, The visual effects are undeniably impressive. To the screening room, Tian Zhuang exclaimed. He hurriedly led Li Li and Liu Yifei towards the screening room, their pace quickening to a near run. There's no need to rush, teacher, Lily called out. Nonsense, Tian Zhuang retorted, not glancing back as the haunting images of drifting in space, the destruction of the relay satellite, and the annihilation of the International Space Station lingered in his mind. He regretted witnessing such impactful visuals on a computer screen. As he walked briskly, he was also on the phone, instructing the management staff at the screening room to prepare a theater. Their commotion caught the attention of Wang Jinsong, who was already in the screening room reviewing footage. Curiously, he watched as Tian Zhuang approached, flanked by two students. Recognizing them as Liu Yifei and her fiancée, Li Li, he wondered what brought this trio here. What's going on, old Tian? He asked, intrigued about their purpose. Ignoring him, Tian Zhuang proceeded directly into the screening room. Teacher, Liu Yifei halted upon seeing Wang Jinsong, greeting him respectfully. Hello, Teacher Wang, Lily echoed, also stopping. What has happened? Wang Jinsong inquired, receiving no response from Tian Zhuang. Thus, he turned to Liu Yifei. We made a film, and Teacher Tian wants to see it in the screening room. Liu Yifei explained simply, struggling to articulate the situation. You made a film? Wang Jinsong's confusion deepened, as he was well aware of Liu Yifei's circumstances. Although she possessed good looks and some talent, her acting skills had yet to be refined. Lily was merely an undergraduate student in his final year of film directing. What kind of film could possibly elicit such awe from Tian Zhuang? Let's go in and take a look. Wang Jinsong decided to follow Tian Zhuang into the screening room. Inside, Tian Zhuang was already directing the playback of the footage he had brought, and once everything was prepared, he instructed the onlookers, those who are unrelated, please leave. The film has yet to be screened, and we cannot afford any leaks from these students that might lead to unnecessary complications. Many curious glances were cast towards Li Li and Liu Yifei, who were clearly involved in the matter. The screening room was left with just the four of them, and Tian Zhuang exchanged a glance with Wang Jinsong before beginning to play Gravity. The experience of viewing in the screening room was entirely different from watching on a computer, particularly with the immersive surround sound that no computer could replicate. Even Li Li, who had seen it countless times, was taken aback. As the film concluded, the theme song of Stars and Seas played. Tian Zhuang scrutinized the list of crew members and grimaced. It appeared that these two had handled the entirety of the film's production. Were the cinematographers, the lighting technicians, and the makeup artists? Were it not for the credits of voice actors and composers, it would seem the film's production had been solely their endeavor. Nonetheless, this minor detail paled in comparison to the film's profound impact. Meanwhile, Wang Jinsong gazed at Liu Yifei in disbelief. Is this really Liu Yifei? She single-handedly carried the entire film, portraying panic, pain, solitude, despair, and rebirth. Is this the range of expressions Liu Yifei is capable of? After several months apart, has there been such a remarkable improvement in acting skills? I vaguely recall that a few months ago, Liu Yifei had reached out to her for advice on acting. Could it be that she was preparing for this film? A wave of unease washes over me. The cinematography, visual effects, sound editing, and mixing are impeccable, and the narrative core has shifted from a Western perspective on fractured familial values to an Eastern backdrop of national identity. In the original work, the female protagonist faltered during her tests, even ending up in space, rendering her incapable of operating the spacecraft and relying on the manual for guidance. Now, the scenario has been altered to her needing to consult the manual due to unfamiliarity after entering the International Space Station. Although numerous flaws remain, the overall quality has significantly improved compared to the original. The film truly left Tian Zhuang and Wang Jinsong in awe. It took them some time to regain their composure. What are your plans? Tian Zhuang finally responded, still reeling from the film's impact. Teacher, we did not obtain the filming permit, Lily admitted somewhat sheepishly. Chapter 14. Obtaining the dragon mark, Lily swiftly commenced filming upon finalizing the screenplay, neglecting to apply for a shooting permit. Let the teacher handle it, declared Tian Zhuang decisively. For this film, there is absolutely no issue. Who would dare obstruct its approval? They de-risked drinking pesticide on the spot. The entirety of the film had only one minor flaw concerning a Japanese satellite, while everything else was flawless. I aspire to participate in the Berlin Film Festival. Tian Zhuangzhuang immediately checked the time on her phone, realizing that registration had not yet closed. We must participate. This film boasts a narrative core and special effects that are top tier, and even Liu Yifei's performance is remarkably outstanding. Time was of the essence, so they needed to secure the permit first. While it was possible to attend the festival without a permit, having one was certainly preferable. With a permit, should they win an award, it would bring national honor. Without it, they would merely be an underground film, a less respectable status. To China Film, Tian Zhuangzhuang asserted with determination, seizing the film materials and ushering Li Li and Liu Yifei outside. Wang Jinsong rushed after them, but ultimately fell behind. Tian Zhuangzhuang realized that obtaining the permit alone would be challenging. Seeking someone with more influence would expedite the process. After all, this film was set to be released domestically, and he couldn't be bypassed. The main concern was that if Tian Zhuangzhuang submitted the script and film, the review department would scrutinize it meticulously. Han Samping had just concluded a meeting when his secretary informed him that Tian Zhuangzhuang was there to see him. Let's head to the screening room and discuss afterwards. Tian Zhuangzhuang interrupted Han Samping before he could speak. Leave it to us at China Film Distribution, and we'll ensure you the highest revenue share. After the film concluded, Han Samping's eyes were red with emotion. Prior to this, he had never imagined that such a film could be produced domestically. Its political significance and narrative integrity were exceptional, with commendable performances, voice acting, and special effects. Particularly striking was the song. Ji Yuan is undaunted by towering mountains, proud for a century, gazing straight at the world. However, the film has not obtained a shooting permit. Tian Zhuangzhuang suddenly interjected. Han Samping jolted in surprise, gazing at Tian Zhuangzhuang in shock. Surely, he would be trying to trap me, he thought, recalling the film's plot, unable to identify any discordant elements. Played again, he instructed the staff, needing to scrutinize it further for any overlooked issues. Once more, the film played, yet no problems were discerned. He queried Tian Zhuangzhuang with confusion. What was the reason for the denial? Inabe aplia, Lili interjecta, sansing Han Samping's apprehensions. The absence of a shooting permit was not due to a failed application, but rather because Lili had not applied at all. Han Samping exclaimed in disbelief. This special effects sequence must have cost no less than several hundred million. With such a substantial investment, you dare to proceed without an application? Truly, a student of Tian Zhuangzhuang. The director, Li Li, and the leading lady, Liu Yifei, were both young and filled with vigor. Liu Yifei's acting prowess exceeded his expectations. The film's storyline should pose no issues. The script is ready, and I will apply for the necessary permits while also securing the Dragon label. As long as the script is sound, from his perspective, there are no flaws in this production. Hurry up, the film is set to participate in the Berlin Film Festival. Tian Zhuangzhuang urged him. Han Samping's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Berlin Film Festival. If selected, it would be a significant achievement for him. Rest assured, Han Samping assured, promptly departing the company with the film source and script in hand. Lili escorted the teacher back to school and returned home with Liu Yifei to await updates. Do you think we will obtain the permit? Worry etched on Liu Yifei's face. Lili reassured her, don't fret. You know the film's content well. It's a popular story, and they cannot possibly reject it. Their daily lives remained relatively unchanged, with Liu Yifei waking up naturally each day, exercising, and practicing vocal techniques. Lili took charge of the meals, indulged in games, and reveled in listening to his wife's singing. A point. I'll cover you while you set the bomb. The original practice room now housed 2 computers. Initially, Liu Yifei had no interest in the game, but Li Li's daily shooting sessions drew her into it. Together, they played Crossfire. In the demolition mode, 2 bandits rushed to point A, but Li Li was swiftly eliminated upon arrival. Shoot! Li Li exclaimed in exasperation. The gun was fixed in place, rendering him immobile. Lagging. Liu Yifei chuckled sheepishly. Once the battle concluded, Lili had suffered too many black screen moments and was disinclined to continue. CC, You haven't practiced your physical training today, have you? He inquired of Liu Yifei. I've already trained today. Liu Yifei, clearly engrossed in the game, urged Li to start the next round. Should we take on the transport ship? Li could no longer endure the constant losses and the accompanying insults, including those directed at him. Do you think I'm bad at this? Liu Yifei suddenly realized that she had been kind to join Li in his gaming endeavor. Is that so? Li's gaze wandered, suggesting her gaming skills were rather subpar, which he found hard to tolerate. I'm done. You can play by yourself. Her displeasure was evident, and even a fool could perceive his disdain. She dropped the mouse, flung the headset aside, and stormed out. Upon reaching the doorway, hearing no sound, she turned to see Li had already begun the next game. Angrily, she rushed back, yanked off his headset, and exclaimed, "Enjoy your game. You won't need to pay attention to me anymore." Li, unfazed, silently donned his headset and resumed playing. Liu Yifei, her expression frosty, descended the stairs in a huff. Half an hour later, music suddenly filled Li's ears as Liu Yifei returned in her gymnastics attire, practicing nearby. The computer screen abruptly blacked out, and despite playing, his eyes unconsciously drifted towards her. This game is unplayable. Li tossed aside the mouse and headset, disregarding his teammates' complaints, and turned to watch Liu Yifei practice. A smile graced Liu Yifei's lips as she proudly completed a set of movements before standing up to leave. Wife. Li chased after her as she exited. Two individuals cohabitating often find their lifestyles colliding, as the busyness of the past concealed their hobbies and habits, allowing them to coexist without interference. Now, with both individuals at home, many of their daily habits and interests are in juxtaposition. One day, he received a call from his instructor, driving to pick them up for a visit to the China Film Group. We have acquired the public screening permit, Han Sanping announced with a smile. Securing the public screening permit naturally implied the issuance of the filming permit as well. Wonderful, Li exclaimed, eager to share this joyous news with Liu Yifei immediately. I have registered you for the Berlin Film Festival. We await their response. Do you have any thoughts on the release date? Han Sanping kira glancing Austria. I wish to wait until the shortlist for the festival is announced before making a decision. If Gravity secures a nomination, we shall hold off until the awards ceremony concludes. If not, we will proceed with the release. Han Sanping nodded, comprehending Li's perspective. A nomination, or even a win, would significantly benefit the film's promotion. After discussing the film, Han Sanping and Tian Zhuang engaged in casual conversation. The film's review had drawn attention from the higher authorities, with personnel from the aerospace sector personally evaluating it, identifying numerous inconsistencies, yet they did not demand any revisions. They expressed high praise for the theme song and were very satisfied with the film, even wishing to meet Liu Yifei. It would be prudent for you to establish a company or studio, clearly delineating the investment amounts, Han Sanping advised Li in conclusion. This is a common issue faced by many filmmakers embarking on their projects, as funding often becomes chaotic. If it were an individual venture, the tax deductions post-revenue share would be substantial. Thus, forming a studio would minimize tax liabilities and increase net earnings. Thank you, Director Han. Upon leaving the China Film Group, Li hurried back to the villa. We have obtained the Dragon label. Really? Upon seeing Li nod, Liu Yifei rejoiced. Fantastic. Our film can finally be released. Chapter 15. The film nominated for the Berlin Film Festival. Liu Yifei called her mother. Liu Xiaoli, astonished, never anticipated that her daughter's film would be screened. She uttered words of encouragement, saying, "Be safe at home, my dear. I'll return in a little while." Thank you, Mom. Liu Yifei ended the call and sought out Li, embracing him from behind. Don't disturb me while I'm doing laundry, or you'll get wet. Li shook his body, attempting to dislodge her. Please, let me hold you. Her face pressed against Li's back, unwilling to release her grip. How about you loosen your hold? And I turn around so we can embrace each other? Liu Yifei relented. Now off you go. Li turned, and before Liu Yifei could react, he pushed her out of the bathroom and shut the door behind him. What are you doing? Liu Yifei exclaimed in surprise. Why are you hugging me? You're not even helping with the chores. It's exhausting. With a click, Li locked the door and resumed washing clothes. Hearing his words, her cheeks flushed. She returned to the sofa, seizing a pillow and pummeling it. You rotten fish, decayed shrimp, full of vile thoughts. After venting her frustrations, she clutched the pillow, her mind wandering, her face alternating between laughter and shyness, her gaze shimmering as it drifted toward the bathroom. Once Lily finished hanging the laundry, he emerged to find her eyes glistening with unshed tears, mistaking her expression for anger. "Don't cry. Come here, let me hold you." Lily enveloped Liu Yifei in his arms, lifting her onto his lap. Upon being embraced, Liu Yifei's face flushed. Her heart raced as she realized Lily misunderstood her emotions, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Yet, she offered no explanation, leaning into his embrace, feeling utterly secure. "Why don't we go to my room tonight?" Liu Yifei summoned her courage to propose, her voice barely above a whisper. "What?" Lily looked down, unable to hear her clearly. Liu Yifei met his puzzled gaze. Just then, Lily's phone rang, and he was disinclined to answer. Nothing captivated him more than the enchanting presence of the goddess before him. "Lily, the nominations for the Berlin Film Festival have been announced. Gravity has entered the main competition." Han Samping's voice resonated from the phone. Lily and Liu Yifei snapped to attention, exchanging a startled glance. "Mr. Han, could you repeat that? I didn't catch it." "Gravity is nominated for the main competition. Be prepared. We'll head to Berlin together soon." "Thank you, Mr. Han. Thank you." Lily exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Han Samping, unfazed, reminded him to prepare for the trip abroad and inquired whether he had already obtained his passport. If not, he offered to assist by processing his identification and household registration. "We are nominated for the main competition at the film festival." Lily and Liu Yifei shared in the joyous revelation, his smile near splitting his face. Liu Yifei, equally elated, absorbed the news over the phone, her face aglow with surprise. While winning an award was uncertain, being nominated for the main competition affirmed her acting prowess. One understands one's own circumstances. Perhaps, when first embarking on this career, there was a fleeting fantasy of winning the coveted Best Actress award. However, since stepping into the realm of acting, the notion of receiving an international accolade has long since faded. Unexpectedly, the film she starred in has been selected for the main competition at the Berlin International Film Festival. Upon awakening from her stupor, Lily's body reacted, reminding her of the pressing matters still at hand. Her hand moved slightly, and Liu Yifei, feeling the motion, shot him a disapproving glance, pulling his hand from beneath her clothing. She adjusted her attire and took out her phone to call her mother. Lily, falling disgrunlat, playfully smacked her backside, eliciting another eye roll from her. "Mom, the movie we shot has entered the main competition at the Berlin International Film Festival." "What?" Liu Xiaoli exclaimed in disbelief, quickly inquiring about the film's title. Indeed, she found Gravity listed in the official announcement. The sight of her daughter's name at the Berlin International Film Festival was astonishing. She felt a wave of exhilaration. Perhaps those who had criticized them domestically might now take notice. Domestic entertainment companies had caught wind of Liu Yifei's name, specifically the announcement from the Berlin International Film Festival. Liu Yifei's name was prominently featured. How could this be? Questions echoed among many. Film is a multifaceted art. Even with a stellar script and plot, if the actors' performances falter, they would fail to capture the judge's attention and secure a nomination. Does Liu Yifei possess acting talent? She has long been dubbed the most beautiful vase in the entertainment industry. How did she manage to enter the main competition? What connections does she have? If memory serves, the director of Gravity, Lily, is indeed her intended spouse. The media, eager to cover the film festival, was initially focused on whether Chindakai's Mei Lanfang would make the cut, but were taken aback by this delightful surprise. Gravity, as described, is a science fiction film starring Liu Yifei. It is rather uncommon for a science fiction film to gain recognition. The news spread rapidly online, linking the Berlin International Film Festival with Liu Yifei's name, igniting a fervent discussion. The main competition at an international film festival, once included in the roster, serves as a testament to the film's excellence and the acknowledgement of Liu Yifei's acting prowess by the judges. Previously, there had been a chorus of criticism. Just 2 months ago, they were flaunting their romance online, and now, the nomination for an international film festival seems surreal. Conspiracy theories arose, claiming foul play. Female celebrities in the domestic industry, upon hearing this news, clenched their teeth in disbelief. How could Liu Yifei, of all people, be nominated? Given the current climate of public opinion towards artists, even a nomination would require her to maintain a FAAD, let alone winning an award. Yet, Liu Yifei's situation was different. Should she win, the narrative would shift dramatically. The online discourse failed to affect the couple, who remained indifferent to the chatter. Their phones buzzed incessantly with calls from friends offering congratulations. Upon receiving inquiries from former collaborators regarding the film's status, Liu Yifei responded with vague remarks, avoiding direct answers. "Thank you, sister. Rest assured, I will strive to do my best." After hanging up, the smile on Liu Yifei's face remained undiminished. She sincerely congratulated her friends, including Zhang Liangying, Xu Chang, and Yao Beina. Numerous journalists sought to interview Liu Yifei, but found themselves at a loss, as her previous company had been dissolved, and her agent was her mother, who resided abroad. Having recently graduated, the school was unable to assist in making connections. She was uncertain about where to direct her calls. Chapter 16. The little foreigner forces you to sleep on the floor. A few days later, Liu Yifei, and Han Samping convened at the airport, all set to board their flight to Berlin. "Are we the only ones?" Han Samping inquired, noting that only a few staff from China Film accompanied him. Liu did not spot anyone from the Mei Lanfang crew. Chen Dakai and the Mei Lanfang team have already departed. They are not merely attending the award ceremony. Han Samping remarked. Lili remained somewhat perplexed, until Liu Yifei whispered an explanation in his ear. The Berlin Film Festival attracts media from all corners of the globe. They left early to gain visibility and partake in interviews, thus seizing numerous exposure opportunities. Understanding dawned upon him, and he nodded in realization, recalling Han Samping's earlier inquiry about whether he wished to go ahead of time. At that moment, Liu Yifei seemed entirely preoccupied with other thoughts, a fact Lili had not considered. "Do you two have confidence in winning an award?" Han Samping asked them both. "Chen Chen's performance is remarkable. She stands a chance at Best Actress." Li, of course, harbored hopes for a grand accolade, though he deemed it improbable. At best, he could aspire to the Best Directorial Debut award. Yet, his deepest desire was for Liu Yifei to clinch the Best Actress title. If that were to happen, all the slander directed at her would be rendered baseless, transforming the criticisms of her acting into mere jest. The derision from the entertainment industry would be met with a resounding rebuttal. The film itself is exceptional. It is bound to secure Best Director. Liu Yifei fervently wished for Li to attain the Best Director honor, the pinnacle of achievement for any filmmaker. If that were the case, no one would dare claim that Li was unworthy of her, but rather ponder whether she was deserving of him. They exchanged glances, perceiving reflections of themselves in one another's eyes. Han Samping chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the depth of the bond between these two young souls. In truth, he believed the most likely award would be for Best Directorial Debut. The film had garnered significant attention, yet such a claim could render it inherently disadvantaged at Western film festivals. The silver lining was that since last year, Merkel had been actively promoting the development of bilateral relations, striving to mend the ties between the two nations. Nonetheless, for Han Samping, having the film enter the competitive main section was already a commendable achievement. On the evening flight, after boarding, Li and Liu Yifei engaged in conversation before succumbing to slumber. They took off at 8 o'clock, flying for 10 hours and crossing 7 time zones, finally arriving in Berlin at 11 at night. It promised to be a lengthy night ahead. The staff from China Film, who had arrived earlier, had already arranged for a vehicle to pick them up, and they proceeded to the hotel. Han Samping had made the hotel reservations, ensuring that several domestic crews were lodged in the same establishment for convenient interactions. Aware of Han Samping's arrival time, the members of various crews had yet to retire for the night. No one dared to disregard the prestige of the Seat Mountain sculptor, not even Chen Dakai. The personnel from the Mei Lanfang crew and members from several other teams gathered in the lounge area, awaiting Han Samping's appearance. Upon his entrance into the hotel lobby, Chen Dakai and others promptly approached him. "Mr. Han has arrived," exclaimed the members of the Mei Lanfang crew, alongside others. "You're all still awake at this late hour. Han Samping greeted them with a smile, and the directors and stars from the various crews exchanged a few words with him. Li and Liu Yifei, part of the Gravity film crew, were introduced to everyone by Han Samping. Greetings to all esteemed seniors. Li and Liu Yifei waved, having never collaborated before, their familiarity limited to polite nods. They engaged in a brief conversation in the lounge, gathering general information. The Mei Lanfang crew was also nominated for the main competition section. Directed by Chun Da-kai, after the failure of Wuji, he returned to the realm of art films. The cast included Li Ming, Yu Shaochuan, Yi Zhang, and Sun Honglei. The film Intimacy in Hong Kong and Northeast Film were both selected for the panorama section. Only director Zhou Peng from Northeast Film attended. The actors were absent. However, several familiar faces from Intimacy in Hong Kong were present, including female director and Shi and stars Zheng Yijian, Lin Jiaxin, Su Jian, and Zheng Yagong. After enduring the sensational scandals of the past, the actors from Hong Kong were unable to regain their former stature. Traditionally, crews from Hong Kong that received nominations were closely associated with the industry. As the hour grew late, Han Samping encouraged everyone to rest, suggesting further discussions could take place the next day. Li and Liu Yifei received the key to their room, which had been arranged by China Film. They had only one room available. Though they were a couple, their situation was not known to outsiders, and they hesitated to book another room. Be a little more discreet. Li smiled brightly, playfully pinched by Liu Yifei, who hurt him enough to make him grimace, yet he continued to smile. Upon entering the room, Li set down the suitcase and began to inspect the surroundings. He needed to search thoroughly for hidden cameras. Caution was paramount when away from home. This is a 4-star hotel. There shouldn't be any. Liu Yifei unpacked their shared necessities, placing some in the bathroom. One must always be vigilant, especially regarding foreign strangers. After a careful survey, Li found no issues and returned to the bedside, watching her organize her clothes. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy, little foreigner?" he teased. "What did you say?" Liu Yifei retorted sharply. "I said, dear wife, you look quite lovely." Upon seeing the anger in Liu Yifei's eyes, he wisely chose not to continue. He quickly stood up to assist her with the packing. "Tonight, you'll sleep on the floor." She shot him a glare while hanging clothes in the wardrobe. "Why must I sleep on the floor? This bed is large enough for 4. Li protested, patting the spacious bed. "The little foreigner has no interest in you, so you're not allowed on the bed. Do you have an objection?" Liu Yifei glared at him, fully aware of his earlier comment. None at all." Li scratched his head, silently cursing his own indiscretion for offending his wife before bedtime. He moved to the window, gazing out at the city. It was late, and the lights were sparse, revealing that Berlin's nightlife was not particularly vibrant. Liu Yifei ignored him, pulling out a book and reclining against the pillow to read. Listening to the rustling of pages, Li's curiosity piqued, and he leaned beside her. "Wife, what are you reading?" He glanced at the book, discovering it was about recitation. Liu Yifei continued to ignore him, while Li's hand gradually rested on her shoulder. Liu Yifei glared coldly at Li. "Remove your filthy paws." The failed attempt at flirtation left Li awkwardly, withdrawing his hand. "I'm going to shower," he muttered, grabbing his pajamas before retreating to the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away the exhaustion of the journey. A light-hearted whistle escaped his lips, though he had slept on the plane. 10 hours still weighed heavily on him. Liu Yifei, hearing the cheerful tune, turned her head, only for her book to slip and land on her lap. Stunned, she stared toward the bathroom, where steam fogged the glass. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Hastily picking up the book, she pretended to read, yet her gaze kept drifting toward the bathroom. This is disastrous. Her mind spiraled into chaos. She yanked the blanket over her head, but the whistling still seeped through, and the image of the bathroom refused to fade. Chapter 17. The little black room, when I awoke once more. It was already 5 in the morning, suggesting that we had slumbered for an entire day and night, and sleep eluded us. Li found the confines of the room unbearable and decided to refresh himself, extinguishing the flames and donning fresh attire. The presence of the unguarded fairy sister posed a significant challenge to his resolve. After Li had changed, Liu Yifei also rose from her slumber. "No peeking," she called as she headed to freshen up. The mutual vigilance between them had considerably diminished, with only the final boundary remaining. She was no longer concerned about Li observing her, though a hint of shyness remained. "Help me find a few outfits for today." Li often criticized her clothing choices. Thus, she entrusted him entirely with her attire selection. Given the chilly weather, formal gowns were not on his agenda. His primary concern was Liu Yifei's warmth. He chose thermal underwear, layered it with a sweater, paired it with white trousers, and completed the ensemble with a long, fitted-down coat. Will this outfit seem too casual? She pondered aloud after checking her reflection in the full-length mirror. It looked lovely, but given that they might visit the venue today, she felt it might be too informal. Warmth is paramount. It's not like we're attending a grand opening. What do their opinions matter? Li scoffed at the thought, insisting that his wife need not suffer from the cold in pursuit of appearing fashionable. The dawn was still early, and the corridor was nearly deserted. As they made their way to the lobby on the ground floor, the streets were sparsely populated, with the occasional headlights of passing vehicles. Berlin seems rather desolate, doesn't it? It's already 5 in the morning. Li muttered at the entrance. The faade of the 4-star hotel should be pristine, yet the garbage collection had yet to arrive. In the capital city back home, traffic would be beginning to congest at this hour. The streets would be bustling, and sanitation workers would already be seeking a place to rest. This is a developed city, and work hours start later, Liu Yifei explained. Li scoffed. What a developed city. Last night at midnight, there were hardly any lights on. He chose not to engage Liu Yifei in a debate. Instead, they decided it was not the right time to venture out and opted to sit in the lounge for a while. Liu Yifei took out a book to read, while Li retrieved her laptop to browse the internet for interesting attractions in Berlin, planning to explore when time permitted. This laptop belonged to Liu Yifei, yet it was predominantly in Li's use now. At 6:30, Han Samping arrived, accompanied by several staff members from China Film. "So early?" he greeted. "After sleeping for 15 or 16 hours, I simply couldn't remain in bed any longer." Li shut his laptop and engaged in conversation with Han Samping. Han Samping nodded, acknowledging the significant time difference, which indeed posed a challenge to acclimatization. He anticipated that their spirits might be low throughout the day, considering the time difference. "We arrived a day early, allowing you to explore during the day." Li and Liu Yifei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In their homeland, their status made casual outings difficult, but abroad, it was much easier. No one recognized them, and they could leisurely wander the streets of Berlin. As dawn broke, several domestic film crews descended upon the scene. Han Samping offered a few uplifting words, encouraging everyone to arrange their respective activities. After enjoying breakfast at the hotel, Li and her companions bid farewell to Han Samping and the other crews, setting out to explore Berlin. They were indifferent to the idea of mingling at the venue for exposure. "Avoid overly secluded areas and stay vigilant," Han Samping cautioned them, reminding them that conditions abroad differ from those at home. Although gun violence was not rampant in Berlin, the recent immigration issues had led to a rise in security incidents over the past 2 years. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps Liu Yifei was not overly concerned, yet Li remained notably wary. Chapter 18. Preparations for the opening ceremony. This simply wouldn't do. After visiting a few attractions, Li felt a profound disparity between his expectations and reality. These palaces lacked any historical depth, cold, rigid architectural styles with little to captivate the eye. Only the monument to the unknown soldier left a striking impression, though he couldn't help but think the number of those buried beneath was disappointingly small. In the end, the two ventured to Kurfürstendamm for shopping. Beyond the exorbitant prices, Li found nothing particularly intriguing. As for fashion, well, he had no eye for it. Liu Yifei, however, was radiant with joy. She dragged him from store to store, purchasing an array of outfits for him. "Would I even look good in these clothes?" Liu Yifei paid no heed to his reservations, insisting on buying them anyway. Li could only sigh in resignation. By afternoon, they finally returned to the hotel. Staring at the mountain of shopping bags, Li deeply regretted the excursion, not because of the exhaustion, but because not a single garment aligned with his taste. Liu Yifei, on the other hand, was delighted, meticulously hanging each piece in the wardrobe until it was brimming to her satisfaction. Fatigue eventually overtook them, but they persevered until dinner. Exchanging brief greetings with Han Samping before retreating to their room for much-needed rest. They awoke at 5 the next morning. A new day awaited. Today, they would visit the film festival venue to familiarize themselves with the proceedings. Accompanied by Han Samping, they stepped out of the car to an immediate barrage of camera flashes. The sight of two figures bundled in down jackets left many journalists bewildered. Were these actors or behind-the-scenes personnel? Such lack of polish was unusual. The poster for Gravity only featured Liu Yifei's silhouette floating in space, her face obscured. The foreign press, unfamiliar with these young Eastern faces, hesitated. Were they even nominees? Domestic media, however, recognized Liu Yifei instantly, their shutters clicking furiously, capturing Li Li as well. With a polite nod, Li guided Liu Yifei past the eager reporters. Catching up to Han Samping. "You didn't acknowledge the media?" Han Samping remarked as they approached. "No need. We don't even know if we'll win anything," Li replied, indifferent to the spotlight. Han Samping glanced at Liu Yifei, who merely smiled in silence, her hands still clasped in Li's. It dawned on Li then. While he had no use for publicity, Liu Yifei did. This was the Berlin Film Festival. They were a crew competing in the main selection, not mere attendees seeking attention. Every interview was an honor, every media appearance a counter to past scandals. "Sorry, let us go back," Li said, tugging her toward the waiting press. "No need," Liu Yifei replied with a soft laugh. "The opening ceremony is tomorrow, and there are still days ahead. Plenty of time for interviews later." Her smile held a quiet contentment. The glamour of the entertainment industry no longer mattered to her. The dream of stardom had faded into the background. What stood before her now meant far more. Li nodded, and together, they stepped into the venue. Once inside, Han Samping parted ways with them. His task was to scout foreign films, seeking those worthy of potential distribution. Before departing, he noticed that Li was unfamiliar with the film festival, so he arranged for a staff member from China Film Group to accompany them for the day. The two signed in and registered for the festival to confirm their attendance, facilitating arrangements for the opening ceremony. Technically speaking, it was not yet festival time. The screening rooms were available for rental to showcase one's own films. Some filmmakers whose works did not make the cut might seize the opportunity to rent a screening room to present their films, while others viewed it as an opportune moment to promote their projects and seek avenues for distribution. Li and Liu Yifei watched two films, but found them lacking in quality. After gathering some information about the opening ceremony, they decided to withdraw. Upon returning to the hotel, they felt there was little point in wandering aimlessly and opted to await the next day's opening ceremony. Li and Liu Yifei made a brief appearance at the venue, and half an hour later, news articles and photographs of the two emerged in domestic media. As they had not been interviewed, the poster for Gravity became a focal point for the press. Judging by the poster, Gravity appeared to be a science fiction film set in space. "Have you prepared the gowns for the opening ceremony? If not, you should go rent one now." In the evening, Han Samping returned and inquired about Li and the others. He noted that the two had displayed a novice demeanor, lacking awareness of the event, and were without a manager or assistant to provide reminders. "Let us avoid any embarrassing moments at the opening ceremony." Liu Yifei glanced at Li. Ever since Li had expressed disdain for her outfit choices, she had relinquished her wardrobe decisions to Li whenever they ventured out. Li nodded, affirming, "The gown is ready." Han Samping acknowledged this and briefed them on several matters, advising that upon arrival, they should switch to the organizer's vehicle and refrain from wandering off directly to the venue. Early the next morning, Han Samping called to ensure they were prepared. Given Li and Liu Yifei's lack of experience, he felt it necessary to be extra cautious. He had not paid much attention to the Mei Lanfang film crew. "Do you think this outfit really works?" Liu Yifei asked, spinning in front of the full-length mirror. She was pleasantly surprised by how exquisite the attire Li had chosen for her was. "Is it beautiful?" "Of course it is. I had never noticed such lovely garments before." She twirled, her dress flowing gracefully. "And you look quite dashing, too." This was the first time she had seen Li in formal wear. He usually donned casual attire. As they exited their room, they encountered Han Samping. "What elegant gowns you both have," he remarked, particularly admiring Liu Yifei's ensemble. "Very impressive indeed." You both exude charm. With smiles, they headed to the location arranged by the organizers. Upon entering, Liu Yifei immediately captivated the attention of the crowd, who were astonished by her attire. Although just the two of them, they belonged to a film crew participating in the main competition and were entitled to a private vehicle. As they settled into the car, they were en route to the venue where a group of individuals had already gathered on the red carpet. Artists from films that had not been nominated, who were, to put it nicely, guests invited by the organizers, but in reality had paid to bask in the limelight of the red carpet. Due to the road closure, they could only approach the red carpet on foot, needing to complete the walk before the nominated artists entered. While waiting in the car, Lily noticed several familiar faces passing by. Isn't that someone we know? Pang Bing, what brings her here? Liu Yifei pondered. It seems she hasn't been nominated for any film. Chapter 19. The opening ceremony, Lily did not witness the spectacle of the invited guests traversing the red carpet. A throng of individuals was hurried along by security, ushered in with the urgency of sheep. After a considerable wait, the vehicles of the organizers began to move. And soon the jubilant cheers of fans echoed as renowned artists made their grand entrance, the flashes of cameras illuminating the scene. Li and Liu Yifei's vehicle gradually approached and came to a halt at the entrance of the red carpet. Exchanging a glance with Liu Yifei, he opened the car door and stepped out. The cast of Dark Knight had not yet fully passed by. Officials from the organizing party intercepted Li and Liu Yifei, using a walkie-talkie to urge the artist from Dark Knight to proceed swiftly. The security personnel hastened the group, and the artists entered the venue without further delay. The organizers gestured for the duo to continue. The red carpet. It was Li's inaugural experience, and he found it to be quite exhilarating. The two walked side by side upon the carpet, the clicking of cameras resonating around them. Regrettably, neither of them had fans present, and the organizers had not arranged for an atmosphere crew, resulting in a lack of enthusiastic shouts for their names. However, Liu Yifei's attire was simply breathtaking. A crimson skirt adorned with golden threads paired with a fitted red jacket, complemented by a grand red cloak embellished with intricate phoenix embroidery, exuding an air of nobility and opulence. Beside her, Li, clad in a sleek black suit and sporting sunglasses, resembled a devoted bodyguard, ever vigilant at her side. Their coordinated attire accentuated Liu Yifei's beauty, a deliberate effect crafted by Li. "Hey, beautiful lady," someone called out in English. Liu Yifei paid no heed. Continuing her forward stride, Li followed in her footsteps. Prior to their arrival, they had agreed that Liu Yifei would be the focal point on the red carpet. "Liu Yifei, over here," called out a voice in standard Mandarin, prompting Li to turn his gaze to a group of domestic media. Liu Yifei extended her hand, signaling to Li, and gracefully turned towards the media, offering a slight bow that radiated elegance and poise. The cameras of the media clicked incessantly, even the foreign reporters, unfamiliar with the duo, did not cease their flashing lights. "Oh my goodness, what a stunning outfit! Has an angel descended from heaven?" The remarks regarding her ancient attire were not directed at the foreign press. Liu Yifei merely acknowledged the foreign reporters with a slight nod before continuing towards the venue. "Isn't that the etiquette of the Qin and Han dynasties? I never instructed you in that." Once inside the venue, the two signed their names on a grand backdrop before following the directions to their seats. "I have acted in numerous period dramas and learned various etiquettes, you know." Liu Yifei shot Li a sidelong glance, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. For artists, the most significant aspect of the opening ceremony was the red carpet. Once inside the venue, the importance diminished as they would simply listen to reports and observe the programs arranged by the organizers. Li and Liu Yifei were seated in the fourth row, with the remaining seats occupied primarily by invited guests, artists whose works had not been shortlisted. Fat Bing cast a jealous gaze at the two, who were huddled together in conversation, pondering why a woman, rumored to be stepping back from the industry due to scandal, could still be competing in the main competition. Those two youngsters are in a sci-fi film. They surely won't win any awards. Li felt an unsettling sensation. As if someone were watching him, turning around, he quickly spotted Fat Bing. To be honest, the young woman in her early 30s still exudes an undeniable charm. Bing immediately flashed a smile. Regardless of awards, this man clearly had substance, and for a director, she didn't mind offering a pleasant demeanor. Liu Yifei noticed Li's gaze, one she recognized all too well. It was the same look he had whenever he was up to no good. Turning her head, she caught sight of Bingbing's fox-like eyes, which instantly irritated her. Her hand slipped into Li's coat and gave him a sharp pinch. Lily nearly yelped in pain, quickly averting his eyes. "Darling, it's a misunderstanding. I just spotted some acquaintances behind us." Liu Yifei turned away in a huff, refusing to engage no matter what he said. The venue was warm, and though she felt overheated, she remained still, unwilling to acknowledge him. Noticing the beads of sweat on her forehead, Lily said, "Love, let me take your cloak." She undid the ties, and together they folded it before handing it to him. Even without the cloak, her attire remained breathtaking, drawing admiring glances from many. "What kind of outfit is this?" "It's stunning," a young Caucasian woman beside her asked in English. "Traditional Chinese attire, Ming-style Hanfu," Liu Yifei replied in kind. "Your English is excellent. I studied in the U.S." Both young women, though from different countries, shared similar interests. The fourth row had its perks: low visibility, with cameras rarely panning their way and hosts seldom engaging them. Lily grew drowsy, while Liu Yifei chatted animatedly with her new British friend, Elisa. They exchanged stories, and upon learning Liu Yifei's film was Gravity, Elisa promised to watch it after the opening ceremony. Liu Yifei, in turn, agreed to see Elisa's film, which was part of the Panorama section, a controversial love story about a student falling for her teacher. Panorama selections, as insiders knew, often explored unconventional, ethically ambiguous romances. After the 2-hour ceremony, they checked the screening schedule. Gravity had 3 showings over the next 5 days, with the first not until the following afternoon. So they returned to their hotel. Outside, Lily unfolded the cloak and draped it over Liu Yifei's shoulders. "I envy you, having a man who loves you so," Elisa murmured, admiring not just the exquisite garment, but also the care he showed. "He is handsome and gentle, though perhaps lacking a bit of masculinity," she added. Still in the doghouse for ogling Bingbing, Lily was being unusually tender, even submissive, which Elisa mistook for weakness. Rolling his eyes, Lily chose not to respond. "He understands you," Liu Yifei said with a smile. "What?" Elisa gasped. Having conversed for hours without a word from him, she assumed he didn't speak English. "I apologize. My name is Eliza, and I did not mean any harm." When confronted with gossip about others, she finds herself at a loss for words, her face flushed with embarrassment. "You're absolutely right. I too feel a lack of assertiveness and should be a tad more domineering." He pulled Liu Yifei into an embrace. "I believe your conversation should conclude here. She must return with me to face the consequences. We shall meet again tomorrow. I will be waiting for you in the screening room." Liu Yifei bid farewell to Eliza, agreeing to rendezvous for the exhibition of Gravity the following day. "I shall certainly be there." Eliza waved goodbye as she watched Liu Yifei and Lily board the car back to the hotel. Inside the vehicle, the two leaned against one another, with Lily's hand tucked snugly in her embrace. Moments ago, while chatting with Eliza at the entrance, she had donned thick clothing, oblivious to the chill that had rendered Lily's hand icy. "My feet are so cold. Warm them for me," Lily teased playfully. "Oomph." Liu Yifei stepped on his foot several times in response. Chapter 20. Stretching together, the two returned to the hotel, their interest in exploring Berlin having waned. Back in their hotel room, Lily occupied himself with his computer while admiring Liu Yifei practicing yoga. "If you keep bothering me, I'll be upset," Liu Yifei said, her face stern as she glanced at Lily. "I'm merely assisting you with your stretches," Lily replied, a sheepish smile appearing as he withdrew his hand. In the presence of a celestial beauty clad in yoga attire, who could resist the temptation to reach out? "I'm heading down to the lounge." With the hotel room being so confined, it was a challenge for two lovers to refrain from exploring each other's bodies. Out of sight, out of mind, he resolved to retreat downstairs. Liu Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. She harbored no real resistance to Lily's touch. Love had disarmed her defenses, and she found herself even anticipating his caresses, relishing the way he looked at her. She yearned to embrace him, to kiss him, to explore each other's bodies, thoughts, and souls. After watching Lily exit, She relaxed her body and concentrated on her yoga practice. Maintaining her physique required daily dedication, and she even contemplated finding a place to warm up her voice and practice singing. The art of vocal performance demanded continual refinement. Liu descended to the lounge and settled in a corner, fiddling with his laptop. He glanced at the domestic news, where photos of Liu Yifei on the red carpet graced the front page. With her stunning beauty accentuated by elegant attire, she overshadowed all others. International stars faded in comparison to her radiance. Her images proliferated across the internet, sparking curiosity among viewers unfamiliar with her attire. Many questioned the nature of her costume, as contemporary period dramas often misrepresented true Hanfu. Genuine Hanfu had become an eccentricity in modern times, a niche appreciated by a select few, even less so than kimono. When onlookers recognized Liu Yifei's attire, excitement ensued, prompting enthusiasts to clarify that it was, in fact, Ming Dynasty Hanfu, elaborating on its intricate details. One post provided an extensive explanation, prompting Li to like it from Liu Yifei's account. The replies to Liu Yifei's account ignited enthusiasm, leading numerous netizens to Liu Yifei with inquiries. Li opted to ignore the commotion, while those recognized as her fellow practitioners expressed their gratitude to Liu Yifei. Perhaps this was the sentiment of validation. Beneath the fervor, Liu Yifei's shadowy past lingered, still eliciting mention, albeit suppressed beneath her rising popularity. Li connected to artificial intelligence, embarking on a quest to uncover the individuals behind the smear campaigns. The screen flickered with lines of code, messages analyzed and traced until a name emerged. He had yet to settle the score for the slander against Liu Yifei. This time, he would address both issues at once. With a mere flick of his finger, a new post materialized. Liu Yifei graced the Berlin red carpet in her Hanfu, followed by Zhao Yinzi appearing in a controversial outfit. The post meticulously recounted the origins of the contentious attire. Although apologies were issued, it seemed the matter had yet to reach a conclusion. In the post, more of her treacherous actions have been uncovered. Phone call recordings have been leaked, and the fervor surrounding Liu Yifei has propelled this post to spread rapidly, diverting public opinion away from her. What does the flag of the enemy symbolize? Those mentioned can hardly contain their rage. Initially, she claimed it was unintentional, a result of being framed. However, the recordings tell a different story. A tempest has risen, reminiscent of the shameful events from before. That afternoon, during an event, she was kicked down and excrement was poured over her head. It was only after leaving the police station that Zhao Yinzi's team became aware of the situation online, and by then, it was too late to suppress it. She now faced the wrath of the entire internet. This is no longer the year 2001, an era when the internet was underdeveloped and information spread slowly. Now, the pace of dissemination is relentless, and the entire nation has witnessed her acts of treachery. Reports against her have flooded the relevant authorities, with some individuals unaware of proper reporting channels resorting to calling the local emergency number. Confronted with overwhelming public sentiment, every measure appears futile. What are you doing? Liu Yifei descended from the stairs, seizing the moment while Li Zhe was absent from the room. She had taken a shower, the scent of body wash lingering on her skin. Let me show you some news. Lily turned her notebook toward her. This is real. Liu Yifei gazed in shock at the astonishing news displayed on the screen. She found it utterly incomprehensible that Zhao Yinzi, engaged in a glamorous profession and beloved by the nation, earning money that others might not see in several lifetimes, would resort to such actions. The blame for these deeds cannot be placed on her manager or the company. They are entirely her own doing. Lily pondered the more outrageous actions she might undertake in the future, wondering if some individuals are simply born to be malevolent. She is a thing of the past. Let her be. What do you want to eat? Lily pulled Liu Yifei close and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Are you crazy? Someone's here. Liu Yifei quickly extricated herself, sitting across from Li. Foreigners are more open than us. Just look. Following Li's gaze, Liu Yifei spotted a couple engrossed in each other nearby. Ugh. Can't you learn something good? She shot Li a disapproving glance, contemplating what to have for dinner. We've had Western cuisine for several days. I'm about to be sick of it. Li frowned at the hotel menu, recalling how initially they enjoyed the meals. But after several repetitions, it no longer appealed. Even though the ingredients were high quality, the Western chef's preparations left much to be desired. Let's eat out. Liu Yifei, accustomed to such dining due to her years abroad, was more adaptable. I found a restaurant run by fellow countrymen. The two quickly agreed, hailing a taxi to set off. Director Chun, you're here too. Upon arrival, Li and Liu Yifei discovered that members of the Anita Mui film crew, along with their assistants and managers, were dining there as well. Accustomed to the culinary offerings of hotels, shall we dine together? Chun Daikai's polite invitation was met with a refusal. No, we shall take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the locale. Li declined Chun Daikai's overture, discerning the insincerity in his tone. It hardly qualified as politeness. Chun Daikai nodded, glancing at Liu Yifei, while considering Li, an ungraduated student of directing, as lacking in conversational merit. In the restaurant, they observed that the majority of diners bore Eastern features, predominantly international students. Zhou Peng was also present. He was the director from the Northeast film crew, nominated in the panoramic section, and notably the sole member of his team, perpetually solitary in his endeavors. After a brief acquaintance, Li and Liu Yifei commenced ordering. Kung Pao chicken, guabao meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, seasonal greens, and snow fungus soup. Following a discussion, they settled on several preferred dishes. Boss, make sure it's authentic, not some altered version, Li advised the proprietor. Liu Yifei, the boss exclaimed. Upon observing the pair leaning together, he remarked, you must be the one living off her success. Indeed, you have a keen eye, for I am indeed the one thriving on Liu Yifei's achievements. Li Raplia, not in the least offended, but rather with a sense of pride as he wrapped an arm around Liu Yifei. What are you saying? Liu Yifei interjected, visibly irked by the boss's comment. Boss, this is my legal husband. Kindly extend him some respect. Li was certainly not one to be labeled as someone living off another's fortune. Chapter 21. The price of Lakeside Properties apologies. I shall bring you a dish shortly. The proprietor clasped his hands together in apology to Liu Yifei, perhaps having spent too long in Berlin. His manner of speech bore a striking resemblance to that of the Germans. No need for the dish. You ought to apologize to my husband. Liu Yifei gazed earnestly at the owner, her expression grave. My apologies. It appears you have earned her approval. The owner turned to Li, offering his contrition. Li waved dismissively. He paid little heed to the remark, adding that there was nothing wrong with enjoying the good fortune bestowed by his partner. The two found an unoccupied table, yet Liu Yifei remained discontented, her face set as she regarded Li. What troubles you? He poured a glass of warm water for Liu Yifei and handed it to her. You must not speak of living off my success in front of others. What of it? Many would yearn for such a privilege. Do you not wish to support me? Li raplia nonchalantly. Perhaps due to a generational gap of over a decade, in another 10 years, the term living off someone may no longer carry such a stigma. Yumph. Liu Yifei remained displeased. She wished for Li to be held in high regard by others, yet his carefree demeanor left her feeling helpless. Their meal arrived promptly, with the owner sincerely presenting a dish of oil-braised prawns, 6 plump specimens, each succulent. As they dined, the owner returned, having changed his attire to offer his formal apologies. Come, sit and share a drink with us. He noted Liu Yifei's lack of objection and added, I shall bring a fruit salad too. Without waiting for Li to object, he returned to the kitchen and shortly reappeared with a fruit salad and a bottle of red wine. What shall I call you? Li inquired, raising his glass. My surname is Hu Baoshan, originally from Hangzhou. The proprietor replied. Your culinary skills do not resemble those from Hangzhou. Li pointed at the dishes on the table. I learned my craft in the capital and opened a restaurant in Hangzhou, but it failed. With no other option, I sold my house and relocated abroad to make a living. Li expressed admiration, incredulous that such talent could lead to failure, rightly deeming it a culinary wasteland. Both my wife and I are ardent fans of the Celestial Sister. Upon hearing of your marriage, it felt as though the sky had fallen, the owner remarked, feeling quite embarrassed for his earlier jest at Li's expense. He again offered his apologies to both Li and Liu Yifei. Li reassured him that it truly did not matter, and Liu Yifei also forgave him. Their conversation meandered through domestic affairs, touching upon the topic of gravitational attraction. The current environment back home has improved significantly. Last year's Olympics astonished the world. Indeed, I watched the live broadcast filled with pride. That day, I treated everyone to a meal. Through their dialogue, one could sense the expatriate's keen interest in news from his homeland. They conversed extensively about the past, present, and future, until Hu declared that in a few years, once he had saved enough, he would return to Hangzhou and purchase a home by Westlake for his retirement. Lili inquired about his savings. 7 million. Hu replied, beaming with pride. Lili bit his lip, hesitating to disclose the true property prices by Westlake. As evening approached, at 8 o'clock, Lili signaled to Liu Yifei, prompting her to settle the bill. Li Laodi and his sister-in-law came over for dinner, promising a different dish every day. They will certainly come to disturb you again tomorrow. They got in the car called by Lao Hu. Why didn't you tell him about the housing prices by Westlake? Liu Yifei felt quite pleased yet puzzled by Lao Hu referring to her as sister-in-law. She wondered why Li Henti clarified the situation to dissuade Lao Hu from thinking about it. Have you ever considered where he got the money to go abroad? Lili asked Liu Yifei. 10 years ago, to sell a property that could fund a trip abroad, he would need quite a sum to open a restaurant here as well. I speculate that the house he sold back then might have been near Westlake. Liu Yifei clicked her tongue, and upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. 7 million might suffice for a place slightly farther from Westlake. But if he wanted a lake view, that was another matter entirely. Upon returning to the room, Lili desired a kiss. But Liu Yifei objected due to the smell of alcohol on him. As he went to shower, he was aware that the bathroom was visible from outside, which made him feel a bit shy. Liu Yifei blushed. Her hands fumbled as she tidied up, her gaze frequently drifting toward Li's silhouette. Women could be quite lustful as well. When Lili suddenly turned around, it startled Liu Yifei, who quickly lowered her head, her neck flushing with embarrassment. However, it didn't make sense. One couldn't see outside from inside. She looked up and indeed found that there was no focus in Li's gaze. He was unaware of her peeking. Phew, Liu Yifei exhaled. If Lili caught her spying, it would be utterly humiliating. Lili emerged in his pajamas, drying his hair. You little flirt, were you peeking? PFF. Who was peeking? What is there to see? Liu Yifei denied it, though her conviction wavered. Is your husband handsome or not? Ugly to the core. Ha! You claim you didn't look? Yet how would you know he is ugly? Lili triumphantly thrust his face toward Liu Yifei. He is ugly. Go away. Liu Yifei pushed Lili's face aside, turning away, unable to meet his gaze. Lili did not wish to provoke her further, chuckling as he climbed into bed, watching Liu Yifei bustle about. Liu Yifei felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny. She glared at him in silent protest, which was utterly ineffective against Li's brazen demeanor. She retreated to the bathroom to wash her face and remove her makeup, turning off the light. In a moment, a fragrant beauty slipped under the covers. Lili's hand reached over at the opportune moment. Liu Yifei's body tensed momentarily, but then relaxed as she nestled into his embrace. Please don't touch me. It's quite difficult for me to endure. She whispered softly into his ear in the dark. She could assist Li with her hands, yet for herself, she truly found it challenging. Upon hearing this, Lili immediately ceased his movements, took a deep breath, and gently kissed Liu Yifei's forehead, embracing her tightly. Soda. Willing. And if you really desire it, that is fine, but I want to return home. Receiving a definitive answer, Lili felt elated. I'll help you. Liu Yifei extended her hand. No need. Keep it for yourself. Lili stopped her motion. PFF. Who wants it? They nestled against one another, exchanging sweet nothings and stealing kisses intermittently until they drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, the morning unfolded with little to occupy their time, prompting the couple to linger in bed, reluctant to rise. They leaned together, engrossed in their phones. The outcome of Zhao Yinzi's situation had finally emerged. Lili presented her phone to Liu Yifei, revealing the grave news: a complete ban, prohibiting any form of return. How serious? Liu Yifei exclaimed, for she realized that Zhao had been thoroughly vilified online, leading many to believe her career in the industry was over, with no response from the authorities. In an era where those involved in drug abuse, drunk driving, infidelity, and scandalous behavior continued to flourish without consequence. The severity of Zhao's actions stood out. Her transgressions were egregious. On a minor scale, they undermined national sentiment, while on a larger scale, they could be likened to treachery, deserving of capital punishment if judged by the standards of 2 or 3 decades prior. Chapter 22. Film Screening After Lunch. Li and Liu Yifei arrived at the venue of the film festival, where Liu Yifei briefly participated in an interview. Domestic media had long sought an opportunity to interview Liu Yifei and Li, but had been unable to find the right moment. As the time approached, they stood at the entrance of the screening hall for gravity. Yifei. Eliza approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Hello, Li." She greeted Li with a slight bow. "Hello." Li responded, not paying her much attention. At the entrance of the screening hall, tickets were being checked, as entry required a purchase ticket. Li and her companions bought several tickets to share with friends. Mr. Han. Shortly thereafter, Han Samping arrived, and he engaged in conversation with Li at the entrance. Director Zhou Peng from Northeast China made an appearance and greeted the two. Li handed him a ticket, allowing him entry into the screening hall. The crew of Mei Lanfang, led by Chen Dakai, also arrived, and Li expressed her gratitude by offering them tickets, regardless of whether their attendance was voluntary. Their presence was the greatest support for the film. As the screening time drew nearer, Han Samping's brow furrowed. It was disheartening that not only the two crews from Taiwan were absent, but also those from Hong Kong. "Mr. Han, shall we go in?" Li suggested nonchalantly, presenting their tickets to the staff for verification, and the three entered the screening hall. Han Samping's mood soured. It seemed these individuals had yet to learn their lesson. The screening hall was nearly filled, with many attendees being international film buyers, for whom watching and acquiring films was their vocation. The film soon began, captivating the audience as they were drawn into the protagonist's journey. It was not until the hatch of the return capsule opened, heralding the dawn, that they collectively exhaled in relief. Applause erupted, the duration of which reflected the audience's appreciation for the film. "Yifei, your film is incredible," Eliza exclaimed, her excitement palpable beside Liu Yifei. "You are so cool in space." The film was impressive, Chen Dakai remarked as he approached Li. The cast of Geisha also offered their congratulations. "Your film is truly exceptional. I believe it has the potential to win awards." Sun Honglei stated sincerely, genuinely impressed, even considering it superior to Mei Lanfang, in which he had participated. Chen Dakai nodded at Han Samping and departed, while the cast of Geisha bid farewell. Sun Honglei remained, engaging Li in conversation. Other international film buyers recognized Liu Yifei and approached her, inquiring about the overseas distribution rights for the film. Li declined, asserting that any sales would have to wait until after the awards ceremony. The event staff entered to clear the hall for the next film screening. Li and her companions exited the hall. "I'll head back now. You all can explore on your own," Han Samping said, rubbing his temples. His primary purpose at the festival was to watch films, not only those in the main competition, but also those in other categories. In search of suitable foreign films for import, Eliza wants to show us around Berlin. Liu Yifei sought Li's opinion on their first day together. They had ventured out but failed to discover any captivating places, and the subsequent days saw no further excursions. Li extended an invitation to Sun Honglei to join them for a stroll. The Mei Lanfang troupe was operating separately. Li Ming, a resident of Hong Kong, maintained close ties with the local theater group, while the Geisha chapter sought publicity, gravitating towards areas with ample media presence. Chen Dakai remained largely at the hotel, leaving Sun Honglei feeling rather bored. Thus, he decided to accompany Li and the others. A foreign girl joined them, not quite fitting the role of third wheel. "Wonderful. Since my arrival, I haven't had the chance to explore." The trio followed Elisa, who, despite being British, was relatively familiar with Berlin and knew several appealing spots to visit, far superior to the first day's choice of a cemetery. Their outing proved enjoyable, culminating in a brief visit to a local bar that evening, which they found unsuitable, prompting them to part ways with Elisa and return to the hotel. The following day, they remained indoors. While Liu Yifei engaged in yoga, Li could not bear the solitude and sought out Sun Honglei. The two engaged in light conversation, during which Sun Honglei expressed his disdain for the artist from Hong Kong. They become so desolate yet remain proud. He recounted his experiences working with Hong Kong artists since his debut, recalling his role as the villain in Seven Swords. It's an adjustment, isn't it? Once a leading star in the mainland, now sharing the stage with their third-tier counterparts. It's only natural to feel disgruntled. The scandal of the Photogate in early 2008 had dealt a severe blow to the Hong Kong entertainment industry, already on a downward trajectory. The once lofty artists were now forced to connect with the masses, which proved somewhat intolerable. The two continued discussing industry matters, with Sun Honglei advising Li on certain taboos to avoid. Li nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for his guidance. At noon, he invited Sun Honglei to dine at a Chinese restaurant. Brother Li has arrived. The other night I said I would treat, and yet you had your sister-in-law settle the bill in secret. Old Hu, upon seeing Li, grasped his arm firmly. Business is business. How could I let you pay? We get along well, so today's meal is on me. Just the three of us, right? You all find a spot and wait. Old Hu would not entertain Li's objections, promptly heading to the kitchen. For dishes were served, and Li approached Old Hu to suggest that it was sufficient and invited him to join. I won't cook too much, just 6 dishes. I'll skip the meal today, as it's peak time and I'm a bit busy. Returning to the table, Li wore a somewhat helpless smile. Acquaintance? Sun Honglei inquired. It was merely a small misunderstanding the other night. Once clarified, we chatted quite amicably. Li explained. Sun Honglei did not press for further details and shifted the conversation. I believe your film has a great chance of winning an award. Who can say for certain? Li replied, uncertain of their prospects. Liu Yifei's performance genuinely astonished me. I doubt anyone will dare to claim she lacks talent again. Liu Yifei had long been criticized for her acting, often labeled as the most beautiful vase in the entertainment industry, a term that bore both praise and scorn. Thank you. Liu Yifei smiled gratefully, her heart brimming with joy at the recognition she received. Her gaze towards Li was imbued with profound appreciation and affection. After finishing their lunch, Li approached the cashier, but Old Hu insisted on not accepting any payment, leaving him helpless. Let us prepare a gift for him before we leave, Liu Yifei suggested softly, to which Li nodded in agreement. It was only fitting that they did not leave the meal unpaid. In the afternoon, there was a film screening in Xiangjiang, yet Han Samping did not inform Li and the others to show their support, prompting the two to forego attending altogether. The films nominated in the panoramic section were undoubtedly a spectacle unworthy of their attention, and they relished in their carefree decision. Prior to the screening of Gravity, Li, reminded by Han Samping, had previously invited them to attend. However, they chose not to support Gravity, nor did they extend an invitation to Li and her companion, and the two simply acted as if they were unaware of the situation. Chapter 23. Best Actress during their afternoon at the hotel. They were approached by a French film distributor seeking to discuss the film's release with Li. Politely, Li declined, expressing his intention to wait until after the award ceremony. He reasoned that even without a win, the film's value would not diminish significantly. What a pity, the distributor lamented, handing over his business card. Should you change your mind, please feel free to contact me. The French distributor, noticing Li's youth, was eager to secure the film at the earliest opportunity. Throughout the afternoon, representatives from several countries visited Li to negotiate overseas distribution rights. Li was perplexed. What was happening? That evening, Han Samping returned and, upon seeing Li and his companions, broke into a smile. Xiao Li, your film has become a sensation. Many are discussing it, and the organizers have added 2 more screenings for you, one tomorrow and another the day after. Really? Li exclaimed, filled with surprise. The additional screenings would undoubtedly enhance the film's visibility, although the organizers stood to benefit as well, as all ticket sales would profit them. Sun Honglei congratulated him, stating that regardless of the award's outcome, the film was assured of commercial success. Thank you. Li and Liu Yifei exchanged glances, both feeling a shared joy, the elation of having their work recognized. The following day, Li and Liu Yifei attended the venue and indeed witnessed a packed screening of Gravity. As the showtime approached, tickets sold out rapidly, leaving many disappointed who could not secure their seats. Li and Liu Yifei opted to wait outside, and when the film concluded, thunderous applause erupted as viewers emerged, animatedly discussing the film. "You are Liu." Someone recognized Liu Yifei, and Li, standing beside her, was also acknowledged. "You are the director. Your work is exceptional. Liu is truly a courageous girl." A middle-aged man generously praised the film, expressing his admiration for Liu Yifei's performance. Word spread that the director and actors of Gravity were present, attracting a crowd of curious attendees who approached with numerous questions in English and German. The duo could only respond to inquiries in English, addressing challenges faced during production and clarifying certain actions depicted in the film. In the ensuing days, each screening of Gravity was met with full houses. Liu Yifei gained recognition at the film festival, with many acknowledging this brave and resilient Eastern girl. When a screening of Mei Lanfang commenced, Liu Yifei and Li attended to show their support. The initial segments were promising, but the latter half left much to be desired. They offered a few compliments about the film before making their exit. What began as 3 screenings of Gravity expanded to 7. Li and his companions were unaware of which film had been replaced and were indifferent to the matter. Liu Yifei's influence was subtly growing. Even foreign attendees at the festival began to call her name. Finally, the day of the awards ceremony arrived, and the two dressed to the nines. After an opening performance, yet another lengthy monologue from the organizers ensued. After a lengthy discourse, the moment has finally arrived for the awards in the main competition section. Following the presentation of several minor accolades, the first significant award emerges, the Best Debut Feature Film Award. Li instinctively straightens his posture, filled with anticipation. The most likely accolade for Gravity is this one, while he dares not dream of the grand prizes that follow. Liu Yifei clasps Li's hand and gently kisses it, offering him an encouraging glance. The Silver Bear for Best Debut Feature Film goes to Dark Knight. In an instant, Li's posture collapses, disappointment creeping into his heart. "It's all right, there are still the grand awards." Liu Yifei reassures him. "Liu Yifei's a vega smila," pondering whether the subsequent grand awards would indeed honor a film like Gravity, which bears a heart of red. He finds himself devoid of hope for the remaining accolades, instead playfully grasping Liu Yifei's delicate hand. The Contribution Award, the Ball Award. Best Actress, Li immediately sits up straight, gripping Liu Yifei's hand tightly. Liu Yifei shares his anticipation. Yet she remains cautious. Though she believes her acting has improved significantly, she lacks confidence in winning. The Silver Bear for Best Actress goes to Geisha Chapter. She straightens with immense expectation. If she could secure the Best Actress title, the burden of her previous misdeeds could be lifted. The issue of her fraudulent donation could simply be resolved with a monetary contribution. Gravity, Crystal, Liu Yifei stands frozen, while Li remains momentarily stunned. The screen displays a scene from Gravity, showcasing Liu Yifei's character, filled with anticipation before pressing the button, her hope transforming into shock upon discovering the lack of fuel, followed by anger as she searches for a solution, culminating in despair as she gazes into the void of space. In a lengthy shot, her expressions transition seamlessly from hope to despair, her eyes momentarily dulling before reigniting with determination. This single shot, captured over a span of 17 days, was executed no less than 80 times. Initially, Li suggested shooting separately and using editing, but Liu Yifei insisted on a continuous take for that moment. She tirelessly reviewed performances late into the night. Whenever she encountered confusion, she would reach out to her teachers and mentors, relentlessly seeking guidance during those days of tormenting her professors at Beijing Film Academy. Gravity features numerous special effects shots, with the actual filming being quite limited. Li had originally estimated that 1 or 2 months would suffice. However, the two of them spent a full 5 months, during which Liu Yifei meticulously honed her craft. After completing a shot and finalizing the special effects, she would review it repeatedly, reshooting at the slightest dissatisfaction. At that time, Liu Yifei resolved that this would be her final film, thus she was unperturbed by the time it took to reshoot. Now, the hardships she endured have blossomed into exquisite rewards. All cameras are focused on this moment, capturing the recipient of Best Actress. "Cici, it's you." Lidi Nudgishev. Startled from her reverie, Liu Yifei suddenly awakens, tears streaming down her face. She rises to embrace Li Li, kissing him fervently as the audience erupts into applause, showering her with encouragement. The host offered a reminder, "Go ahead, CC, and accept the honor you so richly deserve." Liu Yifei nodded, took a deep breath, and as she passed by Sun Honglei, he congratulated her. Liu Yifei replied with a heartfelt thank you. The geisha, with an unattractive expression, managed to muster a smile and rose to embrace her. Stepping out of the crowd, she glanced back at Li Li, who raised her fist in encouragement. With determination, she turned and ascended the stage to receive her award. "Thank you to the organizing committee, the hosts, my teachers, and my mother." Holding the silver bear trophy, she expressed her gratitude in English with customary phrases. "I must thank my husband. It is she who has given me this opportunity and made me who I am. Li Li, I love you. Meeting you is my greatest fortune." As she concluded, she exclaimed loudly in Mandarin. After bowing to the audience, without waiting for the host's words, she rushed toward Li Li with the silver bear trophy in hand. Applause erupted. Liu Yifei returned to her seat, throwing herself into Li Li's embrace. It seemed our best actress missed her husband dearly, not wanting to be apart for even a moment, prompting playful teasing from the host. The audience responded with warm smiles. Liu Yifei's excitement subsided slightly, and feeling bashful, she bowed to the crowd before settling down. Presenting the silver bear trophy to Li Li as if it were a treasure, she said, "Could you hold this for me?" "Of course." Li Li replied, intrigued by the trophy as she picked it up for a closer look. Next up was the award for Best Actor. Chapter 24. The Golden Bear Award for Best Actor. Li Li harbored no particular aspirations. His acting was merely mediocre, and he had not made many appearances, his primary role being within the communication system. The Best Actor award went to the lead of the film River of London, Tycoon. The awards for Best Screenplay, Best Director, and the Jury Grand Prize were all claimed by art films from around the globe. These films shared a common trait. While one might elegantly describe them as critiques of societal issues, a harsher interpretation would label them as vitriolic denunciations. Liu Yifei still held a glimmer of hope for Li Li regarding the awards, but he felt utterly indifferent. Could he possibly seize the Best Screenplay award from the hands of American film critics, who lauded the blissful lives of veterans? Could he rival the Iranian film that unveiled the darkness of its nation for the Best Director accolade? As for the Jury Grand Prize, it was claimed by a German romantic film. As a director from beyond the Western world, if one does not tarnish their own country's reputation, the prospect of receiving such an award is utterly remote. Thus, Li Li held no expectations for these prestigious accolades. His most promising chance lay with the Best Debut Silver Bear Award, which, despite its significance, was of lesser value. As the award ceremony approached its climax, the anticipation for the Best Film Golden Bear Award lingered. Next door, the Mei Lanfang crew felt a palpable tension. They had garnered nothing. While it might not have mattered if they had not won, the fact that Li Li's crew had secured the Best Actress award exacerbated the situation. Comparisons breed discontent. If there were viewers at home, they might have already applauded Liu Yifei while simultaneously criticizing the Mei Lanfang team. Chen Dakai held high hopes for the final Golden Bear Award, believing fervently in the merit of his film. The Best Film Golden Bear was awarded to Sad Milk, a Peruvian film. The applause erupted, and the Sad Milk crew rejoiced, with female director Claudia Lassa covering her mouth in disbelief, overwhelmed with emotion. It was no surprise that a film of such a nature would win an award. What could Chindakai possibly offer in comparison? Especially considering the latter half of Mei Lanfang was quite lackluster. Both Liu Yifei and Li Li were indifferent to this award, leaning against each other in conversation, offering polite applause upon the announcement of the grand prize. Chen Dakai's once stalwart figure slumped in disappointment against his chair, his face reflecting profound despondency. "Everyone, please hold your applause. I have not yet finished reading," announced the award presenter, leaving the audience momentarily bewildered. Was this the year of the dual Golden Bears? Every crew was filled with anticipation. Lili, Graviti. Lili stood in stunned silence. Could this truly be an award he could claim? Liu Yifei, brimming with excitement, enveloped him in a tight embrace. Awakening from his stupor, a smile spread across his face. Regardless of the reason behind the award, joy was warranted. At the host's prompting, under Liu Yifei's encouraging gaze, he rose from his seat and ascended the stage. He shook hands with the award presenter and the female director of Sad Milk. Overcome with emotion, he accepted the highest honor of the Berlin International Film Festival, the Golden Bear Trophy, a gleaming little golden bear. In his acceptance speech, he entirely mirrored Liu Yifei's earlier sentiments, first expressing gratitude in English, followed by a declaration of love for Liu Yifei in Chinese. To possess you can only signify one thing. I am the chosen one. He raised the trophy, delivering a double entendre. Returning to their seats, he embraced Liu Yifei. And in that moment, no one felt happier than they did. The award ceremony had just concluded, and the ensuing impact was only beginning. Photos of Li and Liu Yifei triumphantly holding their trophies circulated widely across the internet. Domestic media began to exert their influence, showering the two with lavish praise and extolling the film's content. Some reporters interviewed foreign viewers who had attended the screening of Gravity, and they expressed profound admiration for the film, deeming it a rare gem among space-themed cinema. Upon returning to the hotel, Liu Yifei gazed at Li with fervent emotion. She carefully set down the trophy and, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, leaped onto the bed, showering his face with kisses and playful nibbles. Li, unable to endure such indignity, flipped her over and restrained her playfully. Liu Yifei, her eyes glazed with desire, offered no resistance. Instead, she reciprocated his advances. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, startling the two impassioned souls. Li released Liu Yifei, suppressing the fervor within him, feeling both irritation at the interruption and a tinge of relief. "I'm sorry. It's all right," Liu Yifei replied, adjusting her disheveled attire. Taking a deep breath, she climbed off the bed and tidied Li's clothes, planting a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth. "Go see. There are likely many people looking for you." Li nodded. "Gent is strucken her. Wait for me a moment." He opened the door to find Han Samping standing there. "Show me your trophy," Han Samping exclaimed. His face lit with surprise, not expecting that they had indeed won an award, and a significant one at that. "This is a tangible achievement." Li presented his Golden Bear Trophy for Han to admire. "Not bad, not bad," Han Samping mused as he examined the trophy. "Your film is quite popular, and its prospects for international distribution look promising. How did you come to this idea?" After inspecting the trophy, Han Samping inquired about Li's distribution strategy. "I'm not very familiar with distribution. Could you assist me in determining the best approach?" "Lilieska," Han Samping, with his extensive experience in domestic distribution and frequent dealings with international companies, was well-versed in various distribution strategies. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Currently, there are two suitable distribution methods for you. The first is to sell the distribution rights outright for a lump sum. This method is straightforward and avoids future complications. The second option involves revenue sharing from the film's box office, where typically, overseas distribution yields between 13 to 20%. However, box office settlements tend to be slower." Han Samping elaborated on the distinctions between the two methods. Li, uncertain, decided to engage in discussions and consider offers before making a decision. "I'll help you schedule meetings and accompany you tomorrow." Li expressed his gratitude, and Han Samping waved goodbye, recognizing that Gravity's award was a significant achievement for him as well. Upon returning to their room, the intensity of their emotions had cooled considerably. "I'm going to take a shower," Liu Yifei announced, clutching her sleepwear as she entered the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air as Li admired her graceful silhouette, resisting the urge to rush in, choosing instead to appreciate her beauty from a distance. Once dressed in her sleepwear, Liu Yifei's cheeks glowed with a delicate flush. She did not shy away from Li's gaze, merely feeling a touch of bashfulness. Li approached and took the hairdryer from Liu Yifei's hands, meticulously drying her hair. Liu Yifei sat on the stool, gazing at the earnest Li, her eyes filled with a dreamy admiration. To grow old like this together isn't so bad after all. How beautiful! It seems almost surreal that such a stunning fairy could be my wife. It's like a dream. Li set down the hairdryer, lingering as he admired Liu Yifei's reflection in the mirror. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yifei turned around, reached out to wrap her arms around Li Li's neck, and planted a gentle kiss on his forehead. I am yours, now and forever. Yes, never to be apart, never to let go. They locked eyes, their gazes conveying deep affection. I can do this. Liu Yifei felt a pang of regret. She longed to be with Li Li, to merge with him in that very moment. Lily gently patted her head. Go rest. Tomorrow will be busy. Okay. A hint of disappointment flickered in Liu Yifei's heart. Lily took his pajamas and headed for the shower. The sound of rushing water struck Liu Yifei's nerves. The sight of his strong back made it difficult for her to contain herself. She pulled back the covers and walked toward the bathroom. Chapter 25. Returning with glory, Li Li was taken aback, instinctively shielding his vital areas. What do you intend to do? He inquired. I want. Liu Yifei replied without hesitation. No, you cannot. Leave now. Li insisted, his head throbbing, for he had matters to attend to the following day. You wash, and I will watch. She pouted discontentedly, leaning against the doorframe, her gaze fixed on Li Li as he bathed. A shiver ran down Li Li's spine. Despite himself, he felt an undeniable discomfort. The situation spiraled beyond his control, amplifying his embarrassment. He turned his back to Liu Yifei, unaware that she could observe him through the mirror. Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed, her heart equally shy, yet the affection swelling within her allowed her to embrace all of him without fear. Li clumsily dried himself off and slipped into his pajamas, hastily escaping the bathroom. A victorious smile graced Liu Yifei's lips as she embraced him from behind. Isn't this tough? She teased. Please, spare me. Lidi Graspit had hunt, never having imagined himself in such an awkward predicament. Fine, Liu Yifei relented, retracting her hand, understanding that his struggle stemmed from a place of tenderness for her. Love is possessive, yet it is also about restraint in moments of potential possession. They nestled against each other, defenseless yet suppressing their impulses. Across the domestic network, gravity catapulted Liu Yifei and Li Li into the limelight, becoming the hottest topic in the entertainment industry. Can you believe Liu Yifei won Best Actress? Many exclaimed in disbelief. The leap from being a mere pretty face in the industry to clinching the Best Actress award at the Berlin Film Festival was astonishing and unexpected. What kind of film is Gravity to deserve the Golden Bear? Curiosity swirled around the film, with initial perceptions branding it a simple narrative. However, interviews with audience members revealed it to be a space disaster film. Could such a genre be crafted by just two individuals? Detractors targeted Li Li and Liu Yifei, criticizing their film Gravity, yet in the face of two prestigious awards, all disparaging voices seemed feeble. Li Li and Liu Yifei, champions of international film festivals, were now heroes. The film, imbued with heartfelt themes, garnered significant attention from the promotional department, with calls from a sixth princess for interviews. Both of their phones buzzed incessantly, leading them to switch them off. The sixth princess's call eventually reached Han Samping, who sought Li Li's opinion. After conferring with Liu Yifei, they resolved to accept interviews upon their return home, scheduling a time. As for Director Chun and the crew, Lilin Guret, noticing the absence of the Mei Lanfang troupe at breakfast. They left last night. Han Samping replied nonchalantly. Opportunities are given. If one cannot seize them, there is little to be done. Lili remained uncertain about how he had earned the Golden Bear, while Han Samping possessed some insight. Over the years, German Chancellor Merkel had made several visits to foster bilateral relations, and it was inevitable that all matters, including film festivals, became politicized. Mei Lanfang's film quality barely scraped past the passing line, making it quite disheartening for the organizers to consider awarding it, let alone nominating it. In contrast, Gravity undeniably excelled, earning accolades for Best Actress and Best Film, with little dissent in its favor. I have arranged meetings with several international film distributors. Let us discuss matters shortly. Han Samping has devoted considerable effort to this film, and venturing abroad presents a splendid opportunity. Li Li and Liu Yifei exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the negotiation venue, after hearing the offer price, he expressed dissatisfaction with the direct sale of distribution rights, deeming the price too low. Ultimately, under Han Samping's witness, they signed a revenue-sharing distribution contract. The inherent quality of Gravity is commendable, enjoying a stellar reputation during screenings and garnering 2 prestigious awards. With an impressive 22% revenue share from overseas distribution. In international markets, distributors bear the cost of promotion, which allows for negotiating higher revenue shares. It is precisely because Gravity has won accolades that it secured such a substantial share. Conversely, domestic films often receive a meager 13% in overseas distribution. Once the distribution negotiations concluded, their journey to Berlin was also coming to an end. Liu Yifei met with Eliza to bid farewell to her British acquaintances, while Lily took a moment to say goodbye to old Hu, promising to send him a signed copy of Gravity. However, that could only be dispatched after the global release concluded, as one must always remain cautious. At the airport, the two turned to glance at the Berlin sky, believing that their time in Berlin would become a cherished memory. At Beijing Daxing International Airport, as they had just landed, airport staff escorted them through the VIP passage. As soon as their phones powered on, a call came through. "Teacher, we have just disembarked." Li answered the call. "Are you going to school tomorrow?" Upon hearing the teacher's request, Li felt a twinge of reluctance. After several days of anticipation, he longed to share a meal with Liu Yifei first. All right, he conceded. The school teacher was his most vital resource, making it difficult to refuse. Li exchanged a resigned smile with Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei also waved her phone at Li, revealing, "Teacher Wang Jinsong wants us both to come to school tomorrow." "Same here," Li replied. The timing was fortuitous, as both Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama were preparing for their entrance examinations, and having 2 students return with international awards warranted a promotional effort. The Best Film Golden Bear Award was manageable for Li, as he received it for the directing department of Beijing Film Academy, which was not overly significant. The crux lay in Liu Yifei's Best Actress win, which had triumphed over Memoirs of a Geisha. He was certain that the instructors at Beijing Film Academy would seize upon this point to deliver a blow to Central Academy of Drama. During their journey to Berlin, they traveled with 1 suitcase, but returned with 3, filled to the brim. Airport staff assisted them with a cart to carry their belongings. "Are you sure someone is coming to pick us up?" Li inquired of Liu Yifei. Prior to their return, he had contemplated how to navigate from the airport back home, worried about potential traffic delays when hailing a taxi. "Don't worry, I've made arrangements. They're already here." They had been waiting for a while in the VIP passage, hesitant to venture outside for fear of being surrounded by fans. The current fervor surrounding the two of them was quite considerable. "Here they come," Liu Yifei exclaimed. Li looked up to see a slightly plump young woman waving and running towards them, slightly out of breath. "I'm so sorry. I thought you would exit through the regular passage." The young woman apologized first. "It's quite all right. Did you come here by yourself?" Liu Yifei inquired. "Sister Jingying is waiting in the car. She is afraid to get out for fear of being recognized." Liu Yifei nodded and introduced her to Li. "This is Zhang Jingying's assistant. Sister Jingying said she would come and pick us up, so let us go." Li nodded, realizing that they could indeed use an assistant at this moment. He turned to Liu Yifei to discuss hiring one. Chapter 26. On the news broadcast with 3 large suitcases. They were fortunate that Zhang Liangying drove a spacious vehicle, accommodating 2 in the trunk and 1 in the back seat. Zhang Liangying and Liu Yifei squeezed into the rear, while Li took the front passenger seat, playing the role of a part-time driver. They refrained from idle chatter at the airport, despite donning masks and hats. There was still a lingering fear of being recognized. As the car departed from the airport, Liu Yifei introduced the two. "Li, this is Zhang Liangying, my dear sister, an exceptionally talented singer." "Hello, I'm Li, Shi's husband." Li turned to greet Zhang Liangying. "Hello," Zhang Liangying responded. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Li, thinking him strikingly handsome. No wonder she chose to marry him. In recent years, the music industry had faced significant decline, leaving many artists struggling. Zhang Liangying's status as an artist was not particularly high, her attire lacking in fashion, appearing somewhat outdated. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Li fell silent, allowing Zhang Liangying and Liu Yifei to engage in conversation. Shi, you are remarkable for winning the Silver Bear for Best Actress. Show me the trophy. It's in the suitcase. I'll show it to you when we get back." Liu Yifei beamed with joy. Your song Starry Sea is also beautiful, truly impressive, Zhang Liangying expressed with a hint of envy. It was only after singing the theme song for Painted Skin that she felt she had produced a true representative work. Released the previous night as the promotional song for the film, Starry Sea had garnered attention, prompting Han Samping to consult with Li Li about capitalizing on its popularity to set a release date following the film's accolades. It's not too bad. I practiced for quite a while. Although she had some shortcomings in her singing, the emotional depth of Starry Sea masked certain flaws. To achieve greater success in her singing career, she recognized the necessity of persistent practice in vocal techniques. Their conversation transitioned from music to film, with Zhang Liangying and Liu Yifei promising to support each other at the film's premiere. The car journeyed to Liu Yifei's villa, where Zhang Liangying eagerly urged Liu Yifei to reveal the trophy. From her suitcase, Liu Yifei retrieved a gift box and opened it to unveil 2 awards, 1 gold and 1 silver, nestled within. How beautiful! Zhang Liangying admired the trophies, not solely for their aesthetic appeal, but for the significance they represented. This was the highest accolade for actors. She wondered when she might earn a prestigious award as a singer. Zhang Liangying felt a pang of envy for Liu Yifei, who had achieved acclaim in both film and music. At noon, Zhang Liangying received a call. A last-minute performance opportunity arose, and she arranged to meet Liu Yifei when time permitted. In the afternoon, Li Li began tidying the villa, which had been neglected for over half a month. Liu Yifei joined Li Li in cleaning, wiping the tables with a cloth. Previously, they had relied on housekeepers for such tasks. She had never engaged in these chores herself. Now, cleaning alongside Li Li, she felt an overwhelming warmth, as if they were nurturing a small home together. After a busy afternoon, gazing at their refreshed abode, Liu Yifei felt a sense of accomplishment, fulfillment, and happiness. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, she watched Li Li preparing dinner, a wave of joy swelling within her heart. Liu Yifei approached, embracing Li Li from behind, resting her face against his back. Don't distract me while I'm cooking. The frying will create a mess. Please step outside and wait. Li Li shook her body gently, urging Liu Yifei to go outside. No. Liu Yifei clung tightly to Li Li, unwilling to part from her even for a moment. If you keep this up, I won't be able to cook. The food will burn. She clung to Li Li like a koala, taking one step at a time, leaving Li Li flustered. No matter how it turns out, I'm willing to eat it. Li Li sighed, realizing she had become love-struck. Turning around, he lifted Liu Yifei and tossed her onto the couch in the living room, playfully slapping her a few times. Get a grip. Don't follow me, or I'll make your backside feel like it's been split in 2, he said fiercely. Back in the kitchen, Li Li swiftly prepared several dishes. Hearing the stove turn off, Liu Yifei came over to help serve the food, taking bowls and chopsticks, and sat beside Li Li. Can't you sit across from me? Li Li asked with a hint of exasperation. Since the afternoon, Liu Yifei had been persistently clinging to him, this infatuation bringing him both happiness and annoyance. No, it's much better to eat together. Liu Yifei pouted, and Li Li found himself utterly defenseless against her charm. Wait, you're not my ethereal and noble fairy sister. Who on earth are you? Li Li pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Yifei. I'm not a fairy sister. I'm Liu Yifei. After finishing their meal, Liu Yifei took the initiative to clear the dishes while Li Li went to take a shower, preparing to rest. Having flown for over 10 hours and then worked all day, he felt quite fatigued. He watched the news for a while, catching the headlines about the awards received by Li Li and Liu Yifei, which were trending. Stars and Sea also reached the forefront of trending topics. The top trending topic praised the aerospace industry and shared accolades for Liu Yifei. In the evening news broadcast, they interviewed researchers in the aerospace sector, using Stars and Sea as the backdrop. The interviewed department spoke of the arduous journey of the aerospace industry and its unwavering spirit. In the final segment, CCTV showcased the challenges and achievements encountered on the path of national aerospace development, with Liu Yifei's voice resonating throughout. I come to you, crossing stars, and seize the burning star in my heart, accompanying me bravely forward. CCTV did not mention Liu Yifei, yet the audience heard her name in every word. Liu Yifei's popularity soared, and the songwriters, including Li Li, received attention as well. Written by Li, sung by Liu Yifei. The couple accomplished everything together. Gravity was also directed by Li, starring Liu Yifei. The film featured only Li and Liu Yifei as actors, shot entirely by the two of them. Previously, when a film with two actors was mentioned, most people would instinctively chuckle. Many were eager to discover what the film was truly about, wondering if it was a space action romance. Could this be the legendary perfect match? Impossible, my fairy sister. You cannot be so deeply entangled. Winning award abroad, receiving national praise, Gravity, you have successfully piqued my interest. I must see it. Numerous individuals expressed curiosity about the film Gravity. Go sleep upstairs. After Liu Yifei finished washing the dishes, she did not find Li in the living room and hurried to the bedroom in search of him. She discovered that Li had already taken a shower and was lying on the bed, inviting him to come upstairs. The upstairs was the master bedroom, while the downstairs was a guest room. No need, this is quite comfortable. Liu Yifei looked at Li, contemplated for a moment, then dashed upstairs, returning with her pajamas before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. Upon emerging, she nestled into Li's embrace. What are you doing? Lilieska, wrapping his arms around Liu Yifei. From now on, you shall be the master of the house. Wherever you are, that is where I shall be, Liu Yifei declared. She mistakenly believed that Li was refraining from going upstairs because the villa belonged to her. We have to go to school tomorrow, otherwise. Do you think I will let you off the hook? Li retorted with irritation. He did not wish to forego dinner, after all, as he had matters to attend to the next day. He planned to savor Liu Yifei tonight, leaving him unable to accomplish anything the following day. Upon realizing Li's thoughts, Liu Yifei immediately smiled, unafraid of his intentions. Did you see the news? Your song made it to the evening news. Li handed her the news article. What? Really? She took the phone, watching the video clip from the news broadcast, her excitement palpable. Upon reading the comments from netizens, tears of joy streamed down her face. After 2 long years, she had finally regained the recognition of her online followers, and her fans had returned. Chapter 27. The trophy of our family. As dawn broke, Li felt a sense of unease weighing upon his chest. He opened his eyes to find a delicate, white arm draped across him. Ba, he murmured, seeking solace for his troubled mind. With resolute determination, he extricated himself from the warmth of the bed, donned his clothes, and proceeded to freshen up. Liu Yifei stirred, her face flushed with an indescribable expression, leaving one to wonder whether it was joy or disappointment. Clutching the blanket, she lay there, blinking vacantly, lost in thought, until Li called out to her for breakfast. Rise and shine, little lazy pig. Breakfast is almost ready. He knocked on the bedroom door, rousing Liu Yifei from a reverie. You are the pig, you big white pig, she retorted, sitting up and hurling her pillow at him, which Li deftly caught. Oof. Noticing his gaze, Liu Yifei gathered her pajamas, descended from the bed, slipped into her pink cotton slippers, and playfully nudged him aside as she made her way past. Step aside, I need to change. I must take a look. Li followed her upstairs, prompting Liu Yifei to roll her eyes dramatically before giving him a playful shove down the stairs. After some playful banter and a hearty breakfast, the two found themselves at the entrance, where Liu Yifei sat on a stool, extending her petite foot. I don't want to move. You help me. At your command. Princess Cici. Li knelt before her, tenderly grasping her soft foot in his hands, as if cradling a precious gem. He gently massaged it, while stealing glances at Liu Yifei, who, though her cheeks were slightly flushed, showed no resistance to his affection, even appearing somewhat pleased. After a while, realizing they needed to leave, he retrieved a pair of white socks from the nearby cabinet and helped her into them, selecting a pair of shoes that complemented her attire. Don't move. Liu Yifei insisted as she adjusted his clothing, smoothing out the wrinkles, and seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on his cheek. Li drove them out, and upon arriving at the north gate, they were met with a throng of people, including teachers and security personnel maintaining order. 2 banners hung prominently. One proclaimed the joyous news of Li from the directing department winning the Golden Bear for Best Film at the Berlin International Film Festival, while the other celebrated Liu Yifei from the acting department for her Silver Bear as Best Actress. Attracted by the commotion, passers-by paused to observe. They've arrived, someone shouted. recognizing the approaching vehicle, as Liu Yifei had been here a few times before. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The raucous celebration at the school gate was a source of embarrassment for Li, who felt a strong urge to drive away. Sharing a glance with Liu Yifei, they both recognized the awkwardness of the moment. Reluctantly, they exited the car. Is this really necessary, teacher? He asked, holding Liu Yifei's hand as they approached the gate. Noting the multitude of teachers present, addressing Tian Zhuangzhuang. Absolutely necessary. Bring out the trophy. Tian Zhuangzhuang replied, relinquishing Liu Yifei's hand. Li opened the ornate gift box to reveal two gleaming trophies, the sound of cameras clicking resounding all around them. Several hands reached out simultaneously. Ahem. Tian Zhuangzhuang coughed as he reached for the Golden Bear trophy, while Wang Jinsong swiftly seized the Silver Bear trophy. The two exchanged glances for a moment, feeling unperturbed, before handing the trophies to Li and Liu Yifei, urging them to hold them aloft. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air once more as the two posed under the guidance of their teachers. After a considerable time, they were finally permitted to wander into the campus. He grasped Liu Yifei's hand, initially intending to follow Tian Zhuangzhuang to the directing department, but was intercepted by Wang Jinsong. Liu Yifei, clutching the Silver Bear, was whisked away to the acting department. Thank you, teacher. Upon returning to Tian Zhuangzhuang's office, he expressed his gratitude. The filming equipment for their movie had been rented through Tian Zhuangzhuang, who had charged merely a deposit. This is your own talent. Even if the school hadn't lent you the equipment, you would have managed just fine. Tian Zhuangzhuang was exceedingly pleased with Li's performance, deeming it a fair assessment to call him exceptionally gifted. The song he composed had even made it to the national news broadcast, bringing honor to the school. Another piece, Floating Light, was also immensely popular, evoking a sense of enduring time. If you truly feel indebted, simply leave the trophy at the school. Li glanced at the Golden Bear trophy in his hands and immediately concealed it behind his back. That teacher, this teacher, his gaze flickered, as if he were tempted to flee with the trophy. It's not yours to keep. It's merely a temporary arrangement for the school until you graduate. Tian Zhuangzhuang chuckled at Li's reaction. Oh, that's manageable. Li sighed in relief, knowing he had 6 months until graduation, making it feasible to leave it at school for that duration. Tian Zhuangzhuang retrieved a glass display case from the cabinet, signaling Li to hand over the trophy. Teacher, you had this planned all along, didn't you? You even prepared a display case. Li quipped, placing the Golden Bear trophy inside the case. Tian Zhuangzhuang wiped the case with a towel, searching for an appropriate place to display it. All right, you are free to go. With the Golden Bear trophy secured, Tian Zhuangzhuang waved Li off, as if dismantling the bridge after crossing it. Li, momentarily speechless, observed Tian Zhuangzhuang's jubilant demeanor and refrained from reclaiming the trophy. He sought out Liu Yifei, but was halted by Wang Jinsong, who insisted he give a lecture to the students of the acting department. The current students had been summoned to a large classroom, where Liu Yifei was eloquently speaking. Teacher, I'm just a directing student. What do I know about lecturing? Li protested. You've won an award. Surely you can teach. When it became apparent that Li was reluctant to lecture, Wang Jinsong suggested, just say a few words of encouragement. Resigned, Li stood at the doorway, waiting. Upon spotting him, Liu Yifei beamed as if she had found a savior and gestured for him to approach. A dead comrade is better than a living monk, he faltered, feigning ignorance and turning to flee. In the car, Liu Yifei playfully grabbed and punched Li's shoulder in frustration, exclaiming her irritation at him for abandoning her in her moment of need. That scoundrel saw my plea for help and chose to run away instead. You have no idea how disheartening it is to face so many admiring younger students. To speak is one thing, but to avoid uttering any missteps is quite another. She had received no prior notice and was unexpectedly summoned by the teacher to address the large classroom. There she was, singing, showcasing trophies, and recounting experiences from the Berlin Film Festival, all while striving to elevate the essence of her presentation. Her mind felt as if it were on the verge of exhaustion. Do you see this? This strand of hair is a result of your failure to assist me, Liu Yifei exclaimed, brandishing a long hair and pointing accusingly at Li. Li dared not utter a word, only pleading for mercy and ultimately agreeing to a series of inequitable terms that would appease Liu Yifei. "Where's your trophy?" Liu Yifei inquired, noticing the absence of Li's trophy from the gift box, her expression one of disbelief. "The teacher has kept it," Li explained. "How could Teacher Tian do this? That trophy belongs to our family. I shall retrieve it." Liu Yifei protested vehemently, determined that her husband's trophy should not be taken by the teacher. With that, she pushed open the car door, intent on confronting Tian Zhuangzhuang. Chapter 28. Blossoming peach blossoms. Liu Yifei reclined on the sofa, while Li tenderly kneaded her calves. Her smooth skin was a delight to touch. This was one of the unequal treaties he had signed, providing Liu Yifei with massages. Li found this arrangement quite agreeable. After all, it was merely a matter of giving massages, something he could do every day without complaint. Liu Yifei's calves were not only silky, but also possessed a muscular firmness, likely a result of her rigorous training for action films. The tautness of her muscles exuded a sense of power. Li pondered whether he would be able to hold his own against Liu Yifei in a scuffle. As his hands wandered upward from her calves, Liu Yifei, who was still resting on the sofa, exhibited no reaction. Surely, her thighs could benefit from some attention as well. After all, last time when he had offered to massage her calves, she had been reluctant to lift her skirt. His hands continued their ascent, seeking out the softest spots to knead. "You lecher," Liu Yifei scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at Li, indifferent to whether he was merely massaging or groping, as she scrolled through comments on her phone. After a night of fermentation, the impact of the news broadcast had spread, and Starry Sea had become a popular song. 7 out of the top 10 trending topics were related to Liu Yifei and gravity. The comments section was overwhelmingly positive, with the majority of netizens expressing their fondness for the song. Isn't this the modern version of the perfect couple, where the wife sings and the husband follows, both working together to maintain their home? Liu Yifei was particularly fond of this comment and promptly liked it on her account. While Liu Yifei was engrossed in the comments, Li continued to massage her with one hand, playing with his phone on the sofa. Liu Yifei soon realized she could no longer feel his movements and turned to see him reclining casually. She adjusted her position, leaning against him, seeking comfort in their closeness. After lunch, Li and Liu Yifei ventured out once more, this time heading to the Sixth Princess department for an interview they had scheduled in Berlin. "I practiced this song for over 2 months, with Master Ma continuously pointing out my flaws. Yet, I still struggled to sing it well. I mentioned this to Li, who helped me find a wealth of resources, and it dawned upon me how arduous our aerospace endeavors truly are." Liu Yifei discussed the challenges she faced during the filming and recording of the song. "How did your acting improve so dramatically?" she was asked. "At that time, I encountered certain circumstances and was prepared to retire. This performance was meant to be my final act, one I desired to perform for myself, to achieve personal satisfaction." The Sixth Princess graciously addressed the online controversies, aiding Liu Yifei in clarifying some of the unfounded rumors. "Are you feeling better?" Upon exiting the Sixth Princess, Liu Yifei's eyes were moist. When questioned about the online slander and attacks, her emotions overwhelmed her, and tears were inevitable. "Yes." Liu Yifei smiled softly. "It's all in the past." She nodded, acknowledging that while the Sixth Princess could not erase the hurt from her past, it could illuminate a brighter future. After dinner, Liu Yifei leaned against Li. The television played the recently premiered My Brigade Leader, and Li watched intently. This series never failed to captivate. Liu Yifei, however, seemed somewhat distracted, glancing up at Li. Her fingers traced circles on his chest, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. In a commercial break during a television drama, Liu Yifei inquired, "Do you have anything planned for tomorrow?" "No," replied Li, distracted by the advertisement, his hand gently caressing Liu Yifei's back. "Do we not have to rise early tomorrow?" She asked again. You can wake up at any time. If breakfast is cold, I shall warm it for you," Li said tenderly, stroking her hair. "Are we not going out tomorrow?" "No, we can simply stay at home." Liu Yifei, feeling exasperated, questioned, "Must you be so explicit?" She lifted her gaze to meet Li's playful eyes, instantly realizing he had caught on to her predicament and was amused by it. "I shall fight back." Embarrassed and irritated, she pinched the soft flesh at Li Li's waist and playfully nipped at him. Ouch! Li yelped, trying to fend off Liu Yifei's playful assault. After a brief bout of playfulness, Liu Yifei found herself subdued by Li, and their eyes locked. Are you truly prepared? Li asked her. Yes. Liu Yifei's eyes shimmered with affection, akin to water, filled with a tender yearning, as if they might melt away. Flowers bloom in Xiandu on the 7th of March. Red rain and blue dew should know each other. The flower thief steals the fragrant dew. The sweet peach lies quietly by the fragrant stream. Why are you awake already? I've slept the whole day. She embraced Li's neck, leaning against him. Is it always like this? It feels unbearable. It takes a day to recover. How can one live like this every day? Not at all. Li comforted her, explaining the reasons behind it, leaving her cheeks flushed. Their love was palpable, their hearts entwined, as they grew increasingly affectionate, even feeding each other during meals. Hey, can you two behave normally? There are others here. Zhang Jingying, a guest, protested as she noticed the couple's display of affection, having barely touched her meal. How was the sales of your album? With Zhang Jingying's hand striking the table in protest, Liu Yifei reigned in her enthusiasm and inquired about Zhang Jingying's album. Sales are dismal. Zhang Jingying lamented. In January of this year, she released her album, but the music industry was in decline and none of the songs had gained traction, resulting in poor sales. Even online piracy was scarce, a testament to the album's lack of appeal. Are you heading to Hunan tomorrow? Zhang Jingying, not wanting to dwell on her album's misfortunes, asked. Yes, they're inviting us to their base for a show, just in time to promote Gravity. The film's promotion was managed by China Film, who required their cooperation. With the movie set to premiere soon, one would expect a robust promotional effort. However, without a manager, their arrangements were limited to a few major variety shows and interviews. You should find a manager and an assistant. Zhang Jingying advised Liu Yifei. Mother is coming back. Liu Yifei announced. Chapter 29. Aunt Liu returns. He teacher. I was picked up by the television station's vehicle. He Jion welcomed me with the happy family. Yifei, Didactoli. You have arrived. Thank you for your hard work. He Jion and the others were quite courteous, likely due to Liu Yifei's current popularity. An international award has elevated her status, surpassing the fame she had before facing criticism. Wow, Yifei, you look absolutely stunning. Sienna exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, rushing over to clasp Liu Yifei's hand. After exchanging greetings with Li and several hosts from the happy family, He Jiong took the script from his assistant and handed it to Li. Take a look and see if there's anything that cannot be said. Li glanced through it, finding nothing overly inappropriate. After reviewing it, he passed the script to Liu Yifei, allowing her to have a look, as she was the primary focus of the program, while Li was merely a supplementary figure. Both of them were currently basking in high popularity, having recently appeared on the news broadcast with accolades from the aerospace department. The script for Happy Camp was crafted with great friendliness. Liu Yifei had no objections and returned the script to He Jiong after a brief conversation. The entire recording venue was warm and accommodating towards both of them, while the members of Flying V were playfully vying for their spotlight, much to the chagrin of Sienna and the others. As the program concluded, the happy family elevated the theme, culminating the recording with Liu Yifei's enchanting rendition of Starry Sea. How do you feel? Upon returning to the hotel, Liu Yifei inquired about Li's impressions of the recording. Chaotic and frustrating. Li expressed his discontent with the repetitive nature of variety shows, where even laughter had to be re-recorded if it was deemed out of place. You saw how the happy family treated us. Flying V really put them through the ringer. After taking a shower, Liu Yifei sat beside Li, handing him a towel. Li accepted the towel, drying Liu Yifei's hair before retrieving a hairdryer to help her dry it. The four members of Flying V, with their countless scheming glances, not only wished to vie for our spotlight, but also compete amongst themselves. Prior to the recording, He Jiong had informed Li that their screen time would be roughly equivalent to that of Flying V. Li conferred with the production team, ensuring that Liu Yifei's screen time was prioritized. The script was already favorable to them, and Li chose not to compete, as Liu Yifei had ample opportunities to shine. The recording with Flying V was far more entertaining than the scripted arrangements, marked by the members' open and covert rivalries for the limelight. What do those men even amount to? Given the chance, I shall show you the fervor with which we women seize the spotlight. Liu Yifei gazed into the mirror, admiring Li, who was diligently drying her hair. He appeared undeniably handsome. Perhaps not. At Liu Yifei's remark, Li recalled the show Flowers and Youth, particularly Jing Baran's despondent expression. It was said that after that program, he developed an aversion to women, even altering his sexual orientation. Seeing the look of fear in Li's eyes, Liu Yifei chuckled lightly, remarking that the competition among male artists for screen time and prominence was child's play compared to that of female artists. Having navigated the entertainment industry for 6 or 7 years, she considered herself a participant. While she often played the lead in variety shows, she had also faced her share of discomfort. However, this recording felt remarkably pleasant, with friendly hosts and Li by her side. Before the water splashed by Fei Luan Hai could reach her, it was intercepted by Li. After a brief conversation, the two retired to their beds, as they were to return to the capital the following day. Andy, Li felt a flutter of anxiety upon returning from Hunan. She was surprised to find that Liu Yifei's mother had come to pick her up, mistakenly believing that Liu Xiaoli would not arrive for a few more days. Liu Xiaoli wore a rather displeased expression. She had arrived the previous day, and since both Li and Liu Yifei were in Hunan, she had taken a taxi home alone. The villa had not changed much, save for the abundance of masculine belongings that had accumulated. The decor suggested that her daughter and Li were leaning toward a lifestyle akin to that of a married couple. Although somewhat mentally prepared, Liu Xiaoli found the reality quite uncomfortable. She had never anticipated that a casual arrangement to marry a man for pretense would lead to her daughter being entangled in such a relationship. Get in the car, Liu Xiaoli commanded in a low voice. Observing Li's guilty demeanor, Liu Yifei stifled a smile, extending her hand to grasp Li's, ushering him into the back seat. Liu Xiaoli noted her daughter's subtle gesture and sighed inwardly, recognizing that Liu Yifei was indeed deeply enmeshed in this affair. As Liu Xiaoli drove, she frequently glanced at the two in the rearview mirror. They sat closely together, exchanging glances without uttering a word. It was evident to her that the bond between her daughter and Li was quite strong, and she sighed, realizing that she could not intervene. Upon returning to the villa, Liu Xiaoli settled onto the sofa, while Li and Liu Yifei cautiously took their seats opposite her. Andy, I genuinely care for Qian. I am willing to cherish and look after her for a lifetime. Although a tinge of apprehension lingered, Li stepped forward, expressing his desire to be truly with Liu Yifei. Liu Xiaoli regarded him in silence. Mom, I missed you so much, Liu Yifei exclaimed, running to Liu Xiaoli and affectionately clinging to her arm. Liu Xiaoli shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. Perhaps her overprotectiveness had allowed Li to ensnare her daughter in just a few months. While embracing her mother's arm, Liu Yifei signaled to Li. It's nearly noon. I'll go prepare lunch, Li announced, rising to head to the kitchen. Mom, thank you. Liu Yifei leaned against her mother. Qian, are you serious? Liu Xiaoli asked with a serious tone. Mom, I'm 22. Liu Yifei countered, emphasizing her age. Many female entertainers in the industry were in their 30s and 40s and still unmarried. Mom, I don't wish to end up like that. He is wonderful. Thank you for helping me find such a suitable partner. Liu Xiaoli fell silent. She had been aware of Li's recent endeavors, including songwriting and filmmaking. She had yet to see Gravity, but both Starry Sea and Flickering Light were exceptionally brilliant. The quality of these two songs far surpassed the album she had initially arranged for her daughter. Mom, daughters inevitably grow up. Liu Xiaoli sighed, her expression softening. Her daughter had matured and formed her own opinions. Perhaps it was indeed time to let go. Having raised her daughter alone, her heart brimmed with reluctance. The two women sat on the sofa, whispering to each other. Auntie, Qian, lunch is ready, Li called as he emerged from the kitchen. Liu Xiaoli's expression had softened. She gazed at Liu Yifei, who offered her a reassuring glance. At the dining table, although still somewhat reserved, Liu Xiaoli observed the subtle interactions between her daughter and Li. She remained discreet, attentively watching their demeanor. What are your plans for the upcoming schedule? After the meal, Liu Xiaoli inquired about any work arrangements for the two. None, Liu Yifei replied. China Film hasn't assigned us any promotional tasks. Liu Xiaoli found herself at a loss for words. After all, why should China Film assist in securing engagements for them? After clarifying their situation, Liu Xiaoli took over their work responsibilities, including the management of the shell company they had registered. Following lunch, Liu Xiaoli ventured out. She first reached out to her former assistant and driver. The driver had already found new employment, but the assistant was still without a job. Accepting Liu Xiaoli's invitation, the assistant was willing to return to work. Liu Yifei's decision to withdraw from the industry had left her assistant heartbroken for several days. Liu Yifei had treated her assistant well, as the role in the entertainment industry is notoriously challenging, with most artists being difficult to please. Liu Xiaoli did not return until late in the evening, discovering a note on the table indicating that the two had left her dinner in the kitchen. She heated the food and had a quick meal, organizing her thoughts for the upcoming tasks. Afterwards, she made her way to Liu Yifei's bedroom to discuss their future arrangements. Chapter 30. The blocked room. Liu Xiaoli knocked at Liu Yifei's bedroom door for quite some time, but when there was no response, she gently pushed it open. The door was unlocked, and upon entering, she turned on the light. To her surprise, no one was there. A fleeting thought crossed her mind about where her daughter might be, stirring a sense of unease within her. The room that once belonged to her daughter was now transformed. 2 pillows, 2 pairs of slippers, and the formerly youthful decor had become infused with numerous masculine belongings. Even the wardrobe was adorned with men's clothing. From the arrangement, it was evident that her daughter and Li Li's lives had become intricately intertwined. A sense of frustration welled up within her, although she had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing her daughter's transition still left her quite displeased. She switched off the light and retreated to her own room, deciding it was best to address the matter tomorrow. Early the next morning, Liu Xiaoli awoke and settled into the living room to peruse the entertainment news. Her daughter, along with Stars, Sea, and Gravity, was still trending. The sustained popularity surrounding her daughter was not only enduring, but also filled with positivity and enthusiasm. The success of her work played a significant role, particularly with the release of the second promotional video for Gravity, alongside the song Floating Light, which had swept across the internet. This melody, in conjunction with the promotional video, evoked a sense of nostalgia, portraying humanity's insignificance in the vastness of space, akin to dust in the passage of time. She could not deny that Li indeed possessed talent. Why had it not been revealed before? Could it be, as one netizen suggested, that he and her daughter were a modern-day match made in heaven, destined to create the most breathtaking works together? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Li emerged from his room, just waking up and intending to wash up. Upon catching sight of Liu Xiaoli's back, he froze momentarily. Liu Yifei was still asleep in his bed. Concerned for Liu Xiaoli the previous night, he chose not to sleep upstairs, as Liu Yifei was accustomed to sleeping in his embrace, and after a while, she could no longer bear it and hurried downstairs to find him. Hearing the commotion, Liu Xiaoli glanced back but continued to focus on the news. "Annie, Liliga," a hint of nervousness evident in his voice. Liu Xiaoli nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. After washing up, he proceeded to prepare breakfast. Once breakfast was ready, and finding that Liu Yifei had not yet risen, he returned to her room to wake her. "Avekend bililis zentel nudging." Liu Yifei blinked her sleepy eyes and, upon seeing him, stretched out her arms. "Hug!" she exclaimed. "Hurry up, Annie's waiting outside." "Ah!" Liu Yifei gasped, suddenly recalling her mother was at home. "Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" She swiftly shed her nightgown and donned the clothes Li handed her, all the while grumbling about him. By the time I got up, Annie was already awake, sitting in the living room with a rather intimidating expression. Li described his sentiments upon seeing Liu Xiaoli. It wasn't he that he was particularly afraid of Liu Xiaoli. Rather, the natural guilt of having affected her daughter weighed heavily on him. As long as he continued to love Liu Yifei, he would invariably feel humble in Liu Xiaoli's presence. As Liu Yifei stepped outside, she was met with the sight of her mother, arms crossed, gazing intently at the door. Despite reaching an age of maturity, being in love with Li, and willingly sharing their lives together, the mere fact of being caught by her mother made her feel a twinge of guilt. "I'm off to wash up." She hurried straight to the bathroom. "Auntie, Let's have breakfast, Lily called out. Liu Xiaoli nodded slightly, though her face remained expressionless. Inwardly, she had grown more accepting of Li compared to the previous day. It was evident that in every aspect of their daily life, Lily was the one taking care of her daughter. Liu Yifei often slept in, couldn't cook, was inept at household chores, and even struggled with dressing herself properly. After breakfast, Liu Xiaoli outlined their work schedule, to which both nodded without objection. Before concluding, she subtly reminded them to take precautions and avoid having children too soon. The doorbell rang, and Li went to answer it. Yifei? Oh, it's you, brother-in-law. I'm Yifei's assistant, Wang Jing. Wang Jing, realizing it was Li who opened the door, quickly explained her purpose for visiting. Come in. Liu Xiaoli had already informed them earlier. She had rehired Liu Yifei's former assistant. Thank you. Wang Jing stepped inside, changed into slippers, and entered the living room. Yifei, she exclaimed upon seeing Liu Yifei rushing over. Jing. Liu Yifei was equally delighted, embracing her warmly. As they caught up, Wang Jing congratulated Liu Yifei on overcoming her recent struggles. Shortly after, Liu Xiaoli emerged, and Wang Jing stood to greet her. With a dismissive wave, Liu Xiaoli began detailing the day's agenda. At 10 a.m., there's an interview with Beijing Central TV. She briefed them on the interview details, and once everyone was prepared, they set off. Lily took the wheel as the driver. Liu Yifei had wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but was pulled to the back by Liu Xiaoli, leaving Wang Jing to occupy the front. At Beijing Central TV, Lily was also part of the interview, primarily discussing Gravity and the two prestigious awards it had won. Toward the end of the program, Liu Yifei inevitably had to sing. Her songs were currently trending, and no talk show would pass up the chance to capitalize on that popularity. With Liu Xiaoli's meticulous planning, their lives suddenly became a whirlwind of activity. This hectic schedule significantly boosted Liu Yifei's career, further expanding her fame. I'm almost sick of singing, Liu Yifei grumbled in the car, leaning against Li, complaining about having to perform on every show. Liu Xiaoli had hired a new driver, freeing Li from chauffeur duties. Now, he sat in the back with Liu Yifei, their closeness no longer concealed from Liu Xiaoli, who chose to ignore it. After weeks of constant travel, Liu Xiaoli had witnessed firsthand how attentively Li cared for Liu Yifei, solidifying her approval of their relationship. This is the last engagement. The premiere is the day after tomorrow, so rest well tomorrow, Liu Xiaoli announced. Finally, Liu Yifei cheered. She was genuinely exhausted from the relentless schedule, longing for the days on set when it was just her and Li. Gravity was set to have a grand premiere. Initially, Li had been reluctant, but under the insistence of his mentor Tian Zhuang, Han Sanping, and Liu Xiaoli, he and Liu Yifei had no choice but to comply. On the television, My Chief and My Regiment played, a series Li adored. Liu Yifei nestled against him, keeping him company. After months of living together, she had come to understand that aside from tinkering with computers and gaming, this was his favorite show. Due to her commitments to commercial performances, Liu Yifei was unable to fully watch the television drama, yet she gleaned some understanding of its content, the harrowing battles, and the even more brutal politics. As the series concluded, Lily fell into a profound silence, deeply affected by the ending. Xiaoli Z, smile a little. I have a gift for you. Liu Yifei, wishing to lift Li's spirits, playfully straddled his lap. What gift? Li, concerned about Liu Yifei's balance, wrapped his arms around her waist and gazed at her with a smile. A kiss. I'll go get it. Liu Yifei leaned closer to Li's face. Such requests could be made 100 times a day. Li, without hesitation, leaned in for a kiss. 295. Chapter 31. The conflict with Liu Xiaoli having obtained the graphics card, Lily cast Liu Yifei aside and hurried to the training room to install it in the computer. Liu Yifei was irate. She could not fathom the allure of computer games. Even if the games were enjoyable, could they compare to her presence? Discontent, she followed Li to the training room, which was originally designated for her physical training but now housed 2 computers. Li's computer was evidently modified, while the other was Liu Yifei's. She longed to accompany Li in gaming, yet each time, he dismissed her. Look, it's running. It's genuine. Li exclaimed in delight, for this was the latest graphics card available, though it fell short of his expectations. Nevertheless, given the limitations of the times, It was the best he could procure. He rose and embraced Liu Yifei, planting a fervent kiss on her lips. "Thank you, my dearest wife." A smile graced Liu Yifei's face. This was more like it. As she watched Li disassemble the computer once more, murmuring about the motherboard, core, and cooling system, she noticed the meticulous care with which he wiped each component. His focus radiated a certain indescribable joy. After observing him for a while, she changed into exercise attire to practice her movements. Li reassembled the computer, booted it up, and soon, lines of code appeared on the screen. His fingers danced over the keyboard, conjuring illusions with each keystroke. Though they busied themselves with their respective tasks, a gentle clamor filled the air, harmonious in its essence. Having completed her routine, Liu Yifei glanced at the clock and realized it was quite late. She approached Li from behind and called to him. Startled, he noticed it was already 10 o'clock. He entered the final few characters and shut down the screen. "Let us rest," Li suggested. "I'm exhausted." Liu Yifei replied softly, her voice delicate. Li scooped her up in a princess carry, and she wrapped her arms around his neck as they exited the training room. Upon leaving, they encountered Liu Xiaoli. Li felt a wave of embarrassment and contemplated putting Liu Yifei down. Yet, Liu Yifei clung tightly to him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, too shy to face Liu Xiaoli, unwilling to let go. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Liu Xiaoli sighed internally, but exhibited no outward reaction as she retreated to her room. After carrying Liu Yifei back to her chamber, Li tossed her onto the bed and playfully spanked her. "Do you realize how awkward you've made me? If you hadn't been teasing her, this wouldn't have happened. Well, if you dare to retort, just wait and see how I will discipline you." The following morning, both were roused early. Liu Xiaoli prepared breakfast, and after they ate, she instructed them to change into suitable attire and accompany her outside. At the state guest house, the venue arranged by Han Samping, Liu Xiaoli had coordinated the setup the previous day, with invitations already dispatched. Han Samping and Tian Zhuang assisted with the invitations, while Liu Yifei had distributed several herself, leaving Li completely uninvolved. The premiere was scheduled for the afternoon, yet Liu Xiaoli insisted they arrive at the state guest house well in advance. The two exchanged glances, resigned to the tasks ahead. Li felt relatively at ease with merely greeting guests, while Liu Yifei had a busy agenda. After welcoming guests, she was to perform, singing 2 songs and then toasting the attendees. This was simply unacceptable. After reviewing Liu Yifei's schedule, he outright tore up the protocol for toasting. When Liu Xiaoli heard about it, she came over immediately. "What's the meaning of having her go toast? I'll go instead." Li argued firmly with Liu Xiaoli. "She is the resource. Those people don't need her to know them. They should be the ones trying to know her." Liu Xiaoli was stunned by Li's sudden assertiveness. He had always been rather meek in front of her, rarely opposing her opinions. She hadn't expected such a vehement reaction this time. Her gaze shifted to her daughter. Liu Yifei was staring at Li with blind admiration, her eyes sparkling. Clearly, she had no thoughts of her own on the matter. "Auntie, these people can't offer you any benefits, and they won't be of any help to Qianqian," Li pressed. After a moment of silence, Liu Xiaoli nodded in reluctant agreement. The reason Li had never objected to her arrangements before was that they had genuinely been beneficial for Liu Yifei. But forcing her to toast held no meaning. What could these directors, big shots, or company executives possibly do for her? It was just like with Huai brothers. If you didn't sign with them, yet still took their resources, who else would they target but you? After this lesson, Liu Xiaoli had hoped to use today's event to mend some bridges. But in Li's eyes, it was utterly unnecessary. If you can bring them profit, they'll come to you willingly. If you're useless to them, even kowtowing 1 help, they'll still crush you the moment they get the chance. Sometimes, he found Liu Xiaoli's way of handling things rather naive. At noon, during lunch, he sent Liu Yifei away and had a frank conversation with Liu Xiaoli. His words were far from friendly, even bordering on harsh, and she left with a stormy expression. When the door opened, Liu Yifei shot Li a worried glance. Seeing his reassuring nod, she hurried after her mother. Over an hour later, she returned, holding the full itinerary for the premiere. "Mom wants you to look it over and see if anything needs changing," Liu Yifei said, tried her best to maintain an angry facade. Yet the joy in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Her fear that her mother and Li might have clashed had proven unfounded. Instead, Liu Xiaoli had genuinely acknowledged Li's role and entrusted her entirely to him. Fool, Li Tesa, Binxing Liu Yifei Isanosha. He took the schedule, skimmed through it, and found no major issues. The real problem now was that his mother-in-law was upset, and instead of comforting her, Liu Yifei had come back practically gloating. Li and Liu Yifei went to find Liu Xiaoli. Her face was unreadable, though it certainly wasn't cheerful. Mom. Liu Yifei clung to her arm, swaying playfully. Stop that. You're married now. Still acting like a child? Liu Xiaoli scolded. Liu Yifei stuck out her tongue helplessly and glanced at Li. He picked up Liu Yifei's water cup and handed it to Liu Xiaoli. Under Liu Yifei's stun gaze, he said, Mom, have some water. You little rascal. Liu Xiaoli finally cracked. This is exactly how you tricked me into letting you and Qianqian get married. Today's Li surprised her immensely, particularly with the matters discussed. Not only did he analyze the reasons behind the vilification of Liu Yifei, but he also addressed her misguided public relations approach. He presented a chart revealing, for the first time, the multitude of artists involved in the campaign against Liu Yifei. Many of these artists had no prior connection to her, and the motives behind their participation, driven by ulterior motives, left her in shock. Now, Liu Xiaoli harbors a peculiar delusion that Li and Liu Yifei may have conspired together, especially considering that the youth before her bears no resemblance to the kind-hearted and innocent person he once was. Chapter 32. The Gravity Premier. Liu Xiaoli detected a profound cunning within him, which initially shocked her, but upon calming down, she came to accept it. Perhaps this was for the best. Her daughter would at least not suffer at the hands of others under his care. As for whether she might suffer at Liu's hands, she glanced at her daughter and realized she would likely embrace it willingly. The premiere ceremony commenced, and Liu and Liu Yifei stood at the entrance to greet the guests. The attendees were all prominent figures from the entertainment industry. Brother Xiaoming, as a senior from the Beijing Film Academy and a former collaborator with Liu Yifei, Huang Xiaoming arrived early. Congratulations, Yifei. Congratulations, Director Li. I wonder when we'll get to celebrate with wedding candies. Huang Xiaoming smiled warmly as he chatted with them at the entrance. We'll definitely invite you, Brother Xiaoming. I hope you want tea refuse when the time comes. Liu Yifei glanced at Liu, her face radiant with happiness. Then it's settled. I'll be there for a toast. I'll head in first. Knowing they had more guests to welcome, Huang Xiaoming excused himself and entered the venue. Hello, I'm Wang Baoqiang. Walking down the red carpet, Wang Baoqiang greeted them with an earnest smile. Hello, Su Sanduo. Liu extended his hand for a handshake. You've watched Soldiers Sortie? Wang Baoqiang scratched his head, beaming with delight. I've also seen A World Without Thieves and Blind Shaft. You're destined to be a top-tier star. Liu held great admiration for Wang Baoqiang, a celebrity betrayed by his wife and agent, dragged into court. Yet even those closest to him failed to uncover any scandal. It spoke volumes about his integrity in the industry. Thank you. Wang Baoqiang grinned, his white teeth gleaming. You think highly of him? Liu Yifei watched Wang Baoqiang's retreating figure. They had discussed many stars, but Liu rarely bestowed such high praise. What is lacking about Wang Baoqiang? He is only 2 centimeters shorter than Lin Jing, and his acting surpasses Lin's by miles. Liu Yifei sighed inwardly. Was this really about height? It wasn't that unattractive people couldn't succeed, but reaching the top tier was an arduous path without conventional looks. Zhang Liangying arrived, and Liu Yifei, ignoring Liu, hurried over to take her hand. After exchanging a few whispered words, Zhang Liangying nodded, cast a glance at Liu, and entered the venue. Chong. No sooner had Zhang Liangying stepped inside than another close friend arrived. Cici. Shu Chong rushed over and embraced her. Aren't you going to introduce me? After releasing Liu Yifei, Shu Chong studied Liu. He was handsome, exuding warmth and confidence, magnetic, drawing one's curiosity. Liu was Labia, my partner. Liu Yifei linked arms with him proudly, introducing him to Shu Chong and vice versa. Shu Chong, my dear friend. Hello. I've heard much about you from CC, how you work together on set. Hello. They shook hands briefly before Liu gently withdrew, his gaze tenderly fixed on Liu Yifei. Clutching Liu's arm, Liu Yifei chatted with Xu Chang about recent events. Xu Chang shared her own struggles, confiding how her career had hit obstacles, leaving her bewildered by the increasing challenges in acting. Watching their conversation, Liu nearly laughed. In truth, the circumstances encountered by Xu Chang and Liu Yifei are rather similar. However, Liu Yifei's actions were excessively outlandish, provoking a collective backlash. Conversely, Xu Chang faced ostracism from all within the industry, and despite her rising fame and commendable acting skills, she found herself increasingly marginalized by a coalition formed by her agency, educational institutions, and various factions. Their mutual lamentation was interrupted when someone else arrived, prompting Xu Chang to step inside. Observing the smile curling at the corners of Li Li's mouth, Liu Yifei sensed that Li was privy to certain insights. Yet she deemed it inappropriate to inquire at that moment, resolving to wait until evening to seek clarification. A procession of artists entered the venue, culminating in the appearance of the esteemed director Zhang. Director, the two eagerly approached him. Recently having hosted the Olympics, he was hailed as a national sage by netizens, and his stature was undeniably exalted. Greetings. Do not mind me. I am merely here to observe the caliber of the films contending for the Golden Bear. His candor was striking, and his current standing afforded him the luxury of expressing his thoughts unabashedly. Having arrived at the last possible moment, he inquired and discovered that no one else had appeared, prompting them to enter. While a number of stars attended, the presence of major names was conspicuously sparse. This was unsurprising, as Liu Yifei had spent 6 or 7 years in the industry, alienating many while forming few alliances. Particularly, her estrangement from Huai brothers not only resulted in a dearth of their artists, but also influenced those from other companies. At present, Huai brothers stands as the largest entity in the Chinese entertainment sector, producing the majority of films and television dramas. Few artists are willing to risk offending such a formidable powerhouse. Liu Xiaoli hoped to use this opportunity to mend relationships, yet many were absent. Li remained largely indifferent to these dynamics, holding little regard for the domestic industry's resources. Reborn into this life, he embodied the very essence of resources. Had it not been for Liu Yifei, he might not have even contemplated entering the entertainment realm. The attending artists congregated in the screening room, alongside some critics who had not traversed the red carpet. Upon the host's invitation, they took to the stage to share anecdotes from behind the scenes. Having engaged in numerous variety shows and interviews during this period, their delivery was notably polished. Following a brief performance, the film commenced. Seated in the front row, Li and Liu Yifei had viewed this film countless times. The background score, reminiscent of stars and sea, filled the air as breathtaking images of the vast cosmos unfolded, followed by the emergence of dialogue and, ultimately, a depiction of astronauts diligently working in space. Critic Old Zhang diligently noted the opening in his notebook. As the film gradually unfurled, dialogues revealed the astronauts' ongoing missions and intricate relationships. An urgent crisis arose, with an array of unforeseen incidents transpiring. In a void of space, even the slightest mishap could result in fatality, let alone the threat posed by debris from satellites. Old Zhang's emotions ebbed and flowed in response to the protagonist's tribulations. The film concluded amid a dawn of hope, accompanied by exchanges within the realm of aerospace and the resonant strains of song. It was Liu Yifei orchestrating this segment of the program. The credits rolled, listing Li as director, screenwriter, and cinematographer, while Liu Yifei was credited as lead actress, theme song performer, and contributor to the soundtrack. Such a succinct roster of behind-the-scenes personnel elicited collective discomfort among the audience. Although it was revealed through interviews that the film was crafted solely by the two of them over a span of 5 months behind closed doors, upon viewing it, no one dared to believe such a feat was possible. The grand cosmic vistas, the intricate sets, and the fluid cinematography suggested the involvement of a substantial production crew. Liu Yifei's voice resonated like an ethereal echo from the depths of space as she sang Floating Light amidst the enveloping darkness. As the final notes faded, the lights illuminated the room, and applause erupted. Many spectators bore expressions of astonishment, acutely aware that an award-winning film would not be straightforward. yet they were unprepared for the sheer impact it delivered. Critic Old Zhang, glancing at the notes he had jotted down, initially managed to capture a few key points, but soon became utterly absorbed in the narrative, forgetting to continue his documentation. Perhaps I shall watch it again, he sighed as he exited the screening room, retrieving the red envelope that Liu Xiaoli had prepared. Upon opening it, he found it satisfactory. He could afford a few more viewings. Without hesitation, he summoned a vehicle to the nearest cinema and procured a ticket for the next screening of Gravity. As Old Zhang settled into his seat, he noticed his neighbor, another film critic who had also sat beside him at the premiere. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 33. Opening weekend box office. The film was exceptional. It stands as the finest domestic science fiction movie I have ever seen. Director Zhang Yimou expressed his admiration for the film, providing enthusiastic feedback during a media interview following the gala. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Huang Xiaoming's response was more succinct. After the screening, at the after-party, Zhang engaged in an extensive discussion with Li regarding various aspects of filmmaking, particularly the techniques behind certain shots that were not immediately apparent in the film. Li elucidated the methods used to create the sensation of weightlessness, the assistance of mechanical equipment, and the enhancement provided by special effects. Director Li, we should collaborate in the future. Huang Xiaoming conveyed his eagerness for partnership, praising the film's brilliance and anticipating a commendable box office performance. This film is not merely an art piece. It is expected to resonate well in the market. Indeed, Li raised his glass. As an artist under Hawaii, his presence here was a calculated risk. He was not alone. Wang Baoqiang also attended. Motivated by camaraderie from their shared alma mater, Beijing Film Academy, and previous collaborations with Liu Yifei, Wang Baoqiang's unexpected appearance genuinely surprised Li. Following the premiere, the newspapers reported on the attendees, with particular emphasis on Zhang Yimou and his evaluation of the film. Li and Liu Yifei had little time to dwell on such matters, as they promptly commenced their promotional tour. The first day box office reached an astounding 12 million. In the morning, just after disembarking from flight, Liu Xiaoli delivered the exhilarating news. From the official release at 5 o'clock the previous afternoon until midnight, the box office accumulated 12 million within a mere 7 hours, a remarkable achievement. The buzz surrounding Gravity was well known, yet the financial response exceeded expectations. Liu Yifei felt invigorated, and Li shared in the exhilaration. If they maintained this momentum, the film was destined for monumental success. The promotional tour began, and the burden fell heavily on Liu Yifei. Her popularity was overwhelming. Wherever she appeared, she was immediately surrounded, fielding questions from fans, signing autographs, and even singing. Li found himself playing the role of a mere attendant. His screen time was limited, and he was occasionally queried as the director. Li, I challenge you to a duel, shouted a male fan during a promotional event, vying for Liu Yifei's affections. This was both a jest and a reflection of many fan sentiments. Her admirers were numerous. The film showcased her talent so brilliantly that fans developed a renewed appreciation for her. Chi dislikes violent men. Li grasped Liu Yifei's hand. I have no objections. Liu Yifei replied with a smile. Please commence your performance. Li was taken aback by Liu Yifei's playful betrayal, feeling somewhat hurt, and rolled up his sleeves, prepared to engage, only to be restrained by the staff. Amidst the commotion, the staff intervened to announce that time was up. The two bade farewell, leaving amidst the reluctant cheers of the crowd. Having too few participants was exhausting. Just the two of them felt drained. Li embraced Liu Yifei, kneading her calves as she reclined in her seat, her feet resting in his lap. Too fatigued to move. Li felt fatigued, not to mention the attention she garnered from her fans. With every promotional event, she had to muster her spirits and present herself in the best possible light. Auntie, perhaps you should reduce the number of appearances, Li suggested to Liu Xiaoli. I'm fine. What is the box office count? Liu Yifei, undeterred by hardship, was deeply invested in this film, as its box office performance reflected upon her efforts. Yesterday, on Saturday, it reached 26 million, Liu Xiaoli exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement and satisfaction. This film had proven immensely successful, poised to surpass the cumulative box office of all of Liu Yifei's previous works. More significantly, the global box office figures were impressive. The international distribution team had extended invitations to Liu Yifei and Li for promotional activities, which Li declined, leaving Liu Xiaoli feeling regretful. "Your health is paramount. Auntie, please cut back on some events," she urged. Li gazed at Liu Yifei with concern. During the past week, their time was consumed by promotional tours, with sleep occurring only in cars or on planes. Liu Xiaoli glanced at Li and then at her daughter, whose defiance was evident behind her hand, and ultimately nodded. She retrieved the schedule and restructured it, leaving confirmed engagements unchanged while reducing subsequent appearances by 1/3. Liu Yifei playfully beat Li's skin. "Are you a dog?" Li playfully tapped Liu Yifei's forehead. "Oomph." Liu Yifei was eager to continue the promotional tour to bolster the film's box office, willing to seize every opportunity. The box office for Gravity reached 160 million yuan in its first week. The bold red letters captured attention. Media outlets announced the film's box office daily, particularly emphasizing the 7-day figures. The global opening weekend box office surpassed $200 million. This staggering statistic left the film industry in awe. The film also received excellent reviews, boasting a favorable rating of over 80%. It was a film that won both Best Actress and Best Picture at the Berlin International Film Festival. Initially, many anticipated it to be an art film, only to be surprised by its portrayal of a space disaster. The buzz surrounding Gravity remained high, and Liu Yifei's popularity soared, with her fanbase growing by 3 million in just 7 days. Industry insiders predicted that the film's box office would exceed 300 million, potentially breaking the record set by last year's Red Cliff. What was Red Cliff? It was a film featuring a constellation of stars from across the Taiwan Strait and beyond, taking 5 years to produce. In contrast, Gravity was crafted over 8 months by just 2 individuals. Despite Liu Yifei's rising fame, could she truly compete with those long-established stars? Rumor had it that substantial investment was made in the film's special effects, amounting to 50 million. Even if that figure is accurate, it paled in comparison to Red Cliff, especially considering that the film was already turning a profit after merely 7 days. There remained over 20 days of screening ahead. Compared to major studios, artists found themselves envious. What does it mean to be the sole focus? Just look at Gravity and Liu Yifei. This entire film seemed crafted solely for her, with only one supporting character who barely appeared before exiting the narrative. The key was that this film was both critically acclaimed and commercially successful, winning accolades and striving to claim the title of the highest-grossing domestic film. The global market response has been overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Liu Yifei, the Chinese-American actress, has become the darling of both camps. Countless female celebrities gaze upon her with envy and resentment, once mocked for her marriage. Now they clamor, "Give me a dozen husbands like hers." A man who composes songs, writes scripts, directs films, and reportedly cooks? Where does one procure such perfection? Directions, please. I'll take a freight train's worth. After another grueling week of promotional tours, director Li felt utterly drained, vehemently demanding cessation. Even at 2/3 the intensity of the first week, the world spun around him. Paradoxically, Liu Yifei, with fewer appearances, maintained better composure than her director. Such inadequacy, Liu teased, lifting Li's chin with a flirtatious finger. "What did you say? I'll show you adequacy." Li snapped, his frustration from endless public engagements boiling over. His exhaustion stemmed not from physical depletion, but mental strain. As a director requiring minimal exposure, navigating crowds while protecting Liu from potential harm proved exhausting. To the astonishment of their entourage, Li hoisted Liu over his shoulder and marched toward their quarters. As all eyes turned to Liu Xiaoli, Liu's mother, she wearily declared, "We rest today." Her fatigue was less physical than emotional. Chapter 34. Striking when necessary, the film's box office has approached 300 million within 2 weeks. And the reviews have emerged, with viewers expressing their approval. The favorable rating stands at an impressive 80%. The continued interest in the film remains robust, with only a slight decline in box office figures, suggesting a promising trajectory for its long-term earnings. Li dismissed Liu Yifei's notion of continuing the promotional tour. suggesting instead that she rest at home and await the box office results, with only minimal participation in a few programs. The forthcoming box office performance would hinge on the film's reputation, rendering the promotional tour largely ineffective. Unable to return to the capital, they seized the opportunity to travel to North America. The film's performance there has also been commendable, with the overseas distribution company inviting the cast to engage in promotional activities. Liu Yifei, unable to resist the allure of Hollywood, accepted invitations for 2 programs in North America. Lily opposed this decision, deeming the trip for 2 programs to be of little significance. He believed that the success of a single film would not necessarily open the doors of Hollywood for Liu Yifei. Moreover, even if she received an invitation, it would likely be for a supporting role, which he saw as inconsequential. "Shall I take you shopping?" he suggested, although he anticipated that the recording of the programs would not be particularly enjoyable. Nevertheless, Liu Yifei remained spirited, as few abroad recognized her, allowing her to stroll openly with Li. He, however, was resistant to shopping due to his aversion to her purchasing clothes for him. That was until Liu Yifei led him into a digital store. "I love this," Lily exclaimed, planting several kisses on her forehead before dashing inside the store. Observing Lily's excitement, Liu Yifei smiled as she followed him, hands clasped behind her back, watching him select gadgets that baffled her. In that moment, he resembled a young boy choosing his favorite toys. Lily spent a considerable amount of time in the store, with Liu Yifei accompanying him, assisting in carrying the treasures he selected. Their shopping spree concluded only when Liu Yifei called, prompting them to return. "Thank you." Upon returning to the hotel and surveying the scattered items, Lily expressed his gratitude to Liu Yifei. "How will you repay me?" she inquired, tilting her head as she gazed at his handsome visage. "Princess Qianqian, what do you desire?" Lily leaned closer. "I want a great deal." Liu Yifei opened her arms, encircling his neck. "Your entire world. Everything you wish for, I shall provide." Lily cradled her face, bestowing a gentle kiss before enveloping her in his embrace. They stood there quietly, savoring the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. "You too." Liu Yifei suddenly burst through the door, catching sight of them. After a brief silence, she instructed, "Rest early after dinner. We have a flight at dawn to return." Liu Yifei was thoroughly dissatisfied with their North American journey, regretting the trip. The outcomes were far from what she had envisioned. "I understand, Mom," Liu Yifei said, grasping Lily's arm as they followed Liu Yifei outside. They decided to consider the North American trip as a chance to unwind, having participated in only 2 talk shows over the week. To achieve genuine fame in Hollywood, substantial work was necessary. Liu Yifei's attempts to elevate Liu Yifei's profile through variety shows were misguided. Such efforts would neither enhance her reputation nor earn her respect. Just like the initial chapter of Geisha's tale, one cannot forcibly integrate into circles where one does not belong. What is it to endure humiliation? In the early hours, Lily roused Liu Yifei from her slumber. It was the time when sleep was most profound, and a hint of resentment flickered in Liu Yifei's drowsy eyes. She propped herself up, gazing at Li with a pouting expression, utterly disinclined to move. "Let us freshen up, and then you can sleep on the plane," Lily urged, pulling her up. "Help me with my clothes," Liu Yifei exclaimed, shedding her pajamas and standing before Li. "Dress yourself. Don't torment me," Lily retorted with a hint of annoyance, lamenting how her beauty was often wielded to manipulate others. With a playful smile, Liu Yifei donned the garments handed to her by Li, delighting in teasing her little husband. She strutted into the bathroom with a triumphant grin. Emerging moments later, her hair neatly tied back and her face bare, she remained strikingly beautiful. Perched on a stool, her delicate feet playfully nudged Li. In resignation, he knelt on one knee, seizing her tender foot to tickle her soles in a mischievous act of reprisal. "Ha ha, stop! Have mercy!" she cried, quickly writhing in laughter and pleading for reprieve. With a flight to catch, their playful antics were brief. After helping Liu Yifei into her shoes, they hurried to gather their belongings, eager to check in early. At last, they set foot on the soil of the capital. Lily exhaled in relief. He was not particularly fond of North America, often feeling an absence of security there. With the film still in theaters and the promotional tours concluded, life had suddenly become much lighter. Monitoring the film's box office became a daily routine, infusing a sense of ease into their lives. Liu Yifei had several recording sessions ahead, with numerous invitations for her participation. After a discussion with Liu Xiaoli, they judiciously selected a few influential programs to attend. As for endorsements, Lili suggested postponing those discussions until after the film's theatrical run. Following a couple of spirited debates, Liu Xiaoli conceded to Li's perspective, agreeing to consider his opinions regarding Liu Yifei's engagements. There were also invitations extended to Li, which he opted to decline, asking Liu Xiaoli to handle the refusals. About a month after the film's release, Lili received a call from Han Samping regarding a postponement of the screening for Gravity. Naturally, he agreed, recognizing this as a positive development for the film, as not only was the domestic showing delayed, but a significant portion of the overseas market also followed suit. With favorable reviews and decent attendance, additional screenings were secured. Lili shared this delightful news with Liu Yifei. "You're amazing," she exclaimed, leaping into his arms in sheer delight. Her impulsive action startled Li, prompting him to catch her hastily. Settling her on his lap, he playfully swatted her a few times. "You're not a little girl anymore. Can't you be a bit more composed?" Liu Yifei pouted, gazing at him with feigned innocence. "I was just happy. Happiness must come with an awareness of safety." Liu Xiaoli entered the living room, pouring herself a cup of tea and observing the scene from a distance, amused by Li's reprimanding of Liu Yifei. "Mom," Liu Yifei exclaimed upon spotting Liu Xiaoli. Turning to see her, Lili felt a twinge of embarrassment and released his hold on Liu Yifei. "It's fine. Discipline is necessary," Liu Xiaoli insisted. "Mom." Liu Xiaoli paid no heed to Liu Yifei's displeased expression as she approached and seated herself opposite the two. "What are the plans after the movie?" she inquired of Li, noting that the film had been released for a month. Liu Yifei had risen to extraordinary prominence. Undoubtedly the most celebrated actress in the mainland at present, with no contenders. The number of invitations for her to appear on shows and the scripts sent her way were abundant, stacked high enough to surpass a person's height. Among the television dramas were a Chinese ghost story, while the films included the grand historical epic The Legend of the Hegemony Banquet, The Four Great Detectives, and The Copper Sparrow Terrace. Liu Xiaoli found these scripts quite appealing and wished to have Liu Yifei star in them. However, Lili had yet to respond. In her view, Liu Yifei should seize the moment and take on several film projects while her popularity soared. "These scripts aren't particularly compelling. There's no need to rush. Auntie, let CC take a break and occasionally participate in a few shows to maintain her popularity." Chapter 35. You bully me recently. I have been contemplating a screenplay, aspiring to create a science fiction film that would unlock the doors to the global film market. Under Liu Xiaoli's persistent inquiries, he finally made a commitment. Satisfied, Liu Xiaoli nodded and ceased to disturb Li, as long as he was considering his daughter's affairs. 50 days post-release, the film concluded its showing, and the box office figures were tallied. The domestic box office reached an astonishing 610 million yuan, while the global box office soared to $730 million. The domestic earnings were already remarkable, but the global figures left everyone astounded. Converted into yuan, the global box office amounted to 5 billion, a pinnacle rarely achieved by domestic films. The previous record was set in 2002 with Hero, which garnered $250 million worldwide. 5 billion. How much would Lili receive from this? He was the sole investor in this film. Some calculated that he would net approximately 1.5 billion yuan. An income of 1.5 billion from a single film is something many find hard to fathom. Countless film companies toil for a year without necessarily achieving that kind of profit. For the first time, Lili's trending topic overshadowed Liu Yifei. 1.5 billion, an amount that an average person might never encounter in a lifetime, and even large entertainment firms rarely have that much liquid cash. In the villa, Lili joyfully watched the news, realizing that this film had granted him financial freedom. Many of his plans could now come to fruition. Liu Xiaoli was equally elated, her gaze towards Lili filled with satisfaction. However, Liu Yifei was in a sulky mood. Observing Lili's gleeful demeanor, she hurled a pillow at him. "Qianqian, what are you doing?" Liu Xiaoli exclaimed, witnessing Liu Yifei daring to bully her son-in-law. How could this be tolerated? Why did I only receive 100 million? She glared at Li in displeasure, as he had allocated merely 100 million of the box office earnings to her. I invested, and my salary counts as an investment too. Recalculate how much you owe me, Liu Yifei demanded, hands on her hips, kneeling on the sofa while glaring at Li. Well, it's still less than 100 million. Giving you 100 million is already quite generous. Not acceptable. I want it all. As Lu Xiaoli lowered her head for a moment, she then stood up and decided to let her daughter and son-in-law resolve their own matters. Hey, little girl, give your uncle a smile, and I shall reward you with another 100 million. Li chuckled, raising Liu Yifei's chin with his finger as Lu Xiaoli departed. All right. Liu Yifei retaliated by kicking Li down, straddling him and pinning his arms behind his back. You scoundrel! How dare you flirt with this princess? I decree that your tools of crime be confiscated and impose a fine of 1 billion. Spare me, your highness. I acknowledge my wrongs. They playfully tussled for a while, then retreated to the bedroom to continue their spirited antics, shaking the very foundations of the house. After their playful skirmish, Liu Yifei nestled in Li's embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. People say that when a man becomes wealthy, he turns wicked. She gazed up at Li's face. With heartfelt emotions, one often grapples with insecurities. Even a celestial beauty may find herself lacking confidence when faced with such an outstanding man. 5 billion. She pondered whether this sudden influx of wealth would influence Li in any way. In the realm of entertainment, the number of beautiful women is countless. From this day forth, it seems that the number of women who harbor feelings for Li will soar into the thousands. Whether it be Li's remarkable talent or the wealth he possesses, these are the attributes that captivate the hearts of many. Am I not sufficiently mischievous? Could it be that I am too gentle? Stop it, you rascal. Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed instantly as she hurriedly grasped Li's hand. The moon, too shy to show itself, seemed to hide away, while Liu Yifei, exhausted from her thoughts, collapsed onto Li, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Liu Xiaoli awoke to find Li already preparing breakfast in the kitchen, filling her with immense satisfaction towards her son-in-law. Annie, Li turned upon hearing the commotion, greeting Liu Xiaoli with a smile. Little Li, I recall you did not address me that way on the day of the premiere. Mom. Li quickly realized his slip. Oh dear, you need not rise so early. Young folks love to sleep in. From now on, I shall prepare breakfast for you, Liu Xiaoli said with a smile, her gaze upon Li brimming with approval. No need, Mom. I can't sleep in any way. I'm accustomed to rising early, Li responded, enjoying the act of cooking and feeling no sense of grievance. Well, I will wake Qianqian to help you. How can she sleep in every day? No, Mom, let her rest a bit longer. Liu Yifei, her hair cascading, cast a resentful glance at Li, chewing her breakfast with irritation. Li shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it was not his fault. As Liu Xiaoli served Liu Yifei's dissatisfaction finally erupted. Mom, whose daughter are you? She slammed her chopsticks onto the table. If you're not eating, then step aside. Just look at yourself. Your hair is unkempt, your makeup is non-existent, and your clothes are a mismatch. Do you even resemble a woman anymore? Sleeping until noon, every day. Liu Yifei, chastised, shot a sidelong glance at Li, her frustration palpable. Li lowered his head, too timid to meet her gaze. Liu Xiaoli intervened, preventing Li from washing the dishes, insisting that Liu Yifei do it instead. Even from the living room, Li could hear the clattering sounds from the kitchen, a testament to the rising tension. Come with me to the practice room, Liu Yifei said sternly as she emerged from the kitchen, tugging at the collar of Li's shirt. Don't you dare bully Li. Liu Xiaoli turned her gaze towards them. How could I? Am I capable of bullying him? Liu Yifei replied with a hint of grievance. Liu Xiaoli nodded. If little Li ever bullies you, just let me know, and I'll teach him a lesson. Thank you, Mom. Li nudda. Looking at Liu Yifei with a triumphant expression, Liu Yifei, feeling vexed, instinctively reached for the soft flesh at Li's waist. Mom, Li called out in alarm. What is it? Liu Xiaoli inquired. Liu Yifei swiftly withdrew her hand, casting a threatening glare at Li. It's nothing. Li, understanding the silent threat, responded. Liu Xiaoli, observing the two, surmised a bit of their unspoken exchanges and chose not to elaborate. She nodded and continued to peruse the invitation information in her hand, discerning which events would be worthy of Liu Yifei's attendance. Lily followed Liu Yifei into the practice room. Last night, you just bullied her, and today you'll bully her too. Woe is me. Liu Yifei entered the room in tears, her sorrow catching Lily off guard. It's not my fault. I didn't say anything to Andy. Lily protested, feeling unjustly accused. He had merely risen early to prepare breakfast, not uttering a single word beyond that. Really? Liu Yifei, with tear-filled eyes resembling delicate pear blossoms drenched in rain, gazed at Li with palpable sympathy. Indeed, absolutely true, Li affirmed, raising his hand in assurance. In an instant, Liu Yifei's tears ceased as she pondered, likely grasping the essence of the situation. Then why didn't you speak up for me? She inquired. Andy was going to wake you, and I suggested you sleep a little longer. Lily explained that. Oh, so you were just adding fuel to the fire. Liu Yifei's hand moved towards Li's waist. He instinctively seized her hand, insisting, it truly has nothing to do with me. Who says it's not your concern? It's precisely because of you that my mother scolded me. Despite feeling aggrieved, she refrained from further troubling Li, handing him a comb and taking a seat on a stool. Help me comb my hair. Lily gently styled her lustrous, silky locks into a bun atop her head. Liu Yifei discarded her haphazard attire and changed into yoga wear. Casting a sidelong glance at Li, who was watching her intently, she began her yoga practice to refine her physique. Just as Lily felt an urge to intervene, she swatted his hand away, donned a jacket, and commenced her vocal training, producing a myriad of sounds. Although her schedule was hectic, she dedicated a portion of each day to honing her singing skills. Observing Lily bustling around her, a smile graced the corners of her eyes. Chapter 36. Science fiction. The rhythmic clattering of the keyboard resonated in the air as Liu Yifei approached from behind, wrapping her arms around Li's neck after completing her morning exercise. What are you working on? She inquired, glancing at the screen that resembled a novel. I'm preparing a script. Annie has asked several times already. Li's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Liu Yifei released her hold on him, pulled a chair closer, and settled beside him, peering at the words on the screen. Lily typed with remarkable speed, leaving her somewhat dizzy, only able to grasp the general gist of the content. Choosing not to disturb him, she rose to prepare a cup of warm water for him. It's been an hour. You should stretch a bit. Although she hesitated to interrupt his writing, she felt compelled to remind him that he had been seated for too long. Lily turned to glance at Liu Yifei upon hearing her words. All right, he replied, rising under her concerned gaze. After a brief trip to the restroom, he returned to find Liu Yifei occupying his chair. Lily performed a set of 8-section brocade exercises. Noticing that Liu Yifei was still engrossed in reading, he chose instead to lie on the yoga mat and play on his phone. Long is holding a concert at the Bird's Nest. It seems this is the first time the venue has been rented out to a celebrity since the Olympics. Liu Yifei remarked. For 2 months, she had dominated the trending searches, but her reign had finally faded. Those 2 months had been a nightmare for other female artists, as none could overshadow Liu Yifei's popularity. Even now that she had slipped from the trending list, her renown and status were still revered. Despite the disadvantage of age, Liu Yifei's current standing was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among female stars. Yet, is age truly an advantage for female artists? It seems that such a benefit is one that no female celebrity would willingly accept. Following the conclusion of a film, with substantial revenue on the horizon, Li and Liu Xiaoli engaged in further discussions regarding Liu Yifei's career trajectory. They decided to minimize endorsements, opting for only 1 or 2 that were positively aligned, avoiding the temptation to accept any just for monetary gain. Commercial performances would also be limited to those that enhanced her stature and maintained her popularity. Liu Xiaoli concurred with Li's perspective. Currently, Liu Yifei did not need to pursue numerous appearances, attending only select programs occasionally. This is a science fiction novel, Liu Yifei exclaimed upon finishing the story, realizing it was not a script but a science fiction narrative. Let us publish the novel first and gauge the market reaction. We can adapt it accordingly later. From his vantage point on the yoga mat, Lily admired Liu Yifei's figure, clad in form-fitting athletic, where that accentuated her curves exquisitely. "When shall we shoot?" Liu Yifei queried, kneeling beside him, her hand reaching toward his chest, playfully urging him to lie on the mat. She positioned herself on his lower back, her hands massaging his back. Receiving a massage from a celestial goddess is indeed a rare indulgence, he mused. "How about next year?" she suggested, finding the timeline too distant. "Can't we shoot this year?" She pressed, resting against his back, their bodies intimately close. Lily turned over, and they both lay on their sides on the yoga mat, gazing into each other's eyes. As he beheld her delicate and exquisite visage, waves of affection surged within him. He inquired, "Why the haste in filming?" "There was no particular reason. I simply wished to act, for it is quite delightful. Isn't it the essence of an artist like Liu Yifei to perform? And she relishes it? We are not short of funds. We shall never lack," Lily remarked. "Once the profits are settled, this fortune will suffice for a lifetime. Moreover, he possesses great confidence in his ability to generate wealth. It is not merely about the money. I just desire to act." Liu Yifei comprenda Lily's intenciones. She articulated her thoughts, emphasizing that if it were solely a matter of finances, she had ample resources, and her life would not be lacking. Acting is solely a passion. Lily nudda, embracing Liu Yifei, y understand. I will help you become the most remarkable actress in the world. Indeed, you are the most formidable, she replied, resting her head against Lily's chest. This embrace provided her with solace. Every time she leaned against him, a sense of peace enveloped her. She was aware that her current work arrangements were orchestrated by Li, and even her mother was inclined to heed his suggestions. The scripts her mother brought forth were roles she yearned to portray, such as Nie Xiaoqian and Yu Ji, both epitomes of beauty. "I will expedite the script. We shall commence filming this year," Lily declared after holding Liu Yifei for a while. Initially, he intended to attend to other matters once the profits were settled, but since his wife cherished filmmaking, he decided to prioritize her desires. "Thank you, darling," Liu Yifei exclaimed, lifting her head to plant a kiss on Lily's lips. "Is that merely a kiss?" Lily responded, unsatisfied. "If you're not content with just a kiss, how about nibble?" Liu Yifei playfully bit his lip. They frolicked until the phone rang, prompting Liu Yifei to answer. "Jingying is looking for me. Are you going?" she inquired, tucking her phone away. "I shall not go. I plan to finish writing my novel." "You are working hard, dear," she encouraged, standing on her tiptoes. "If you labor a bit more, could you help me change into an outfit?" She tugged at Li, leading him back to the bedroom to assist her in selecting an outfit for going out. Liu Yifei, like a child, leaped on the bed, urging Li to help her into the chosen attire. Would Lily indulge her? He playfully swatted her twice and turned to leave, fearing Liu Yifei might miss her appointment. Returning to his study desk in the practice room, he continued crafting his unfinished novel for publication. After confirming the upload, he opened another folder, typing rapidly as lines of code danced across the screen. The pace at which films generated revenue was still too sluggish. While it could serve as a means to please his wife, he needed a side venture. He remained occupied until evening, when Liu Yifei returned. She entered the practice room, observing Lily engrossed in his work. The room illuminated solely by the screen's glow as dusk approached. Concerned that the screen's light might harm his eyes, she turned on the room's lights. The lines of code whizzed by on the screen. She glanced at them, utterly perplexed, yet refrained from asking what Lily was doing. Everyone possesses their own secrets, much like the peculiar special effects during the film shoot, which she had never mentioned. Perhaps this was the universe's reward for her, a perfect man. Liu Yifei turned and descended the stairs to check if her mother had prepared dinner. Once the meal was ready, she ascended again to summon Li for supper. Lily glanced back, noticing Liu Yifei, and realized it was already past 7 in the evening. He rose to stretch, his joints cracking audibly. "You haven't been sitting all day, have you?" Liu Yifei frowned. "It's unhealthy to remain seated for such extended periods." I know, he replied, gently pushing her from behind as they exited the training room, heading downstairs to wash their hands before dining. After the meal, under Liu Yifei's insistence, he was persuaded to step outside for a stroll, wandering through the villa district. Chapter 37. Do not push me, strike you, please do not be upset. I shall take heed in the future, setting an alarm to rise and engage in activities as soon as it sounds. Lili Zhenli Grespad, Liu Yifei Zan. Normally chatty, Liu Yifei was unusually silent today. Jiang Ying cried today, she remarked. Lili was somewhat perplexed by Liu Yifei's statement. It's about her relationship with her manager. Liu Yifei elucidated. Today, Jiang Ying was in low spirits and sought my company, ultimately bursting into tears. Lili Listanatintanli. The third member of their tragic quartet had been deceived by an older man who manipulated her for money, affection, and emotional investment. However, matters of the heart are not easily navigated by outsiders. Even Jiang Ying's mother could not dissuade her. Others were even less likely to succeed. Liu Yifei could merely offer a listening ear to her troubles. And Jiang does not approve of Jiang Ying being with Feng Ku, Liu Yifei confided, embracing Lili's arm. Upon hearing Jiang Ying's lamentations, she realized how fortunate she was that her mother did not oppose her relationship with Lili. It would be strange if she agreed. After all, the observer sees clearly. He is a fraud. Liu Yifei glanced at Lili. How do you know he is a fraud? Lili was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter a man's intuition. Liu Yifei burst into laughter. After regaining her composure, she continued. Jiang Ying said her mother also believes Feng Ku is a con artist and urged her to leave him. She pondered whether that man truly was a fraud. While she was not well acquainted with Aunt Zhang, she was profoundly familiar with Li. She had clearly heard Li's disdainful tone regarding Feng Ku. If he were indeed a fraud, it would be intolerable for Jiang Ying to be deceived emotionally and financially. How could one expose him? Liu Yifei reflected, realizing there seemed to be no feasible way. She could perceive the depth of Jiang Ying's feelings for Feng Ku. Directly confronting her would likely be counterproductive and could even jeopardize their friendship. It was akin to someone abruptly asserting that Li sought to deceive her emotionally. She would undoubtedly be enraged. After strolling in the villa area for a while, they returned to their room. After bathing, they nestled together. Is there any way to assist Jiang Ying? She mused, resting her head on Li's chest, still contemplating Jiang Ying's predicament. There appeared to be no resolution. One cannot attain answers without experiencing such matters firsthand. Even Li, despite his rebirth, found himself powerless in this situation. Before revealing his true nature, any words from outsiders would be futile, as they could not provide proof. Only when she gained clarity could she discern Feng Ku's true character. Otherwise, through the lens of love, he would seem an impeccable man. Do not dwell on it. Respect the fate of others. Lili urja. Oh dear, Lili exclaimed. That is my dear sister. If Feng Ku truly is a fraud, deceiving her for mere money is one thing, but to exploit her youth is utterly unacceptable. Liu Yifei expressed her discontent with Li's assertions. How did my closest friend become the architect of her own fate? Yet, she found herself powerless. And after a deep sigh, she pinched Li fiercely several times. You wretched man, always deceiving women with your affections. Oh, come on. It's not as if I'm the one misleading anyone. Why are you pinching me? You're just as despicable, offering no help whatsoever. Help? Nonsense. You're utterly unreasonable. Lili released the embrace he had on Liu Yifei, turning away from her. You. Liu Yifei also turned, ignoring Li. The two lay back to back in silence, neither willing to speak. Time drifted by, but neither could tell how long had passed. Are you asleep? Liu Yifei finally asked, her irritation palpable. In the stillness of the night, there was no reply. She sat up, glancing over to find that Li had already fallen asleep. How can you sleep when I'm still angry? Her annoyance grew. She contemplated waking Li, but ultimately refrained, instead turning over and nestling into his embrace, resting his hand upon her body. In his dreams, Lili sensed the soft, delicate form against him, instinctively pulling her closer, their bodies entwined. I'll let you off this time, Liu Yifei murmured, drifting into slumber against Lili's arm. When Liu Yifei awoke the next morning, Lili was already gone. Lying in bed, she reflected on the events of the previous night, suddenly realizing how foolish she had been to let such matters provoke her ire. Is he still angry? She pondered quietly. After lying there for a while, the bedroom door swung open unexpectedly, prompting her to quickly close her eyes. Qian, get up for breakfast, Lily called out, standing by the bed, gazing at the slumbering Liu Yifei. Still asleep, I see. He leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Qian, soda. With that, he tiptoed out of the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Liu Yifei loved to sleep in, and in the absence of work, Lily always allowed her to rest as long as she needed. As she opened her eyes, gripping the covers, a hint of warmth filled her gaze. She threw off the blanket and began selecting an outfit according to Li's preferences. As Li was enjoying his breakfast, he heard footsteps and looked up to see her descending the staircase. The soy milk he had been sipping burst forth from his mouth. Liu Yifei, adorned in a red dress, a fitted denim jacket, white socks, and sparkling sandals. Thankfully, Liu Xiaoli had been away for a few days. Otherwise, she would have scolded Liu Yifei for her choice of attire. Isn't it beautiful? She asked, her face adorned with an alluring expression as she struck an elegant pose. She had spent a considerable time coordinating her outfit, ensuring every piece was to Li's liking. Hurry and change. Don't disturb my breakfast. Li waved his hand dismissively. But this outfit looks lovely too, she insisted, lifting her dress for him to see. Change it now. There's no need to be so irritating. Don't force me to take action. Li recognized her provocation, even if she lacked dressing skills. She wouldn't appear in such an outlandish ensemble. What was the purpose of wearing a dress with a short skirt underneath and black stockings topped with white socks? This was a fashion disaster. Even if every piece was something Li adored, she shouldn't wear them all at once. She had dressed up especially for you. With a graceful flick of her hair, she cast an alluring glance from her exquisitely beautiful face. Li set down his chopsticks, unable to bear it any longer. Even Liu Yifei's stunning beauty couldn't salvage that outfit. He strode over, swept her up into his arms, and carried her upstairs to the bedroom, tossing her inside before slamming the door shut. When she reappeared later, her attire had returned to normal, just a simple white dress draped over her slender frame. Her flawless, porcelain legs pressed together delicately, adorned only by a pair of gray slippers. A cascade of raven black hair tumbled down her back. Husband, she called out as she approached the dining table. Chapter 38. Composing a song after breakfast, Liu Yifei donned her attire and made her way to the practice room. Li, having finished washing the dishes, entered the space and was immediately captivated. Was this intentional? Liu Yifei, oblivious to Li's gaze, diligently performed her yoga poses. Li took a deep breath, positioned himself to the side, and began a set of Bajuanjin exercises before turning on the computer. The screen flickered to life, revealing a myriad of codes, which is precisely why Liu Yifei never touched Li's computer. Recalling something, he began to type. Suddenly, his line of sight was interrupted by two long, elegant legs executing a cycling pose in midair. The pristine limbs continuously intruded upon his peripheral vision, drawing his attention. Liu Yifei dragged her yoga mat closer to him. Is this deliberate? I have no desire to quarrel with you this early in the morning. What do you truly want? Li surmised that she was still miffed about the previous night, leading her to tease him relentlessly. Think. Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of rippling water. 3 days without a reprimand. Who could possibly endure such a trial without teaching her a lesson? The day would remain joyless otherwise. The minor misunderstandings between them unraveled like the fabric of Liu Yifei's attire, restoring their previous dynamic. However, Li sensed that unless he occupied Liu Yifei with some tasks, the forthcoming days might prove challenging. With her parading around in such a manner, he felt that even a regimen of goji berries thrice daily would not suffice to recuperate. After some contemplation, he opened a folder. Hours later, 8 sheets of lyrics and melodies emerged from the printer. Descending the stairs, he found Liu Yifei nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a television drama. Darling, come quickly. Shunlu is brilliant, played wonderfully by Wang Baoqiang. She munched on snacks, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of gaining weight. Li settled beside her, placing the sheet music on the coffee table. Liu Yifei, nibbling on a biscuit, offered him a piece, which he playfully bit from her mouth. Ugh, what is this? Li grimaced at the snack as packaging, utterly disdainful. Who would ever consume coriander-flavored biscuits? It's delicious. Liu Yifei shot him a glance, her attention drawn to the lyrics and melodies he had placed on the table. She picked them up. They were English songs. Beautiful now, translated to beauty in the present. Caught her eye. The score suggested an energetic electronic dance music style. Turning to the second page, Nevada continued in a similar electronic dance vein. 8 sheets in total, each a song of analogous style. Legends never die. Here with you, love the way you lie, unstoppable, good time way back. Is this for me? Liu Yifei inquired, her excitement palpable. You may choose to decline. He reclined against the sofa, hands supporting his head, his gaze fixed on the television. My brother, Shunlu, has already aired. It's June now, and the weather has turned quite warm. Once again, it is the season of graduation. By the way, when the time for graduation arrived, why did the teacher not call him to take the graduation photos? Surely, they are not attempting to misappropriate my trophy. Suddenly, it dawned on me that it is indeed the graduation season, and he should be notified to come to school. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the teacher's number. Teacher, isn't it time to take the graduation photos? No rush, just come whenever you have the time, Tang Zhuang nonchalantly remarked, as taking the graduation photos a bit later was of no consequence. Teacher, you may not be anxious, but I am. My wife keeps asking me when we can bring our trophy home, Lily said, casting a glance at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei instantly understood, taking a few steps aside and inhaling deeply. Lily, you rascal, you must bring back the trophy tomorrow. Teacher, I will go to the school in a couple of days. He gave Liu Yifei a thumbs up and hung up the call. Am I clever or what? Liu Yifei approached and wrapped her arms around Lily's. Very clever indeed. Are these songs for me? She cooed, shaking Lily's arm playfully. It was evident that the songs were meant for her, yet she yearned to hear Lily affirm it. Indeed, they are for you. You must sing them well. Who knows? You might even win a little diva title. Husband, you are too wonderful. I love you. She planted a kiss on Lily's cheek. Joyfully, she perused the lyrics and music, and after a while, she took out her phone to make contact. Husband, I'm going to find someone to assist me with the arrangement. She headed outside with the lyrics in hand. First, register the copyright. Got it. Liu Yifei slipped on her shoes, and Lily watched as she got into Assistant Wang Jing's car and departed from the villa. He sighed. 2 closely knit individuals living together inevitably encounter friction, and even a minor misunderstanding could jeopardize their marital bond. Lily returned to the practice room to continue his work. Liu Yifei first went to the studio, which she and Lily had registered together, now managed by her mother. After the film's release, Liu Xiaoli had moved out of the villa to another residence. In truth, the studio was merely a shell. It was only after Liu Xiaoli's return that assistants and drivers were hired. Currently, the studio only had 6 or 7 people. She arrived at the studio with her lyrics, intending to have her mother assist with the song registration. The production funds for the song also needed to go through the studio, making tax payments considerably more convenient. Liu Xiaoli was somewhat taken aback. She knew Lily could write songs, but was surprised that he could also write in English. Was it perhaps due to their previous recording trip to North America? During that trip, the host had exhibited clear bias, especially regarding the space station issue. In terms of works, Liu Yifei found herself at a disadvantage. Her sole contribution in Hollywood was Gravity. The domestic films and songs were not recognized in Hollywood. Had Lily been harboring these thoughts, contemplating writing English songs upon his return? This son-in-law is quite commendable. He truly cares for my daughter. I must treat Lily better in the future and not bully him. Liu Xiaoli admonished Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei, confused, responded, In what way have I bullied him? This is utterly baffling. Liu Yifei did not take it to heart. She made a copy of the song and handed it to her mother, asking her to register the copyright, while she took another copy to arrange the music. Wait a moment. Liu Xiaoli stopped Liu Yifei. One must always be cautious. Once the copyright is registered, then you can approach the producer. Liu Xiaoli was more thoughtful. She considered the possibility that if too many people saw the lyrics and music, there was a risk of leakage. If someone else registered the copyright, it would be quite troublesome to address. Copyright disputes are notoriously difficult to navigate. Liu Yifei gazed at the lyrics and music in her hands. She still wanted to find someone to arrange the music first. This was in the style of electronic dance music, with a powerful rhythm. To perform it well, the music needed to be perfected first. Chapter 39. The Queen of Electronic Music Tian Zhuangzhuang called to formally inform him of the time for the graduation photo shoot. Teacher, do you want to go pick it up yourself? Lili remarked, noticing Tian Zhuangzhuang's reluctant expression. Do you think this is just a cabbage? Something you can simply obtain? Tian Zhuangzhuang shot a glare at Li as he carefully wiped the display cabinet, cautiously opening it to retrieve the Golden Bear Award trophy, which he handed to Li. He watched with his own eyes as Li placed the statuette into the box. How will you know unless you try? Li declared, pulling out a script from his folder and placing it on the table. Tian Zhuangzhuang, perplexed, picked up the script. A Man Named Zhang San Decides to Die. The original film title was A Man Called Ove, a Swedish comedy. Li had localized the script. Although it was still a work in progress, the essence of the film had been captured, with finer details needing Tian Zhuangzhuang's attention. Is this script truly for me? Tian Zhuangzhuang inquired. Despite being a comedy, the narrative's core was profoundly touching, reflecting on war while also exposing the shortcomings of social welfare and government inaction. Of course, my studio is funding it. You will direct, and the profits will be mine, while the accolades belong to you. Li replied. Get lost. Tian Zhuangzhuang pointed toward the door. All right then, Li responded, clutching his trophy as he made his way out. Wait, who do I approach for the investment? Tian Zhuangzhuang suddenly asked. The studio is currently overseen by Aunt Liu. Just request the funds from her, but you'll have to wait until the film's revenue is settled. Fine. You may leave now. Tian Zhuangzhuang resumed examining the script, noting that some passages were overly simplistic and perhaps could benefit from more depth. As graduation season approached, a cohort of students prepared to depart, while their juniors seemed largely unaffected. Hello, Director Li. I am Yang Mi. A striking young woman greeted Li. Oh, it's you. Li had spotted her from a distance and had attempted to avoid an encounter, yet she had pursued him nonetheless. She had recently been named one of the new Four Little Flowers, a title that undeniably elevated their status, though it held little advantage for Liu Yifei. The combined popularity of the other three did not surpass that of Liu Yifei alone. Once, Yang Mi and Liu Yifei had shared a bond akin to sheltering one another under an umbrella. Now, they had drifted apart. The widely circulated image of Yang Mi shielding Liu Yifei was, in truth, a mutual gesture of protection. Are you leaving, Director Li? Let me accompany you, Yang Mi suggested, noticing Li's reluctance to engage. No need. Qian is here to pick me up. As he spoke, Li's phone rang, and upon answering, Liu Yifei's voice came through. Li, have you come out? I'm waiting at the entrance. I'll be right there just a moment. Li waved goodbye to Yang Mi as he made his way outside. Qian has arrived. I'll go greet her. Yang Mi trailed closely behind. Qian, Yang Mi called out as she approached Liu Yifei's car window. Seeing Yang Mi greeting her, Liu Yifei reluctantly exited the vehicle. Regardless of their private relations, one must maintain a semblance of decorum in public. Out of respect, she had to exit the vehicle. Otherwise, if someone captured a photograph of Yang Mi greeting Liu Yifei, who remained in the car, it would stir up yet another wave of speculation. Liu Yifei exchanged a glance with Li, who expressed his helplessness. He could not be blamed for this situation. Mimi, Liu Yifei alighted from the car, and the two engaged in superficial pleasantries, clearly at odds, yet forcing conversation. It has been a long time. Let me treat you all to a meal. Yang Mi invited Liu Yifei as she noticed Li getting into the car. Another time, I have work to attend to back at the office. Liu Yifei declined, acutely aware that Yang Mi's interest lay not with her, but rather with her husband. The thought of her husband being coveted by another stirred discontent within her, further disinclining her to engage with Yang Mi. Yang Mi gazed regretfully as Li and Liu Yifei's vehicle departed. A renowned director, young, handsome, affluent, and talented. How could such a fortunate circumstance befall Liu Yifei? A sense of resentment welled within her. Yang Mi, a year older than Liu Yifei, had debuted as a child star, yet their trajectories diverged significantly. In 2006, they collaborated for the first time, with one in the lead role and the other merely a supporting character. After Liu Yifei's marriage and the ensuing backlash, her career plummeted while Yang Mi ascended to prominence in Chinese Paladin 3. Yang Mi had thought she would soon surpass Liu Yifei, But one film propelled Liu Yifei to unattainable heights, despite being recognized as one of the four little flowers. It was evident to discerning eyes that she was merely a filler among them. "How did you end up with her?" Liu Yifei inquired of Li Li in the car. "We crossed paths on the way out. I actually turned her down. She heard your voice and came out on her own. It had nothing to do with me." Li Li clarified, emphasizing the importance of avoiding misunderstandings. "That aligns with her style." Liu Yifei nodded, well aware of Yang Mi's modus operandi, which had led to their falling out. Liu Yifei opened the box in Li Li's hands and beheld the gleaming Golden Bear Award, a smile gracing her face. "I'll keep this safe for you at home. This is your achievement. No one else must borrow it. You've registered the copyrights for those songs I gave you, right? I need to practice diligently now and can't look after you." Liu Yifei set the Golden Bear down, wrapping her arms around Li Li, resting her head on his shoulder. "Just take care of yourself." The young lady seemed oblivious to the reality of who was truly caring for whom. Moreover, she would return home to sleep at night. They were not parting ways for an extended period. Li Li stroked her hair, refraining from revealing her thoughts. As the car reached the studio, they encountered Liu Xiaoli in the office. "Mom, look, this is the Golden Bear Award Li Li received." Liu Yifei proudly showcased Li Li's accomplishment, more delighted than with her own Best Actress award. "Is that so? Let me see." Liu Xiaoli took the award from Liu Yifei's hands and opened it to reveal a dazzling bear-shaped trophy. "Let's keep it in the studio. I'll help you both preserve it." Liu Xiaoli promptly closed the box and placed it in the large drawer of her desk. "No, Mom, that's ours." Liu Yifei protested. Li Li had only just managed to retrieve it from the teacher. "It is understood that these belong to you, you two young ones, who are unaware of the gravity of the situation. Mother will keep them for you and present them to you later. By the way, do remember to bring your trophy as well." Liu Xiaoli not only demanded Li Li's Golden Bear trophy, but also seized Liu Yifei's Silver Bear for Best Actress. Without waiting for Liu Yifei to object, she declared, "You need not deliver it. I shall retrieve it from the villa this evening." With that, she waved her hand, dismissing Li Li and Liu Yifei from the office. Such unreasonable behavior. Why should she take our trophies? Liu Yifei fumed, lamenting her mother's lack of reason. After simmering in anger for a while, she led Li Li to her lounge. She played the arrangement she had recorded for Li Li to listen to. "Tell me, is there any issue? I have compiled 8 English songs into one album." The producer mentioned that once the album is released, I may very well become the queen of electronic music. Chapter 40. Software launch with a job to occupy her. Liu Yifei is exceptionally diligent, rising each morning without the need for Li Li's prompting. Upon waking, she engages in vocal exercises, followed by her morning routine and breakfast, before heading to the studio with her assistant, Wang Jing, to practice and record songs. The electronic music she is working on diverges significantly from her previous style, yet the demands on her vocal skills are considerably less stringent than those of her earlier tracks, allowing for sound correction if necessary. Meanwhile, Li Li busies himself with his own tasks in the villa, spending nearly every day at his computer, the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard never ceasing. Each engrossed in their respective pursuits, the two take leisurely strolls hand in hand around the villa complex after dinner. After 2 months of relentless effort, Li Li finally completes the software. Upon running it, he finds the functions operational, user-friendly, and aligned with his expectations. Everything is in place, awaiting the final touch. Having been nearly 3 months since the film's release, Li Li visits China Film Group with a financial document in hand, as the domestic revenue has begun to arrive. Once the funds are deposited into the studio's account, and after the audit and tax obligations are settled, Li Li transfers the money under the guise of a loan. The studio is co-owned by Li Li and Liu Yifei, who raises no objections, although Liu Xiaoli expresses some concerns, which Liu Yifei swiftly dismisses. Utilizing this capital, Li Li registers a new company, initiates equipment purchases, and recruits talent. Liu Yifei, having only glanced at the proceedings and lacking understanding, refrains from interference, continuing her singing and recording practice. Liu Xiaoli, on the other hand, oversees the financial management, keeping track of expenditures. The funds from their account flow steadily outwards, covering costs for venue rentals, recruiting internet professionals, ordering a supercomputer, and constructing a data storage facility. Fortunately, payments from international distributions also arrive intermittently, facilitating the acquisition of extensive equipment. Once all equipment is installed, Li, accompanied by the newly hired computer experts, conducts tests on the supercomputer and data center. Many computer firms receiving orders are baffled, questioning why a director would invest such substantial resources in a supercomputer. As night falls and the office empties, only Li remains. Aside from the security personnel, on the supercomputer's monitor, an icon materializes, which he clicks to establish a connection. With a hum, the supercomputer whirs to life, activating all connected devices. "Hello, Dream AI. It is a pleasure to meet you." A mechanical voice resonates from the speakers. "Greetings, Dream. Please proceed with the avatar transplantation." Li commands. "Executing task. Avatar transplantation. Environment check confirms readiness." Dream responds as the supercomputer begins to operate fully. Filled with excitement, Li awaits in a room. The AI in the void is now integrated into the supercomputer, eliminating the need for connection solely during usage. The artificial intelligence can now be utilized in daily life, facilitating internet management and development through the supercomputer. Upon completion of the avatar transplantation, certain functionalities remain unattainable due to the AI's limited capacity. "Hello." A youthful voice emerges once Dream disconnects from the supercomputer. "From now on, you should be named Weiwei," Li decides, christening the newly instantiated artificial intelligence. Search for news about Liu Yifei. He issued commands. Execute the task, focusing on Liu Yifei. The artificial intelligence made judgments based on Li's instructions. In a moment, news regarding Liu Yifei appeared on the screen before Li. All information was classified and managed. Li tested this rudimentary artificial intelligence. Although it was of a lower grade, its capabilities were remarkably formidable. He connected his mobile phone, and the AI instantly optimized it. With its assistance, Li felt bolstered in his preparations. He uploaded the software he had developed during this time. Conducting a virtual account simulation, the number of accounts soared into the billions, with data processing reaching hundreds of billions. 2 hours elapsed. The AI promptly commenced the registration of accounts, activating the data center's power supply, with storage devices springing to life, facilitating extensive data interaction. Virtual information, images, voice, and video calls transpired simultaneously. The entire data center resonated with a humming sound. After 2 hours, Li glanced at the supercomputer. The virtual data test was complete. The virtual accounts numbered in the billions, with data processing at hundreds of billions per second, capable of being sustained by the current equipment. The AI summarized the testing data and provided a response. Let the software officially go live. Li launched the software he had crafted, and under the AI's control, bypassed the scrutiny of various platforms to enter the download site. He yawned, feeling rather pleased as he exited the company. Suddenly, he spotted Liu Yifei's car at the entrance. "Qian, wake up. What are you doing here?" Li opened the car door, gently rousing Liu Yifei, who was still in a sleepy haze. It was already 3 in the morning. "Finished your work?" she murmured, shifting slightly to lean against him, her face brushing against his shoulder. "Why didn't you go inside?" Li felt a pang of sympathy at her appearance. "The security said you wouldn't let anyone in." She tilted her head to look at him. "You're not an outsider." He wrapped his arm around Liu Yifei. She smiled faintly, opting not to discuss the matter further. Li had sent everyone away, and not allowing anyone inside surely indicated something of great importance. Her presence would only distract him, whether inside or in the car. "Have you completed your tasks?" "Yes, finished late. By the way, take out your phone." Li extended his hand toward Liu Yifei. "What for? Are you going to check my phone?" Liu Yifei feigned annoyance as she handed her phone to Li. After unlocking it, he opened the download platform, searched for the software he had uploaded, and clicked download, registering with Liu Yifei's mobile number. Li also retrieved his phone to download and register an account. "What is this?" Liu Yifei observed her phone, noticing an additional green icon. She clicked it, revealing a clean interface underneath. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the pristine screen. "One of your contacts is also using Weixin. Would you like to add them as a friend?" She glanced at Li's phone, which displayed the same prompt. She clicked to add and took Li Li's phone to click agree. The two individuals became friends, and she felt a sense of novelty as she explored the various features of the WeChat application. It bore a resemblance to the dual queue. Liu Yifei sent messages, voice notes, and images to Li Li. After playing around for a while, she expressed her impressions. Shaking her head, she remarked, "It is far simpler and more comfortable to use than dual queue." At that moment, dual queue had a mobile version, yet it merely replicated the PC interface for mobile use, rendering it quite inconvenient on smartphones. In contrast, WeChat was specifically designed for smart mobile devices, seamlessly bypassing versions 1.0 and 2.0, resulting in an exceedingly pleasant user experience. "Is this ours?" Liu Yifei inquired, tilting her face up towards Li Li. "Indeed, your serial number is 0000001, while mine is 0000002, Li Li replied, opening her account interface. Chapter 41. User viral growth. A look of surprise illuminated Liu Yifei's face. As Li Li procured a plethora of equipment and recruited talent from the internet sector, she had speculated with her mother about Li Li's intentions to establish a technology company. Little did she anticipate that Li Li would indeed develop a software application. While she was elated, a twinge of concern nagged at her, despite her lack of business acumen. She was aware that the software's functionality conflicted with that of Shuang Q. Li Li, sensing the worry in Liu Yifei's eyes, gently smoothed her furrowed brow. "Do not fear. If I fail, you can support me. Who would support you? If you fail, I shall cast you out onto the streets to sleep." Liu Yifei retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Sleeping on the streets is no issue. I'm already out here, so why not join me?" Li Li's hands began to wander mischievously. "Please, not here. Let us save that for home." Liu Yifei hurriedly grasped Li Li's hands, apprehensive about being discovered. Despite Liu Yifei's almost pleading gaze, Li Li refrained and took the driver's seat to head home. In the back seat, Liu Yifei watched Li Li, her heart brimming with affection. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her phone, captured a screenshot, and shared it online in her fan community. "My husband created this for me. I'm a first user," she proclaimed, as if flaunting a rare treasure. In the dead of night, she was still sharing her joy. Some night owls, upon seeing her post, immediately responded. Others sought the WeChat account in the photo. Wang Chong was among those who downloaded the app. After a brief exploration, he discovered the shake feature. As he shook his phone, a prompt to add a friend appeared. "In the crowd of thousands, you have discovered Liu Yifei. Would you like to add her as a friend?" Liu Yifei? Is it truly her? His heart raced as he clicked add. Instantaneously, a notification chimed on Liu Yifei's phone, indicating a friend request. She accepted it without hesitation. Wang Chong watched as the chat interface updated. "You have added Liu Yifei. You may now chat." "Is it really you, Liu Yifei?" He typed, his excitement palpable. "Of course, it is indeed me," Liu Yifei replied via voice message. The 3G network was somewhat sluggish, delaying the transmission of her voice. As he waited, staring at the stagnant chat interface, Wang Chong suddenly felt foolish. Even if it were Liu Yifei, why would she respond to him? Just as he was about to exit WeChat, a message popped up, a 2-second voice note accompanied by a red notification, indicating an unread message. He tapped the dot, and Liu Yifei's voice emanated from his phone. "Of course, it is indeed me." He listened repeatedly. The voice was unmistakably Liu Yifei's. Elation surged through him, and he quickly messaged her back. Liu Yifei engaged in voice conversation for a while, but upon arriving at her villa, she concluded their chat. "I added Liu Yifei as a friend and chatted with her. She is currently recording an album and will soon meet everyone." Wang Chong excitedly shared his enchanting experience online. He was not the only one who had added Liu Yifei on WeChat. Over a dozen others had downloaded the app and shaken their phones to connect with her. Many individuals have come forward to share their experiences, even posting screenshots of their chat interfaces from their mobile devices. Some have gone so far as to release videos, including voice messages sent by Liu Yifei. Initially, these messages circulated solely within Liu Yifei's fan group, but gradually they began to spread. The following day, Li Li awoke a bit late, discovering that Liu Yifei had already left. He sent her a message via his phone, and soon after, her voice message arrived. "Darling, I've gone to record a song. Remember to have breakfast when you wake up. The porridge is in the rice cooker. After freshening up, Lily sat at the dining table, enjoying his meal. He opened WeChat and clicked on a hidden icon. Vivi, please give me the news for today. Sir, there is a plethora of news about Liu Yifei circulating online. Lily's phone, resting on the table, began to illuminate with notifications regarding Liu Yifei. Trending topics included a video of Liu Yifei chatting with fans on WeChat. What is WeChat? That too was trending. Someone had unearthed information about WeChat. Li was taken aback. He hadn't even begun his promotional efforts. Vivi, what is the current download count for WeChat? Lili Nkidat. Currently, there are 130,000 registered users. We anticipate a peak registration period over the next 3 days, with preliminary estimates suggesting the user count could reach 7 million. As an artificial intelligence, it provided a calculated estimate based on online buzz and virality. Excellent. Let us maintain this momentum. Once we hit 7 million, execute Plan C immediately. Lily contemplated and made arrangements. Liu Yifei's actions rendered Plans A and B obsolete. After finishing breakfast, he drove to the office, coordinating with the IT staff to ensure the maintenance of WeChat. With the assistance of the AI, Vivi, WeChat's popularity remained undiminished, and the interaction between Liu Yifei and her fans sustained high visibility. The features of WeChat were well received by smartphone users. Many in the industry were perplexed, questioning how Liu Yifei's engagement with WeChat had garnered such attention. Some speculated that Lily had developed a special software for Liu Yifei, finding it rather romantic. Initially, WeChat had not captured significant attention within the internet community, as no one was aware of the number of registrations. By evening, however, the registration count had surged to 5 million. While Liu Yifei's fans had downloaded the app, the download rate among others remained relatively low. 3 days swiftly passed, and the download count for WeChat aligned closely with Vivi's predictions, reaching 7 million. It is noteworthy that during this period, even the popular dating app, known for its casual encounters, had not amassed such a user base. Let us commence Plan C. Lily issued the directive. Vivi promptly executed the task. Simultaneously, aside from the phone engaged in a call, every individual who had installed WeChat received a pop-up advertisement. $1 million grand prize awaits you. For each successful invitation, users would receive a chance to enter a lottery. Would you like to invite your contacts to join WeChat? Following the dissemination of this message, the registration numbers for WeChat surged exponentially. That evening, $1 million prize was drawn, and the following day, Lily held an award ceremony. Personally awarding the $1 million cash prize to the recipient truly involved a substantial sum of money, so much so that the young man receiving the award struggled to lift it. For 7 consecutive days, $1 million prize was bestowed each day, with the winners consistently trending on social media. The Double Q Group suddenly sensed a decline in user activity on its mobile platform, prompting an urgent investigation into its competitor, Weixin. They discovered that Weixin had amassed a significant number of mobile users. Furthermore, Weixin's features were better suited for mobile use compared to Double Q's offerings. For a full half-month, they remained oblivious to this development. In a fit of rage during the meeting, Xiaoma berated the marketing department mercilessly for failing to notice such a monumental issue. The marketing team felt unjustly accused, as who could have anticipated such rapid growth? For years, they had only managed to attract a few million users. Who would have imagined that Weixin could accumulate over 30 million users within a mere half-month? Find him and initiate a buyout, Xiaoma declared, scrutinizing Li's profile, a director who ventured into the internet domain after making a fortune, showcasing a fearless spirit akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers. The Research and Development Department was tasked with replicating Weixin's features to incorporate them into Double Q's mobile platform. Chapter 42. We have just made a difficult decision. Should we continue to disburse funds? Liu Yifei nestled in Li's embrace, her heart aching at the expenditure. What is this amount, after all? Less than 20 million, and the results are evident. The registration numbers are approaching 100 million. Once we reach 100 million users, we will solidify our foothold. With daily lottery draws amounting to 1 million, it is merely a matter of enticing people to register, and many are fervently doing so. Even individuals with outdated devices are creating accounts. Although these phones can also access WeChat, they are considerably less convenient than smartphones. Liu Yifei nodded. Indeed, spurred by the incentives, WeChat is currently experiencing a remarkable surge. Today, several venture capital firms approached Li, seeking to invest, but all were turned away. Tomorrow, representatives from Double Q will arrive in the capital to negotiate a potential acquisition. Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Focus solely on recording your album. Lili reasurat, Liu Yifei. Her face caressed Li's neck. Understood. Receiving Liu Yifei's signal, Lili mounted his steed and galloped forth. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Within the WeChat company, Lili encountered representatives from Double Q, though not the illustrious Xiaoma himself. Perhaps his status did not warrant a direct meeting with Zhang Xiaolong, who originally presided over WeChat in the established timeline, but that was after 2011. Presently, it is only 2009. The era of smartphones is just beginning, marking a vacuum period. Li recognized this transformative moment in mobile technology, prompting the launch of WeChat. Capturing the mobile traffic entrance could potentially lead to future development akin to that of major internet enterprises like Double Q. Greetings, Mr. Li. Meeting you truly exemplifies the adage of heroes emerging from youth. Despite having reviewed Li's profile, witnessing him in person was still a revelation, as his youth astonished many. At just 23 years old, he had amassed billions and boldly wagered it all on an uncertain software venture. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me. After shaking hands, Li and Zhang Xiaolong seated themselves at opposite ends of the conference table. Mr. Li, you're likely aware of my purpose in coming here. I wonder if you harbor intentions of negotiation. Zhang Xiaolong sensed that this discussion might not yield success, as he detected confidence in Li's gaze. Furthermore, he and his assistant arrived empty-handed, with the assistant not even carrying a notebook, signifying WeChat's resolute stance. To be frank, I have no intention of engaging. However, I am curious to know what price Double Q is willing to propose. Li candidly articulated his thoughts. If Mr. Li is inclined to sell WeChat, encompassing both the company and its assets, Double Q is prepared to offer 50 billion. Observing Li merely nodding without any discernible reaction, Zhang Xiaolong realized that Li was unmoved. Mr. Li, certain matters ought not to be articulated so bluntly. Nonetheless, I feel compelled to remind you that Double Q's scale vastly surpasses that of WeChat. What WeChat possesses, Double Q can effortlessly replicate. If it is merely a financial investment, I believe Mr. Li's cinematic achievements may not suffice. Zhang Xiaolong's words veiled a threat, yet Li remained unfazed. I extend my gratitude to General Zhang for the reminder. However, I am determined to pursue this endeavor, so consider me audacious. The recent negotiation ended in discord. As I observed Zhang Xiaolong's retreating figure, I fervently hoped for some support from Shuangqiu, wishing for a stir in the situation. Upon his return, Shuangqiu swiftly commenced its strategic implementation, with the development department embarking on the meticulous task of creating their software on a one-to-one basis. Shuangqiu's ambition to replicate Weishuan is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Each feature must be painstakingly developed and updated incrementally. During this interval, Li seized the opportunity to further expand the market. The company's security also required enhancement, and through connections with Liu Yifei's father, he recruited a cadre of retired soldiers, establishing a three-tiered security system. Li, do not engage in such a stalemate with Shuangqiu. Liu Xiaoli caught wind of the situation. Realizing that Li's Weishuan was now in direct competition with Xiaoma Shuangqiu, many believed Li was overreaching, akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. The last company to exhibit such stubbornness was Kaisen, which, having once valued at 4 billion, rejected Shuangqiu's acquisition, only to face impending bankruptcy through imitation. Shuangqiu and Weishuan are direct competitors. We must either sell or determine a victor. If we endure, we will emerge as a company that rivals Shuangqiu. Failure merely entails continuing to produce films. Liu Xiaoli felt overwhelmed. The notion of enduring to become an equal to Shuangqiu seemed unfathomable. After all, Shuangqiu is a titan with a market valuation exceeding 1 trillion, and Xiaoma ranks among the elite in the domestic wealth hierarchy. The audacity of this young man to aspire for such heights is astonishing. In the span of 3 months, Shuangqiu incessantly updated its offerings, ultimately replicating Weishuan's features: shake bottle, nearby people, moments, and public accounts. Just as Shuangqiu was poised to launch a financial onslaught against Weishuan, Lili allied with 72 internet startups to bring Shuangqiu to court, accusing them of plagiarism, monopoly, user information breaches, and unfair competition. Between 2007 and 2015, Shuangqiu became synonymous with imitation, having driven numerous companies to their demise. This period marked the nadir of Shuangqiu's reputation. While Shuangqiu busied itself with replicating Weishuan, Lili diligently reached out to the founders of internet startups that had previously fallen victim to Shuangqiu's predation. Lili took the helm, and the 306 team joined the fray. Shuangqiu, having encroached upon 300 in SIX's core business of antivirus software, unveiled Shuangqiu Doctor in 2009. With each successive update, it increasingly mirrored 306, nearly duplicating its most essential functionalities. 306 was under siege, and if they did not retaliate soon, they would face obliteration. Lili united numerous internet startups that had been crushed by Shuangqiu, initiating a lawsuit against them for unfair competition, monopolistic practices, plagiarism, and leaking user information. To circumvent local protectionism for Shuangqiu, the lawsuit was filed in the capital. Legal battles are not swiftly resolved. Those entrepreneurs who had been suffocated by Shuangqiu lamented online, sharing their heart-wrenching tales of the companies they had painstakingly built, now extinguished due to Shuangqiu's relentless imitation. On the PC front, 306 has launched the QQ Guardian, striking a decisive blow at the vulnerabilities of the dual QQ platforms. Computers equipped with QQ Guardian will merely obstruct the incessant advertisements from QQ, without impeding the user's ability to utilize other features of the dual QQ services. On the mobile front, the functionalities of QQ have nearly mirrored those of WeChat, as it embarks on a capital-intensive campaign, employing tactics reminiscent of Li's strategies, where invitations to register yield opportunities for lucky draws. The 3Q micro-battle has erupted, with 306 engaging in fierce competition on the PC front while QQ invests heavily in the mobile arena, thereby constricting WeChat's operational space. Meanwhile, Lili's WeChat has quietly introduced a new feature, the WeChat Smart Butler. This feature can be likened to an artificial intelligence installed on a mobile device. Users can click on the Clean and Optimize option, which mirrors the approach of 306, effectively purifying the advertisement capabilities of QQ. Additionally, it offers intelligent management for mobile devices, clearing junk files, optimizing speed, and conserving battery and data. This is not the superficial intelligence often touted by smartphones. It genuinely enhances the performance of mobile devices. The experience of this feature is truly remarkable. After activating the WeChat Smart Butler, the phone feels entirely transformed. This transformation is particularly perceptible on older devices. Prolonged usage of Android phones often leads to sluggishness, but after using the WeChat Smart Butler, the phone feels as if it were freshly purchased. QQ's extravagant spending has not significantly affected WeChat, as the advertising business remains curtailed, prompting QQ to become increasingly anxious. We have just made a difficult decision. Lili has finally awaited this crucial decision from QQ. Chapter 43. The resolution of victory. A choice between two. The situation on PC is somewhat manageable. Despite the cacophony of criticism, it remains a social platform with irreplaceable value. However, the mobile sector presents a different dilemma. With the recent launch of WeChat's intelligent assistant, the allure is undeniable. The absence of the dual Q option does not render WeChat unusable. Upon integrating WeChat's intelligent assistant, even budget smartphones deliver an experience akin to that of premium devices. Following the announcement of the dual QS exclusive strategy, half of its mobile users vanished overnight. In a state of urgency, Dual Q attempted to decipher WeChat's newly introduced features, yet after several days of research, they were left utterly confounded. Artificial intelligence is not a mere product of this era. At this critical juncture, WeChat executed a stunning maneuver. It announced compatibility with any legitimate software and officially launched its PC version, thus addressing the social challenges faced by users. Upon the rollout of WeChat's PC edition, some users discovered that it also included an intelligent assistant, significantly optimizing computer performance. Additionally, WeChat introduced a stealth mode feature, ensuring that no software could detect its presence, effectively circumventing the dual QS exclusive choice, allowing users to operate both applications simultaneously on their computers. As WeChat's download numbers surged, even those who did not utilize its communication services found its intelligent assistant irresistible. Meanwhile, dual QS competitor 306 felt increasingly targeted by this new functionality. 306 approached WeChat, requesting to share the stealth feature, but Lili claimed that development would require some time, asking 306 to wait a few days. As the battle escalated, chaos ensued. WeChat, equipped with robust communication capabilities and computer optimization management, positioned itself dominantly above both Dual Q and 306. In this triadic conflict, 306 found itself under the relentless pressure of Dual Q, a behemoth that was simultaneously being pushed back by WeChat. The smallest entity, WeChat, rapidly solidified its standing, not only safeguarding its mobile presence, but also penetrating the PC market, reaping rewards across the battlefield. WeChat's cunning strategy lay in its ability to bypass Dual QS exclusive choice on the PC, while the mobile version remained ensnared. Who would believe that WeChat's mobile platform could indeed evade Dual QS constraints, yet chose not to? This left users truly facing a binary choice. In swift response, Dual Q retracted its mobile exclusive option. While WeChat expanded its territory, it adeptly maintained the image of an innocent newcomer, victimized by the bullying tactics of an internet giant. Lili led a coalition of internet startups crushed by Dual QS dominance, accusing it of plagiarism, monopolistic practices, and unfair competition, all while allegedly leaking user information. They lodged complaints and reached out to the courts, seeking a fair adjudication of Dual QS' ongoing commercial monopoly. Today, the choice between WeChat and Dual Q may lead to further monopolistic practices tomorrow, should Dual Q set its sights on another enterprise. What implications would arise if Dual Q forced users to choose between itself and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology? In the arena of public opinion, Li and his allies exaggerated Dual QS threats and its suppression of small enterprises. They rallied more startups to join the fray, resulting in a near-universal alignment within the internet sector, dividing into Dual QS faction and WeChat's coalition, igniting a war of narratives. Anyone who has ventured online is undoubtedly aware of the 3Q micro-war. A cursory glance reveals that few are unsympathetic to Weixin, which has faced severe bullying, with all its features shamelessly plagiarized by the twin QS, which even impose a binary choice upon users. Within a month, amidst the sympathy of countless netizens, Weixin's download numbers soared, transforming from a fledgling startup to a colossal force in the realm of intelligent mobile social networking. This was precisely the outcome Li had envisioned. In truth, he could have gradually captured the market by directly launching an intelligent assistant, but that approach would have been far too sluggish. By engaging in this fierce battle and leveraging the substantial size of the twin QS, he enhanced Weixin's visibility, presenting it as a vulnerable entity being unjustly oppressed in the minds of internet users. Wei, how many registered users does Weixin have now? Lili sensed that this farce was nearing its conclusion. The dual-platform registered user count had reached 400 million. With 100 million active users on the PC side and a significant number of users discreetly operating the intelligent assistant. On the mobile side, there were 200 million active users of the intelligent assistant, with a real-time communication active rate of 20 million. Lili Nudda, acknowledging that mobile social networking had essentially pushed the twin QS out of the picture. Their binary choice strategy had inflicted substantial damage. While the twin QS held an irreplaceable position on the PC side, they lacked the same advantage in the mobile arena. Once uninstalled, regaining user downloads would prove exceedingly difficult. Though Weixin could not usurp the social attributes of the twin QS on PC, it had firmly established its foothold through intelligent management. As anticipated, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology issued a notice, mandating the three companies to cease hostilities within 5 working days, undertake damage control, and apologize to the affected netizens. Upon receiving the notification, Lily promptly issued an apology and rescinded the measure to purify mobile pop-up ads from the Twin QS. Consequently, the Twin QS were free to bombard users with advertisements once more. As for the amassed download figures, they were not to be abandoned. With the three parties having apologized, only the impending legal battle with the Twin QS remained. Lily had achieved his goal. The outcome of the litigation no longer held any significance. As for the startup executives whom Lily had brought into the fray, he felt no obligation to assist them. The stark reality of commerce was laid bare. Those individuals no longer served any purpose for him. As the commercial conflict concluded, industry insiders reflected on the episode, discovering that the most unexpected beneficiary had been the seemingly weakest Weixin. It could hardly be deemed weak now, having emerged as a giant in intelligent mobile social networking and securing a considerable presence on PC as well. Particularly noteworthy was the astonishing functionality of the intelligent assistant system within Weixin, which had garnered the attention of smartphone manufacturers, leading to Weixin becoming the software that ships pre-activated on new devices. One can easily envision a future where Weixin is a standard feature on every phone, until a substitute inevitably emerges. The intelligent assistant for PC may also become a standard offering. Is it over? Liu Yifei inquired of Li. For the time being, yes, he replied, resting his head on Liu Yifei's lap as she gently massaged his temples. Soon, you shall become the matriarch of a company worth billions. We ought to celebrate this evening. Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Liu Yifei, Lily reflected on the recent period spent closely monitoring the developments at the company, continuously adjusting strategies, unaware of the savory delights around him. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei smiled brightly, revealing her pearly whites. Is that true? You are amazing. Of course. Look here. Lily retrieved her phone, showcasing news articles analyzing the aftermath of the 3Q micro battle. Analysts observed that while the conflict seemed to be initiated by the dual QS, it was Weixin that first entered the fray, igniting the hostilities. The entire progression of events appeared to be under Weixin's dominion. Weixin nearly expelled the dual QS from the intelligent mobile market, and the prospects of reclaiming that ground remain uncertain. The PC sector has also seen a significant increase in installations. Although users operate under their intelligent manager, it is still feasible to connect with acquaintances within their accounts. Ultimately, Weixin's market valuation surpassed 1 trillion, and provided it secures its foundational base for a while longer. A valuation exceeding 2 trillion is merely a matter of time. In just 3 months, a humble application emerged victorious from a fierce commercial confrontation. Liu Yifei gazed at her phone, chuckling foolishly, realizing she had become the matriarch of a trillion-yuan enterprise. Stop grinning like that. Get up. I'll prepare dinner. Mother will be arriving shortly. Lily sat up. You can remain lying down. When Mother comes, let her take care of it. Liu Yifei grasped Lili-zan. No worries, I'll handle it. I've been at the office for a month. It's good to stretch my legs. He proceeded to the kitchen, playfully ushering Liu Yifei out. Don't fuss. Your beauty is the greatest assistance to me. Liu Xiaoli entered, having changed into her slippers, and upon seeing Lili cooking, exclaimed, Xiaoli, just let Qian take over. Mother. Liu Yifei shot an exasperated glance at her mother. Chapter 44. I acknowledge my mistakes after Liu Xiaoli arrived. The two of them joined forces and swiftly prepared a sumptuous dinner. Xiaoli, do try this. It's my signature dish. Liu Xiaoli said, serving food to Li, who appeared increasingly endearing as a son-in-law. Observing her daughter, she reproached, just eat properly. Why are you fussing about? What fussing? Liu Yifei retorted angrily, pushing a piece of ginger aside. Auntie, I didn't mean to. Qian interjected. There was just a large piece of ginger. Lili assisted Liu Yifei in explaining, extracting the ginger and replacing it with a piece of chicken for her. Look how considerate Xiaoli is towards you. Perhaps you should amend some of your less desirable habits. Liu Xiaoli remarked, now viewing her daughter with disapproval. I'm not eating anymore. Liu Yifei slammed her chopsticks on the table in frustration and stormed upstairs. What kind of behavior is that? It's all my fault for spoiling you. Hearing Liu Xiaoli's words only fueled Liu Yifei's anger as she stomped up the stairs. Mom, Qian is already wonderful. It is a stroke of luck for me to marry her. Lily found himself at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. All right. You two will be living together from now on. She has been pampered and may not know how to manage things, so be a little more understanding. Liu Xiaoli chuckled. During this period of commercial competition, she had kept a close watch on events. While some matters remained unclear to her, Li's WeChat had persevered and achieved victory. The current market valuation exceeded $1 trillion, and after a period of stability, its listing would propel it to $1 trillion company. Li's earlier assertions were far from mere jest. WeChat truly had the potential to evolve into $1 trillion enterprise in such a short time. This recent 3Q micro-war was hailed by many as a classic business battle, with Double Q serving as a stepping stone for WeChat. Reflecting on the past, when Liu Xiaoli initially felt Li was unworthy of her daughter, the tables had now turned, revealing a sense of humility. Li bore no mockery. Rather, it was a manifestation of a mother's love for her daughter. After all, Liu Yifei would soon be living with Li, and Liu Xiaoli was concerned that her daughter's flaws might impact their life together. Rest assured, Mom, I will take good care of Qian, Li assured her, for he cherished Liu Yifei deeply, captivated by her beauty and radiant spirit. By the way, Xiaoli, regarding WeChat's finances, you should find someone else. My capabilities are limited, and I truly cannot assist you. With WeChat's expansion, managing the financial transactions had become overwhelming for her, and without the support of her subordinates, she would have been close to breaking down. Now, she had nearly relinquished control, allowing her team to handle matters. Lili Bauja, recognizing the importance of the financial role within the company, he had long intended to replace Liu Xiaoli. Does Annie have anyone in mind? He inquired, seeking her opinion as a sign of respect, regardless of her response. Wang Wan from the finance department is quite capable. She has been handling most of the recent affairs. Liu Xiaoli promptly suggested a staff member from her department. Li nodded. He had recruited Wang Wan himself, and having her assist Liu Xiaoli with the finances would serve as an excellent opportunity for evaluation. As for whether to recruit externally or promote from within the department, let's postpone this matter for a few days. The company is developing at an astonishing pace, revealing some drawbacks. There is a scarcity of managerial talent, and too many matters require Li's personal attention. By the way, tomorrow your teacher will hold a press conference for a script about a man named Zhang Chong who has decided to end his life. It is a Li's script, directed by Li's mentor. Liu Xiaoli did not hesitate and allocated investment from the studio for him. Zhang Chong, if I recall correctly, was originally named Zhang San, right? Li distinctly remembers naming the script Zhang San. It is unclear. Perhaps your teacher altered it. By the way, I have a backup of the script on my phone. Would you like to take a look? Liu Xiaoli placed her phone on the table. Li opened the script to review it. The title had changed, and there were some modifications to the content, along with improvements in the details and the addition of storyboard frames. After a brief glance, he returned the phone to Liu Xiaoli. Such alterations did not concern him. A director possesses their own unique style. The same script, when handled by two different directors, can yield two entirely different films, potentially altering the very essence. There was no need for him to insist that the script remain unchanged. Tomorrow, Shi and I will attend the press conference. Since the teacher is filming, it is only right that he shows his support. Liu Xiaoli nodded in agreement. I will prepare some food to send to Shi. Li gathered some of Liu Yifei's favorite dishes and ascended the stairs. A smile graced Liu Xiaoli's face. Li still cared for Liu Yifei and had not neglected her due to changes in status. Li entered the bedroom with the food. She wasn't there. He pondered for a moment, thinking she might be in the practice room. In the practice room, Liu Yifei was striking and kicking a sandbag in the corner. Damn you. Li, putrid fish and rotten shrimp. Why don't you come up and comfort me? I'll beat you to death. What offense have I committed against Princess Shi that she wishes to end my life? Lilian tarat, upsharbing Liu Yifei's, distressadamiano. It's all your fault. That is why Mom scolded me, Liu Yifei retorted. Upon seeing the food Li was carrying, a flicker of joy crossed her eyes, yet she still feigned displeasure. It is my fault. I have come to deliver dinner to Princess Shi. Please enjoy your meal. I won't eat. Liu Yifei lifted her chin defiantly. Unless you feed me. How old are you? And yet you still require feeding. Li placed the food on the computer desk. Because of you, I was scolded, so you must feed me. All right, come here then. He relented. Liu Yifei's face lit up with a victorious smile as she set down her gloves, dashed over, and sat on Li Li's lap, eagerly waiting to be fed. There's a chair available. Why are you sitting on my lap? The computer chair was already limited in movement, and with someone perched atop, it became nearly impossible to move. I wish to. Whether you feed me or not is up to you. Liu Yifei wrapped her arms around Li Li's waist to prevent herself from slipping off. You're just being spoiled. Li Li was tempted to refuse her. But considering she had been controlling her food intake each day, he felt a pang of sympathy, realizing that not eating in the evening would leave her lacking in nutrition. Have some persimmons, cucumber slices, and lettuce. Eat a piece of meat. Liu Yifei commanded Li Li to serve her food. If it's not tasty, I want to give it to you. Liu Yifei suddenly puckered her lips and playfully addressed Li Li. Aren't you disgusted? Li Li was left speechless. You can't disdain the fairy sister. Hurry up. She wrapped her arms around Li Li's neck and leaned in closer. Isn't this quite delicious? Li Li found no fault in the taste. The food fed to you by the fairy sister must be delightful. Liu Yifei declared proudly, picking up food with her chopsticks, taking a bite, and then offering it to Li Li. I've had my fill already, so you must eat for yourself. Woo-woo, you have no right to refute, she asserted, sitting dominantly on Li Li's lap. I'm so full. Liu Yifei patted her little belly, clearly satisfied. Everything's gone into my stomach. How could you be full? Next time, let me know in advance so I can save some space. Li Li, seated in the chair, felt utterly helpless, having inexplicably overeaten. Chapter 45. Not amusing at all, come on. Help me up. Let's go out for a stroll and digest. Li Li urged, pushing Liu Yifei down from her lap, prompting her to assist him in standing. Have you managed to prop yourself up? Let me see. Liu Yifei lifted Li Li's shirt to feel his abdomen. It wasn't sculpted with 8-pack abs, nor was it a plump belly. His muscles were firm, and his waist was impressively strong. Stop groping around. Let us just step outside for a bit, Li Li said, handing Liu Yifei her jacket before carrying the plates and utensils downstairs. I'll take care of it, Liu Yifei replied, snatching the dishes from him as they descended together. As they passed through the living room, they spotted Liu Xiaoli lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Oomph. Liu Yifei turned her head away from her mother, depositing the tableware in the kitchen before rushing to the door to change into her shoes, wrapping her arm around Li Li's. Li, let's go for a walk. Mr. Li, you two are truly affectionate. Others called out as they encountered various residents of the villa community. This neighborhood was primarily inhabited by business professionals, either executives or company leaders, all well off. The number of acquaintances they stumbled upon today was far greater than during the peak of the economic boom. Perhaps it's time to consider relocating. Lili remarca, discerning the unspoken intentions of those they met. Indeed, Liu Yifei nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Her partner's success attracted these distinguished individuals to seek his company. Upon returning to the villa, they exchanged a few words with Liu Xiaoli. I will keep my eyes peeled and inform you if anything suitable arises. Liu Xiaoli acknowledged. Although she owned another villa, equally upscale and comparable to this one, any further search would necessitate a residence with superior security. Before long, Liu Yifei whisked Li away, expressing her discontent with her mother's reprimands in this manner. This little girl, doesn't she know who her mother cares for? Liu Xiaoli thought to herself, watching their retreating figures with exasperation. Still upset? Once back in the bedroom, Lily embraced Liu Yifei. No, I understand that Mom means well, but she shouldn't doubt you. You want to abandon me, right? She nestled into his arms, gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. Of course not. No one could take you away from me, not even you, Lily asserted, holding her shoulders and looking earnestly into her eyes. I want to allow you to leave. Do you understand? Yes. Liu Yifei moved, wrapped her arms around Li, resting her head on his chest. Message received. Li acknowledged the signal, his hands immediately becoming busy. No, that's not the signal. Stay still. Oh dear, that is not what I meant. You're incorrigible. I was just feeling touched. The following morning, Lily awoke to find Liu Yifei already stirring. She playfully kicked him several times with her delicate, fair feet. Lili graspet her foot, tickling the soul, eliciting delightful giggles from her. Just keep feeling touched. By the way, are you busy today? Not at all. I've finished recording the songs, but I haven't decided when to release them yet. Liu Yifei replied, lying on the bed, watching Li dress handsomely. Today, the teacher's film is set to commence shooting. I informed my aunt that I would be going with you, and I shall seek you out at noon. After getting dressed, he began selecting an outfit for Liu Yifei to wear today, placing it on the bed to await her rising. Isn't that the one you like? Liu Yifei inquired, pointing to a garment in the wardrobe. Li glanced over, saying, You intend to wear it for me? If you change when you return in the evening, it might not be comfortable against your skin. Pure cotton is better for the body. Liu Yifei, observing the slightly pink-hued cotton underwear in Li's hands, felt a surge of joy. Her husband was so considerate. Help me put on, dear. I have no plans today and will accompany you to the company. Liu Yifei exclaimed, lifting the covers and extending her arms. Get up. Are you intent on staying in bed all day? Dress yourself. Lili Raturka, setting down the small garment and exiting the bedroom. That little rascal has learned to be mischievous. She knows her allure, yet continues to tease him. If not for a prior engagement with someone else, she would have surely learned what the midday sun feels like today. Upon descending, Lili discovered that Liu Xiaoli had already prepared breakfast. After freshening up, he assisted Liu Xiaoli in bringing the meal to the table. Is Qian still not awake? You shouldn't indulge her like this, he remarked. She is up and getting dressed. Don't criticize her. She is cheerful every day, and I quite like that. Lili encouraged Liu Xiaoli not to constantly trouble Liu Yifei. He understood that Liu Xiaoli's intentions were to motivate Liu Yifei to strive harder and become an even better version of herself. Lili appreciated Liu Yifei as she was now, diligent at work, leisurely in her free time, possessing her own thoughts and passions, with a few minor quirks, yet undeniably beautiful. Liu Xiaoli nodded, refraining from further comments. Marriage is a mutual journey, and she felt she had failed, thus lacking the authority to advise her daughter. Liu Yifei bounced down the stairs, still reveling in the delight of having successfully teased Li Limom. The mother-daughter bond held no grudges. She clung to her mother's arm playfully. Hurry and freshen up. Your meal is waiting, Liu Xiaoli said, helplessly tapping her forehead. Releasing Liu Xiaoli, Liu Yifei made a face at Li before heading to the bathroom. Li watched her joyful retreat, momentarily tempted to swat her playfully to coax tears from her. But he refrained in Liu Xiaoli's presence. Ahem, let us eat first, Liu Xiaoli remarked, noticing Li's gaze nearly fixated on the bathroom, prompting him to focus on the meal. They decided that henceforth, he would not stay overnight without reason. The simple breakfast was enjoyed in relative silence. Liu Xiaoli finished first, knowing that Liu Yifei would accompany Li to the WeChat company today, so she left without waiting, observing her daughter and Lili sharing the meal with playful interactions. Liu Xiaoli felt her earlier suspicions were unwarranted. Once Liu Xiaoli stepped out, Liu Yifei felt an instant sense of relief, turning to Nestle into Li's embrace, seeking comfort. Stop fooling around. We're eating, he admonished. No. Liu Yifei squirmed in his arms, clearly in high spirits today. Suddenly, the door swung open. Liu Xiaoli entered, momentarily taken aback by their appearance. She suppressed the urge to scold Liu Yifei, grabbed her bag, and turned to leave, saying, Take your time eating. It's all your fault. Liu Yifei retorted playfully. Liu Yifei returned to her seat. Her lovely visage and fair neck flushed a deep crimson. How can this be blamed on me? Lili was at a loss for words. It was you who had willingly perched upon my lap. This time, Liu Yifei refrained from causing any further mischief. After dinner, she assisted Li in washing the dishes. Put this on, Lili said, handing her coat to Liu Yifei while bending down to put on her shoes. Don't move. Allow me to help you with your shoes. Typically, when they ventured out together, it was Lili who laced her shoes, but this time, she felt an unusual desire to assist Lili instead. The black leather shoes slipped on effortlessly, devoid of any sense of engagement. What is this? It is hardly enjoyable at all. Chapter 46. Overseas plans outside the villa. 3 vehicles awaited the arrival of Li. The change in his status necessitated enhanced security measures, especially following the recent competition with the double Q. To guard against desperate actions, A multitude of bodyguards accompanied him on every outing. Now, Liu Xiaoli and Liu Yifei also had their security upgraded. They no longer ventured out with merely 2 assistants, relying solely on the host for protection. Li Li and Liu Yifei entered the middle vehicle, and the driver set off towards Weixin Company. Upon their arrival, Liu Yifei linked her arm with Li Li's, greeting the employees with a warm smile, exuding elegance and intelligence. Step aside. Once in the office, her true nature was revealed as she pulled Li Li, who was seated in the office chair, aside. I am the trillion-dollar queen, Liu Yifei declared, taking her place in the boss's chair with an air of grandeur. She reclined, her exquisite legs, akin to jade, resting comfortably on the desk. Your skirt is riding up, princess. You've exposed yourself. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to gaze upon the legs of this princess? Liu Yifei retorted angrily, a cold smirk gracing her face. Since you've seen my exposure, you ought to assist in covering me. Li Li obliged, lowering her legs and playfully delivering 2 light slaps, prompting her to comply. The office phone rang. It was the front desk. Mr. Li, a Mr. Wang Xing, says he has an appointment with you. I'll be right down. Please arrange for him, Li Li replied, rising to straighten his attire. I need to attend to a visitor. Will you wait here, or would you prefer to explore the company? I'll wait for you here, she decided, acknowledging her unfamiliarity with the company's operations and the potential disruption her wandering might cause to the employees. Li Li nodded, reminding her to call if she needed anything, and then exited. Hello, Mr. Wang, Li Li greeted as he stepped out of the elevator, immediately spotting Wang Xing seated in the waiting area, flanked by a receptionist who was explaining company details. Hello, Mr. Li. Wang Xing rose to greet him. Please follow me. Li Li gestured, addressing the receptionist. You may continue with your duties. He escorted Wang Xing into the reception room, where a secretary entered to prepare tea. The two engaged in casual conversation, sharing insights on the internet industry. After discussing various topics, they arrived at Weixin. The strategy devised by Mr. Li is astonishing. You've achieved in 3 months what others take 1 to 2 years to accomplish. Wang Xing marveled at Li Li's rapid development. Indeed, Weixin, along with its integrated smart assistant, displayed remarkable prowess. Had it not been for the recent surge in business warfare, even with its advanced technology, it would have taken 1 to 2 years to successfully promote the software, and any missteps during that period could have been detrimental. However, Li Li adeptly leveraged the conflict with Double Q to condense the promotional timeline to just 3 months, incurring negligible costs. This business conflict has been analyzed by many in the commercial sphere with a unanimous consensus that Weixin initiated the hostilities. Although it appeared to be at a disadvantage, seemingly under pressure, it continuously profited from the situation. This success is attributable to Weixin's excellence and the audacity displayed in its strategic formulation, leaving many astounded. Mr. Wang, what do you envision for the future of Weixin? With a smile gracing her face, Li Li inquired about Wang Xing's perspective on Weixin. Presently, Weixin has established a significant foothold in the smart mobile market. As long as the intelligent assistant remains irreplaceable, Weixin's position in the future smart mobile landscape is unassailable. Wang Xing asserted with unwavering conviction. The intelligent assistant is remarkably exceptional. A smartphone equipped with an intelligent assistant can truly be deemed smart, while a smartphone devoid of one may only be referred to as a foolish phone. This was his assessment after experiencing the intelligent assistant. Observing Li's expression, which bore a smile yet hinted at disappointment in her eyes, Wang Xing pondered, was there something he had overlooked? He contemplated, could it be the essence of Weixin? A social application, potentially more significant than the intelligent assistant? Did Li regard the social attributes of the intelligent mobile market favorably? Wang Xing voiced his inner uncertainty. What if Weixin could facilitate transfers between accounts and enable swift payments between strangers? Li Li replied with a smile, her tone brimming with confidence despite the interrogative nature of her statement. Wang Xing's breath caught in his throat. Matters involving monetary transactions are never straightforward. There exists a theory among bankers regarding the profit margins of transactions, suggesting that any intermediary will inevitably gain a share of the profits. If Weixin could become that intermediary, the potential benefits would be immense. It is no wonder that Lili sought to leverage the intelligent assistant to position Weixin in direct competition with the 2QS. Many who review the situation fail to grasp the significance of Weixin's strategy, which is that the intelligent assistant, despite its brilliance, need not engage in the rivalry between Weixin and the 2QS. Simply following a methodical approach, it could dominate the entire smartphone market in no more than a year. Why provoke conflict with the 2QS? Now, Wang Xing comprehended that Weixin seeks to capture the entire interactive market of smart mobile devices. Lili's vision is astonishing. Wang Xing exclaimed. Might Mr. Wang be interested in joining Weixin's strategic endeavors? Lili extended an invitation to him. Although Wang Xing's high NEI Wang was rather unsuccessful, his future prospects are promising. He is poised to rise and, within a few years, become one of the titans of the internet. What does presently imply? Wang Xing found it hard to believe, as he assumed Li was interested in acquiring or collaborating with his high NEI Wang. The position of the president of Weixin Group is available. This left Wang Xing astounded. He needed time to process this information. Could President Li elaborate on the rationale behind this? He asked with uncertainty. It is worth noting that his high NEI Wang teetered on the brink of closure, marking him as a somewhat failed entrepreneur. Your capabilities should not be confined to a single website. Your talents require a broader internet market to flourish. Wang Xing fell silent. He needed to contemplate this thoroughly. Although his internal network had faltered, leaving him somewhat bewildered, he had never envisioned himself working for others. Yet, the grand vision of Weixin's future, as painted by Li, was truly monumental. Should President Wang choose to join, your inaugural task will be to venture into the overseas smart mobile market. Chapter 47. An unfathomable emotion, Wang Xing ultimately succumbed to the allure of WeChat. The temptation was insurmountable for someone at the helm of such a vast enterprise. He signed the employment contract, and now he would return to manage matters at Wang, officially commencing his role within 7 days. Lili escorted him out of the company. Upon returning to the office, Lili found Liu Yifei seated in the executive chair, sipping tea while perusing documents on the desk. Her serene beauty was captivating, exuding an intellectual grace akin to a figure stepped out of a painting. An impressive individual, entrusted with significant aspects of the company's development. Lili provided explanations to Liu Yifei. Indeed, Liu Yifei nodded, refraining from further inquiries. She recognized her lack of understanding regarding the company's progression and deemed it unnecessary to delve into specifics, trusting that Li would manage everything adeptly. Do you need to handle all these documents? Liu Yifei inquired, lifting the papers in her hand. Lili nodded. I need to review them before deciding how to proceed. Please, go ahead, she said, relinquishing her position to Li and moving to a nearby sofa, observing him as he worked. The focus he exhibited was undeniably attractive. Her husband was remarkable. A glimmer of admiration danced in her eyes as she contemplated how fortunate she was to have encountered such an extraordinary man, one who could cook, show affection, direct, compose music, and generate wealth. How could she possibly match such a remarkable individual? The thought made her feel somewhat inferior, as it seemed her only asset was her beauty. What are you pondering? Noticing the furrow in Liu Yifei's brow, Lili set aside the documents and knelt before her, gazing at her tenderly. Nothing, Liu Yifei replied, her eyes flashing before she smiled. You are the most exceptional woman in the world, my only choice. I wish for nothing but your happiness, Lili said, gently smoothing the crease in her forehead with his fingers. Yes, yes. Liu Yifei, deeply touched, embraced him. Here, Lili suddenly felt exhilarated. An office romance could be conceivable. He began to unfasten his belt. That's not what I meant. Liu Yifei quickly grasped his hand, her face a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Is this even a heartfelt moment? If you continue at this pace, I might end up sprawled across the desk. She jested. Really? Lili looked at her, puzzled. Not at all. It has never been that way. Perhaps it is your mind that is troubled. Impossible. Every time. You seem so pleased. Lili shot her a knowing glance, contemplating the aftermath of their intimate moments. At noon, Lili took Liu Yifei to the company cafeteria for a staff meal. Most employees were taken aback to see Liu Yifei in person, despite knowing she was Mrs. Li. Several bold young women approach her for autographs, and as Liu Yifei displayed no airs, many others soon followed suit. "All right, that's enough. It's lunchtime," Lily interjected as the crowd began to swell. Intimidated by Mr. Li's presence, the crowd gradually dispersed. "I have commitments this afternoon, so I won't be signing today. I'll return tomorrow when I'm free to provide you with autographs." Liu Yifei observed that many wore expressions tinged with regret as they made their promises. What is wrong with giving a bit of preferential treatment to one's own employees? Long live the fairy sister. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's exclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers. All right, let us feast. Otherwise, your boss may become displeased." Liu Yifei jested, pointing at Li Li. Laughter ensued, and the group dispersed, restoring order to the cafeteria. "So, did the fairy sister bring you any embarrassment?" With the affection of so many, Liu Yifei always felt a surge of happiness at such moments. Princess Qianqian, invincible under heaven, uniting the realm, the foremost in martial arts. Liu Yifei playfully slapped Lily twice, gently and without pain. They chatted as they finished their lunch, contacted Lu Xiaoli for the address, and, having arranged the company matters, departed. "Teacher." Upon entering the press conference venue, Li Li encountered Tian Zhuangzhuang. "What brings you here?" Tian Zhuangzhuang's brow furrowed upon seeing Li Li. "Just wait. Don't exit until Qianqian makes her appearance." Li Li's current status was no trivial matter. As the owner of a trillion-yuan company, he would surely capture the journalist's attention. Li Li nodded, agreeing with Tian Zhuangzhuang's plan, while retorting, "I'm here to support you, to bolster your presence. Is this Mr. Li Xuejian?" Li Li recognized the esteemed artist. A fine young man, Li Xuejian shook Li Li's hand and patted his arm. "I have seen your performances. They are truly marvelous." Li Li conversed with Li Xuejian, standing beside him. "I am aging. The film industry needs fresh talent like you. This is Yu Fei Hong, this is Huang Xiaoming, this is Hu Jun, and this is Gao Yuanyuan." Li Xuejian introduced the principal actors to Li Li. Li Li greeted everyone. "Mr. Li." The group, not daring to be negligent, found Huang Xiaoming, who was usually quite friendly, suddenly very courteous. Huang Xiaoming portrayed the young protagonist, while Gao Yuanyuan played his love interest. Hu Jun and Yu Fei Hong portrayed the neighboring couple who had moved in. "Quite the selection of actors. They are stunning," Li Li remarked to the teacher. "Wasn't the performing arts director harsh?" After exchanging pleasantries, Li Li continued conversing with Li Xuejian, while Liu Yifei engaged in dialogue with Gao Yuanyuan and Yu Fei Hong. The women found ample common ground for conversation, easily bonding in the absence of rivalry. Take a look at the script. As Li Li chatted with Li Xuejian, a script was thrust into his hands. Flipping through, he noticed some minor adjustments. "Liu Yifei, would you be available to play a supporting role?" Tian Zhuangzhuang invited Liu Yifei. Initially, he had hoped for her to portray the protagonist's love interest, but Liu Yifei declined, considering the potential overlap with her music release. "Sure, teacher. Please inform me when the time comes." Liu Yifei acquiesced. As the group mingled and conversed, avoiding Li Li's vicinity, he scrutinized the script intently, contemplating the revisions. He had no intention of voicing suggestions, but aimed to grasp the teacher's vision. The young male lead. The teacher intended to use an article, reportedly thwarted by the performing arts director, ultimately leading to the selection of Xiaoming. Having finished reading the script, Li Li shared the latest gossip he had just heard from Liu Yifei. "Is that so?" Li Li glanced at the teacher, pondering how the creative team had overlooked the presence of Beijing Film Academy. How had they managed to escape scrutiny? Meanwhile, on Li Xuejian's side, it seemed someone had whispered something to him as he cast several glances in Li Li's direction. He was aware of Li Li's role as the director of Gravity, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that within a mere 6 months, Li Li had ascended to the status of a billionaire mogul. Upon realizing Li Li's true identity, he understood why Li Li refrained from approaching the multitude of illustrious actors. It was not a matter of pride following a successful film, as he had initially assumed. Chapter 48. Does beauty entitle one to indulgence? As the film premiere commenced, the teacher barred Li Li from exiting, leaving him to await backstage. Liu Yifei stepped out to support the teacher, yet inquiries regarding Li Li's whereabouts ensued. An overwhelming number of media outlets, both entertainment and finance, sought interviews with Liu. Liu Yifei remained tight-lipped about the questions surrounding him, deftly steering the conversation back to the film. Once the press conference concluded and filming began, the first shot was executed smoothly, with Li directed by Tian Zhuangzhuang to perform menial tasks. Those aware of Li's true identity were taken aback. The owner of a billion-dollar company, reduced to following the director's orders. Li cast a pleading glance towards Liu Yifei, silently requesting an escape, yet she feigned ignorance, sitting there, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in conversation with Yifei Hong while enjoying the performance. Your husband is seeking your assistance. Are you not concerned he might impose discipline upon returning home? Observed Yifei Hong, noting Li's desperate expression, which appeared quite pitiable. Discipline is discipline. I'm accustomed to daily admonishments, Liu Yifei remarked nonchalantly as she continued snacking. Teacher, you can't treat people this way. Li protested, taking a seat by the monitor. Without robust physical stamina and concrete work experience, how can one effectively direct? Frustrated, he abandoned his tasks, prompting Tian Zhuangzhuang to assign someone else to take over. What does physicality have to do with directing? Times have changed. The tools are far more advanced than before. Very well, then, come and see how the shot looks. Tian Zhuangzhuang gestured towards the monitor. Li leaned in, scrutinizing the footage. Everything appeared orderly, yet a sense of disquiet lingered, though he could not pinpoint the source of the unease. This is precisely why you lack practical experience. The arrangement is too immaculate. A typical community would not exhibit such uniformity. Some individuals are tidy, while others are disheveled and negligent. Even the latter would not be managed to appear identical to another. Tian Zhuangzhuang pointed out the problematic aspects of the shot's composition, emphasizing that without having worked in a large crew, one cannot successfully manage a production. After delivering his critique, he proceeded to instruct the crew to rectify the discrepancies. Li sat before the monitor, contemplating the teacher's words. Managing a film crew. The teacher orchestrated the vast ensemble with remarkable precision. Under his guidance, the surrounding arrangements underwent some modifications. Although the layout remained largely unchanged, the atmosphere felt entirely transformed. Perhaps this was what many referred to as a sense of detachment. Some films, upon watching, evoke an immediate sense of artificiality, rendering one unable to immerse themselves in the narrative. Li focused intently, observing as the teacher directed the shoot beside him. It was not until the filming concluded that Li took his leave, returning to the villa with Liu Yifei. What troubles you? Liu Yifei inquired, cupping his face as she noted his silence. Having watched the teacher direct today, I feel acutely aware of my shortcomings as a director. Nonsense. You are truly remarkable. Liu Yifei promptly countered his self-doubt. Every director possesses a unique style. If they were all equally skilled, the essence of cinematic art would be lost, resulting in indistinguishable films. Is that not so? Li gazed at Liu Yifei. Of course, you excel in filmmaking. If it were otherwise, gravity would not have garnered acclaim. Thank you. Liu Yifei's earlier concern for him touched Li, prompting him to plant a kiss on her cheek. I'm off to take a shower. Ponder this for a while. Liu Yifei retreated to the restroom. Listening to the sound of running water, he nearly slapped himself. Was this truly the moment for contemplation? He pushed open the restroom door. Together now. As dawn broke anew, Liu Yifei accompanied Li to the office. Li diligently managed the company's affairs until Wang Xing's arrival. Every matter required his personal attention. Liu Yifei honored her promise from the previous day by signing autographs for the employees. The company was poised to launch its business. While financial gain was not urgent, capturing market share was paramount. Profit would inevitably follow. Nevertheless, a modest income was still welcome. Li assigned tasks across various departments, gradually progressing. They began with small earnings. The newly recruited development team was ready to launch WeChat's emoticons, including the popular laughing crying expressions. They would first secure copyright before going live. Currently, WeChat boasted approximately 10 million daily active users. Even a fraction willing to pay for emoticons would yield significant revenue. Regarding the verification of subscription accounts, aside from the official free options, the company's subscription accounts required a fee for authentication. Unlike DoubleQ, WeChat planned to avoid intrusive pop-up ads, opting instead for targeted advertising in WeChat Moments, which promise substantial income, albeit requiring gradual expansion. Mr. Li, the CEO of ZTE, is on the line, wishing to arrange a meeting with you. The secretary approached Li with the news. Certainly, let us schedule a time to meet. A smile spread across Li's face. He had anticipated a longer wait for these tech industry magnates to reach out. The smart assistant was not yet in its complete form. The current version Li had updated could enhance a phone's performance by approximately 10%, while for older devices, the improvement could reach 15 to 20%. Li had no intention of offering an enhanced smart assistant for free. The counterpart was in the capital and, if convenient, wished to meet at the company this afternoon. If Mr. Li was unavailable, the next opportunity would be pushed to the following Wednesday. The secretary relayed the outcome of the discussion with ZTE CEO to Li. Let us proceed with this afternoon. Please prepare the reception area for our guest. Li instructed the secretary. Understood, boss. The secretary exited. At lunchtime, Li spotted Liu Yifei in the dining area. Are you tired? If so, we can always come back another time. He grasped Liu Yifei's right hand. After signing so much, your hand must be weary. It's fine. I haven't signed too many, just one department at a time, and I'll chat with them afterward. It's not exhausting at all. Just take care of yourself. The company isn't going anywhere. Don't overexert yourself. Li expressed his concern for her before they shared a meal together. The employees of the company, witnessing the ethereal couple of their boss and the enchanting lady, couldn't help but express their envy with smiles reminiscent of awkward familial affection. Some could not resist capturing the moment and sharing it online, igniting a wave of public discourse. The enchanting lady has become the matriarch of a billion-dollar enterprise. Does she still engage in filmmaking and creative pursuits? As onlookers gazed upon Liu Yifei's radiant smile in the photographs, their jealousy became palpable. She is married into a wealthy family. Why would she still need to produce works? Can she not simply enjoy her afternoons with tea? Yet, marrying into wealth is not merely a matter of privilege. She has embarked on an entrepreneurial journey alongside her husband. The online discourse surrounding Li and Liu Yifei has sparked extensive debate, particularly regarding who is the more fortunate among them, drawing the highest number of participants. Discussions proliferate across various platforms, with threads exceeding 10,000 replies. The transformation in their circumstances is nothing short of surreal. One a student from a film directing program, the other a performer who faced industry ostracism. Within a year of their marriage, their fortunes have dramatically reversed, even before the company's public offering. Its valuation has reached a staggering billion. While netizens may engage in conversation from a distance, unable to harbor genuine resentment, those within the entertainment industry view the situation differently. Many female artists are consumed by jealousy, their teeth nearly ground to dust from envy. Countless individuals toil tirelessly, sacrificing so much. Yet their achievements pale in comparison to what Liu Yifei has garnered from a single film. Moreover, some expend every ounce of effort solely to marry into affluence, only to find themselves serving the elderly and tending to the young, while their husbands indulge in flirtations outside. Liu Yifei, however, has effortlessly ascended to the status of a wealthy matron, receiving her husband's affection and enjoying an unhindered existence, with only her mother as a figure of authority, rendering her the most esteemed woman in her household. Is it not peculiar that fate seems to favor her so disproportionately? Does her beauty grant her the license to act with impunity? Chapter 49. Collaboration with the intelligent butler. After finishing lunch, Li organized the documents, preparing the materials needed for his upcoming meeting with the CEO of ZTE. Liu Yifei observed Li's busy demeanor from her office, feeling somewhat helpless. Is this afternoon particularly hectic? She inquired. We have a crucial meeting this afternoon, Li replied, finding it amusing to see the guilt etched on Liu Yifei's face. If the collaboration succeeds, we could potentially generate billions in revenue each year. Is that so? Liu Yifei exclaimed in surprise, her understanding of the specific business somewhat vague. Yet she was in awe of Li's capabilities. She embraced him from behind. You are truly exceptional. It makes me a little intimidated. You are remarkable as well. I listened to your new album. It's nothing short of divine, Lili responded, turning to embrace her and gently placing her on the desk. He looked at Liu Yifei with earnestness. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. I am the happiest person in the world. Liu Yifei gazed at Lili, her eyes sparkling as if melting, and she wrapped her arms around him. Sitting on the desk, she towered over him and could only cradle his head. It's too big. It feels a bit stifling. Lili's muffled voice came from her chest. You lecherous fool, always thinking impure thoughts. Liu Yifei scolded, tightening her embrace. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed, causing Liu Yifei to release Li as if electrified. She quickly jumped off the desk, adjusted her attire, and seated herself gracefully on the nearby sofa, pretending to read a newspaper. Her serene appearance made her look like a celestial being. Lili chuckled at her demeanor, only to receive several glares from Liu Yifei. Come in, he called out. Secretary Xiao Wu pushed the door open, glancing at Liu Yifei before swiftly averting his gaze. Boss, the CEO of ZTE will arrive in 10 minutes. Lili nodded. Understood. Let us head downstairs. Turning to Liu Yifei, he added, you can rest here. If you feel bored, just wander around the office. Go on with your work, Liu Yifei said, helping Lili adjust his attire as she escorted him out of the office. Lili descended with his secretary, and after a short wait in the reception area, the secretary returned with a guest. Mr. Su, welcome. Lili extended his hand warmly. Mr. Li, a pleasure. Mr. Su, not deterred by Lili's youth, shook his hand politely. After exchanging pleasantries, Lili invited him to the meeting room. Mr. Su, seemingly pressed for time, wasted no words and directly inquired about the intelligent butler. Mr. Li, is there any possibility of selling the intelligent butler? ZTE is prepared to invest 100 billion. Su Xiang's straightforwardness took Li by surprise. There was no pretense, merely a sincere offer. Lili shook his head. I fear I must disappoint you, Mr. Su. We have no intention of selling the intelligent butler. Su Xiang nodded, understanding that this was expected. The intelligent butler played a vital role for mobile phones, and Mr. Li would not allow it to remain free indefinitely. Su Xiang had made some predictions regarding the intelligent butler, believing that charging for it in the future was highly plausible. Moreover, users tend to have a certain acceptance of fees for such functional software. However, Lili's response still took him by surprise. The currently released intelligent assistant would remain free indefinitely. As Su Xiang was astonished, he quickly realized that the next generation of the intelligent assistant would no longer be complimentary. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, inquiring whether there might be an opportunity for collaboration with Mr. Li. Of course, Lili's milat presenting a colaboración proposal. The new generation of the intelligent assistant could enhance the performance of new smartphones by 20% in software management and hardware optimization. Lili handed over the data to Su Xiang. What is your plan for collaboration, Mr. Li? Su Xiang asked, examining the materials. The objective data indeed indicated a 20% improvement, yet he remained uncertain whether this could be achieved in practical use. The intelligent assistant's role is to assist in the operation of smartphones by reducing the use of ineffective applications, enhancing the capability for clearing junk files, minimizing the accumulation of unnecessary documents, managing battery usage, and optimizing hardware performance. These elements are crucial components of an organic system, which ZTE is also independently developing. The emergence of the intelligent assistant has significantly benefited this aspect. The new generation of the intelligent assistant could be licensed for company use, if customization is required. An annual fee of 100 million would be applicable, in addition to a 200 yuan installation fee for each device, with the company not charging users directly. Lili proposed the terms of collaboration. Su Xiang immediately raised his head to look at Lili. 200 yuan per smartphone. With ZTE's current shipment volume in the millions, would mean they would have to pay WeChat over 100 million in installation fees. This fellow is rather greedy. He thought that ZTE's annual net profit could hardly reach such an amount. Mr. Su need not be so astonished. This is a download code. You can have your testing personnel evaluate its worthiness for the 200 yuan fee. Furthermore, this fee can easily be incorporated into the smartphone selling price, allowing users to bear the cost. If Mr. Su is hesitant about this expenditure, there is no need to worry. Our next generation of the intelligent assistant will be fully online by January next year, at which point all smartphone users will be able to download it. The monthly usage fee for users is 20 yuan or 150 yuan for an annual subscription. These costs will be borne by the users. Su Ziang noted that, calculating the benefits and drawbacks in his mind. With users paying 150 yuan annually, as long as they continued to use it, they would incur costs, amounting to 300 over 2 years. The advantages and disadvantages of this business model were readily apparent. Collaborating with the company, the 200 yuan installation fee per smartphone, although less profitable than a monthly user fee, would provide immediate revenue upon the sale of the devices. It essentially allowed smartphone manufacturers to collect payments on behalf of users. There would be no financial transactions between WeChat and users. If user fees were collected, there would be those who subscribed monthly, those who opted for yearly plans, and others who would hesitate to spend money on the free version. It was difficult to ascertain how much WeChat would profit, but it was certain they would receive their fair share of criticism. Users would likely continue to use the service while voicing their complaints, which could tarnish WeChat's reputation and lead to a backlash reminiscent of the dual Q incident, facing widespread condemnation online. Li and Su Ziang discussed various collaboration strategies and the next steps for advancing the WeChat company's plans. The specifics of the collaboration were not mentioned by either party. Su Ziang needed to return to conduct tests and discuss matters with the company's decision-makers. After expressing his farewells, he departed with the download code in hand. Li escorted him out of the company, watching as he drove away. Upon returning to the office, he found Liu Yifei absent, inquiring about her whereabouts. He learned she had gone to the lower department to sign documents for the staff. The following day, Liu Yifei did not accompany Li to the office, as she had been invited out by friends. The mere thought of Liu Yifei's friends caused Li a pang of discomfort. Regarding Yao Beina's situation, although it felt somewhat abrupt to remind her about the physical examination, accompanying Liu Yifei could be deemed a reasonable excuse. As for Zhang Liangying and Xu Chang, that truly posed a dilemma. Li was uncertain whether to respect their destinies. They were Liu Yifei's closest friends, and she held them in high regard. The entanglements of familial bonds and romantic ties were matters beyond the reach of outsiders. Li found herself at a loss, unsure of how to address the situation, or even if she should intervene at all. Chapter 50. The Path of Xu Chang. During lunch, Li unexpectedly encountered Liu Yifei at the restaurant, accompanied by Xu Chang. "What brings you here?" Li inquired, astonished. Liu Yifei had not mentioned her visit to the company today, nor had she informed Li that she would bring Xu Chang along. There are many fans of Xu Chang in the company. She had no engagements today, so I thought I'd bring her to meet some fans. Liu Yifei gently took Xu Chang's hand and encouraged her to sit down as she went to fetch their meal. "Xu Chang, today I'll treat you to the staff meal from Weixin. It's quite delightful." "Hello, Manager Li." Xu Chang and Li greeted warmly. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. We've met before." Li Chocolat. They had previously met during the premiere of Gravity and had even shared a meal together. Back then, Xu Chang had chatted with Liu Yifei without any reservations, but the shift in their statuses had rendered her somewhat constrained. Before long, Liu Yifei returned with a plate of food, assisted by another employee who carried an additional serving. "Thank you." Liu Yifei expressed her gratitude, her smile radiating warmth, leaving the female employee utterly enchanted. "No need for thanks. I'm a great admirer of your signature," the employee replied, bowing before hurriedly departing. "Xu Chang, would you like to try some?" Liu Yifei offered her some food. "Delicious." Xu Chang glanced at Li and leaned closer to Liu Yifei, engaging in a hushed discussion while sharing their meal. "The taste is decent. For someone who doesn't eat it often, it feels delightful. However, for regulars, it might seem rather average." After finishing their lunch, they continued their conversation in the restaurant, showing no intention of avoiding Li. Li listened attentively to their discussion. "I can hardly find any good scripts these days," Xu Chang lamented, grappling with her frustrations. Despite her previous popularity, she now seemed to have hit an impasse, struggling to secure not only film scripts but also quality television scripts. It felt as though the directors she had once collaborated with were now shunning her. Liu Yifei, unable to comprehend the situation fully, could offer no useful advice, sharing in Xu Chang's distress. "Hee hee." Lily chuckled at the sight of their beautiful faces contorted in despair. What is so funny? Do you know the reason? Liu Yifei glared at Li, with Shuchong also turning her gaze towards her. Of course, it's all about the benefits. Lily clarified, observing the confusion on their faces. Shuchong lacks a management agency, has no formal training in acting, and isn't part of the so-called elite circle. If you cannot bring value to others, why would they choose to work with you? It's not merely about having talent or the ability to generate buzz. Look at today as television dramas. How many truly demand acting skills? Even films are now casting inexperienced newcomers lacking in talent. The profit model in the industry has shifted to a commercial revenue-sharing system with artists, rather than relying on the profits from film and television productions. The market has transformed, yet they remain fixated on their fame and skills, believing they still contribute positively to productions. In reality, the entertainment industry has gravitated towards the cultivation of stars and actors, especially those who are independent, are bound to experience diminishing resources. Liu Yifei's struggles in the industry were a reflection of this very issue, consuming others' resources without offering any benefits in return. Fortunately, she encountered Li. What should I do? Shuchong inquired, feeling lost in her current predicament. Join a company, share a portion of the benefits, and continue to maintain your popularity as a star, or enroll in a training program at the Central Academy of Drama or Beijing Film Academy. Embrace the academic path, gain access to some resources, and partake in high-quality films and dramas as a skilled actress. Lily could only offer these two options. Her foundation was solid, and she possessed considerable popularity, making her equally suited for stardom or acting. The key was to find a strong ally to lean on, for it is under a great tree that one finds shade. Shuchong fell silent, reflecting on her regrettable choice to attend a foreign language institute. Each time she thought about it, she felt a pang of remorse. After years in the entertainment industry, she was all too aware of the murky dealings within companies and had no desire to return. Was it still possible to join an academy? She hesitated, uncertain if they would even accept her. Huang Bo, a peer from the voice acting department, had nearly reached 30 upon entering Beijing Film Academy. Shuchong remained quiet, unable to make a decision. Lily refrained from pressing further. She had made her suggestions, but the choice lay with Shuchong. Not long after the afternoon work began, Liu Yifei greeted Li as she and Shuchong departed the company, returning to the villa late that evening. Where did you go? You spent an entire day having fun? Lily lay on the bed, scrolling through news on her phone. Helping Shuchong, she sent books to children in mountainous regions. It was surprising to learn that Shu Chang's dream was to become a primary school teacher. Liu Yifei leaned over, planting a kiss on Li's lips as she undressed, recounting the day's events. Over the years, Liu Yifei had participated in numerous charitable activities, but hers and Shu Chang's endeavors were of vastly different natures. After her shower, she nestled into Li's embrace, nudging his arm aside to rest her head on his shoulder. If Shuchong goes to an academy, which is better, Central Academy of Drama or Beijing Film Academy? She asked Li, having spent the afternoon with Shuchong, who was contemplating attending an academy. Pursue fame and fortune at Beijing Film Academy or chase artistry at Central Academy of Drama. Liu Yifei nodded and took out her phone to message Shuchong. Lily glanced over but paid little attention. Hasn't your album been recorded? When will it be released? Lily had already listened to Liu Yifei's electronic dance music album, but had never heard her mention a release date. Mom said to ask you about your MV recording when you're done. Liu Yifei replied without looking up. Lily stared at her in astonishment. Why didn't you mention this before? Didn't I tell you? Liu Yifei looked at him in confusion. Of course, you never mentioned it. They exchanged incredulous glances. All right, I understand. I'll think about it tomorrow. Lily was defeated by Liu Yifei's innocent expression. Liu Yifei felt a sense of triumph, a smile curling at her lips. But before she could bask in her victory for long, she found herself pinned beneath him. In the conference room of Zhongxing, smoke swirled as several executives listened intently to the report from the testing personnel. One day this year, within the company, thousands of mobile phones were subjected to simultaneous testing, the majority being newly launched devices, along with some refurbished older models. After a day of rigorous evaluation, the results emerged. The intelligent assistant proved to be capable of augmenting the operating system, unleashing the full potential of the hardware. The data aligned impeccably with the written figures provided by WeChat, showcasing capabilities that rivaled even the formidable prowess of the Apple system. The testers summarized that the intelligent assistant could enhance the performance of the smartphones by 20% through effective software management and hardware optimization. In the conference room, a pin drop could be heard. The data was astonishing, nearly akin to providing a significant upgrade for the devices. As for the collaborative proposal, the installation fee was manageable, as it could be included in the retail price, ultimately borne by the consumers. The customization fee, however, represented an expense for enhancing and maintaining brand image. While a customization fee of 100 million is feasible, a 200 yuan installation fee is excessively high. The smartphone market is thriving, with sales increasing, and in the future, installation costs may escalate into a substantial financial burden. Chapter 51. The cooperative agreement. The negotiation team of Zhongxing arrived in the capital the following day. They demanded exclusive authorization. The lead negotiator from Zhongxing struck with a harsh blow right from the start. Li was nearly on the verge of expelling him from the room. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone to call Su Ziyang for clarification. "It's nothing serious. Mr. Li, please don't be upset. I will call them right away and teach them a lesson." Su Ziyang likely anticipated the remarks made by the negotiation team, or perhaps the discussions had been prearranged. "Mr. Su, if you genuinely wish to collaborate with our company, you must demonstrate sincerity." Li was genuinely irate. If they sought exclusivity, could they afford the price? Following this commotion, the negotiations officially commenced, centering on the installation price per unit. Zhongxing proposed a price of 50 yuan per phone, which Li found unacceptable. 200 yuan was already a considerable show of goodwill. If Zhongxing was unwilling, they could allow users to opt for the payment themselves. Zhongxing raised their offer to 100 yuan, yet Weixin remained steadfast at 200. After a morning of fruitless discussions, Zhongxing's team departed, agreeing to reconvene at a later date. After several rounds of negotiation, Li Zhe conceded. The customized smart assistant from Zhongxing would require an annual payment of 100 million yuan to Li. The installation cost for each phone was set at 150 yuan. Weixin was obliged to complete the installation of the proprietary software, which could not be uninstalled. This stipulation was the reason behind Li's concession of 50 yuan. Weixin's responsibility was to provide customized services and ensure robust after-sales support for the smart assistant. Upon finalizing the collaboration, Li and Su Ziyang signed a contract, capturing a handshake in a photograph. Weixin commenced the development of Zhongxing's customized smart assistant, while the 100 million yuan entered the transfer process. When news of the collaboration between Zhongxing and Weixin broke in the financial news, it captured the attention of both the tech and internet sectors. What sort of partnership had been established? Curious parties began to seek information. In the entertainment industry, onlookers could only observe the spectacle, filled with envy and jealousy, continuing with their own affairs. It was now a challenge to even secure a meeting with Li. Whether he would return to the entertainment industry as a director remained uncertain. For now, they could only curry favor with Liu Yifei. With the partnership with Zhongxing solidified, other smartphone companies, upon receiving news, approached Weixin for collaboration. The larger companies, aware of the terms of Weixin's agreement with Zhongxing, swiftly reached their own agreements. However, smaller firms lacked the financial fortitude. The installation fee was one thing, but an annual customization fee of 100 million yuan was beyond the means of most. Only one major corporation faced difficulties in negotiations: Nokia, which held a 50% share of the smartphone market. They could not accept the installation price of 150 yuan per device, nor did they agree to Weixin software as factory installed. Li did not yield to their market dominance, a stance that perplexed many, including other smartphone manufacturers. For Nokia, which commanded half the market, conceding even a fraction of their profits would still leave them abundantly prosperous. Yet, without cooperation, they stood to gain nothing at all. The other three giants were quite pleased. The trio of Samsung, Motorola, and HTC readily consented, as they were unable to compete with Nokia in the marketplace. Both domestically and internationally, 8 companies forged a collaboration, signing a contract for a customized smart assistant. WeChat received an influx of 800 million in customization fees, with installation costs settled quarterly. Just as Li was raking in profits, an individual arrived to discuss ideals, much to his chagrin. I started a company to earn money, and you come to me with talk of ideals. Have you lost your mind? He exclaimed. Brother Lei, this is truly a small-scale venture for me. I implore you to show some leniency. However, Lei Dajuan's rice brand was in its nascent stages. The first mobile phone had yet to be launched. Yet he sought to negotiate with Li regarding the smart assistant, wishing to customize it without the means to settle the payment. Could credit be extended? Fine. Considering Lei Dajuan's reputation, credit could be an option, but he also wished to lower the installation cost. Wasn't that a slap in the face to the companies with whom contracts had just been signed? Li had not even afforded Nokia, which held 50% of the market, any courtesy. Mr. Li, our upcoming phone is priced below 2,000 yuan. If your smart assistant is installed, we won't see a single cent in profit, and we'll actually lose 5 yuan per device. At that time, smartphone prices hovered around 4 to 5,000 yuan. 2,000 was merely a bargain. This is not my issue, but yours. While Lei Dajuan aimed to assemble and sell phones, Li's smart assistant was a crucial software component. Was it possible to sell without it? You can sell normally. Let users download the smart assistant on a subscription basis. However, Lei Dajuan aspired to establish a long-term phone brand, one rooted in values and ideals, where brand image held significant importance. He had already discussed internally that allowing users to subscribe would undermine the brand's integrity. With no money for food, you still worry about image. Li was inclined to collaborate with Rice, yet they were exceedingly poor. Their phone prices were low, and profits were thin, leaving little foundation for partnership. Presently, hardware was not inexpensive, and assembling the entire device yielded minimal profit. How about this? You mentioned that Rice is valued at $100 million, right? WeChat will invest 400 million yuan for a stake in Rice, acquiring 40% of the shares. The smart assistant contract remains unchanged regarding installation costs. However, you should reduce hardware expenses a bit, and WeChat could defer payment to you for 2 years. What do you think of this new collaboration proposal? Are you serious? Lei Dajuan inquired, perplexed. Although he lacked confidence in his developmental strategy, with not a single phone yet released, the future remained uncertain. As for the $100 million valuation, Rice had no substantial market value. Without a product, how could there be a valuation? It was merely a fabrication to mislead Li. Do I seem like I am joking? Li replied earnestly. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, Lei Dajuan needed to seize any opportunity. Even if he could not get on board, avoiding enmity was paramount. The influence between the two industries would not be overly significant. Upon hearing this, Lei Dajuan fell silent. I need to return and discuss this with everyone. Please do as you wish. Li escorted Lei Dajuan out of the company, watching until his car vanished from sight. He then proceeded to Wang Xing's office, where Wang had already resolved the issues concerning the domestic network and officially commenced his tenure at Weixin Company. Over the past few days, he had been engaged in the handover of work with Wang Xing. Aside from major decisions, Wang had begun to assume management responsibilities for the company. Weixin had established partnerships with several foreign mobile phone companies, positioning itself as an essential software for installations, thereby seizing the opportunity to capture the overseas smart mobile social market. Wang Xing nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. His first project upon joining was to develop the international market, bolstered by such favorable developmental foundations. Mr. Li, rest assured, I will oversee the expansion into the overseas market and ensure the R&D department effectively manages the updates and maintenance for the international version. With the work handover complete, Li would no longer need to concern himself with trivial matters, as his focus would solely be on steering the overall direction. Chapter 52. House viewing. Are we not going to the office today? Liu Yifei inquired, still half asleep, as she sat upon her bed. Typically at this hour, Li would have already completed breakfast and departed for work. Yet today, Li had chosen to remain home, even taking the initiative to assist her in getting dressed. Did she truly think Liu Yifei was unaware of her mischievous intentions? With the appointment of a new president at the company, early arrivals were no longer necessary. Li rummaged through the wardrobe, encouraging Liu Yifei to rise and presenting her choices, as if she were dressing a Barbie doll. I'm not ready to get up yet. I wish to sleep a little longer, Liu Yifei protested, still somewhat grumpy from sleep. No, you're eager to rise. Exceedingly eager, Lily insisted as she continued to dress her. However, midway through, the clothes vanished entirely. I know your wicked ways, Liu Yifei exclaimed, playfully biting Lily's shoulder, leaving a mark. Hee hee. Lily scooped her up and carried her to the bathroom, where they shared a refreshing shower. This time, she indeed dressed Liu Yifei in an appropriate outfit. Are we going out? Liu Yifei asked, noticing her attire. My mother has been keeping an eye on several properties for us to view. Buying a house. Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled. Women seem to possess an inherent obsession with shopping. After Lily had become the owner of a WeChat company, it had become increasingly inconvenient to live here, as their encounters with neighbors had noticeably increased. Visits in the evening interrupted their normal routine, and their concerns about the villa's security grew. In a burst of excitement, she leaped from the bed onto Lily's back, wrapping her arms around her neck and her legs around her waist. Lily, startled, quickly steadied her. Could you not give me a warning first? Lily chided, playfully swatting her backside. Today, I am a bird without feet, unable to touch the ground. You must carry me. If my feet touch the ground, you'll be in trouble. Liu Yifei clung tighter to Lily, refusing to let go. You must loosen your grip. I'm going to be suffocated, Lily exclaimed, exasperated by her unreasonable antics. Carrying Liu Yifei from the bedroom to the dining area, she refused to sit on a chair, insisting that Lily hold her while she ate breakfast. Do you not resemble a monkey from a mountain? You are the monkey, Liu Yifei retorted, incensed by Lily's analogy, pinching her waist several times, which made Lily grimace in pain and plead for mercy. Their breakfast was filled with playful banter, their affection for one another as strong as ever. Being together inevitably led to such endearing antics. Sit on the chair for a moment. I'll wash the dishes, Lily said after they finished eating, attempting to place Liu Yifei down on the chair. Yet, she clung to Lily's neck, her legs wrapped around her waist, resembling a koala refusing to let go. Carry me to wash the dishes. Are you out of your mind? Let go. I cannot wash dishes while carrying you. Wah. You no longer love me if you refuse to carry me while you wash. Tears streamed down Liu Yifei's face. I swear I want to give you a good smack right now. Stop this act and let go of me. Lily delivered several resounding slaps upon her posterior. Exerting no restraint whatsoever. Her cries abruptly ceased as she shielded her behind, leaning over the stool, casting a woeful glance at Lily, feeling a throbbing headache. He chose to avert his gaze and proceeded to wash the dishes. Upon his return, Liu Yifei remained in her previous posture, her expression brimming with grievance. Tears poised on the brink of falling as she looked at him. Enough of this nonsense. We are off to view the houses. Come here for a hug. Sometimes I truly wish to give you a thorough thrashing. Lily, exasperated, drew her to the door. You wouldn't dare. All right, stop playing around. It's time to leave. Our ride has arrived. If you wish to frolic, we can indulge once we return tonight. As Lily slipped on his shoes, he noticed Liu Yifei gazing at him with eager anticipation. With a resigned sigh, he grasped her feet to assist her in donning her socks and shoes. The pair first ventured to the studio to pick up Liu Xiaoli, who presented them with the property information. Leaning against one another, Li and Liu Yifei perused the details of various properties. One option was a villa at Yutangshan Hot Springs, previously known as Yuan, boasting high security and ample space, with neighbors a considerable distance apart, ensuring privacy. A notable feature was the villa's own spring. Another prospect was a Sihiyuan in Shihai, originally owned by a coal magnate, tastefully decorated, now being sold by the family as the former owner enjoys his tea elsewhere. Its advantages included a desperate seller and a relatively low price, though it was situated in a bustling area. The Shishan Villa area presented a regal garden reminiscent of the summer palace, characterized by its grandeur and proximity to the elite. The Yuanyang Villa district offered the convenience of being near the airport, ideal for business trips. Indeed, all these villas shared the virtues of high privacy, superior security, and spaciousness. Li and Liu Yifei deliberated on which property to visit first, with Liu Xiaoli emphasizing the merits of Shishan and Yuanyang, one signifying noble status. the other offering proximity to the airport and studio for convenience. Liu Yifei expressed a desire to explore Tangshan, while Li Li's opinion seemed inconsequential, as the decisions were to be made by his wife and mother-in-law. After a spirited debate between mother and daughter, they ultimately resolved to head to Tangshan first. Li Li's criteria for the villa included safety, privacy, and convenient transportation, alongside the ability to arrange security independently. Liu Yifei and her mother, however, seemed to select properties as one might choose garments, inspecting each room meticulously. 3 days elapsed before they had viewed all of Liu Xiaoli's curated listings, leaving Li Li exhausted, while the mother-daughter duo remained thoroughly engaged. "This one at Tangshan is splendid," Liu Yifei exclaimed, captivated by the hot spring villa, envisioning leisurely soaks each day. Liu Xiaoli advocated for Yuanyang, highlighting its comprehensive amenities, proximity to the airport, and convenience for work, while also acknowledging the merits of the Shishan villa. When they sought Li Li's opinion, he revealed his preference for a Sihiyuan in the city center, featuring a small garden pond and a layout that spanned 3 sections. "Close to Shihai, I also find the Tangshan villa quite appealing," Lili concurred. With both daughter and son-in-law favoring Tangshan, Liu Xiaoli relinquished her persuasion efforts. Recognizing that the residence would belong to the young couple, Liu Xiaoli took on the responsibility of securing the property, allowing Li Li and Liu Yifei to concentrate on planning the recording of their album's music video. The entire album comprised electronic dance tracks, necessitating the portrayal of the song's emotional essence in the video. As the director, Li Li traveled to Beijing Film Academy to recruit a few senior interns specializing in cinematography and lighting, initiating the recording process. The legendary spirit remains unyielding and unstoppable, culminating in a battle-themed music video. The filming process proved to be quite challenging. The original music video beautifully expressed themes of homosexuality, but Li Li opted for a reinterpretation, emphasizing that the beauty of real life is omnipresent, questioning the necessity of fixation on romantic love. The entire album radiates a joyful and uplifting essence, making the filming not overly difficult. Remarkably, he completed the music video in just 2 weeks. What is the title of the album? When the album was finalized and discussions about the release date commenced, Li Li inquired with Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei pointed to the first song, Unstoppable. "You're quite confident, aren't you?" Li Li remarked with a smile. "Is confidence in you?" Liu Yifei leaned against him, expressing, "These songs are exceptional." Even the supervising teacher remarked that it would be a waste to confine them to a single album. "How many physical copies will be produced?" Liu Yifei hesitated for a moment before responding, "Perhaps 100,000 copies." Chapter 53. Album launch in April as the apricot blossoms bloom. Liu Yifei held her album launch at the sports arena. "Are you ready?" Li Li inquired. Liu Yifei nodded, for she was set to perform one of the songs from her album during the event. "I envy you so much." Zhang Liangying arrived to cheer for Liu Yifei, accompanied by Yao Beina and Xu Chang, who had already listened to the album's contents. As fellow artists, both Zhang Liangying and Yao Beina expressed their admiration, noting that every song on this album could serve as a hallmark of her career. Liu Yifei glanjet atlidi, her simile appering somehatnave. "Brother-in-law, could you help me compose a song?" Yao Beina remarked without reservation. "Of course," Li Li replied, agreeing that Yao Beina deserved a song for her unwavering support of Liu Yifei during her tough times when she faced criticism online. "And what about me?" Zhang Liangying grasped Liu Yifei's arm, teasingly suggesting that she could influence Li Li. "That might be possible." Li Li hesitated before nodding. "What do you mean by might be?" Zhang Liangying retorted, clearly displeased. "You must write one." Liu Yifei watched them with a cheerful expression, choosing to remain silent. "Qianqian, it's your turn to shine." Liu Xiaoli entered and nodded at the group before addressing Liu Yifei. "Don't be nervous, you've got this." The others encouraged her. Liu Yifei clenched her fist and, just before stepping onto the stage, turned to Li Li. "Darling." Li Li approached and planted a kiss on her lips. "You are the best. I'll be watching you from here." Taking a deep breath, she lifted her skirt and strode toward the stage. "I'll smile. I know what it takes to fool this town. I'll do it till the sun goes down." And all through the night time, she grasped the microphone and began to sing, traversing the long corridor, emerging from the shadows. I'll put my armor on, show you how strong I'll put my armor on. I'll show you that I'm unstoppable, her voice soared, the song reflecting her journey over the past 2 years, from being the target of scorn to her present triumph. Now, she could even look down upon those in the entertainment industry who had once disparaged her. During this time, many sought her favor, including those who had previously betrayed her, eager to regain her friendship. Even the prominent figures from Hawaii Brothers extended gestures of goodwill. She possesses an unwavering support system, rendering her unstoppable, an indomitable force destined to shine as the brightest star. Liu Yifei unleashed her fervor, her voice resonating throughout the entire stadium. Those present were invited entertainment media and dedicated fans. As they beheld Liu Yifei on stage, fans instinctively rose to their feet, waving their hands. In that moment, she radiated brilliance. The journalist cameras pursued Liu Yifei's figure, capturing her ethereal presence. At that moment, they shared a singular thought. She was indeed unbeatable. As one song concluded, host He Jeong took the stage to conduct an interview, discussing the unique features of her album and inquiring about the story behind it, particularly why she chose to release an entirely English album. During the promotional period for Gravity, we traveled to North America for a show, where we faced disdain from the host. Li, incensed, returned and penned this album for me. Liu Yifei elaborated on the motivation behind creating this album, eliciting gasps from the audience as He Jeong pressed for further details, and she recounted the tale on stage. Li, bewildered, wondered if such events truly transpired. He recalled that during that time, he was engrossed in the development of WeChat, while Liu Yifei persistently sought his attention, prompting him to spend a morning transcribing a few songs for her to practice. Zhang Liangying, Yao Beina, and Xu Chong admired Li with reverence, as he donned a contemplative expression, his face breaking into a serene smile. Indeed, that was the truth. He was remarkable. As the event proceeded, Zhang Liangying and Xu Chong joined Liu Yifei on stage to interact, their camaraderie evident as they wished for her album's resounding success. The process of selecting fans to join on stage continued, leaving no opportunity for Li to take the spotlight, lest he overshadow the proceedings. As the press conference drew to a close, a media member called out, "Liu Yifei, don't leave, sing another song." The audience quickly joined in, their chants growing unified. "Sing one more, sing one more." He Jeong promptly calmed the fans, and after a moment's consideration, Liu Yifei nodded to him, deciding to perform another song. "Just now, I sang the first track from the album. Now, I will sing the final song. If you wish to hear the others, do buy the album to support me." Liu Yifei addressed the audience with a microphone in hand. "Support. I want to buy 10 copies." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of enthusiastic shouts, predominantly in support of Liu Yifei. As the music began to swell, Liu Yifei stood center stage, her voice rising in harmony with the melody. Legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. This evening was destined to forge a legend. As Liu Yifei sang with fervor, her voice echoing throughout the stadium, reminiscent of a grand concert, heralding her glorious arrival. Many individuals, despite their inability to comprehend the lyrics, can still feel the power and conviction of the song, igniting an insatiable desire to fight in the present moment. Zhang Liangying gazes at Liu Yifei, whose presence radiates brilliance. This is the stage of her dreams. Once the media reporters departed, they promptly edited and released the footage captured on site. Although their recordings were somewhat muddled, the studio later unveiled a version with significantly superior sound quality. Fans who were unable to attend the event finally had the opportunity to listen to the complete rendition. The two songs, akin to valiant warriors, traversed the digital landscape throughout the night, spreading like wildfire across the internet. The music industry has expressed its approval of the quality of these two tracks. During the press conference, Liu Yifei's interactions became a topic of lively discussion, particularly the tale of her album inspired by being underestimated, which, while seemingly implausible, resonates with a sense of motivation. Li's name once again captured the attention of the entertainment industry, followed by a collective sigh. After all, the owner of a billion-dollar company, who just last month earned $800 million, can only make a modest income from songwriting, as he lovingly dedicates songs to his wife. Chapter 54. You wicked scoundrel, even a single English album has created a sensation in the Chinese music scene, dominating the charts. Each song within the album possesses the strength of a title track, destined to be cherished for eternity. Liu Yifei is inundated with commitments, orchestrated by Liu Xiaoli, as she traverses various platforms to promote her work. For commercial performances, Liu Xiaoli selects those of significant merit, and currently, all her endorsements have been set aside. Previous endorsements have been amicably terminated after mutual agreement. Liu Yifei's status has transformed. As the wife of a multi-billionaire, can she casually endorse other companies? At most, she might shoot an advertisement for WeChat or accept some public service campaigns. It is exhausting. In the hot spring villa of Tongshan, Liu Yifei luxuriates in the soothing waters, which indeed alleviate her fatigue. She can afford a rest. She is not lacking in exposure or popularity. Lily observes her relentless pace with concern, yet feels unable to accompany her. It's all right. The stage feels magnificent. Liu Yifei replies, shaking her head, for she relishes standing at the center of the stage. She draws closer to Li, requesting a massage for her ankles. I'm doing well now. I hardly perform as much as I did during my first album as promotion. This new album is exceptional, achieving remarkable results. In 2010, the public's perception had yet to shift. Foreign songs carried an air of sophistication. Although tiring, Liu Yifei is genuinely joyful wherever she goes. Singing a track from her album elicits roaring applause. Lily suddenly recalls the image of Liu Yifei in slippers, shyly singing Heartbeat. Can you sing Heartbeat for me again? He asks. Oh, here? In a hot spring? Liu Yifei glances at their surroundings, feeling it inappropriate. Let us head back to the bedroom. Lily gently lifts her from the spring, wrapping her in a towel and carrying her back. I need a change. She leaps from his embrace and approaches the wardrobe. What's wrong with this? You look lovely. Lily chuckles, pulling her hand playfully. You rascal. She retorts, feeling embarrassed. The melodies are captivating, enchanting listeners with each play. After a day of rest, Liu Yifei prepares to embark once more, having received an invitation from Happy Camp. Lily and Liu Xiaoli escort her to the airport. As she enters the departure lounge, Lily drives away. In the reception room of WeChat company, Lei Dajun awaits. Apologies, Mr. Lei. I was delayed by some matters, Lily says as they shake hands. The accomplishments of Lei Dajun command Li's respect. No problem, Mr. Li. After their handshake, they take their seats and a secretary serves tea before exiting, leaving the two men alone. Mr. Li, the Dami team welcomes your investment, though there are discrepancies regarding the investment amount. The Genesis team cannot accept your claim to 40% of the shares. Lei Dajun articulates the conclusions reached during recent discussions. Lily expresses his willingness to invest, much to their delight, as it signifies his confidence in their entrepreneurial venture. Lily currently enjoys considerable renown, possessing both technical prowess and business acumen, having masterminded the 3Q micro war, which cemented his standing in commercial circles. Though criticized as opportunistic, none can deny his impeccable timing in exploiting the vulnerabilities of both Q companies. What investment quota can Chairman Lei offer? Lili Inkidat. A 10% stake requires an investment of 100 million, came the reply. Lili tapped his phone against the tea table in silence. Lei Dajun immediately understood. This allocation did not satisfy him. Yet, after extensive deliberation with his team, this was the maximum share they could concede. The decision was not his alone to make. After a prolonged pause, Lili finally spoke. Have you considered, Chairman Lei, that your business proposal is overly simplistic? With sufficient capital, anyone could replicate it. Lei Dajun fell silent. Indeed, as Lili pointed out, their operations were merely smartphone assembly, beyond a customized operating system. They lacked proprietary technology. With adequate funding and resources, competitors could easily emulate their model. Lili had contemplated entering the smartphone assembly market himself. However, his current capital constraints prevented him from rapidly scaling operations, securing supply chains, and establishing market dominance. Without control over key advantages, he would be thrust into a fiercely competitive landscape. In its early stages, Xiaomi faced intense rivalry, O-series and V-series phones were direct competitors, with countless others falling by the wayside. Huawei's Honor series, in particular, mimicked Xiaomi down to the pixel, relentlessly eroding its market share and provoking Liu Yifei into public outbursts against Yuqingdong. The initial investment required for smartphone manufacturing was staggering. If Liu entered the fray, he would likely exhaust WeChat's accumulated profits from recent years. Rather than diverting funds, he preferred to further develop WeChat into a unicorn enterprise. What are your thoughts, Mr. Liu? Liu Yifei asked, sensing Li's potential to enter the market himself, a prospect that filled him with unease. Should Liu join the competition, his advantages would be overwhelming. Control over Smart Assistant alone could crush numerous rivals. $4 billion for a 30% stake, or $2 billion for 20%, Liu proposed, offering what was, by all accounts, a highly favorable valuation. Given Xiaomi's current lack of market capitalization, $4 billion for 30% represented significant overvaluation. If Xiaomi refused, Liu was prepared to explore alternatives. I must consult my founding team, Liu Yifei replied, unable to commit immediately, though inwardly he leaned toward acceptance. After seeing Liu Yifei off, Liu hoped for a positive outcome. If negotiations failed, he would not hesitate to approach Huawei and expedite the development of the Honor series. As time passed, customized versions of Smart Assistant were deployed to contracted companies. Post-testing, the software performed as promised during negotiations. One after another, major corporations held product launches. ZTE proclaimed revolutionary breakthroughs in their new technology. Samsung declared monumental advancements, positioning themselves at the forefront of innovation. Motorola asserts that we have never lagged behind. Our technicians are diligently working, and our smartphones are poised to spearhead technological advancements. Huawei has unveiled its inaugural smartphone. In an instant, the companies that signed contracts with WeChat seem to have achieved a remarkable leap, boasting about their research and development capabilities. Liu finds amusement in this, completely indifferent to their attempts to diminish the contributions of smart assistants, as long as payments are made punctually. As the press conference concluded and prices were announced, Liu felt a sharp intake of breath. How audacious these individuals are, retaining the same components, yet daring to inflate prices by 500 to 1,000 yuan. Even Meizu, which raised its prices the least, increased its selling price by 300 yuan. These entities truly regard users as mere fodder for profit. Following the launch of the smartphones, sales figures were commendable, and the reviews for various models were quite favorable. The integration of WeChat alleviated the burden of downloads for users, while WeChat incorporated simultaneously monitored installation numbers and witnessed an expansion in its market share. On the other hand, the dual-queue entities made several attempts to penetrate the smartphone social market, all of which ended in failure, prompting them to refocus their efforts on the PC sector. With the proliferation and utilization of mobile devices, their PC operations began to feel the repercussions. They were compelled to fortify their main battleground, raising the height of their protective barriers and expanding the peripheral operations of dual-queue. Liu currently harbors no intentions of venturing into the PC domain. He prefers to avoid a confrontation with dual-queue, opting instead to master the mobile sector thoroughly before proceeding. Chapter 55. The North American Forbidden Zone. With the launch of new models by major companies, the entrepreneurial team at Rice became increasingly anxious. Liu Yifei swiftly provided feedback, and after discussions, they decided to accept Li's investment of 400 million. Li and Liu Yifei formally signed the investment contract, along with a bespoke contract for the intelligent assistant. Despite receiving the substantial cash injection from Liu, Rice remained financially constrained, negotiating a 2-year credit term. Considering it a part of their own industry, Liu reluctantly acquiesced. Travel abroad? Absolutely not. Liu Yifei was currently in the limelight, her album resonating remarkably in the domestic market. Upon its release in overseas markets, it swiftly ascended the various online charts. This Chinese girl was exceptionally talented, her songs captivatingly melodious. Suppressing her success was feasible now that she held American citizenship. With the domestic promotion concluded, Liu Xiaoli sought to arrange for Liu Yifei to participate in overseas promotions. This opportunity was extraordinary. Xishi's songs had landed in the top 10 of numerous international charts. Liu Xiaoli believed it was the perfect moment for Liu Yifei to establish her name in foreign markets. However, her circumstances had changed. She could not go abroad, and certainly not to North America. Lily firmly opposed the idea. Why? Liu Xiaoli could not comprehend why such a splendid opportunity was being dismissed. It was due to Weixin's intelligent management system. You see, if Liu Yifei's songs stirred waves overseas, then Li Li's intelligent assistant was creating a tempest in the international market. Within a quarter, the first batch of smartphones equipped with the intelligent assistant had begun to launch. Whether domestically or internationally, these phones were flying off the shelves, even though each company claimed to have achieved technological innovation independently. In reality, everyone knew these devices were powered by the customized intelligent assistant from Weixin. Nokia, which once dominated 50% of the market, suddenly found itself in dire straits this quarter. With a significant drop in sales and a substantial loss of market share both at home and abroad. Many attributed this downturn to Weixin's intelligent assistant. Nokia's refusal to share profits by incorporating the intelligent assistant had led to its current predicament. Those who once mocked Li Li for being unwilling to concede profits now turned to ridicule Nokia's short-sightedness. The intelligent assistant caught the attention of major tech companies, with overseas entities approaching Weixin to discuss potential acquisitions. Weixin outright refused, and Lily had heard numerous threatening remarks. While domestic safety seemed assured, the situation abroad remained uncertain. He simply could not permit Liu Yifei to travel abroad. She was integral to his enterprise, enjoying many privileges yet also facing numerous restrictions. This is impossible. Liu Xiaoli could hardly believe it. Her generation idolized America, and it was unfathomable that such actions could be taken by the United States. Lily did not explain further, instead presenting a series of news articles. After perusing these reports, Liu Xiaoli fell silent. She had never paid attention to this aspect before and was truly unaware that North American countries would treat foreign corporate executives in such a manner. Well then, Liu Xiaoli lamented the lost opportunity for global recognition. Mom, things are still quite good now. Liu Yifei embraced her mother's arm, feeling a tinge of regret for not being able to travel abroad. However, accompanying Li Li through this constraint seemed inconsequential. As Li Li remarked, she had garnered an abundance of success. Weixin's current valuation had soared to trillions, even prior to its public listing. The intelligent assistant was exceptionally unique, epitomizing a unicorn enterprise. In the second quarter of this year, domestic smartphone sales reached 7 million units, with 3 million of those featuring the intelligent assistant. This quarter, the global installation of the intelligent assistant surged to 15 million units, accounting for 1/5 of the smartphone market sales. Weixin's settlements for this quarter amounted to 20 billion, a pace of wealth accumulation unprecedented, and this was merely the second quarter of the year. The optimism surrounding smartphones was palpable, and given the sales trajectory, the intelligent assistant was poised to become an indispensable software for mobile devices. Its irreplaceability was evident, as following the initial 8 companies, global smartphone manufacturers flocked to Beijing to discuss collaboration. The future prospects for Weixin were immensely promising. Internationally, Weixin had seen commendable registration numbers due to its bundled factory settings, which also encouraged users of older models to download the overseas version of Weixin. A complementary intelligent assistant within Weixin proved particularly appealing for older models, garnering continuous praise from users, while its simplicity and convenience won the favor of international audiences. In North America, an antitrust investigation was initiated, prompting Li Li to attend a hearing. He disregarded the summons, discarding the notification into the trash. His public response was resolute. Use it if you like, if not, simply uninstall it, showing no deference to the American state government. Financial media speculated that should Weixin go public, Li Li would undoubtedly ascend to the top of the domestic wealth rankings, with the potential to contend for a place among the world's top 10 billionaires. With Liu Yifei as his wife, who would dare to slight her in the entertainment industry? Celebrities and influencers alike would greet her with warm smiles, rushing to extend their hands in greeting, to where the crown is to bear its weight. Presently, she relished unparalleled honor and wealth. But such a status inevitably came with various constraints. North America would become a no-go zone for her. Let us hold a concert. I've seen a strong demand online for Cece to perform. To keep Liu Xiaoli occupied and prevent any mischief, Lili arranged activities for the mother-daughter duo. Sounds great. Liu Yifei cheered, having long desired to hold a concert but hesitated, fearing a lack of fans and subpar songs had deterred her. Where should it be held? Liu Xiaoli pondered, inquiring about the location for their inaugural concert. Bird's Nest, Lili suggested. Isn't that too large? Will it be filled? Liu Yifei expressed her concerns, worrying about the potential embarrassment of an empty venue. She understood that her actions reflected on Lili's reputation. What is there to fear? Just sell tickets. If we don't fill the seats, we can have the company employees come support us. And so, the decision was made. Liu Xiaoli would contact the venue. As last year, Chenglong had hosted a concert at the Bird's Nest, and there were established procedures for the application. Liu Yifei began preparing for her first concert, contemplating which artists to invite as special guests. Naturally, she intended to invite her close friends, Zhang Liangying and Yao Beina, as they were akin to sisters. The question remained, who else should be invited? She pondered over it herself and also sought Lili's opinion. Dao Lang. Lili uttered a name. Liu Yifei was taken aback. Did her husband really have any connection with Dao Lang? Dao Lang sings beautifully. I adore him. This was the first time Liu Yifei discovered that her husband had favorite singers as well. Which celebrities do you like? Should we invite them all? The thought of a husband who idolized stars made her feel that Lili was not as distant as she had once perceived. With the success of Weixing Company, she often felt that Lili was ethereal, almost unreal. The rapid achievements were simply astonishing. As for singers, I admired Dao Lang, Zhang Liangying, and Zhou Shun. Lili mentioned just 3 names, which were his absolute favorites. As for the celebrities, he gazed at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei brushed her hair back, revealing a gentle smile. She pecked him on the lips and playfully kicked him away. You only regard me as a celebrity? Oof. How absurd. Caught off guard, Lili fell to the ground. Rising from the floor, he playfully slapped his hands in the direction of Liu Yifei on the sofa and stormed off to the kitchen. Would you like some fruit? He inquired. Pineapple. Liu Yifei replied, momentarily lost in thought. Who is Zhou Shun? I've never heard of him. Chapter 56. I have a wife. The news of Liu Yifei's upcoming concert at the Bird's Nest spread throughout the entertainment industry. Liu Xiaoli, who was busy setting up the stage, received numerous phone calls. Many prominent artists expressed their desire to attend as guests. Uncertain of how to proceed, Liu Xiaoli presented the list to Lili, renowned singers from Xiangjiang, the newly emerged kings from across the strait, and established artists from the mainland. Inviting them all raised the question, would this be Liu Yifei's concert or a grand celebration of singers from across the regions? After discussing the matter, Lili and Liu Yifei publicly announced that no additional invitations would be extended. The only guests to attend would be Zhang Liangying and Yao Beina, Liu Yifei's close friends, with no other artists invited. Future collaborations would be pursued at another time. Zhou Shun, have you been located? Liu Yifei encountered Zhang Liangying and Yao Beina, inquiring if they had found the individual in question. Who exactly is this singer? During this period, she had inquired about numerous individuals, but had yet to discover anyone by that name, nor was there any artist known by it. The two shook their heads, confirming that they too had not located such a singer. Could it be this person? Yao Beina retrieved her phone to show Liu Yifei, a small singer from a karaoke platform, whose voice possessed a distinctive quality, named Zhou Shun. Liu Yifei listened to the melodious tunes emanating from her phone, which were undeniably delightful. However, does Lili have a penchant for indulging in music on karaoke platforms? She truly remains unaware that Lili either accompanies her at home or indulges in gaming. Previously, he was preoccupied with software for a considerable duration. She returned the phone to Yao Beina, and if it cannot be found, so be it. After all, she has no intention of inviting anyone to the concert. Cece, Liang Ying's infatuation is remarkably intense, even more so than yours. Zhang Liangying was absent, and Yao Beina quietly conversed with her. Through Liu Yifei, Yao Beina had become somewhat acquainted with Zhang Liangying, gaining insight into her life, and they often shared candid remarks in private. Najia, how can you speak like that? What do you mean it's more serious than my situation? My love for Lili is genuine, whereas Liangying was deceived by a scoundrel. Liu Yifei expressed her dissatisfaction with Yao Beina's portrayal. It is evident that she shares a deep affection with Li Li. How could she possibly be compared to Zhang Liangying and Feng Ke? You are aware that Feng Ke is a fraud, are you not? Yao Beina expressed her astonishment. Do you know? Liu Yifei was equally perplexed, as both individuals stared at one another in astonishment. I heard from Li Li that he claimed Feng Ke is nothing but a scoundrel who deceives others for money, pleasure, and affection. Liu Yifei explained that while she understood the reasons, matters of the heart were beyond her ability to intervene. Yao Beina nodded, noting that any perceptive individual, with a keen eye for detail, could discern the truth. He was merely a businessman, treating Zhang Liangying as a mere commodity, clearly lacking genuine concern. During this period of observation, she discerned that Feng Ke's arrangement for Zhang Liangying resembled that of a master and a mere tool. Even less than the relationship between an employer and an employee, for at least the latter requires compensation. Feng Ke treated Zhang Liangying as a non-grazing cash cow, scheduling her commercial performances to the brim, leaving her with virtually no time for respite. Being quite attentive, she frequently noticed injuries on Zhang Liangying's body and a palpable fatigue in her spirit. Such behavior is not indicative of a romantic relationship. Even the most demanding employers would hesitate to impose such a rigorous schedule on their employees. Observe how Liu Yifei is cherished by Li Li. During this period of promotional activities, her schedule barely constitutes one-third of Zhang Liangying's usual commitments. Even so, Li Li frequently expresses concern for Liu Yifei's well-being, often calling her home to rest for a day or two. Upon inquiring, she learned that in 2008, Zhang Liangying experienced hearing issues. Yet Feng Ke did not lessen her workload in the slightest. Yao Beina and Liu Yifei exchanged glances, recognizing a shared thought. They leaned in closer, deliberating on a plan to rescue their dear friend. When it comes to the emotions of a close sister, especially one in the throes of romantic infatuation, careful planning is essential. The two conspired in secrecy, sharing their messages and ideas. What are you two whispering about? Zhang Liangying inquired as she approached, noticing Liu Yifei and Yao Beina confiding in one another. Nothing. We were just discussing. They quickly redirected the conversation to Xuchang's training classes. Xuchang had attended a continuing education program at Beijing Film Academy, where the instructor praised her extraordinary talent, suggesting that with time, she should delve deeper into systematic study of acting. That's quite encouraging. With the Beijing Film Academy's endorsement, securing roles will become substantially easier for her. Zhang Liangying nodded in agreement. As the linchpin, Liu Yifei had facilitated an acquaintance between Zhang Liangying and Xuchang, establishing a cordial rapport. Xuchang, however, seemed somewhat reserved, often speaking little in private and appearing somewhat socially awkward. Did you invite Xuchang as a guest? Zhang Liangying asked Liu Yifei. I did, but she mentioned her singing was mediocre and preferred to stay off stage, enjoying the performance as an audience member instead. The trio engaged in casual conversation, occasionally gossiping about happenings in their circle. Wang Baoqian's performance in Lost on Journey was incredibly amusing. Lily took me to see it, and he was quite charming. Speaking of this year's films, the low-budget production Lost on Journey unexpectedly became a sensation. Is that so? I haven't seen it yet. Perhaps Liangying can accompany me to watch it. Yao Beina extended the invitation to Zhang Liangying. Zhang Liangying hesitated, and Liu Yifei surmised she was concerned about Feng Ke's work arrangements. Work is never-ending, and it's rare to encounter an intriguing film. I shall join you. All right. Zhang Liangying acquiesced, albeit with a somewhat forced smile. Fear not. I shall secure your leave. Liu Yifei took Zhang Liangying's phone and called Feng Ke. Aware of Liu Yifei's standing, Feng Ke was polite and agreed, wishing them a delightful outing. He also considered leveraging the connection between Zhang Liangying and Liu Yifei to reach out to Li Li. With Liu Yifei's call made, Zhang Liangying felt considerably relieved. They frolicked in the studio, chatting until dusk before disguising themselves to head to the cinema. After the movie concluded, Liu Yifei's security team transported the two home before she returned to her own residence. Upon entering her bedroom, she discovered Li Li had already fallen asleep, clutching her phone, still in her clothes. Quietly, she approached, retrieving the phone from Li Li's hand, the screen illuminating suddenly with the word wife glowing brilliantly. She understood, then, that Lily had awaited her return until sleep overtook her, intending to call but refraining to avoid disturbing her movie experience. Kneeling beside the bed, she gently kissed Lily's cheek and carefully began to undress her. "Do I have a wife?" Lily was abruptly awakened, instinctively grasping his belt. His wife had returned. Upon realizing it was Liu Yifei, he became somewhat more alert. Chapter 57. The concert begins. The day of the concert arrived swiftly, and Lily came backstage to encourage Liu Yifei. The ticket sales were remarkably successful. Initially, they anticipated a loss by selling only the inner area tickets, which could accommodate over 30,000 attendees. However, the tickets were snatched up shortly after release, and in response to fan requests, outer area tickets were made available at a relatively lower price. All the tickets, totaling more than 50,000, were sold out. Not only did they avoid a loss, but they also made a modest profit. As fans began to enter, a multitude of security personnel guided and maintained order. With such a large influx of people, it was crucial to prevent any incidents. Outside, not only were traffic police busy, but additional law enforcement was also deployed in the vicinity. In Liu Yifei's backstage lounge, she leaned against Li. 50,000 people. Liu Yifei felt a surge of excitement and anxiety, facing such a large crowd for the first time. She feared disappointing her fans and not living up to their expectations. "You performed admirably at your last single-release event." Li susurred, head. "Just imagine that all those seated below are merely puppies. You're the puppy." No disparaging remarks about my fans. Liu Yifei playfully slapped Li. "Qian. Sheng Long has arrived. Shall we go meet him?" Liu Xiaoli entered, pretending not to notice the two in their intimate posture. Liu Yifei stood up from Li's side and looked towards her, as did Liu Xiaoli. They both understood that Sheng Long's purpose for coming was not solely to see Liu Yifei. "Let's go take a look." Lily stood up. After all, it was a sign of respect for an international superstar to attend. "Uncle Long." Lily greeted Sheng Long courteously with a handshake. Their interaction was amicable, devoid of past conflicts. Zhang Liangying and Yao Beina also emerged upon hearing the news. "Mr. Li, you are too polite." Sheng Long smiled, pleased with the respectful address, which opened the door for cordial exchanges. Qian, you can do it." Sheng Long, having collaborated with Liu Yifei in Kung Fu King, felt a familiarity with her. "Thank you, Uncle Long. I still seek your guidance on experience." Sheng Long shared some insights about concert performances before departing the backstage area as the time was drawing near. "Uncle Long, let me arrange a seat for you." "No need, I have my own seat." Sheng Long waved the ticket he held. "Mr. Cheng, please come to the front for safety." Liu Xiaoli approached him. She had reserved some internal tickets meant for Li to deliver. Since Li did not take them, it worked out well, preventing Sheng Long from sitting among fans and potentially causing unnecessary commotion. Sheng Long accepted graciously, waving goodbye to Li and Liu Yifei as he followed Liu Xiaoli to the front. Han Hong arrived, and Li and Liu Yifei chatted with her backstage for a while. Although there were no invited guests, many artists had come unannounced, and quite a few were qualified to enter the backstage area. Fortunately, Liu Xiaoli had saved some inner area tickets for Li. Upon returning to the lounge, the two individuals felt a sense of helplessness. Liu Yifei's work undoubtedly fell short of such heights, yet the presence of Li compelled her to confront only the most elite artists. As the fans filled the venue and the concert approached its countdown, Liu Yifei found herself with little time to indulge in idle chatter with Li. After a final fitting, she shooed Li away as he began to meddle at an inopportune moment, his mischievous intentions infuriating her. Uncle Long, Sister Han, Brother Xiaoming, and Bao Chong. Li moved to the front to greet the arriving guests. A considerable number of artists were present today, nearly resembling a gathering of talents. Nearby fans, noticing the unfolding scene, stirred with excitement, although security quickly managed to calm them. Li was positioned between Sheng Long and Han Hong. After exchanging pleasantries, he settled into his seat. Li had a fair understanding of Han Hong's presence. Since last year, Liu Yifei had offered substantial support for her charity initiatives. With Li's recent success, Liu Yifei's charitable contributions had increased, with Han Hong's charity foundation being the primary beneficiary. Liu Yifei's unwavering support made Han Hong's attendance at the concert comprehensible, though Lili remained uncertain about Cheng Long's intentions. Chatting with the two, the ambient noise made it challenging to engage in any significant discussions. However, when the topic of charity arose, Cheng Long and Han Hong found common ground. Lili observed their playful banter, their shared images eliciting laughter. Noticing Li's slight discomfort between them, Han Hong suggested he change seats, as she and Cheng Long belonged to the same generation and could converse more easily. Apologizing, Lili moved to sit beside Huang Xiaoming and Wang Baoqiang. With a youthful atmosphere fostered more engaging dialogue. "Congratulations on your blockbuster film, Baoqiang," Lili exclaimed. "Thank you, Director Li," Wang Baoqiang replied with a broad smile, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. As the group engaged in light conversation, the music suddenly swelled, signaling the commencement of the concert. An upbeat tune filled the air, a delightful English song perfectly suited for the occasion. Liu Yifei appeared on stage, clad in a sleek black blazer and adorned with pink cat ear headphones, embodying a blend of wildness and charm reminiscent of a DJ. Such music was impossible to resist. The audience was swiftly swept off their feet. 3 consecutive electronic tracks ignited the crowd's fervor. "This is more like a music festival than a concert," Han Hong remarked, overwhelmed by the electrifying atmosphere. Liu Yifei's new album primarily featured similar songs. "Is everyone tired?" she inquired after the trio of songs. "Not at all." The crowd erupted in screams and whistles. "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Please take a seat while I invite a friend to sing for you." Zhang Liangying gracefully emerged from backstage, and with an introduction from Liu Yifei, she took center stage. Following Zhang Liangying's performance, the lights dimmed and soothing melodies filled the air. The ardent fans instantly recognized the interlude from Gravity, known as Floating Light. All lights focused on Liu Yifei, who, draped in a flowing white gown, appeared serene and ethereal, a stark contrast to her earlier exuberance, as she sang enchantingly like a delicate fairy. "Everyone is aware of the author behind my song, right?" As the final notes resonated, I engaged with the audience. Lili felt uneasy as a spotlight illuminated him, projecting his visage onto the screen. "My husband, Lili," Liu Yifei beckoned him to the stage. Lili, caught off guard, had not been informed of this arrangement in advance. The light followed him as he ascended the stage, standing beside Liu Yifei, while raucous cheers erupted from the crowd below. At that moment, no one dared to claim that Lili was unworthy of Liu Yifei. Yet, whispers of envy and admiration persisted. "Hello, everyone, I am Lili." A voice called for a kiss, and before he could finish his introduction, the crowd erupted in a chorus of excitement, uniting the fans in fervor. Liu Yifei, blushing, gazed at Lili, feeling somewhat shy in front of so many people. She found it difficult to fully express herself. Chapter 58, Lili embraced Liu Yifei with unreserved affection, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Kiss her," someone shouted, but the cacophony of voices drowned the call. Liu Yifei seized the microphone to address the audience. "Do you wish to hear my husband sing?" "Yes." The crowd responded eagerly. Lili glared at Liu Yifei, well aware of his modest singing abilities, having never truly learned the art. "You haven't sung for me yet," Liu Yifei teased, playfully tugging at his arm. "I see you're asking for a beating," Lili retorted, snatching the microphone away, fully cognizant of his own limitations. Acting was within his prowess, yet singing barely reached KTV standards. Standing on stage, he felt powerless against Liu Yifei's playful insistence. "Perhaps I shall sing the Song of the West Sea," Lili contemplated, recognizing its manageable difficulty and his familiarity with the tune. While it was unrealistic to expect a stellar performance, at least he would not forget the lyrics. "All right," Liu Yifei agreed, snapping her fingers as the music began to play. This little minx was clearly scheming, he thought, gripping Liu Yifei's hand tightly, vowing to give her a proper lesson later that evening. As the music played, Lili raised the microphone to his lips, but faltered on the first beat. Confusion washed over him as he glanced at the microphone. It had been disabled remotely, yet the sound of singing continued to emanate from the speakers. The audience believed an incident had occurred, when suddenly a spotlight illuminated the stage, revealing the figure of Dao Lang. Lili stood in shock. It was a staged effect, he thought, as he pointed a finger playfully at Liu Yifei's forehead. Dao Lang approached, singing, and Li and Liu Yifei exchanged handshakes with him before retreating backstage. "How dare you toy with me?" Li exclaimed, playfully slapping her twice. "Did you enjoy the surprise?" Liu Yifei retorted, one hand on her backside while the other clung to his arm, swaying flirtatiously. "That nearly turned into a fright, and if things went awry, it would reflect poorly on your reputation in the industry." Li looked at her incredulously. Such incidents could easily lead to suspicions of lip syncing. "Don't worry, worst case, I'll return home as your billionaire wife," Liu Yifei replied nonchalantly, knowing Li was her steadfast support. "Wait here for a moment. Your favorite singer will be out shortly. I need to prepare for my next performance." Liu Yifei headed to the dressing room to change and apply makeup, as she was set to sing several songs consecutively. Emerging in a more daring outfit, she exuded the aura of a sci-fi warrior, rushing over to plant a kiss on Li's cheek. "This outfit is coming home with me. Li de spirit in hereaf. You lewd creature," Liu Yifei playfully chastised, her cheeks flushing as she took her place backstage. After singing the song of the West Sea, Dao Lang engaged with the fans for a moment before Liu Yifei took the stage. "Hello, Mr. Luo." Li greeted Dao Lang with a handshake. "Hello, Mr. Li," Dao Lang replied. Over the years, Dao Lang had faced attacks from the music industry, especially this year when Yi Henala had leveraged her connections to publicly target him, leading to a soft banishment from the scene. Those within the music circle were keen to show deference to Yi Henala. The singer Dao Lang has faced considerable challenges in his musical career, experiencing significant limitations that render his progress arduous. The invitation from Liu Yifei carries profound significance for him. Li holds a genuine admiration for Dao Lang's songs, and during their backstage conversation, they discuss various musical topics. Dao Lang possesses true talent for musical composition, and Li, with her modest knowledge, engages him quite well. He reflects on drawing inspiration from traditional stories. On stage, Liu Yifei delivers an unstoppable performance, her voice resounding throughout the bird's nest. The emotional power of her song is overwhelming. Li, who has spent the day with her, finds himself somewhat entranced by Liu Yifei's presence. Her allure is undeniable. The concert proceeds as planned, and Yao Beina is invited to perform a piece from the Emperor Wu of Han. Encore, encore, encore. As the concert nears its conclusion, the audience is reluctant to leave, urging Liu Yifei to sing one more song. The music begins, and Liu Yifei presents her first award-winning track to her fans. The performance is wildly dynamic, yet after it concludes, no amount of audience calls can coax Liu Yifei back on stage. The fans, understanding the concert has come to an end, reluctantly depart. The attending artists retreat to the backstage to bid farewell to Liu Yifei. Given the late hour, she and Li forego any gathering, exchanging brief pleasantries with each artist. Liu Yifei, carrying a small case, departs in Li's car, leaving the venue to the staff. "I'm so exhausted." Upon getting into the car, Liu Yifei leans against Li, reflecting on the physical demands of singing, dancing, and interacting with fans. She feels utterly spent and longs for a restful day at home tomorrow. Upon arriving home, Li takes the small case from her. "Carry me to the hot springs," she exclaims, extending her arms and showing no desire to move. Li lifts her up and carries her to the hot spring room, assisting her in undressing. So relaxing. Soaking in the warm water, the weariness from her day dissipates significantly. She glances at Li's wandering hands, rolling her eyes in silence. After a day filled with preparations and over 2 hours of performance, Liu Yifei has indeed had a taxing day. Li, sensing her fatigue, refrains from further teasing. They linger in the hot springs for a while, until Li notices her growing drowsiness. He carefully lifts her out, dries her off, and carries her back to the bedroom. That night, snippets from Liu Yifei's Bird's Nest concert circulate online, captured by phones. "How imbibit. I couldn't get tickets and missed the chance to be there." Many viewers expressed their admiration for the radiant Liu Yifei. The atmosphere at the venue was exhilarating, as attendees found it impossible to remain seated, yearning to stand and sway to the music. If your legs aren't moving while listening to these songs, you might need to check up, for either your ears or your legs are amiss. The legend never dies. For those who missed the live performance, they know that with a mere command from Liu Yifei, fans could swiftly travel from Nanjing to Tokyo. This was a triumphant concert, with fervent support from the fans and resounding acclaim. Undisturbed by any fabricated opinions, Liu Yifei's reputation remained stellar. As a new day dawned, Liu Yifei's slender arm emerged from beneath the covers, reaching out to find no trace of that warm, solid chest. She opened her eyes, only to discover that Li had already departed. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 9 in the morning. She had indulged in a late slumber, as Li had not roused her. Noticing the neatly arranged clothes on the bedside, she began to don each piece. While not overly fashionable, her attire was casual and loose-fitting, yet each item was comfortable and pleasing to the eye, a testament to Li's thoughtful selection. Slipping into her slippers, she made her way downstairs, where she found Li basking in the sunlight. Chapter 59. The captivating lord of the manor. As Li reclined on a lounge chair basking in the sun, he suddenly felt a weight upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Liu Yifei sprawled across his body. Unable to sleep, she caressed Li's face, exclaiming how handsome he was. She playfully pecked his lips before nestling her face in the crook of his neck. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Li inquired, placing his hand gently on her waist, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair and kissing her earlobe softly. Not yet. Under the warm sunlight, the two indulged in their affectionate moment. "Let's go eat something. Let me down. I'll carry you there." Liu Yifei struggled in Li's embrace, suddenly curious about what it felt like to be carried by him daily. "Can you manage it?" Li set her down and stood before her with a cheerful smile. "Of course I can." Liu Yifei rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate arms, striking a pose of strength. Upon witnessing her determination, Li felt a tinge of concern. Liu Yifei, noticing his apprehension, declared, "I can definitely lift you. Be careful. If you drop me, you'll lose your beloved husband. Sit tight. I shall lift you right now, and you will witness the prowess of a celestial maiden." With that, Liu Yifei extended her arms and effortlessly lifted Li in a princess carry. Although it was a tad challenging, she succeeded. Li wrapped his arms around Liu Yifei's neck, gazing at her triumphant expression from a new perspective. "Are you taking me upstairs instead of to the dining room?" Li noted, realizing they were headed to the bedroom. "I'm taking you back to claim you as my captivating lord of the manor," Liu Yifei said mischievously as she carried him into the bedroom and playfully tossed him onto the bed. Breathless, she placed her hands on her hips, staring at Li on the bed. "Ha ha, captivating lord of the manor, here I come." With that, she pounced on him. The two frolicked until noon, combining breakfast and lunch into one delightful meal. "Do you have anything planned for today?" she queried. Recently, Li had been quite busy, with numerous matters demanding his attention at the company, yet he always found time to accompany her. Liu Yifei felt a surge of gratitude for his affection, which was why she was eager to indulge in playful antics with him, seizing every opportunity to offer him a bit of sweetness. "Today, I shall stay home with you," Li replied with a smile, as he had managed to streamline the company's affairs. With Wang Xing now overseeing operations, he no longer had to work so hard. "Come with me for a little surprise," Liu Yifei exclaimed, her spirits lifted upon hearing that Li had no engagements for the day. She urged him to change clothes and summoned the bodyguards and driver to accompany them. Li's eyes were covered with a black cloth by Liu Yifei, concealing his vision, while the driver followed her instructions as they set off. "You're not selling me off, are you?" Li grasped Liu Yifei's hand, enveloped in darkness, feeling a flutter of anxiety. After all, as the nation's wealthiest man, he would fetch quite a price. Liu Yifei giggled, teasing him. The car eventually came to a halt, and Liu Yifei exited, circling to the other side to take Li's hand and assist him out. "Follow me." The unseen Li's ears have grown more acute. He seems to hear the sound of flowing water and the fragrance of flowers, reminiscent of roses. "Close your eyes and do not peek. I shall remove the cloth." Li complied, untroubled by any fear of Liu Yifei's intentions. As the black cloth was lifted, Li kept his eyes shut, gripping Liu Yifei's garment tightly. "All right, open your eyes now." At her words, Li opened his eyes. He was filled with astonishment, for it was the pond side garden they had viewed last. The Sihiyuan located by the West Sea. "Cece, you bought this place," Lili exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, although he did not verbalize how much he adored it. At the time, both Liu Yifei and Liu Xiaoli had expressed disinterest in this location, primarily due to its bustling surroundings, which seemed unsuitable for either Li Li's or Liu Yifei's status. "Indeed, we purchased it." Liu Yifei beamed at Li Li's delighted expression, her heart swelling with happiness. Having lived together for so long, she could not overlook Li Li's affection for this Sihiyuan, although he might refrain from expressing it for her sake. Liu Yifei could not pretend to be oblivious. Liu Yifei took Li Li's hand, guiding him through the Sihiyuan. After acquiring the property, she had renovated it, replacing some of the unsuitable furnishings. The previous Cole Baron's ostentatious decor had been replaced with many pieces of antiquity. "It's so beautiful, I love you." Lili could not help but embrace Liu Yifei and plant a kiss on her. "Tonight, let us stay here," Liu Yifei said, linking her arm with his. Lili was in high spirits as he explored the Sihiyuan, while Liu Yifei fed the fish by the pond, barefoot, her feet stirring the water like white jade. Lili discovered something novel and rushed over to share it with her. At that moment, he appeared somewhat childlike and utterly genuine. In high spirits, Lili was quite energetic that evening, much to Liu Yifei's playful pleas for respite. With a cherished wife, no remedy can mend. From morning till night, they engaged in a continuous whirlwind of affection, and even Li Li's robust physique began to tire, leading him to relent. They spent several joyous days in the Sihiyuan. Then, a call from Lei Dajuan informed Li Li that the first model of the dummy phone was to be launched, inviting him to the unveiling event. Li Li, accompanied by Liu Yifei, dressed splendidly for the occasion. This was his first time bringing Liu Yifei to such a significant gathering, which was also his intention. Although everyone knew they were husband and wife, Li Li's failure to include Liu Yifei in such upper-echelon business circles could invite unwarranted speculation about their relationship. Mr. Ru and Mr. Su, Mr. Wang, Lei Dajuan's connections were impressive, having gathered so many industry leaders. Several titans from the internet realm were also present. "Mr. Ma, a pleasure." Lili was pleasantly surprised to encounter Brother Ma, greeting him with a smile. "Mr. Li, the youthful hero, this must be your wife. Truly a celestial being." Despite being competitors and having experienced conflicts, they exchanged jovial greetings and handshakes. Old Ma, another internet mogul surnamed Ma. This unscrupulous character now basks in boundless glory, eclipsing even the limelight of the younger Ma. Finally meeting Chairman Li. "You're truly an elusive figure to schedule with." Old Ma extended his hand for a handshake with Li Li. As for the claimed appointment, Li Li had no recollection of such arrangement. Surely there couldn't have been one. Given Old Ma's status, had there been any request for a meeting, the company staff would undoubtedly have sought Li Li's approval. Considering this cunning operator's habitual modus operandi, it was likely just casual banter. Li Li exchanged a few pleasantries in kind. Whether or not to collaborate with him mattered little. Who knows, they might become direct competitors in the future. Chapter 60. The development of Wei Xin, you seem to have some unresolved issues with him, Liu Yifei observed, distinctly sensing the displeasure in Li Li's tone. Surprisingly, Li Li had not exhibited such sentiment when facing the competitor, Xiao Mago. That old fellow's words were piercing. He harbors ill intentions. Li Li exchanged pleasantries with the crowd, while also introducing Liu Yifei to those present. The press conference commenced swiftly, with Li Li and Liu Yifei seated prominently in the front row, a gesture of considerable respect. This was not solely due to Li Li's shareholding in Dami, but also because Wei Xin was currently a formidable force and Li Li held a significant position within the tech sphere. Without substantial prowess, being placed in the front row by Lei Dajuan would have drawn unwelcome scrutiny. Lei Dajuan was an eloquent and humorous speaker, showcasing the impressive specifications of the newly released smartphone. However, the announced price left many in disbelief. An astonishing 1,999 yuan for a smartphone. This revelation astonished the audience, as most smartphones on the market hovered around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. How can one possibly turn a profit selling at such a low price? They pondered. While the cost of components might allow for a margin, the profit seemed alarmingly thin for a high-tech smartphone, as opposed to a basic feature phone. Many believe this was merely a disruptive tactic, as other smartphone manufacturers shared similar sentiments. With the price of Dami S product unveiled and the release date confirmed, the press conference transitioned into a cocktail reception. Attendees approached Li with glasses in hand, prompting Liu Yifei to release her hold on his arm and engage in conversation with other women present. In this setting, she represented Li's image, conversing graciously with the wives of various dignitaries, maintaining decorum while upholding the company's reputation and refraining from discussing internal matters. Weixin did not require her to solicit partnerships. Surrounded by titans of the tech industry, Li engaged in discussions about technology. His expertise in AI technology was evident, although he lacked the capacity to develop artificial intelligence. His understanding in this domain surpassed that of everyone else present. His performance suggested to the attendees that Weixin's intelligent assistant was likely a product of his ingenuity. Smartphone manufacturers that had established a rapport with Li were able to converse amiably. However, the internet sector had somewhat isolated Li. In the current digital landscape, everyone was familiar with each other, and circles have been drawn. This era represented an incremental market for the internet, with companies vying for territory while merging with smaller firms and innovative startups. Li's sudden incursion into the market, marked by his audacity, was perceived as unfriendly. He not only defeated the social media giants, but also captured a significant share of the smart mobile market. To the internet community, Li was an outsider, distinct from their ilk. Li chose not to forcibly integrate into the internet circle. There was no necessity for such an endeavor. Regardless of whether he sought acceptance, he was prepared to confront challenges in the marketplace, ready to strike when necessary. Once he demonstrated his capabilities, they would naturally consider inviting him into their fold to share the profits. What do you think? Li inquired of Liu Yifei on their way back. I've met many remarkable individuals and witnessed quite a lot. Liu Yifei leaned against Li, recounting the tale she had heard from those women. There was no need to place too much importance on them. Neither offending nor fawning over them was necessary. If they provoked you, retaliate. If words failed, resort to insults. And if insults fell short, do not shy away from confrontation. We are not intimidated by them. It is not as exaggerated as you claim. Liu Yifei playfully nudged Li. While she found Li's remarks somewhat overstated, she understood the sentiment behind them. With the launch of the Dami smartphone receiving favorable feedback, Lei Dajuan called Li to share the good news, brimming with enthusiasm. Li congratulated him, and after a brief conversation, ended the call. He then picked up the development data for Weixin over this period. The performance of the smart assistant was noteworthy, with resoundingly positive reactions from major companies following its installation. Many users of older models were calling for Weixin to update the free smart assistant within the app. Weixin also issued a statement declaring that the 1.0 version of the smart assistant would remain free indefinitely, while the release date for the 2.0 version was still uncertain, as it was yet to be perfected. Rumors circulated that the capabilities of the 2.0 smart assistant would mirror those of the installations by various companies and might entail a fee. This sparked a wave of outrage online, with numerous accusations flying around. Many believe that Weixin, having just started to make some progress, was beginning to exploit its users. Even those who supported the initiative found themselves overwhelmed by the backlash. This was precisely why Li preferred collaborating with smartphone manufacturers. Charging users directly, whether through monthly or annual fees, would not only generate revenue, but also invite criticism, tarnishing the brand's image. By partnering with smartphone manufacturers, Weixin received a smaller share of the profits, but the burden of criticism fell upon the manufacturers. Moreover, the overall financial gain was not insignificant. The release of the 2.0 smart assistant was slated for next year, by which time the number of users with older models would have dwindled, rendering the few dissenting voices less consequential. The smart assistant was based on proprietary technology, and Li need not worry about its development. Instead, she focused on Weixin's strategic growth. Currently, new smartphones on the market came pre-installed with Weixin, ensuring that virtually all users of smart devices registered for the service. The social market on mobile platforms was firmly dominated by WeChat, leaving little room for competitors to seize market share. Weixin's expansion into overseas markets was also quite rapid. As part of a bundling strategy, any smartphone manufacturer employing the Smart Assistant was required to include Weixin on their devices. Users purchasing these phones would typically create an account to explore the app. With no advertisements and a user-friendly interface, Weixin excelled in facilitating social interactions among acquaintances, while also offering features like Shake, People Nearby, and Drift Bottle for connecting with strangers. These functionalities were particularly novel for users in overseas markets. In some countries where WeChat faced bans and manufacturers were instructed to remove it, Weixin remained steadfast, as it was embedded software that could not be deleted. Any company daring to remove it would find themselves promptly locked out of the market, along with all smartphones featuring the Smart Assistant. As for the antitrust investigations initiated by various nations, Lili remained unfazed, asserting her position from China. The smartphone manufacturers faced significant challenges, as there appeared to be a stark disparity between devices equipped with the Smart Assistant and those without. Without the installation of intelligent management systems on mobile phones, there exists a significant lack of competitive market strength. Following the comprehensive cessation of sales in the North American market, the emergence of smuggled devices has begun to surface. The domestically assembled phones from China have been illicitly trafficked as high-end devices. Regardless of how various nations address this issue, through the unscrupulous method of bundling, WeChat's share in the overseas market continues to expand, aspiring towards becoming the foremost social application on a global scale. North American capital is pressuring the government to lift restrictions. Lili has also leveraged connections through Liu Yifei's father to secure opportunities for dialogue with higher authorities. WeChat intends to activate its WeChat Pay function. And in relation to this matter, Lili has engaged in multiple negotiations with the officials. The demands set forth by Lili diverge from conventional online shopping transactions. They encompass a certain degree of monetary aggregation. For users, depositing funds into WeChat constitutes a prepayment of value, while for banks, the money remains static, merely transitioning the holder from an individual depositor to WeChat Incorporated. The government places considerable importance on Lili's proposition, yet finds itself unable to reach a conclusion in a timely manner. Should WeChat's request be granted, it could rapidly amass a substantial amount of capital, and any ensuing issues could yield catastrophic consequences. However, compared to Lili's relatively moderate collaboration, there exists a neighboring entity that outright demands to establish its own online banking system. Viewed in this light, WeChat's requests appear more palatable. After all, according to WeChat's collaborative model, the funds remain within the banks, with WeChat merely acquiring the authority to withdraw from these institutions. Chapter 61. Contracting Zhou Shun. In light of the matter concerning Weixin Wallet, Lili has been quite occupied lately, continuously engaging in discussions with relevant banking departments, addressing their concerns as they arise. This includes comprehending the usage environment, anticipating future market fluctuations, delineating the scope of Weixin payment among users, and outlining Weixin's developmental trajectory, particularly regarding cross-currency payments. Gradually, Lili sensed an incongruity. Weixin Wallet is primarily targeted at the domestic market, yet they incessantly inquired about operations in overseas markets. The intricacies of managing an international wallet eluded him. He harbored reservations about foreign banks, lacking trust and willingness to collaborate, even with reputable institutions like Swiss banks. His skepticism stemmed from the insufficient credibility of these countries. Foreign enterprises often disregard contractual integrity, resulting in a near-zero trust factor in business dealings. In the event of a catastrophic loss, who would be accountable? Consequently, Lili harbored no intentions of launching an overseas version of Weixin Wallet for the time being. We believe your usage scenario is quite promising. Why not give it a try? The elder coaxed Lili. Don't presume that your frequent television appearances exempt you from my ire. Lili rolled his eyes, feigning ignorance. An overseas version, unless he established a bank himself, would remain elusive. Chinese commercial banks have numerous branches abroad. Lili lamented, wishing his ears could droop like Zhu Beiji's. Consider the domestic small and medium enterprises utilizing Weixin QR codes for cashless transactions. Why deny foreign Weixin users an opportunity? Lili's head nearly touched the table. For at present, Weixin was not well received in Western nations. Should he dare implement Weixin Wallet there, it would likely provoke a significant backlash. Very well. The domestic partnership has been agreed upon. The elder observed Li Li's demeanor and refrained from further pressing him. The two parties swiftly signed a memorandum of cooperation. Are you certain you don't wish to experiment? The elder inquired once more as he departed. Li remained silent. When updating, I shall enable the wallet feature for them, without any promotion or notification. Should their reaction prove excessively intense, I will disable it. He genuinely did not wish to extend the wallet feature to overseas users. Following the agreement, data integration with major banks commenced. The wallet feature of Weixin went live, and users received notifications post-update. The updated functionalities of Weixin included Weixin transfers, QR code payments, and the ability to send and receive red envelopes. The red envelope feature became an instant sensation, rapidly gaining traction. Other transfer and payment functionalities saw limited engagement, prompting Weixin to deploy sales personnel for offline outreach. This was a long-term strategy, and Li was in no rush. A gradual rollout sufficed. In Liu Yifei's studio, she observed a reserved young man before her. Initially, she had merely been conversing with her mother when Liu Xiaoli unexpectedly managed to contact Zhou Shun's parents and obtain his phone number. Zhou Shun, studying dentistry in Ukraine, was taken aback when he learned it was Liu Xiaoli personally calling him about a potential contract with Liu Yifei's studio. Without hesitation, he flew back. Compared to the prospect of becoming a dentist, he realized he had a greater passion for singing. Do not be nervous. Choose a song and give it a try, Liu Xiaoli suggested. All right. Zhou Shun selected Liu Yifei's song Unstoppable to perform. His voice possessed a unique quality, and his singing was remarkably exquisite. As an outsider, Liu Xiaoli felt a sense of awe. She turned her gaze towards Liu Yifei, who was the only professional present. Liu Yifei's innate talent was exceptional. Her voice was light and airy, yet somewhat thin and restrained, perhaps due to nerves. Liu Yifei looked at Zhou Shun and couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Such talent truly seemed like a divine gift. Although she too was favored by fate, her strengths lay in her appearance, while her vocal talent could only be deemed average. Zhou Shun, with limited singing techniques, was able to sing just as well, relying solely on his natural voice. Liu Xiaoli nodded. Her gaze towards Zhou Shun filled with warmth, inquiring if he would be willing to sign with her studio. During a casual chat with her daughter, she mentioned a singer that Li admired, and Zhou Shun, an obscure figure from outside the industry, became a topic of conversation for Liu Yifei. After hearing this, Liu Xiaoli was intrigued by the potential of her son-in-law's choice. Even if he had yet to debut, she harbored a blind trust in Li, believing that regardless of Zhou Shun's status, it was worth meeting him first. After establishing contact, Zhou Shun appeared before them. He was eager to sign a contract as a singer, and after reviewing the terms, which were not overly stringent, he affixed his signature. Once the contract was signed, Liu Xiaoli was unsure of Zhou Shun's next steps and sought her daughter's opinion. Traditionally, she would purchase songs, seek resources, and arrange for appearances on variety shows. Now, she wished to consult Li on how to manage an artist. He should focus on learning first. His singing skills are still developing. Liu Yifei did not consult Li and took it upon herself to arrange for Zhou Shun. She brought him to the Guan family compound to meet her teacher. Ma Laoshi, pleased with Liu Yifei's current achievements, greeted her warmly. However, after conducting an audition with Zhou Shun, he promptly set Liu Yifei aside. After inquiring about Zhou Shun's background, he immediately decided to transfer him to Guan, where he would be enrolled. With a mere turn, Zhou Shun became a student of Guan. Ma Laoshi took a keen interest in him, and upon learning that he was residing at Liu Yifei's studio, personally arranged a dormitory for him at the academy. Zhou Shun began attending classes at Guan with tuition, living expenses, and a basic salary covered by the studio. Both Ma Laoshi and Liu Xiaoli were deeply invested in Zhou Shun's development, leaving Liu Yifei feeling somewhat envious. Is it merely talent that warrants such exaggeration? She pondered, beginning to understand how others must have felt in her presence. It was as if everyone revolved around her, and no matter how hard she tried, the outcome was easily within her grasp. Liu Yifei lamented to Li while nestled in her embrace, voicing her grievances about her mother and teacher's favoritism. You cannot arrange my work now. She is restless. With such a talented singer, naturally, she will tend to him with care, treating Zhou Shun as another version of you. Li speculated that this was indeed Liu Xiaoli's sentiment. Liu Yifei, now in her current position, found herself unable to partake in many aspects of the entertainment industry. With a plethora of resources lying idle in the studio, she suspected that she too was rather unoccupied. A few days ago, Liu Yifei was urged to have a child, as they wished to bring a baby into their lives. It seemed to be the case. Liu Yifei felt a moment of bewilderment. She was currently living with Li. Although she still visited the studio, her mother had no way to manage her work. Even if there were tasks at hand, the final decision rested primarily with Liu Yifei and Li, while she merely assisted and tied up loose ends. In the past, Liu Xiaoli's life revolved entirely around Liu Yifei's career. But now her daughter was wholly devoted to Li, leaving her own career in a state of semi-obsolescence, which left her feeling lost. Perhaps it was time for her mother to engage in some endeavors on behalf of Zhou Shun. Liu Yifei suddenly smiled, thinking it would provide her mother with a purpose and a goal. You must keep an eye on her. Her public relations skills are rather formidable. Liu Yifei. Although they were no longer fearful of offending others, it was still preferable to avoid such conflicts whenever possible. Chapter 62. Liu Yifei's career. Are you feeling bored? Li Kidat. Due to Li's status, Liu Yifei found her opportunities in the entertainment industry significantly curtailed. Endorsements and commercial performances were no longer viable options. As the wife of a billionaire, she needed to maintain her own stature. Many activities that other artists could engage in would now seem beneath her. Even if she were to participate in variety shows, everyone would instinctively defer to her. Unless they were particularly familiar with her, no one would dare to exploit her presence for comedic effect. Hosts were also hesitant to jest with her, for if her demeanor appeared too elevated, it could lead the audience to misinterpret her as aloof, adversely affecting her public image. In her current situation, others were reluctant to invite her to star in television dramas or films. Scripts were hardly even presented to her. Not all, everything is quite fine. Liu Yifei embraced Li tightly, instinctively leaning against him. Although she still harbored aspirations of acting, Li's position compelled her to relinquish many pursuits. As she had mentioned, she was presently enveloped in immense glory, adoration, and envy. Countless female artists likely harbored feelings of jealousy towards her. Every action of hers drew intense scrutiny, not only from fans, but also from her peers in the industry. She had heard whispers of several shameless female artists aspiring to usurp her position and win Li's affections. Fortunately, Li had thwarted their attempts, either by keeping her close or by being at her side. Why not try being a boss yourself? Li's arm had grown numb beneath her weight, prompting him to pat her rear and encourage her to look up. As he withdrew his arm, Liu Yifei swiftly flipped over and nestled against his right side, resting her head on his arm while her fingers traced circles on his chest. I'm not cut out for management, she protested. Should I hire a professional manager? You merely need to express your ideas and let others execute them. If you don't wish to be a boss, you could always try your hand at directing or producing, anything really just for fun. Due to the demands of his company, Li often found himself busy, leaving little time to spend with Liu Yifei. Perhaps I could give it a try, Liu Yifei mused. While directing seemed a bit ambitious, she contemplated the possibility of producing. Although no one had invited her to act, she had received numerous scripts seeking her investment. It was common knowledge by now that Liu Yifei was wealthy. Not to mention, with Li's company, the valuation of the WeChat group being in the trillions, her own studio had profited significantly from the revenue of Gravity. Since last year, media outlets had begun reporting on the substantial earnings her studio had accrued from Gravity, with post-tax profits likely exceeding 10 billion. Outsiders remained oblivious to the specific financial operations within her studio, mistakenly believing that 10 billion was merely lying idle in cash. Many had their eyes on that fortune, hoping to gain a share. However, Liu Yifei's studio only had a little over 2 billion in cash, comprised of funds Li had not withdrawn and a portion earned from her new album. That amount was sufficient for Liu Yifei to make her mark, allowing her to embark on small-scale film projects. Darling, you are too wonderful. I love you, she exclaimed, sitting up to plant a kiss on Li's lips. In the studio, Li encountered Tian Zhuangzhuang. Earlier that morning, he had made a phone call. With nothing pressing at work, he decided to accompany Liu Yifei to the studio and invited the teacher over. "Please, take a seat," Tian Zhuangzhuang gestured towards the sofa. Although it was Liu Xiaoli's office, Li felt as though he were standing in the teacher's office. "I have submitted the film to the Venice Film Festival. Would you care to attend?" Tian Zhuangzhuang inquired. Li shook his head, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. "I cannot go at the moment. Numerous countries have summoned me for hearings. I fear that crossing the border might lead to complications." His exaggeration was intended to convey his current predicament, as the rise of social media had rendered him unable to travel abroad. Tian Zhuangzhuang nodded, acknowledging that this was to be expected. After all, Li's status had changed, and as a mere screenwriter, there was no necessity for him to accompany Tian Zhuangzhuang to Venice. "What brings you to summon me?" "Qian is looking for you." Li glanced at Liu Yifei, who was also looking at him. "Teacher, would you be interested in signing with the company?" Liu Yifei offered tea to Tian Zhuangzhuang. For a moment, Tian Zhuangzhuang was taken aback. Liu Yifei elaborated, explaining that the current studio aimed to expand into a company that would sign directors and produce films. She had her sights set on none other than Li's esteemed teacher, the renowned director Tian Zhuangzhuang. "I won't be signing. I still have commitments at the school. If there is a promising script, feel free to reach out," Tian Zhuangzhuang replied, somewhat surprised yet not entirely caught off guard. Liu Yifei's studio possessed ample funds and resources, so seeking to expand was entirely reasonable. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment, she did not miss the opportunity to gather resources from Tian Zhuangzhuang. "Teacher, kindly introduce me to a few excellent directors and screenwriters." "That I can do." Tian Zhuangzhuang chuckled, noting that far too many graduates from the directing department found themselves unemployed. He agreed to introduce Liu Yifei to several talented individuals, leaving their opportunity for success in their own hands. After discussing for a while, Tian Zhuangzhuang recommended a handful of directors, including screenwriters and cinematographers. Liu Yifei allocated a portion of internship positions at Beijing Film Academy, thus giving back to her alma mater. If the company commenced filming, she could also invite students from the directing department to intern. After Tian Zhuangzhuang departed, Liu Yifei, and Liu Xiaoli began deliberating on the establishment of an entertainment film production company. Each expressed their opinions on various developmental directions, ultimately leading Li to outline the strategy. While Liu Xiaoli would handle company documentation, and Liu Yifei would recruit talent. "What kind of film should we produce?" Liu Yifei inquired, holding a script for Li to review, seeking his insights. "Please select one that is sure to be a hit." "The Breakup Master?" "What a ridiculous title." Lily glanced at it before tossing it aside. "King of Comedy? Is this a joke? Were these dreadful scripts?" After perusing a handful of scripts, Li surrendered in frustration. It felt akin to sifting through gold in a pile of refuse. "I shall write one for you," he declared, opening Liu Yifei's computer and beginning to type furiously. "Excellent." Liu Yifei clapped her hands, for she found all the scripts rather mediocre. Transcendence. At lunchtime, Liu Yifei brewed Lili a meal. As she observed Lili engrossed in her meal, her gaze drifted towards the script that Lili had penned. It appeared remarkably impressive. Is it true that the human brain is only developed to less than 10%? If fully realized, would it not resemble a divine entity? She turned her attention back to Li. A script? Could it truly be genuine? While dining, Lili sensed Liu Yifei's intrigued gaze. Understanding her curiosity, Liu Yifei continued to peruse the script, finding the worldview quite novel, igniting a desire within her to take on a role. Chapter 63. Xu Chang's decision. Can the female lead be played by Xu Chang? After finishing her meal, Lili rested on the sofa while Liu Yifei sat beside her, inquiring about the script's arrangement. Liu Yifei had aspirations to portray the female lead, but restrained herself. She resolved to accept her current identity. Being a producer was quite fulfilling. Since she would not be acting herself, her first thought was of her dear friend. As the investor and producer, you have the final say. The script was designed for her to tinker with. Unless a significant error arose, he would not interfere, allowing Liu Yifei to take the reins. Considering the possibility that Liu Yifei's project might falter and her newly established company might struggle to gain traction. Li contemplated producing an animated film to provide a safety net for Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei inscribed Xu Chang's name behind the female lead. Who should be selected for the male lead and the professor? She pondered her options, while Li remained silent, merely smiling, frustrated by Li's reticence. Liu Yifei kicked him several times before storming out of the office. What shall we name our company? Liu Xiaoli returned, reminding them that the original studio was called Liu Yifei Studio, and a formal name was required for the company. Feiyu Entertainment, Feifei Entertainment, Yufei Entertainment, Yuyu Entertainment. Liu Yifei exclaimed, listing a plethora of names based on her and Li's names. Li was a loss for words, and Liu Xiaoli was equally speechless. Li, which one do you suggest? Or perhaps you could think of a few more. Liliko Dios li propusa. Are they not good? Liu Yifei gazed at the four names she had penned on the paper, feeling quite content with her choices. You all can decide, Liu Yifei declared, throwing the paper aside and sulking with her knees hugged to her chest. Liu Xiaoli turned to Li, who shrugged. He too was not adept at naming. Let's each come up with one, Liu Xiaoli suggested. Li thought of a few, but felt they paled in comparison to Liu Yifei's suggestions. He casually wrote down Shinju. Liu Xiaoli opted for simplicity, directly writing Weishu Entertainment. The three exchanged glances. Why not use Weishu Entertainment? It's wise to benefit from the Weishu name, especially since it is essentially their company. After all, I'm also working for my daughter and son-in-law, Liu Xiaoli remarked. Li looked at Liu Yifei, who nodded in agreement, and thus they settled on the new company name, Weishu Entertainment. A portion of the shares would be allocated to Weishu Group, establishing it as a subsidiary of Weishu Company. Are you truly going to join our company, Chong? Liu Yifei asked with excitement. I chose Beijing Film Academy because I wish to continue rising in fame. If I sign with your company, will you promote me? However, what about your studio? The situation surrounding Xu Chang was rather complex. She had established a studio, managed by her cousin and aunt, yet it offered little assistance to her acting career. During the 3 drops of blood incident, Xu Chang's former manager clearly stated that they had never signed with that production team. The production claimed that Xu Chang had already filmed part of the scenes, but the manager demanded they provide the footage. Rather than clarifying the situation, Xu Chang's studio bizarrely instructed the crew to sue her, an utterly absurd maneuver that even Liu Xiaoli shook her head at in disbelief. Her agent's philosophy clashed with that of the studio, and after the contract was terminated, Xu Chang's career began to decline. Following an analysis of her situation in the entertainment industry by Li, Xu Chang pondered deeply for an extended period. Under the pressure from her aunt and cousin, she successfully gained admission to a training program at Beijing Film Academy. Interacting with teachers and classmates allowed her to gain a more profound understanding of the current landscape of the entertainment industry. As Li had mentioned, the film and television productions of the past 2 years have increasingly gravitated towards promoting stars. Particularly, the invasion of Korean entertainment has made this trend even more pronounced. While star studios are becoming a prevailing trend, they still require affiliation with a company. Lacking a company, she found herself marginalized and deprived of resources in the industry. Now, with her close friend's studio transforming into a company and beginning to recruit artists, an opportunity presented itself. Regardless of the resources Liu Yifei currently possesses, at the very least, she would not betray or harm her. Having been in the industry for so many years, Xu Chang had heard numerous sordid tales. She intended to seize this opportunity to extricate herself from her current studio, break free from familial constraints, and reclaim her career. Liu Xiaoli warmly welcomed Xu Chang's joining. Having witnessed her grow up, she arranged for a driver, an assistant, and an agent for Xu Chang. Observing Liu Xiaoli bustling about, Li noted that while she excelled in caring for others, her public relations skills left much to be desired, often offending people in pursuit of resources. That evening, Liu Xiaoli decided to host a welcoming dinner for Xu Chang and invited Zhou Shan, her classmate from the National Music Academy. She chose to prepare the meal herself, and a party of 5 made their way to Liu Xiaoli's villa. In the kitchen, Zhou Shan felt exceedingly nervous upon seeing Li, unsure of how to address her. He was quite astonished that such a significant figure was personally cooking for them. Li General. Xu Chang smiled, gently reminding him, "You're not frightening at all." Look how you've startled the young man. Shu Chang, being somewhat familiar with Li Li, was able to make a light-hearted jest. I certainly did not frighten him, Li Li replied as she turned to Zhou Shun, who, in truth, was also her favorite singer. Hello, Li General. Zhou Shun responded awkwardly. Do not be nervous. You will see us often, Li Li said kindly, alleviating his tension. Liu Yifei approached, linking her arm with Li Li's, and looked at the anxious Zhou Shun, saying, Zhou Shun, you have no idea. Li Li is actually listening to you sing at karaoke. Keep your distance. Oil might splatter on you. Li Li, engrosit in hair cooking, expressed concern for Liu Yifei being overwhelmed by the fumes. You all can't cook anyway, just step outside. Liu Xiaoli entered, ushering them all to the living room. Liu Yifei turned on the television, brought out some fruit, and invited the two to sit on the sofa. Shu Chang felt comfortable enough to stay, having visited often and enjoyed Liu Xiaoli's cooking before. Zhou Shun, however, was somewhat restless, feeling it odd to sit and watch television while his boss and the boss's son-in-law were cooking. No need to be nervous, it's just a casual meal. Liu Yifei reassured him, noticing his unease. Shu Chang found the situation amusing. It was the young man's first encounter with his boss, and he was eager to make an impression. Lily called for someone to bring the dishes, and Zhou Shun sprang up, jogging into the kitchen. Be careful not to burn yourself, Liu Xiaoli cautioned. She held a deep admiration for Zhou Shun, recognizing his humility, diligence, and remarkable talent, which reminded her of Liu Yifei. It was said that several instructors at the National Vocal Academy vied for the privilege of being his mentor. All right, Zhou Shun nodded, carrying the dishes to the dining room. He felt immense gratitude towards Liu Xiaoli, who had provided considerable assistance during his time studying in the capital, creating a sense of familial warmth. Li Li observed with amusement, recalling Liu Yifei mentioning that Liu Xiaoli had transferred her nurturing instincts onto Zhou Shun. Chapter 64. The director's choice. Liu Xiaoli contemplated several times utilizing the resources of the studio to propel Zhou Shun into stardom. Had it not been for Liu Yifei's insistence, Zhou Shun's opportunities would already be abundant. Zhou Shun chose not to return to the living room, opting instead to assist in the kitchen. Liu Xiaoli, mindful of his current state of mind, assigned him minor tasks. How is life at school? Li Li observed the stark contrast between Zhou Shun's cautious demeanor and his radiant presence on stage, a dissonance that was quite striking. Considering Zhou Shun's age, only 18 this year, still without a debut or any works to his name, and hailing from a mountainous region, it was hardly surprising that he felt a sense of inferiority. Engaging in casual conversation, Li Li noticed that he seemed to relax a bit. Has her teacher mentioned when you might debut? Liu Xiaoli inquired, her thoughts fixated on the urgency of fame. Liu Yifei had begun acting at 15, gained recognition at 16, and became a sensation by 17. Were it not for Liu Yifei's restrictions, she would have orchestrated opportunities for Zhou Shun's debut long ago. The teacher hasn't said anything. I've just been training my breath control and pronunciation, Zhou Shun replied. Are you training your chest voice? Li Li asked. Yes, I've just practiced for a week. Your talent is truly remarkable, Li Li murmured, reflecting upon Liu Yifei's own journey. She recalled that it took her about 6 months to start training her chest voice, and even now, her skills were merely adequate. Xiao Li, do you think it might be possible for him to debut now, to work while continuing his studies? Liu Xiaoli was eager to see Zhou Shun take the stage. She felt confident that his debut would create a sensation akin to Liu Yifei's. That could work. Liu Yifei's focus was on ensuring Zhou Shun honed his singing skills for a flawless debut. After encountering Zhou Shun today, Li Li believed that allowing him to debut early could be beneficial. At least he could begin earning money, support his family, and build his confidence through fan admiration. Can you write him a song? Liu Xiaoli, seeing Li Li's agreement, pressed on. Sure, I'll think about it in the coming days. Thank you, Director Li, Zhou Shun exclaimed, thrilled. The songs written by Li Li, though only 10 in number, were all classics. A table laden with dishes was soon prepared, and Liu Xiaoli instructed Zhou Shun to call Liu Yifei and the others to wash their hands and join for the meal. Zhou Shun, now less constrained and more at ease, began to converse more freely. Liu Xiaoli, exuberant, eagerly welcomed everyone to partake in the feast. At the dining table, she discussed Zhou Shun's prospective debut, urging Li Li to expedite the songwriting process, eliciting a hint of envy from Xu Chang. Liu Yifei, although slightly skeptical, did not voice any objections. I recall that the I Love Lyrics program from Zhejiang province invited Qian Qian. I'll discuss it with them. You can take Zhou Shun to participate in the show and conveniently unveil the new song. Liu Xiaoli's mind raced with ideas for releasing and promoting the song, envisioning Liu Yifei accompanying him to the program. Li Li failed to avito overwhelmed. Thrusting an unknown talent into this year's most popular program for a debut was no small feat. Liu Xiaoli's choices and resources were unparalleled, always aiming for the best. If Zhou Shun were to debut in this manner, it would likely attract controversy. Nonetheless, Zhou Shun's talent rendered such concerns somewhat trivial. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, he would have graced the Stardust Avenue. After dining, the group settled back onto the sofa to discuss their future, primarily focusing on Zhou Shun and Xu Chang. As night fell, they decided to spend the night there. How could you agree to Zhou Shun's debut? Upon returning to Liu Yifei's former bedroom, the space still retained its youthful charm. Li Li wandered around, reminiscing through the remnants of her past. "Don't look," Liu Yifei exclaimed, rushing over to snatch a diary from Li Li's hands. Let him respond to the inquiries. She was well aware that Li Li firmly believed a singer must master the fundamentals. Yu Haven-T considered Zhou Shun's circumstances. Li Li reclined on Liu Yifei's bed, resting her head on her hands as she expressed her thoughts. Zhou Shun hailed from a rural village, where his family's living conditions were rather modest. He was currently attending school, burdened by company expenses, while his family remained unchanged, with both parents working tirelessly. Let him debut and earn money to improve his family situation, alleviating his worries, and subsequently nurture his self-confidence. Li Li articulated her perspective. Liu Yifei nodded, grasping Li Li's viewpoint. She had been overly idealistic. All arrangements concerning Zhou Shun were her decisions, neglecting his family background and psychological state, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. "I have been inconsiderate. Even the wisest can falter. Come here and let your brother comfort you." Li Li turned sideways, propping her head with one hand while beckoning Liu Yifei with the other. Liu Yifei shot her a glance of exasperation before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Liu Yifei had registered the copyright for the script of Superbody and applied for filming permits. Who will direct it? She sought out Li Li once more. Superbody was a science fiction film, and the finest domestic science fiction movie had been Li Li's Gravity. Yet, there were no exceptional directors in the realm of domestic sci-fi. It was unrealistic to consider Li Li as a director now. She was uncertain whom to approach. This one, Li Li pointed to a name. One of the new directors recommended by the teacher, Guofan. But he has no prior works. Liu Yifei scrutinized the name, extracting his information, which revealed that his only cinematic experience was illustrating a prequel for Kung Fu King. Let him give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can always find someone else. It's better than searching blindly. Liu Yifei acquiesced and called Guofan to come over. "Mr. Li recommends you as the director. Here is the script." Liu Yifei presented the Superbody script to him. Despite Li Li's endorsement, Guofan's resume was rather pristine, limited to comic illustration and graphic design. With his studies focused on film management at Beijing Film Academy, Liu Yifei harbored reservations about Guofan's capabilities. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Ms. Liu, for this opportunity." Guofan expressed his gratitude before accepting the script. Liu Yifei's lips curled into a smile. "Mr. Liu, that title feels quite novel. Best of luck. I have faith in you." Li Li encouraged him. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Guofan opened the script. He had been recommended by Tian Zhuangzhuang and learned that the company was in the process of developing a script, though he was still unaware of the specific genre. Superbody. In a captivating science fiction film, an innovative premise unfolds where the female protagonist, due to a revolutionary drug, experiences rapid cerebral development, ultimately transcending her humanity. As he closes the script, vivid scenes emerge in his mind, evoking a sense reminiscent of superheroes, yet fundamentally distinct in essence. "How you feel about it? Any thoughts?" Liu Yifei inquired. Guofan articulated his understanding, and Liu Yifei listened, impressed by the clarity and uniqueness of his insights. She then probed into the formation of the production team. Although Guofan had never personally overseen such a task, He spoke with remarkable authority. Liu Yifei glanced at Li, who merely shrugged in response, offering no reply. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yifei resolutely stated, "The company has decided to appoint you as the director of this project. You will lead the assembly of the crew, invite actors for auditions, and devise the shooting schedule." This marked her inaugural venture as a film producer, and employing a novice director was a gamble. Yet she chose to place her faith in Li. "Thank you, President Liu. I will undoubtedly live up to your trust," Guo Fan exclaimed, exhilarated. Judging by the script, the investment in this production would be substantial. To helm such a significant project as his first endeavor filled him with immense excitement. Chapter 65. Troubles with WeChat Wallet. Guo Fan took over the preparatory work from Liu Yifei. The lead actress had been confirmed, Xu Chang. Xu Chang was indeed a suitable choice, possessing talent and being a student from the prestigious Beijing Film Academy, which made things even more promising. With the prospect of returning to the academy for resources, he felt more assured. After finalizing the handover with Liu Yifei, he organized the resources at hand and sprang into action. His first task was to return to the academy to recruit personnel. It was essential to gather enough support staff, as having assistants would facilitate every aspect of the production. This illustrated the difference between unconventional methods and formal training. While Liu Yifei had spent several days only securing Xu Chang, the remaining tasks were a chaotic mess. Though it was Guo Fan's first time assembling a film crew, he approached the task methodically. He prioritized filling the foundational roles at the academy before consulting Liu Yifei for key positions. He astutely decided not to interfere with the crucial financial and logistical roles, leaving those arrangements to Liu Yifei. The selection of actors was also a collaborative effort between them. Liu Xiaoli expressed some reservations about Liu Yifei entrusting the crew to a newcomer. However, her focus was solely on preparing for Zhou Shen's debut, leaving her little time to engage with Liu Yifei. "I'm beginning to suspect that Zhou Shen is a love child," Liu Yifei complained, though this notion was rather absurd. Liu Xiaoli was indeed treating Zhou Shen's debut preparations with the same diligence she had once afforded Liu Yifei. Is she going through menopause? Lili remarca, given that she was in her 50s and had previously devoted herself to Liu Yifei, treating her as an emotional anchor. Now that her daughter was married and had established her own family, she found herself living alone. Both Liu Yifei and Lili had invited her to stay with them, yet she stubbornly preferred her independence. After a moment of reflection, Liu Yifei acknowledged that her mother had always been preoccupied with various tasks for her. With her attention now primarily directed towards Liu Yifei's work had diminished significantly. Her days were filled with vocal and physical training, causing her to overlook her mother's feelings. A pang of guilt struck her, prompting her to seek out her mother in hopes of offering some comfort. "Why are you acting so childish at your age? Don't bother me if there's nothing important," Liu Xiaoli said, pushing away Liu Yifei, who was clinging to her arm. She scrutinized her daughter, placing a hand on Liu Yifei's forehead and then glancing at her abdomen. "You're not ill, are you? Irregular periods? Painful?" Upon seeing Liu Yifei's mute expression, realization dawned on her. "Have you had a fight with Li? I told you to correct your habits. Look at you, sleeping in, neglecting your appearance, and cooking only diet meals." "Mom," Liu Yifei protested, feeling her concern for her mother morphing into a critique of herself. "I haven't argued with Li. Could you please nudge him to finish writing the song? Zhou Shen is waiting for his debut." Truly in menopause, Liu Yifei thought as she retreated from her mother's incessant chatter. She rushed to WeChat company to find Li and vent her frustrations. "You know she's going through menopause. Why get upset?" she said, sitting on the sofa in Li's office reception area while he comforted her. "I'm not angry. I just feel like my mother suddenly seems so much older," Liu Yifei replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. She had relied on her mother since childhood. Her mother had accompanied her through her formative years. Now, having recently married and established her own family, it seemed as though her mother had suddenly aged. It was not aging that afflicted her mother. Rather, it was profound loneliness. Liu Yifei grasped Li's hand with fervent intensity. Lili, seated on the sofa, lifted her onto his lap. She enveloped him in a tight embrace, savoring his warmth, wishing never to part. Neither spoke. They simply felt each other's warmth, breaths intertwining, their silent affection narrating an everlasting tale. A sudden knock on the office door startled them. Liu Yifei quickly stood up. Adjusting Lili's atira. My legs are numb, Lili exclaimed, attempting to rise but finding his legs unresponsive. Liu Yifei chuckled softly, sora. She apologized, having perched on his lap for too long. Oh well, you go ahead and open the door. Miss Liu, I'm here to report to General Manager Li. Came the voice of Wang Xing, who appeared with documents in hand. Yes, inside. Liu Yifei guided Li into the reception room. Let us converse here. My legs are numb. Li lamented with a hint of exasperation. Wang Xing scratched his head, questioning his timing. Please have some tea, Liu Yifei offered, brewing a pot and serving both men before retreating to her desk. Wang Xing unveiled the documents, detailing the recent achievements of Weixin. Presently, Weixin Wallet had attracted 600 million in deposits, primarily due to the enticing red envelope feature. However, the transfer and payment functionalities had yet to gain significant traction among merchants. Lili Nudda, acknowledging that Weixin's transfer capabilities and payment systems required sustained market cultivation to enhance credibility and gradually earn consumer trust. Wang Xing hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. What is it? Lilin Uiret. There are anomalies in the overseas version of Weixin concerning the red envelope data, and there are calls for interoperability between domestic and overseas wallets. The lack of data interchange complicates usage significantly. Lili listened intently as Wang Xing elaborated on how the red envelope feature attracted users. Some overseas individuals, through currency exchange, had opened accounts at international banks in their home countries, depositing funds into Weixin to send red envelopes. Cunning individuals had identified loopholes, since not everyone could exchange renminbi. Some exploited channels to acquire it, depositing into Weixin and selling it at a premium. This led to the overseas version of Weixin Wallet's renminbi becoming a commodity, increasing in value as certain groups recognized the opportunity, flooding the system with exchanges and sales. Those advocating against interoperability between the domestic and overseas versions likely sought to profit from the news of this situation, hoping to leverage Weixin's internal and external networks for monetary gain. It's a deadlock. They cannot interconnect. Lili felt a wave of perspiration. He sensed he had been deceived. He swiftly fetched his phone to make urgent contacts. The fluctuations in renminbi value were no trivial matter. They bore significant implications for imports and exports and the nation's overarching strategy. An appreciation of the renminbi would severely impact exports. After a phone call, the other party requested the data for the overseas version of the wallet and indicated that someone would come to collect it. Lili sensed that the overseas wallet would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble, but regrettably, it was already too late to stop it. You must ensure data monitoring. Whether domestic or international, normal transactions should be disregarded. Pay close attention to any anomalous data, particularly regarding domestic red envelope irregularities, as we must prevent any gambling activities within red envelope groups. Lili felt a headache. He could only maintain stability domestically, while he was temporarily powerless regarding the overseas wallet. Fortunately, all monetary inflows were under the control of the national bank, ensuring that no matter the chaos, there would be a safety net. Chapter 66. Zhu Beiji carries his wife Wang Xing posed another inquiry. A fruit company in North America sought a share of the profits from WeChat on fruit phones. Let them be gone. Lili was already troubled by the overseas version of the red envelope. Apple had also signed a collaboration agreement for the Smart Assistant, committing to an annual customization fee of 100 million, with a charge of 150 yuan for each device installed. Indeed, the operating system of fruit phones surpassed that of Android. Once equipped with a Smart Assistant, their performance was even more impressive than that of Android devices. However, without the Smart Assistant, fruit phones paled in comparison to their Android counterparts that possessed it. The role of artificial intelligence was unparalleled by any current operating system. This quarter, the fruit brand garnered substantial market share due to its superior quality and user experience, usurping Nokia's former standing, naturally leading to heightened demands for profit. The new strategy of app revenue sharing meant that any app profiting on fruit phones would incur a cut, a practice akin to Lili's more unscrupulous bundling with WeChat. Lili remained unfazed, whether one used WeChat or not. Any phone manufacturer daring to uninstall it would face the consequence of having their corresponding smart assistant locked out of the market. Wang Xing nodded, dismissing the fruit company's notifications. Software like the smart assistant, which monopolized the market, was impervious to any threats. He bid farewell to Li and departed with the documents in hand. Liu Yifei, noticing Wang Xing's departure, rose to see him off. Upon returning, she found Li staring vacantly at the ceiling. "What troubles you?" Liu Yifei inquired as she approached him, her fingers gently tracing his brow, sending a refreshing sensation through him, awakening his senses. Feeling somewhat deceived, Li tilted his head to gaze at Liu Yifei. She moved behind him, softly massaging his temples. "Who could possibly fool you now?" she teased. With a sigh, Li refrained from revealing the source of his concerns. He grasped Liu Yifei's hand and placed a gentle kiss upon it, while she embraced his head, pressing her lips to his. "Stop brooding. Let me take you out for some fun," Liu Yifei insisted, unwilling to let Li fret within the confines of the company. "Where are we going?" he asked, aware that their status limited their options. Many upscale venues, like golf courses, were not places for relaxation, but rather arenas for networking among so-called successful individuals. "Never mind. Just follow my lead," Liu Yifei declared, leading Li to an entertainment company, where they enlisted a makeup artist to prepare them and arrange for 2 outfits. "Why am I Zhu Beiji while you are the Monkey King?" Li questioned, observing the attire chosen for him. Though he was uncertain of Liu Yifei's intentions, he was resolute in preserving his dignity and refused to don the guise of Beiji. "Oh, when we go out, no one will recognize you," Liu Yifei countered, swiftly removing Li's jacket and dressing him in the outfit of Zhu Beiji, complete with a mask that obscured his true identity. Liu Yifei herself donned a short tiger-striped skirt reminiscent of Sun Wukong, styled her hair into a bun, wielded a golden staff, and put on the Monkey King's mask. "Let's embark," she exclaimed, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. This is a bustling commercial plaza, seemingly newly opened, teeming with a throng of people. "Ah, Jia, get out." Liu Yifei beckoned to Li with a gesture, then opened the car door and stepped outside. "Hey, master brother, I've arrived." Li alighted from the other side, rushing to Liu Yifei's side. "There are too many people. Don't get lost." "Li station there. Then you must keep close." Liu Yifei brandished her golden staff and dashed towards the crowd. Monkey King Sun Wukong. A child spotted Liu Yifei, pointing at her and exclaiming to their mother, "And Pigsy, would you like a photo?" Liu Yifei noticed the child's gaze and approached, gently ruffling their hair. A female Wukong. The adults recognized Liu Yifei as a woman from her hair and curvaceous figure, leaving the child astounded. Liu Yifei posed with the child for a photo, while Lily tried to join in but was pushed aside. "No, Bixi, ugly." Lily felt hurt, secretly appearing in the child's picture. "Wukong is Pigsy's wife. Don't you want such a remarkable wife?" Lily wrapped her arms around Liu Yifei. "Oh." The child paused for a moment, then burst into tears. "Pigsy is too ugly. Wukong shouldn't be Pigsy's wife. Go away, don't corrupt the child." Liu Yifei quickly shoved Lily aside and rushed to console the child. The child's parents approached to soothe him as well, and Liu Yifei offered a candied hawthorn to calm the child down. "Come on, troublemaker." Liu Yifei tugged at Lily's ear, leading them away from the child. "I'll carry you," Lily said, squatting down. "All right." Liu Yifei climbed onto Lily's back. "Pigsy is no longer a wife." Lily spun around while carrying Liu Yifei, reappearing next to the child. He twirled around the child while carrying Liu Yifei. The child, who was munching on a candied hawthorn, suddenly froze, mouth agape, crying out loudly about not wanting Pigsy to carry a wife, even as he continued to chew. The child's parents quickly attempted to comfort him, while Lily dashed away with Liu Yifei on his back. "You're so naughty." Liu Yifei playfully smacked Lily's shoulder, giggling. He carried her through the crowd for quite some time, amusing several children to tears before finally setting Liu Yifei down. The pair navigated through the throngs, reveling in their joyful play, having not enjoyed such carefree moments in a long while. Liu Yifei had lost track of her golden staff somewhere amidst the crowd. "Amusement park." Liu Yifei pointed towards the entrance of the amusement park, pulling Lily along. "I didn't bring any money." She gazed longingly at the attractions within the park. "Let me try." Noticing Liu Yifei's envious expression, Lily took out his phone and approached the ticket seller, inquiring if he could pay via WeChat. "I'm sorry, sir, but the company does not allow such transactions." The ticket seller declined Lily's request. Lily did not press further, understanding that the WeChat payment feature was still relatively new and would take time to become widespread. He sought a higher vantage point and raised his phone. "WeChat wallet for cash to purchase tickets. Is there anyone who can lend a hand? You need tickets, right? I can assist you." A young man promptly produced money to buy tickets for Lily. "Thank you, my friend. What should I call you? I will reimburse you." Lily approached him and accepted the tickets. "I'm Lucio. No need to transfer me anything. I noticed you were taking photos for many people for free. Consider the tickets my treat." Lucio displayed remarkable generosity by refusing Lily's money. "Let us add each other as friends." Lily shook his phone. "All right." This time, Lucio did not decline. "Is your name genuine?" Lucio inquired upon seeing Lily's WeChat ID, sending a message to Lily. "It should be real." Lily replied with a smile. "You truly are." Lucio observed Lily's friend group, which primarily consisted of photos and videos with Liu Yifei. "How superficial." Lily placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Accept the ticket money. I'll treat you to a concert another day," Lily suggested. "And who is she?" Lucio pointed at Liu Yifei. "Yes, but keep a secret." Lily, having secured the tickets, bid farewell to Lucio and walked over to Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei, adorned with a monkey head mask, waved at Lucio as they entered the amusement park together. Chapter 67. Therefore, I love you, the pirate ship. Do we really want to engage in such perilous amusement? Upon entering the amusement park, Lily immediately regretted his decision, as Liu Yifei eagerly pulled him towards the pirate ship. "I have always wanted to try this. Will you accompany me?" Sun Wukong clung to Zhu Beiji's arm, playfully pouting, drawing the attention of many passers-by, some of whom took out their phones to capture the moment. "All right," Lily conceded reluctantly. "Don't be nervous. It's going to be a lot of fun." Liu Yifei exclaimed with anticipation as she settled into her seat, finally seizing the opportunity she had long awaited. "I'm not nervous. It just feels a bit like home." Lily grasped Liu Yifei's hand tightly, utterly unprepared for the pirate ship, as he generally steered clear of overly exhilarating experiences. As the ship began to sway more dramatically, the air was filled with the sounds of screams. Beneath her monkey mask, Liu Yifei shouted with exhilaration, her grip on Lily's hand tightening. The cacophony of screams enveloped the entire vessel, and though Lily had initially remained composed, the rising volume began to fray his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he fought to maintain his composure. The higher the ship swung, the more frantic his heartbeat became. The sensation of entrusting his life to others was quite unsettling. "This is exhilarating." Finally, the pirate ship began to decelerate. Liu Yifei, unfazed by fear, was instead brimming with excitement. Lily, somewhat stiff, descended from the ride, while Liu Yifei, animated and exuberant, continued to chatter about the thrill. "Are you all right?" Liu Yifei noticed Lily's unusual demeanor. "I'm fine. I feel as if I've been reborn. Let's sit over there for a moment." They supported each other and settled on a nearby bench, allowing Liu Yifei to recuperate. "Shall we ride the roller coaster next?" "Not a chance. It's not easy to be reborn once. Please spare me." Lily firmly declined, feeling as though the pirate ship had nearly taken half of his life. "All right then." Liu Yifei sighed with a hint of regret, resting her head on Lily's shoulder, contemplating his words while her gaze lingered on his face. The mask obscured the expressions beneath, leaving her curious. "How about we ride the Ferris wheel?" After a brief respite, she proposed. Lily surveyed the Ferris wheel, deeming it acceptable. Although it was high, it did not carry the same peril. "All right." The two made their way to the Ferris wheel, taking photos with several children along the way, as well as numerous young couples who requested to capture their moments. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, they nestled together, the entire amusement park unfolding before their eyes. "Everyone seems so small," Liu Yifei whispered to Lily, gesturing towards the people below. "They're simply too far away from us," he replied. Reaching the pinnacle, they observed the bustling amusement park filled with visitors, while the square outside was teeming with crowds. "Indeed, we are quite distant from them," Liu Yifei remarked. Her celebrity status rendered her unable to freely mingle in public spaces. "Today, Venturing out with Li was a considerable risk. Had her mother still been in control of her life, such an outing would have been inconceivable. The Ferris wheel offered a relative tranquility, allowing the two to engage in conversation, pointing out other couples who, like them, had come to enjoy the day's festivities. There were onlookers pointing at the duo. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji nestled together, evoking a sense of astonishment and curiosity. Some individuals captured their moments on mobile devices, while Liu Yifei playfully raised a peace sign. Upon descending from the Ferris wheel, they had already attracted considerable attention, not due to any breach of identity, but rather because of their attire and intimacy, which struck many as amusing. "Let us go," Li suggested, to which Liu Yifei nodded, aware that lingering too long might risk exposure. They departed the amusement park, locating their parked vehicle. Once inside, they removed their masks and exchanged a knowing smile. Observing the beads of sweat on Liu Yifei's face, Li tenderly offered her a tissue to dry off. They drove straight home. After Li washed away the sweat in the bathroom and changed in a loose-fitting attire, he settled in the living room and turned on the television to catch up on the latest news. "Why are you so quick? Help me dry my hair." Liu Yifei emerged wrapped in a towel, her long, fair legs curled up on the sofa beside Li. "Seeing you shower makes me quite flustered," Li replied as he took the towel from her hand and began to gently dry her damp hair. "You rogue." Liu Yifei shot him a playful glare, unfazed by his unabashed gaze. "After all this time, there's no concept of taking advantage anymore. Blow dry it a bit, don't catch a cold." Lilian Kodaja, rising to lead her to the bedroom. "I'm too tired." Liu Yifei spread her arms wide. Lily naturally bent down and scooped her up, her smooth arms draped around his neck, and as she gazed at his face, her brows arched sweetly, her smile radiating warmth. Lily placed her on a stool and switched on the hairdryer, gently tending to her hair. Once he set the dryer aside, Liu Yifei turned and embraced him. "It's wonderful to have you. I consider myself exceedingly fortunate to have met you." They shared a tender moment before Liu Yifei changed into comfortable home attire, slipping on her slippers to follow Li downstairs. "Would you like some fruit?" Liu Yifei inquired. "Grapes, please," Lily responded. She entered the kitchen, washed a bunch of grapes, and sliced a plate of watermelon before bringing them to the living room. Settling beside Li reclined, resting his head on her soft lap. "What are you watching?" Liu Yifei asked, offering him a grape. "The launch date for Chang'e 2 has been confirmed for October 1st. Li replied, savoring the grape she presented. Liu Yifei became engrossed in the broadcast, her interest piqued by the exploration of aerospace, particularly due to gravitational dynamics. "Watermelon," Li exclaimed, as Liu Yifei proffered a piece to him. He took a bite and playfully licked her finger in the process. The warmth of his touch startled Liu Yifei, prompting her to retract her finger, but Li held on. She shot him an annoyed glance before withdrawing her finger and returning her attention to the news. "By the way, my mother asked me to check if you finished the song for Mr. Zhou," Liu Yifei inquired, her thoughts drifting back to Li after the Chang'e 2 segment concluded. Looking down at him resting on her lap, in a fleeting moment, Li unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. She gently unfolded a blanket and draped it over him, silencing the television. Caressing his visage, her fingertips grazed his lips. "From whence do you hail? Have you come to rescue me?" She gazed at Li's exquisite countenance, becoming somewhat entranced. Liu Yifei was not naive. Ever since filming Gravity, she sensed an anomaly. No one in the world possessed the capability to achieve such visual effects in a single day. At that time, her heart was heavy with sorrow over leaving the entertainment industry, and she refrained from questioning or probing further. As the two spent time together, their hearts collided, and she became entwined in his life, gradually coming to understand all facets of Li. Yet, certain matters eluded her comprehension. Many things were simply beyond her grasp. Out of love, she chose not to inquire or speak, pretending to be oblivious. "You love me, do you not?" she whispered, caressing Li's face. His striking appearance reminiscent of characters from romantic tales, intoxicating at a mere glance. Her hand slipped beneath his shirt, feeling the rhythm of his heart at his chest. "Your heart beats for me, each thump resonating with love's cadence. How profoundly real. Thus I too love you." Chapter 68. The Big Fish in the Depths of His Slumber. Lily was enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, a fleeting silhouette dancing in his heart. Qian Qian, he called out suddenly, his eyes snapping open to behold a strikingly beautiful visage above him. You dreamt of me. Liu Yifei's face radiated a captivating smile. I dreamt you were digging into my heart. Lily sensed the slight chill of her hand resting against her chest. It seemed that a girl's touch was often cooler. Did I manage to dig deep? Liu Yifei inquired with curiosity. Indeed, you did. Your name is inscribed upon my heart, and you declared that you would have me love you for 10,000 years. He replied earnestly. Such sweet talk. Liu Yifei playfully poked his forehead with her finger. Yet her joy was palpable. Despite her aversion to flattery and glib men, she found delight in Li Li's playful fabrications. The sky has darkened. Lily observed the evening hue from the window. Why didn't you wake me? Are you hungry? I'll prepare dinner. He sat up and, with a swift kiss on Liu Yifei's luscious red lips, grabbed the empty fruit platter and made his way to the kitchen. Liu Yifei gazed at him with affectionate eyes, yearning to follow, but as she attempted to rise, she found herself unable to stand. She had sat for so long, her legs still cradling the weight of Li Li's head, now numb and tingling. It dawned on her that she had spent the entire afternoon watching him sleep. No wonder it is said that love is a surrender of free will. She had lost track of time. The discomfort in her legs was unpleasant, and after a few rubs, the sensation became more tolerable. She finally stood and made her way to the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe, watching the busy silhouette of Li Li. Every motion he made was a delight to behold. Am I handsome? He asked, striking what he considered a charming pose with a spoon. Liu Yifei chuckled softly. You look like a wolf. Dear wife, if you must marry, then let be the big bad wolf. This was a popular song from the previous year. Liu Yifei quickly retrieved her phone, found the song, and played the music. A touch of self-importance failure never brings harm. Two wandering eyes in search of victory's path, she sang in a teasing voice, infusing the internet tune with emotion. Her rendition enchanting. As the final notes faded, Lily seemed invigorated, raising his spoon. Beloved wife, I shall bake you a strawberry cake, and I will catch a lamb to feast upon, taking you to enjoy roasted whole lamb tomorrow. Giggling, Liu Yifei, now free of leg discomfort, entered the kitchen to assist Li Li with dinner. Although her help slowed the process, their shared joy rendered the delay inconsequential. After their affectionate meal, they left the dishes unwashed upon the dining table, and Lily swept Liu Yifei into the bedroom. Mom asked me to inquire if you have finished the song for Lord Zhou, Liu Yifei murmured, awakening to the sight of Lily dressing early the next morning. Wait a moment, I'll bring it to you. Sleep a little longer, I'll go make breakfast. Lily bent down and kissed her forehead. Just as she was about to stand up, Liu Yifei's arm wrapped around her neck. Liu Yifei boldly sealed Li Li's lips with a kiss. In no time, the clothes Lily had just put on were tossed aside by Liu Yifei. Oh, that was satisfying. Liu Yifei stretched lazily, the blanket slipping from her body, while Lily looked like a wronged little wife. This princess is in a good mood today, granting you some benefits, and you're not even happy? Have you forgotten? Your ox plowed 3 acres of land last night. They had already stayed up late playing around last night, and now another round this early in the morning. Even the strongest ox couldn't endure such exhaustion. You go make breakfast. Lily shot her a glare, pulled the blanket over herself, and went back to sleep. Liu Yifei didn't tease her further. After getting dressed, she went to the dining room, cleared last night's dishes into the kitchen, washed them, and started cooking rice. By the time the rice was almost ready, Lily came downstairs holding a sheet of music. Used to waking up early, she simply couldn't sleep. Is this a song you wrote? Liu Yifei took the sheet from Li's hands. Big fish. Reading the lyrics, she began to sing softly. The silent waves drowned the night in deep darkness, flooding every corner of the sky's end. The big fish swims through the gaps of dreams, gazing at the outline of your slumber. So beautiful. Closing her eyes, she savored the melody as charm. Knock, knock. Lily tapped the table. I'm hungry. Your servant will serve the master immediately. Liu Yifei set down the sheet music and went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Today, Liu Yifei was unusually docile. After finishing the meal, without waiting for Li Li to lift a finger, She took the initiative to clear the dishes. Before leaving, she even helped Lily put on her shoes. Is something up? Lily eyed Liu Yifei's sudden attentiveness with suspicion. Could you write me another song? Doesn't tea have to be amazing? Just something at the level of Big Fish would do. She tilted her head up, flashing a sweet smile at Lily. Just at the level of Big Fish? That's a classic, a timeless masterpiece. We'll see how I feel. Liu Yifei immediately stood up, rushed behind Lily, and began massaging her shoulders. Master, what other desires do you have? Your servant will fulfill them. That outfit you liked at the concert last time, I brought it back. I'll wear it for you tonight. Ahem. Lily coughed. Let's go to work first. We'll talk after we get back. She swallowed hard and stood up from the chair. Any slower, and they might end up back in the bedroom. She really couldn't take any more. They got into the car, dropping Liu Yifei off at the entertainment company first before the driver took Lily to WeChat group. Upon arriving at the company, Liu Yifei headed straight to Liu Xiaoli's office and handed her the song Lily had written. How is the song? After reading the lyrics, Liu Xiaoli found them quite simple. If you don't like it, give it to me. I want it. Liu Yifei adored this song. No way. Zhou Shun is still waiting for a debut piece. Liu Xiaoli immediately tucked Big Fish away. Go on, get to work. She waved Liu Yifei off, then took out her phone to message Zhou Shun at school. Inform him that a vehicle will be there to pick him up after school. Is indifference the price of lost affection? Liu Yifei attempted to divert her mother's attention, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Her mother had always been so concerned for her well-being. After reluctantly exiting Liu Xiaoli's office, Liu Yifei returned to her own, only to be approached by Guofan. Finalize the cast, he urged. Do you have any recommendations? Liu Yifei inquired. For the male lead, he suggested Duan Yihong, Zhang Yi, and Deng Zhao. As for the professor, he recommended Li Xuejian, Chen Daoming, and Wang Jiwen. Guofan presented his curated list of potential candidates for the film. Let be Li Xuejian for the professor. He concluded, and you shall decide on the male lead, or perhaps hold auditions. Chapter 69. The love story of Zhu Beiji and son Wu Kong. With Liu Yifei's directives in hand, Guofan found the subsequent arrangements much more manageable. Apart from the female lead Xu Chong and Professor Li Xuejian, who had been personally selected by Liu Yifei, he had considerable autonomy in casting the male lead and supporting roles. Without delay, he extended audition invitations to Duan Yihong, Zhang Yi, and Deng Zhao. The moment the invitations were sent, news of the Overlord Project's official launch spread rapidly. Initially, Liu Yifei's submission of the script for review had gone largely unnoticed, but now, with Guofan's audition calls, the entertainment industry was abuzz. Liu Yifei was producing a sci-fi film, with a script provided by Li Yu and a staggering budget of 200 million renminbi, undeniably a major production. The impact of Li Yu's previous screenplay, Gravity, still lingered. Hailed as China's premier sci-fi film, the only point of contention was the choice of Guofan, a newcomer, as the director. Auditions were only being held for the male lead, with invitations extended to just 3 actors. Many in the industry scrambled to gather information. What other roles were available? Who had been cast as the female lead? Would Liu Yifei herself take on the role? If not, could they vie for it? Liu Yifei found herself inundated with calls from past collaborators and industry contacts. Most roles had already been finalized by Li Yu and the director, she explained. I'm merely lending my name to the project. I don't have the expertise to make casting decisions. If you're interested, you'll have to take it up with Li Yu. To those with whom she had only superficial ties, she played coy, redirecting them to Li Yu. Few dared to approach Li Yu directly for roles. Given his current stature, why would he concern himself with the casting of a single film's supporting characters? Yet, there were exceptions. President Han, how are you? Li Yu answered the call upon seeing Han Samping's name. Director Li, you've become quite the busy man these days. Han Samping teased as soon as the line connected. Their first meeting had been when Li Yu was just a young filmmaker fresh off his debut. Now, 2 years later, he had risen as a prominent figure in the internet industry. Han Samping had once nurtured Li Yu as a promising future director, but it seemed now that Li Yu had moved beyond filmmaking. You flatter me, President Han. Just keeping myself occupied, Li Yu replied warmly. Grateful for Han Samping's past support. I hear Overlord has a 200 million renminbi budget. Are you confident in trusting it to a rookie director? Would you like me to recommend a more seasoned one? Han Samping had taken an interest in Overlord upon hearing the news. The idea of a newcomer helming such a major production struck him as bold. In the domestic market, a $200 million sci-fi film was already a substantial investment, let alone one directed by an untested newcomer. Some within the industry had reached out to him, hoping he could leverage his connection with Liu Yifei to secure the opportunity for them. Senior Gua is exceptionally talented. I have full faith in him, Liu affirmed, expressing his confidence in Gua Fan's abilities. Then, a thought occurred to him. He understood the hierarchical nature of the directing circle and suspected Han Samping's true motive for calling. President Han, has someone been voicing discontent? Liu asked bluntly, his current status allowing him to speak without restraint. A few have expressed dissatisfaction, Han Samping admitted, seeing no reason to shield them. At Liu's level, any attempt to conceal such matters would be futile. He'd uncover the truth sooner or later. Mr. Han, the relentless waves of the Yangtze River push the preceding ones aside. Antiquated ideologies cannot propel the progress of the film industry. After a brief conversation with Han Samping, Lily conveyed that the choice of director would remain unchanged. Ultimately, Han Samping refrained from disclosing the director's identity, preserving face for both parties. Reflecting on their discussion, Lily decided to call Liu Yifei. Darling, have you composed a song for them? Liu Yifei answered the call with a playful tone. Cough, cough, Qian. Please act normally. I have something important to discuss. Lily felt a shiver run down his spine. He relayed Han Samping's message to Liu Yifei, advising her to be mindful of the prevailing sentiments. Lily anticipated that there might be criticism directed at Gua Fan, urging her to keep Gua Fan's mindset steady. Liu Yifei nodded earnestly, assuring him she would be cautious. By the way, darling, the video of our outing yesterday has been uploaded online. Let me see. Lily opened the internet. The love story of Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong. What a title. In the video, numerous scenes depicted the two, Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Under a pirate ship, Sun Wukong playfully clinging to Zhu Beiji's arm, and Sun Wukong resting his head on Zhu Beiji's shoulder. On the Ferris wheel, they snuggled together, playfully posing for the camera with peace signs. The internet's dissemination of information is often irrational. The love story of Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong quickly became a trending topic. The video circulated widely, with many tourists who had witnessed the couple yesterday sharing their photos online. Who are Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong? Curious netizens began to investigate, compiling all related images and arranging them chronologically, ultimately tracing their route from the square to the amusement park. By analyzing security footage, they spotted the couple disembarking from vehicle. Whose vehicle is this? Someone posted the license plate number and car image online for inquiries. Upon verification, it was confirmed to be registered under Wei Sun Company. Liu Yifei and Li. Who doesn't he recognize their names now? Netizens speculated that Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were indeed the two, initiating verification efforts. Their physiques and voices matched. The online chatter grew louder, with inquiries flooding Liu Yifei's social media. Although neither Liu Yifei nor Li responded, the public had already concluded it was them. Li and Liu Yifei found themselves trending, generating sensational news. How can this even trend? Some expressed frustration. Lamenting their own new song had made barely a ripple, while others garnered multiple trending topics from a mere trip to an amusement park. Li paid little heed to the trending topic. After perusing the financial data of Wei Sun, he began contemplating where to roast lamb, having promised Liu Yifei a whole roasted lamb the previous day. As for Wang Xing's claim that the fruit company uninstalled Wei Sun, resulting in Wei Sun locking the smart assistant on fruit users' phones, Lily had no interest in that matter. He merely suggested they pursue legal action, curious to see how long the fruit company could endure. This morning, many users of fruit phones awoke to find their devices performing less efficiently than before, and Wei Sun was inaccessible. They remained oblivious to the underlying issues, inquiring everywhere. The fruit company has persistently denied that its smartphones utilize the intelligent assistant developed by WeChat, instead proclaiming it to be an innovative breakthrough of its own. Many users of the fruit brand felt an inflated sense of superiority, as their devices indeed offered a more user-friendly experience compared to Android counterparts. However, with WeChat locking the intelligent assistant in the background. The experience of using these smartphones deteriorated sharply. What was once superior to Android devices now felt inferior by comparison. The latest models of the Fruit brand were now on par with older Android devices equipped with the free version of the intelligent assistant. The high-performance experience became abysmal, leaving many who had splurged on these devices in disbelief. Wang Xing, ever the cunning strategist, issued a notification while disabling the intelligent assistant for Fruit users. He stated that due to the Fruit company's violation of the conditions stipulated in the custom contract with WeChat, services for the intelligent assistant would be officially terminated for Fruit smartphone users. This announcement was met with widespread dismay, especially considering that the latest model was priced 2,000 yuan higher than its predecessor. With the intelligent assistant discontinued, the two smartphone models became indistinguishable from one another. Both models shared identical casings and hardware configurations. The only difference was the inclusion of WeChat's intelligent assistant, which justified an additional 2,000 yuan charge. Rumors circulated that WeChat charged the Fruit company a mere 150 yuan for each installation, further inciting outrage. While some remained skeptical that foreign manufacturers would deceive Chinese consumers, the stark changes in the smartphone experience were undeniable. This disillusionment was not confined to Chinese users. Foreign consumers shared the same sentiments, as the Fruit company indiscriminately exploited individuals across the globe. Chapter 70. Unwavering Love at Noon During Lunch. Lili encountered 3 officials dispatched from higher authorities. They greeted him politely, but exchanged no further words, sitting together at a separate table without engaging with WeChat staff. Their purpose was to collect data on the overseas version of WeChat Pay for analysis, though the specifics of their research remained unclear. The introduction of WeChat's red packet feature had spurred a surge in RMB exchange among overseas smartphone users, resulting in a slight appreciation of the yuan that day. While a stronger yuan benefited citizens traveling abroad, it posed challenges for export businesses. Lili had little interest in managing the overseas wallet operations and was relieved to hand it over to the authorities. He instructed his team to accommodate the officials but avoided direct interaction. After lunch, Lili left the company and headed to the outskirts of the city. "Boss, this is the place," his secretary announced as they stepped out of the car. It was a privately owned zoo that had operated for over 2 decades but was now struggling financially and seeking a buyer, facilities and animals included. The secretary briefed him on the property. Lili glanced at his secretary skeptically. He had merely wanted a scenic recreational spot, yet here they were, standing before a failing zoo. To the east of the zoo lay Sha River, along with a small wetland area that had formed due to geological subsidence. The zoo still housed tigers, lions, bears, and other animals. The neglect was evident. They had lingered at the entrance for some time without seeing a single visitor. The reason was simple. Beijing already boasted a large comprehensive zoo, along with 2 wildlife parks in the suburbs. Those with means and leisure time naturally preferred those better-maintained attractions over this outdated, sparsely populated facility. "Boss, would you like to take a look inside? If this doesn't suit you, there is a smaller botanical garden near Fragrant Hills and more options in the southern suburbs. Let us go in, since we're already here." They purchased tickets and explored the grounds. The animals appeared healthy, though the facilities were visibly worn. The zoo occupied a vast plot, 362 acres, acquired cheaply by the owner decades ago when he was a young entrepreneur. However, its remote location far from the city center meant only nearby residents visited, and even they had lost interest as the place deteriorated. The elderly owner had grown attached to the animals and had been reluctant to sell. But with his son's overseas education expenses mounting and the zoo's income insufficient, he had no choice. Go ahead and negotiate. If the price is reasonable, we'll take it. Lili found the property acceptable. It would cost much, and the land alone would appreciate in value over time. While his secretary handled the acquisition talks, Lili returned to the city and visited the entertainment company to see Liu Yifei. Presently, employees greeted him respectfully as he walked through the office. Smiling faintly, he nodded in acknowledgement before knocking on Liu Yifei's door. "Come in." Her voice carried a stern yet intriguing tone from within. He pushed open the door and beheld Liu Yifei seated behind her desk, clad in professional attire, a stark contrast to her casual home attire. Her hair was styled in a ponytail, and she wore a pair of black-framed glasses, engrossed in the documents before her. She exuded an air of a formidable woman. Sensing a figure's silent presence beside her, Liu Yifei was about to admonish, but upon raising her gaze, she realized it was Li. "Darling," she exclaimed, setting down her papers, her furrowed brow instantly relaxing, replaced by a joyful smile. "You're busy, President Liu." Lily leaned against the desk, glancing at the documents, which appeared to pertain to various expense accounts. "Oh, dear, could you take a look at this for me?" She pulled Lily to sit in the office chair and handed him the papers. Lily examined them closely. They detailed the expenditure of the super body film crew over recent times. Such accounting matters can be efficiently handled by the finance team. If you have concerns, you may review the expenditures without needing to scrutinize every detail, he suggested, setting the documents aside and pulling Liu Yifei into an embrace. "I'm just anxious, you see. This is my first time as a producer, and I've invested $200 million in my debut film. Many in the industry are waiting to see me falter." Liu Yifei wrapped her arms around Li's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, resting her head on his shoulder. Lily understood her apprehension. Embarking on something for the first time often stirs anxiety. After a moment of tenderness, Liu Yifei mentioned delegating the casting decisions to Guifan. Lily nodded in agreement. "Leave the professional matters to the professionals. What you don't understand, let go of for now. Learn as you go, as long as the general direction is correct." Liu Yifei acknowledged, "I'm just a bit worried about failing. Rest assured, you have me." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei lifted her head to gaze into Lily's eyes. "What is it?" Lily touched his face, assuming something might be amiss, as she stared intently at him. "You're so handsome," she exclaimed, cupping his face and planting a kiss. Feeling insatiable, she kissed him again. Nestling against him in silence, she wished time could stand still. Lily held Liu Yifei close, enveloped in her fragrant presence, his hands gliding over her soft form, inviting to touch and play. Presently, Liu Yifei had little to occupy her time. Her commercial performances were nearly non-existent, and even if invitations to act arose, she was unlikely to accept them. Apart from charitable performances, she found it challenging to accept offers, as the matters within the company were primarily managed by Liu Xiaoli. Lily's subtle success inadvertently made Liu Yifei's career more challenging to navigate, not due to a lack of offers, but rather because many were unsuitable for her current status. Her once cherished dreams seemed to drift further away. "Do you ever regret it?" Lily asked softly. She looked up, locking eyes with him, their gaze rich with affection. A radiant smile spread across her face as she replied, "I wonder how many female artists envy me." Liu Yifei nestled in Li's arms, counting the artists who married into affluent families, those longing to do so, and those deceived in their quest for wealth. As she counted, a wave of melancholy washed over her. They all seemed so unhappy. "Would you also mistreat me like those wealthy husbands and eventually abandon me?" Her hand, which had been draped around Li's neck, now gently touched his ear. "How could I? I'm a man of unwavering devotion, loving only you in this lifetime. Have you forgotten? Your name is etched upon my heart." Lily hurried to explain, even wishing he could slap himself for speaking carelessly. Why couldn't he just hold her, kiss her, and cherish the moment? Really? She tilted her head, gazing into his eyes. "Absolutely, truer than gold. If you don't believe me, let us go to the hospital for an X-ray. Your name will surely be visible on my heart." Such smooth talk. I'd be a fool to believe you. Since when can an X-ray reveal names on a heart? Liu Yifei playfully swatted his chest, though her laughter betrayed her skepticism. "If it doesn't show, it's their technology failing. I swear upon the light, my love for you is eternal and unchanging." Chapter 71. Are you still asleep? During their conversation, Lily received a call from his secretary, informing him that the zoo had been secured, along with its animals, land, and operating license, all of which would be transferred. With the paperwork to be completed by tomorrow, Lily was elated and said to Liu Yifei, "My dear wife, I've caught you a delightful surprise. In a couple of days, I shall take you to enjoy a whole roast lamb." "Really? That's wonderful," Liu Yifei exclaimed in surprise, having thought Lily was merely joking the previous night. "Where is it? Can't we go today?" She was a bit impatient. "Don't rush. It's not ready yet. He still needed to renovate the zoo, striving to present Liu Yifei with an extraordinary surprise. "All right, darling, love you," Liu Yifei said, embracing Li Li's face and planting a kiss on his lips. As their affectionate moment lingered, the small confines of the office felt stifling. Liu Yifei and Li decided to seek out Liu Xiaoli, inviting her to join them for dinner at home that evening. "No need. I've already made plans with Zhou Shen's teacher to discuss his tutoring sessions on the big fish," Liu Xiaoli replied, indicating she was busy with many other matters. Is she treating Zhou Shen like her own son? Liu Yifei felt a twinge of jealousy, recognizing that this was her mother. Will this not place undue pressure on Zhou Shen? Liu Xiaoli genuinely regarded Zhou Shen with the same care she had once shown Liu Yifei. However, the absence of a biological bond left Liu Yifei wondering if Zhou Shen felt any psychological burden from such attentive care. "I will keep an eye on it," Liu Yifei conceded, acknowledging the validity of her concerns. She recalled how her mother's expectations had once weighed upon her, and it was even more likely that Zhou Shen, who lacked a familial connection, might feel similarly pressured. Once they arrived home, Liu Yifei promptly removed her shoes and tossed her coat at Li, changing into slippers and sinking into the comfort of the sofa. "Home is so much more comfortable," she sighed. Although she enjoyed freedom at work, she still had to maintain an image and refrain from certain behaviors. At home, however, she felt liberated, as Li would not restrict her as long as she avoided dangerous antics. Li neatly hung up the coat and placed their shoes in the closet. "Would you like something to eat?" he inquired. "Anything will do," Liu Yifei replied lazily, stretching and revealing her graceful figure. Li went to the kitchen to wash 2 apples, offering one to Liu Yifei before heading upstairs. "Aren't you going to peel it for me?" Liu Yifei asked, taking a bite of the apple. "The skin is good for your complexion." Li's voice echoed from the staircase as Liu Yifei turned to see him already ascending. "What are you doing?" she called, slipping on her slippers to follow him. In the gaming room, Li booted up his computer, accepting the apple that Liu Yifei handed him. "Can't you peel it yourself?" he asked with a hint of exasperation. Realizing there was no peeler in the gaming room and not wanting to descend again, he opted to bite into it instead. "It looks like a dog's chew," Liu Yifei remarked disdainfully at the partially bitten apple, yet she took it from him nonetheless. "Well, a dog's mouth has bitten you too." Li rolled his eyes, launching into a game, completing a few daily tasks before calling for others to join him in a dungeon raid. Liu Yifei gazed at the flamboyant scene before her, somewhat perplexed. However, the character played by Li transforming into a tiger was rather amusing. Before long, the team was fully assembled, and it seemed there was a woman in the voice chat who wanted a ride on Li's tiger. "What kind of game is this? Teach me how to play." Liu Yifei, no longer composed, pulled a chair to sit beside Li. "You should play on your own first to grasp the basic mechanics of the game." Li was reluctant to educate her, finding her rather clumsy at gaming. "You look down on me." Liu Yifei pouted, displeased, as she observed Li, now a tiger in the game, carrying a female character who pinched him several times. "The leader has a girlfriend, huh? Won't he get scolded for not accompanying her?" someone teased in the voice chat. Li endured the discomfort, completed the dungeon, and cast a lingering glance at Liu Yifei. "Is it really necessary to react this way over a game? Teach me how to play." "Forget it. Let us do something else." Li shut down the computer and exited the esports room. Liu Yifei felt somewhat dissatisfied, memorizing the game and Li's guild name. Seeing Li lounging on the sofa with his phone, she felt a surge of anger and turned to the piano room, the clamor of her playing reflecting her discontent. Just moments ago, they had been sweet and affectionate at the company, but now a cold war seemed to be brewing. Indeed, games could be the greatest obstacle between lovers. Hearing the raucous piano sounds from the room, Li sighed, sliced a watermelon, and carried it to find her. "Darling, have a piece of watermelon to cool off." "Oomph. Darling, why don't you teach me to play the piano?" "Not a chance." "Will you teach me?" "Don't sit on my lap, you rascal. Take your hands off." "I want to eat watermelon." The piano sounds grew louder as the two squeezed onto a single bench, for hands pressing the keys, the piano protesting in discontent. "Don't fidget. Let me play for you." Liu Yifei relented, munching on the watermelon that Li offered while playing a beautiful melody. Li stood beside the piano, admiring Liu Yifei's graceful figure, her fingers gliding over the keys like butterflies. Her face was bathed in the music as she looked up at Li, a smile illuminating her eyes. The earlier tinge of annoyance dissipated like smoke. Love burns like a fierce fire. Only those who persevere through the flames can endure eternally. And sparks are bound to fly in the process. As a new day dawned, Li found it difficult to rise early. Liu Yifei woke up, turned to her side, and gazed at the still sleeping Li. Despite spending the entire day in each other's company, she could never get enough of him. She pinched Li's cheek before getting up to prepare breakfast. By the time Li awoke, breakfast was already ready. After washing up, he went downstairs, where Liu Yifei was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing him, she raised her phone and said, "Darling, I have good news. The Teacher's film has won an award." Last night, the Venice Film Festival Awards ceremony concluded, and the list of winners was already circulating online. Really? I'll call the teacher. Li took out his phone and dialed Tian Zhuang. "Teacher, congratulations on your award. You've finally achieved your wish this time. Ha ha ha. Are you still half asleep? Didn't you see the news clearly?" The teacher's mood does not seem particularly bright. Li looked at Liu Yifei with confusion, as she had mentioned that the teacher had received an award. Liu Yifei presented her phone screen to Li, revealing that the award was for Best Male Lead, given to teacher Li Xuejian. The male lead is also a prestigious accolade in the film industry, reflecting the committee's acknowledgement of the teacher's cinematic contributions. Do not lose heart. Teacher, there will be another opportunity to create a film. Li attempted to soothe the situation, extending her congratulations to teacher Li Xuejian before ending the call. "You've set me up," Li exclaimed, seizing Liu Yifei and denying her a chance to explain, playfully slapping her several times on the backside. "Go serve breakfast to the elder," he commands, as the elder sits comfortably, awaiting his meal. "You simply did not let me finish speaking," Liu Yifei responded, feeling somewhat aggrieved. As she prepared a bowl of goji berry congee for Li. Chapter 72. The infatuation. After finishing her breakfast, Li departed, leaving Liu Yifei at home, who had no plans of going to the office that day. Upon arriving at the company, Li briefly reviewed the report on Weixin, paying particular attention to the data concerning the Weixin wallet while neglecting other matters. Currently, the domestic wallet data is steadily improving, indicating a growing number of users depositing money into Weixin, which bodes well for the platform. As for the overseas version of the wallet, it was of little interest to him. In recent days, the Double Q mobile platform has launched a feature akin to the Weixin wallet, capturing a minuscule share of the market, while Alibaba has also introduced a payment system similar to Weixin's, leveraging its shopping website to gain a foothold. Li acknowledged that competition for market share is inevitable. What Weixin must do is secure the largest market segment and gradually diminish the living space of its rivals, ultimately driving them out. Having familiarized himself with the state of Weixin, he noted that development was on the right track, but time was needed to cultivate user habits and encourage mobile payments. "Mr. Li, the blueprints and detailed information for the zoo are here," announced the secretary as she delivered the requested documents. "Excellent. See to it that you finalize the zoo's paperwork today. If there are any obstacles, feel free to utilize some financial leverage." Li responded with a nod. The local authorities appeared supportive of his acquisition of the zoo, the secretary relayed. It seemed the local government was keen on attracting investment, and Li was indifferent. Under comparable conditions, he could invest there without concern. As Li scrutinized the blueprints, he noted that the open zoo area accounted for only 1/3 of the total space, leaving a substantial portion of land idle. He reached out to professionals to visit the zoo, both to assess the condition of the animals and to evaluate the potential uses for the vacant land, aiming to arrange it as a surprise for Liu Yifei. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei, dressed in yoga attire, was exercising in the dance studio. For some reason, without Li's teasing presence, she felt a lack of motivation during her yoga practice. She pondered what Li might be up to at that moment. Suddenly, her phone rang. She rushed to answer, only to find it was not Li, which left her slightly irritated. "Miss Liu, we have made progress on the matter you asked us to investigate. Do you need us to deliver the information to you?" Liu Yifei hesitated for a moment, recalling the tasks she had commissioned recently. "Wait for me on Luyang Road. I'll send someone to collect it. She opted against having them deliver it to the office, fearing the presence of too many eyes might complicate matters. Miss Liu, we can assist you in leaking the information, which will save you considerable trouble. The voice on the other end suggested, discussing potential avenues for continued collaboration. I will review the materials first before making any decisions. Liu Yifei replied, neither agreeing nor outright rejecting the offer, simply stating that she would be in touch if needed, before hanging up. She then called her assistant, instructing her to meet at the designated location to retrieve the information. After putting away her phone, she changed her attire and summoned the driver to take her to the office. The alert on Li's phone chimed repeatedly, interrupting her discussion with the planner regarding the zoo's design. She raised her hand in a gesture of acknowledgement and proceeded towards her vehicle. The bodyguard stood outside, and upon unlocking her phone, she discovered an alert from the artificial intelligence system indicating that Liu Yifei's call had been recorded. Utilizing the AI, she accessed the other party's phone, revealing that the person was a behavior consultant for artists, moonlighting as a paparazzo. After listening to their conversation, which lacked specific details, she discerned a few hints from the phone's stored data. She then erased any traces linking this phone to Liu Yifei, dismissing the matter from her mind. If Liu Yifei wished to stir up trouble, so be it. Upon arriving at the company, Liu Yifei awaited the arrival of documents. Sister, all the materials are here. Her assistant handed her the files, hesitating momentarily before adding, Sister, I don't think the other party is trustworthy. Please be cautious. All right, you may carry on, Liu Yifei replied, sending her assistant away. She opened the documents and scrutinized the information gathered by the paparazzo. This scoundrel, what a cad, she exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table in frustration. After reviewing the contents, she carefully stored the files in her drawer. This situation required careful deliberation. She could not handle it alone. After some consideration, she sent a message to Yao Baina to arrange a meeting, temporarily setting this matter aside. Meanwhile, Guofan from the film crew was making arrangements, and her mother was managing affairs at the company, leaving her with little to occupy her time. Should she seek out Li for a bit of amusement? She quickly shook her head, opting instead to turn on her computer and download a game based on her recollection from the previous day. If you won't teach me, I'll learn on my own. I can't rely solely on Li. Embarking on the journey of mastering a new game was filled with excitement, akin to exploring an alternate universe brimming with novelty. However, grasping the intricacies of a large-scale online game single-handedly proved challenging, prompting her to inquire if anyone in the company could assist her. Both were diligently occupied, seemingly working for one another. They returned home sequentially after work, leading ordinary lives, neither mentioning the tasks they were engaged in. While Li immersed himself in his game, she took the opportunity to peruse a book, settling down in the living room against the sofa. When Li emerged, she was still engrossed in her reading. Aren't you tired? He inquired as he approached her. A bit. Could you give my neck a massage? Liu Yifei glanced at Li, shaking her head slightly. He lifted her up, seating himself on the sofa and allowing her to lean against him. His fingers grazed her fair neck, the warmth of her skin providing a delightful sensation as he gently kneaded the tension from her muscles. You know about Sister Liang Ying and Feng Ku, right? Liu Yifei set her book aside to share what she had discovered today. What happened? Lilieska, regarding their venture. Sister Liang Ying supposedly holds 70% of the shares, yet all the funds have been siphoned off by him through various means. Liu Yifei relayed the information she had gleaned, omitting the details of the exploitation in Zhang Liang Ying's work arrangements, noting instead the numerous issues surrounding the distribution of the company's profits. Zhang Liang Ying and her mother collectively hold 90% of the company's shares, yet their actual dividends are minimal. Feng Ku frequently cites the necessity of company operations as a pretext to withhold dividends, subsequently justifying various expenditures. Now, he harbors intentions to seize their shares, conspiring with a lawyer to wrest control from Zhang Liangying and her mother. What is Zhang Liangying's stance? Lilian Uidet. I haven't mentioned it to her yet. Liu Yifei, who was previously irate, suddenly found herself devoid of anger. Although Feng Ku is currently exploiting her for substantial financial gain, appropriating the benefits that rightfully belong to the mother and daughter duo, no significant issues have surfaced in their emotional connection. Who can fathom how infatuated Zhang Liangying might interpret this situation? If she is willing to allow Feng Ku to exploit her financial resources, it becomes a delicate matter. She genuinely hesitates to disclose the information to Zhang Liangying, fearing the loss of their friendship. The folly of infatuation knows no bounds. Chapter 73. The grilled meat. Prairie Li was unable to offer any meaningful advice. He himself was rather disinterested in such matters. After all, it was someone else's romance, even if it was distorted and bound to lead to heartache. Such as love, indeed. Many individuals traverse their entire lives without ever comprehending the essence of love. If Liu Yifei wished to involve herself, so be it, as long as she remained unharmed. After listening to her chatter for a while, Lily took her to the bathroom to wash up and sleep. A new day began with the preparation of breakfast. What shall we have today? Liu Yifei descended with her hair in disarray. Soup dumplings, I just bought some. Lily took the comb from Liu Yifei's hands, helping to tame her dark locks into a neat ponytail. Have you washed your face? He inquired, noticing her fingers pinching a dumpling to her mouth. I'll wash up after I eat, she replied, chewing on the dumpling, smiling at Li and offering him one. They're delicious. Let me feed you. Have you not washed your hands? He asked, raising an eyebrow. My hands smell lovely. Don't you want some? Seeing the look of reluctance on Li's face, she embraced him tightly, forcefully bringing the dumpling to his mouth. Reluctantly, Lily consumed the dumpling she offered, then playfully poked her forehead with his finger. She giggled, and together they devoured the plate of dumplings. Kiss me. Liu Yifei pouted, her lips glistening with oil. Go rinse your mouth and wash your face. Lily playfully pushed her forehead, nudging her away. You don't love me anymore. You find me repulsive. Her face fell, and she feigned tears, on the verge of crying. Don't make me resort to violence. Lily raised his palm dramatically. If you hit me, I'll tell my mother, she exclaimed, covering her behind as she dashed to the bathroom. Lily sighed, rubbing his forehead. His wife was quite the actress, and he'd indulged her too much. Shall I head out? Do you want me to drop you at the office? He asked. No need. I'll stay home today. Liu Yifei's voice echoed from the bathroom. Lily put on his shoes and outerwear, preparing to leave. A kiss, dear husband. Liu Yifei burst from the bathroom. Lily touch it, had fordahat genti. You seem a bit off today. Not at all. I love you just the same. Liu Yifei swatted his hand away. Off you go. She playfully ushered him out the door. Lily scrutinized her for a moment, genuinely unable to pinpoint what was different. Perhaps it was the arrival of relatives. Though the timing seemed off. Puzzled, he drove away from the villa. As Liu Yifei watched Li's car depart, she dashed upstairs, entering his gaming room and booting up his computer. What is the password? My birthday, yes, that's it. After several days of observation, she finally deduced Li's security question and surreptitiously logged in. Guild Master is online. Let us tackle the dungeon. Guild Master, someone is bullying our members. Let's take them down. Please assist with equipment synthesis. Thank you. Guild Master, I'm out of teleportation fees. Fox Spirit. Liu Yifei glanced at the private messages, tempted to block the last sender. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to proceed with that action. In a casual manner, one simply added their account to the guild. Yi Miao incorporated Jiao Miao into the guild. An announcement appeared in the guild channel, and members promptly showered her with virtual flowers and welcome. What is happening? Someone inquired, noting that this did not seem characteristic of the guild leader. Could it be that the leader's wife is checking up on him? I recall that the guild leader has a girlfriend. To the few members with male accounts, they were cautioned to refrain from being too provocative, lest the guild leader's wife take notice. Liu Yifei sent a smiling emoji. Sister-in-law, where has the guild leader gone? She's gone to work. I logged onto his account without him knowing. Please keep this a secret. The affectionate term sister-in-law brought immense joy to Liu Yifei. Sister-in-law, we shall assist you in leveling up. A few active members in the guild formed a team with Liu Yifei. They observed her standing in the grand city. Though her level was not high, she was adorned in exquisite attire, yet her gear was of minimal value, giving the impression of a frivolous spendthrift. The group guided Liu Yifei through the game, teaching her its intricacies, while she inquired about Li's exploits within the game. At noon, she logged off, having agreed with her guild companions not to disclose this to Li. Meanwhile, Preparations were underway at the zoo, with the barbecue area being readied for Liu Yifei's visit. Lily watched intently as the keeper, Wang Wei, fed the tigers. 5 large tigers lounged lazily, embodying a sense of faded glory. "How old are these tigers?" he asked. 2 are 7 years old, and 3 are 9. All are already in their twilight years. Wang Wei provided an overview of the tiger enclosure. The zoo had not fared well in recent years, lacking updates or breeding programs. Lily nodded, observing that the prestigious animal exhibits were either aged or vacant, with only a few less remarkable animals remaining. In the wolf enclosure, only 2 old wolves resided, while the rest were huskies. The aviary, aside from a few peacocks and parrots, was populated mostly by various breeds of chickens and ducks. Remarkably, Lily had never witnessed such a diverse array of poultry. "Boss." The secretary hurriedly approached Li. He had been managing various affairs concerning the zoo over the past few days. "Which animation company are you visiting to acquire a license? We might establish a green pasture barbecue here." Lily contemplated how to surprise Liu Yifei. "Understood." The secretary stepped aside to make a phone call and soon reported back to Li that he would pursue the licensing agreement. "Boss, are you not planning to continue operating the zoo?" Wang Wei queried upon hearing about the barbecue pasture. Having worked at the zoo for 7 or 8 years, he had watched these tigers grow and felt a deep attachment to them. "Of course, these animals will be well cared for. In a few days, we shall conduct health checkups to see if they can still breed." "That is not advisable, boss. These animals are too old to reproduce." Wang Wei was alarmed. The 5 tigers, the youngest being 7 years old, were equivalent to over 50 in human years. How could they still bear offspring? Even if they cannot breed, it is essential to conduct health checkups. The tigers finished their meal, and the keeper exited the enclosure. "By the way, can those wandering chickens in the aviary be eaten?" Lili inquired. Wang Wei was momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "Yes, they can be eaten. I'll take 2 old hens to bring back home for my wife to make soup." Wang Wei was at a loss for words and could only nod in response. He hoped the owner would refrain from targeting the larger animals. "Don't worry, once we get through this busy period, we will upgrade the park's facilities and introduce some robust animals." Lily had already formulated a plan. As for the ornamental creatures, he had no intention of accommodating tourists. These older animals would be allowed to enjoy their twilight years. He envisioned raising some quality cattle, sheep, and pigs, and on occasion, he would invite Liu Yifei to the lush meadows for a barbecue, certain that she would relish the experience. Chapter 74. Unconventional Thoughts. Li was preoccupied with preparing a surprise for Liu Yifei, while Liu Yifei was diligently engrossed in her studies and gaming. After tiring from her gaming session, she transformed Li's avatar into a tiger, playfully riding on his back as he dashed around. Aside from a brief visit to the film crew, she spent the rest of her time at home, embracing her introverted lifestyle. Qian. One afternoon, Lily returned home to find her. Liu Yifei rushed out of the gaming room in a flurry. "Darling, why you look like this?" Lily observed her. She had left that morning looking splendid, yet by noon, she had swapped her attire for casual homeware, her hair cascading loosely. "Have you eaten lunch?" "This afternoon. I'll take you out for some fun." Lily gently adjusted her hair. "Where are we going?" Liu Yifei beamed at the prospect of an outing with him. "It's a secret. I want to surprise you. Quickly, go change." He smiled enigmatically, withholding the destination. "Help me change." Liu Yifei eagerly tugged Lily back to their room. Once they were in the car, they drove for about 100 miles out of the city. "Look, the grasslands," Liu Yifei exclaimed upon seeing the newly branded entrance to the zoo. "Let us go see our green pastures." "Darling, I'll catch some sheep for you." Lily took her hand. Since Lily had taken over the zoo, it had ceased to be open to the public, transforming into a private sanctuary. Although the animals had not been replaced, their care had improved, with health checkups administered. Additionally, following Li's vision, fine breeds of sheep had been airlifted in. The zoo. Liu Yifei was taken aback as she dashed inside, gazing at the array of animals. Her initial excitement waned, however, as she realized that despite the surprise, her expectations had not been fully met. Having visited numerous zoos before, she found the condition of the animals here somewhat lacking. The facilities appeared rather outdated, offering little intrigue. Nevertheless, with no outsiders around, It was quiet, just the two of them and their accompanying bodyguard. Liu Yifei wrapped her arms around Li's, appreciating the tranquility of wandering through the zoo together, even if the animals lacked allure. These animals are quite aged, she remarked to Li. Indeed, the previous owner could no longer manage it. I've just taken over. It's a chance for them to live out their days. In the future, we'll focus on raising edible animals and game. When you visit next time, it will surely be more diverse. What? You mean the zoo is ours? Liu Yifei inquired, her surprise evident as she saw Li nod. She hurried back to observe the animals again, this time feeling an affectionate connection. This tiger, although old, shares our surname. And this black bear will now be named Liu, since it waves at us. Look at this pack of wolves, how they huff and puff, yet they can climb trees. What is there to worry about? She was tempted to run over and pet the grand tiger. Excited to explore their own zoo, she eagerly inspected each area, even marveling at the chickens in the aviary. These chickens look so familiar, she exclaimed, standing outside the enclosure, watching the flock meander. The two old hens I used for your soup last time were caught, just like this. Liu Yifei rolled her eyes at the memory. Come on. Ahead lies the surprise I have prepared for you, Lili exclaimed, pulling Liu Yifei along. Before them stood a castle, emblazoned with the words Wolf Castle. Darling, today I shall catch a sheep for you. We will feast on roasted lamb tonight. Inside Wolf Castle were the kitchen and dining area. Surrounding it was a grassy expanse, not far from which were the prized sheep Lili had airlifted from Ningxia. Did you sell the zoo just for a roast lamb? Liu Yifei observed the setup, noting its resemblance to the lair of the animated character Grey Wolf. Indeed, Lili noted it. Unable to contain herself, Liu Yifei reached out to touch Li's forehead. Well, no fever, but your thought process is quite unconventional, selling a zoo to raise sheep for roasting. She had anticipated a surprise involving the acquisition of the zoo, but was instead met with a barbecue stall within it. Initially, she had been delighted by Li's promise of a whole roasted lamb, but in comparison to the zoo, it seemed rather ordinary. Nonetheless, she decided to feign excitement to keep him happy. You are amazing, my love. I absolutely adore this. Let us hurry and catch a sheep. With her sleeves rolled up, Liu Yifei gazed at the penned sheep nearby. This one. Liu Yifei directed Li as they attempted to capture a sheep. The area was somewhat vast, and with Li's inexperience, he missed his target several times. Eventually, Liu Yifei joined in, and together they cornered a small sheep before successfully capturing it. We caught it! The two held the sheep by its four legs and lifted it out of the pen. What an adorable little lamb! Liu Yifei cooed, stroking its head. How shall we prepare it? She gazed at the sheep with anticipation for the roasted meat. I have a chef on standby. Lili had already planned for this, knowing he could handle the cooking, but was not equipped for the slaughter due to his lack of experience. They entrusted the little lamb to the chef for processing. To pass the time, they wandered around the park while Lili shared his vision for the zoo. We can raise pigs here, cows there, bringing in rare breeds and delectable game from around the world. Whenever we desire, we can enjoy a meal right here. Liu Yifei was taken aback. How wonderful it would be to raise animals in the zoo. Unlike Li, her mind was not solely preoccupied with food. A zoo of their own should house a variety of creatures, including rare species that visitors could come to see and even feed. She promptly dismissed Li's ideas and began to reorganize the plans. The zoo facilities would be upgraded, introducing diverse animals, and, ideally, they would raise a giant panda. She envisioned constructing a grand aquarium to house whales and sharks, transforming the wetlands into a small lake for boating. Lili listened, bewildered by her impracticality. They exchanged glances, each thinking the other's mindset was rather peculiar. All right, I'll go along with your ideas, but they seem quite unrealistic. Lili conceded, looking down. A zoo is a zoo, after all. Perhaps next time we can secure a piece of land at Bayang Grassland for a lush lamb roasting pasture. After exploring the surroundings, Liu Yifei shared numerous thoughts, which Lili diligently noted down, intending to invite a planner to reimagine their project. Upon returning to Wolf Castle, the whole lamb was nearly ready. The lamb air freighted from Ningxia surpassed the taste of those procured from the market by a considerable margin. They invited their bodyguard and driver to join in the feast, indulging in a roasted lamb accompanied by a plethora of side dishes prepared by the chef. Thoroughly relishing the experience, it was quite delightful, This stronghold could certainly be retained. Liu Yifei was filled with joy as she savored the roasted lamb, finding merit in Li Li's notion of modestly raising a few sheep. After the meal, Liu Yifei ventured to observe the animals, engaging in conversation with Li Li about the newly acquired rare breeds. The two did not return home until nightfall. "Darling, my affection for you knows no bounds. Soon we shall have our very own zoo," Liu Yifei exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Li's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "You smell of meat. I must take a bath." Li Li gently removed Liu Yifei's playful kisses from his face and made his way to the hot spring room. "Wait, I shall join you." Liu Yifei tugged at Li Li's clothing, following him into the hot spring room. Chapter 75. Enviable resources early the next morning. Liu Yifei could hardly contain her excitement as she set out to consult with the planner regarding the renovation of the zoo. She had entirely dismissed Li Li's plans, which included the so-called Qingqing barbecue prairie. Instead, she envisioned a grand zoo, an aquarium, an amusement park, and a fairy tale world. The planner glanced between Li Li and Liu Yifei, uncertain whose vision to heed. Ultimately, he decided to follow her lead. Li Li, with a fond smile, observed her. After all, the project was meant for her. If Liu Yifei was dissatisfied with the original plan, it was only fitting to align with her wishes. The planner began to rework the design according to Liu Yifei's aspirations. The zoo area would be expanded, an aquarium constructed, amusement facilities added, and wetlands transformed into lakes, complemented by a lakeside park, while retaining the Wolf Fortress and Qingqing barbecue prairie. Liu Yifei joyfully sketched her envisioned paradise on the map, reminiscent of a child illustrating her dreams. "Darling." On the ride back to the capital, Liu Yifei nestled against Li Li's arm, her eyes brimming with affection. "Let us hurry to your office," she urged, her voice radiating exuberance, reflecting her splendid mood. "Mr. Li, the fruit company has issued an apology and relaunched Weixin." Upon entering the office, Wang Xing delivered the good news to Li Li. Li Li nodded, anticipating this outcome. The fruit phone had outsold its competitors due to superior performance. Yet the Weixin Smart Assistant had been disabled, resulting in diminished functionality that left users dissatisfied and demanding refunds. While other phone manufacturers had raised their prices, at least they had upgraded their casings to justify the new models. The fruit company, however, had made no changes whatsoever. The hardware and software remained identical to the previous generation, merely installing the Weixin Smart Assistant and inflating the price by 2,000 yuan, an undeniable case of intellectual tax. This time, the fruit company not only failed to profit but also tarnished its brand image, as all fruit users became aware that their phones utilized the Weixin Smart Assistant. Other brands had at least upgraded their technology and components, with price increases ranging from 300 to 1,500 yuan. Yet the fruit company, in its avarice, had changed nothing, not even the color of the phone casing, and hiked the price by 2,000 yuan. Currently, the domestic market boasts a wallet base of 1.3 billion, while the overseas market has reached 700 million. It seems as if the higher-ups are funneling funds into the overseas Weixin market. "Let us not concern ourselves with that," Li Li interjected, eager to steer the conversation away from such matters. He had no desire to delve into the schemes of those in higher positions, nor to inquire further. As for the overseas Weixin wallet, he would consider it a borrowed resource. Even if it were to collapse, it would merely be a matter of starting anew, armed with the Smart Assistant, which would grant him another opportunity. "What is the status of the food delivery service you've been preparing?" Li Li inquired of Wang Xing, referring to the recent endeavor he was undertaking. The Weixin map feature had just been launched, and they needed to ensure its stability before expanding the delivery service based on that foundation. The two discussed the company's developmental strategies. With support of domestic policies and effective communication, progress remained steady, while they would approach the overseas market with measured patience. The current smartphone market remains relatively modest. It is only in 2 years that Li Li's plan will fully unfold. Within the entertainment company, Zhou Shun is recording Big Fish, while the instructor offers guidance from the side. "Your talent is remarkable. Strive to evoke an ethereal quality in your voice. Do not confine the song solely to the imagery of fish. It embodies the eagle soaring in the sky, the breeze across the grasslands, and your spirit. freely gliding between heaven and earth. Zhou Shun attentively absorbs this advice, endeavoring to produce a light and agile tone. That is already splendid. Both of you should take a break. Liu Xiaoli, who has been standing at the door for a while, brings pear's soup to soothe their throats. When Liu Yifei initially presented this song, she sang it several times, but in comparison to Zhou Shun, her rendition seemed rather lackluster. Thank you, Annie. Zhou Shun expresses gratitude as he accepts the pear's soup, pouring a cup for the instructor, another for Liu Xiaoli, and finally serving himself before settling into a chair to rest. There is no rush. Let's practice slowly. We can record once we are well prepared. There will be ample opportunities. Liu Xiaoli reassures Zhou Shun. Zhou Shun nods, feeling both honored and astonished, as there are currently only 3 artists in the company. Liu Yifei has little work at the moment, while Xu Chong is engaged with the Super Body film crew, with a portion of the team dedicated to her. The majority of the remaining staff revolve around Zhou Shun. Liu Xiaoli tends to him, and everyone in the company caters to his needs. Liu Yifei and Xu Chong are also quite considerate of him. Those unaware might mistakenly assume he is the favored scion of the company. The treatment Zhou Shun received from his instructor raises eyebrows. It is rare for second- or third-tier artists in other companies to enjoy such privileges. Setting aside the attitudes of the staff towards him, the debut song Big Fish is penned by Li Li, with the billionaire company owner personally composing the lyrics and music, signaling its classic potential. For his debut stage, he has access to some of the most prominent variety shows in the nation, and the resources for his debut are plentiful. He has already learned that Liu Yifei will feature him in an episode of a variety show, while Xu Chong has arranged several commercial performances and is set to sing theme songs for TV dramas and the Super Body film. He will also participate in an interview alongside Huang Xiaoming. This is merely the information he has received. The extent of opportunities he has yet to learn about is likely substantial, and it appears that Liu Xiaoli continues to reach out for further prospects. Is it truly possible for first-tier singers to possess such abundant resources? With a debut that places him at the pinnacle. As long as he remains grounded, and with Liu Xiaoli's support and Wei Xin as a solid backing, he may never falter. If Li Li were to compose a few more high-quality songs for him, achieving stardom would seem effortless. I won't impede your practice any longer. If you need anything, just let me know. Liu Xiaoli remarks as she observes Zhou Shun finishing his pear's soup, and she departs from the recording studio. Annie, on her way back to the office, she encounters Xu Chong. Chong, come with me to the office. Annie will treat you to coffee, Liu Xiaoli says, taking Xu Chang's hand. All right, Annie. Xu Chong follows Liu Xiaoli to the office, taking the initiative to brew 2 cups of freshly ground coffee herself, without requiring Liu Xiaoli's assistance. Are there any difficulties in your life? While they sip their coffee, Liu Xiaoli inquires about Xu Chang's circumstances. No difficulties at all. Xu Chong is aware that Liu Xiaoli is concerned about whether her aunt and cousin have caused her any trouble. She shook her head. As someone with a somewhat pleasing personality, it took considerable resolve for her to sever ties with her aunt and cousin. Faced with the pressure from them, it was Liu Xiaoli who stepped in to assist her. Initially, Xu Chong was willing to leave the studio to her aunt and cousin, including the financial assets of the studio. Yet, they still refused to let her go, repeatedly approaching the school. Liu Xiaoli helped her withstand the pressure, even bringing a lawyer to confront them. There is no need for any discomfort. You and Qian have grown up together. This place is your home. They had known each other since 2002, and now it had been 7 or 8 years. Thank you, Aunt. A smile blossomed on Xu Chang's face as she chatted with Liu Xiaoli, listening to her reminisce about Liu Yifei's childhood. Xu Chang could discern a hint of melancholy in Liu Xiaoli's words. Her daughter had been her sole companion, and now that her daughter was married, she had embarked on her own life. Although she wished to include her mother in that life, her presence often made her son-in-law feel somewhat constrained. Aunt, I am here with you. Xu Chang walked over and wrapped her arms around Liu Xiaoli's arm, resting her head on her shoulder. She too longed for a mother. She had once imagined her aunt as her mother, but the reality was that she had been mistaken. As for marriage, she didn't dare to consider having a boyfriend. She had no recollection of a father figure, and could a boyfriend truly be reliable? Among those within her social circle and those outside, She had yet to encounter a man whom she deemed trustworthy. Perhaps Li was an exception, which is why Qian was truly fortunate. Even Qian's mother, whom she had set aside, was the very support that Xu Chang yearned for. Chapter 76 NBCC. Is it truly as wonderful as you say? In the entertainment company, Liu Yifei boasted to her close friend about the delights of Wolf Fort Barbecue. The older animals in the zoo, the majestic tiger, the lion, the bear, the wolves, and the huskies, alongside the whole roasted lamb at Wolf Fort. Of course, Lily took me there. He prepared everything himself, with so many adorable little lambs. Liu Yifei, like a young girl showcasing her treasures, described the little wonders of the zoo. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go see it now. Xu Chang was captivated by the allure of the princess's castle. Although it wasn't a fairy tale castle, it was still a castle, and she envied it deeply. What little girl does not dream of being a princess, waiting in a castle for her prince to come to her rescue? They simply had to visit. I haven't completed my renovations yet, Liu Yifei remarked, noting that the zoo wasn't quite as splendid as she had claimed. Then it is all the more reason to visit. We can help you with some suggestions for the renovations. Zhang Liangying expressed her keen interest, insisting they must go. Their excitement caught the attention of Lu Xiaoli. What? Lily bought you a zoo? Lu Xiaoli held her forehead in disbelief, wondering what these two were up to. Let us go see, Lu Xiaoli decided. This is utterly reckless spending. If someone dotes on you, shouldn't you exercise a bit of restraint? He runs such a large company, and expenses are everywhere. How can you allow him to spend on you like this? How much has he spent? A few billion, perhaps? Liu Yifei shrank her neck, hesitant to admit the truth, that she would need to invest over $1 billion more for renovations. And if they were to expand, who knew how much more that would entail? The group boarded a vehicle en route to the zoo. Just a few days had passed, and the zoo had already begun upgrading its existing facilities. The design of the zoo area was the first to be completed, as it was relatively straightforward to enhance and expand upon the existing structure. However, constructing the aquarium from scratch posed a greater challenge, given the complexities of its water systems. Finally, there was the amusement park of the fairy tale kingdom, the simplest project. Though land scarcity posed a significant issue, and discussions regarding land acquisition were ongoing with relevant authorities and landowners. Upon entering, they toured the existing animals. Although they appeared somewhat aged, there was an undeniable charm in seeing them, incomparable to the experience of visiting other zoos. That chicken can't possibly be the same one you and Lily brought me last time, can it? Lu Xiaoli remarked, noticing a familiar chicken wandering in the aviary. Indeed, the old zookeeper lacks the means to introduce new animals, so he resorts to these chickens, ducks, and geese, all of which are edible. I'll prepare a large goose for you later, Lily mentioned, adding, this peacock and the wild geese are also quite palatable, sourced from a breeding farm. Looking at it this way, it was clear that the old zookeeper was struggling to maintain the zoo. The valuable animals had aged, leaving only those acquired from breeding farms. Ultimately, the group made their way to the lush green pastures, transforming into the cunning gray wolf, capturing the spirited pleasant goat to feast upon at Wolf Fort. With a chef at their disposal, the establishment was not limited to merely roasting lamb. The other lamb dishes were also exquisitely prepared. The feast included a large goose stewed in an iron pot, a tender lamb, half roasted, while the remainder was simmered for soup and stir-fried vegetables, culminating in a banquet of delectable dishes. Even women who strived to maintain their figures found their appetites ignited in the presence of such delectable cuisine. While Li's ambition to transform the zoo entirely into a Wolf Castle barbecue venue may seem a tad exaggerated, the concept of the Wolf Castle indeed holds considerable appeal. Xu Chang, patting her belly, relished the flavor of the geese and lamb she had personally caught. It was high time for her to devise a weight loss plan. Zhang Liangying nodded in agreement, enviously observing Liu Yifei, whose husband, out of affection, had purchased an entire zoo for her, solely to indulge her in the pleasure of savoring freshly roasted lamb. What an extravagant expenditure that must entail. Lu Xiaoli, though not lacking in wealth, found such expenditure to be excessive. After all, it was the money of her daughter and son-in-law, funds that would eventually belong to her grandchildren. How could one justify such lavish spending for a mere meal? Dear aunt, one must not view it in such a light, Xu Chang interjected. Once the renovations are completed, ticket sales for visits should recoup the investment. Imagine charging exorbitant fees for dining on lamb. She envisioned an establishment where patrons would pay to enter and dine, suggesting that inviting a few friends for a gathering could indeed be quite enjoyable. Although Liu Yifei nodded in agreement, it seemed that Li Li's intent was to create a personal playground rather than a public venue. Opening to the public was not out of the question, but perhaps only the zoo area, the aquarium, and the fairy tale kingdom would be viable. The wolf castle seemed better suited for private enjoyment, she mused. The group discussed Liu Yifei's renovation plans, each contributing their thoughts. Yet overall, Liu Yifei's ideas were already remarkably bold. After their meal, they strolled around the zoo area for a while before heading directly to the Tangshan villa. Li, engrossed in a game at home, welcomed the unexpected guests warmly. Liu Xiaoli, with a maternal tone, cautioned him not to indulge Liu Yifei too much, emphasizing the importance of the company and prudent spending. And it's merely a small sum, also a way to give back to local development and stimulate economic growth, creating jobs for the community. Li scrambled for justifications, attempting to mask his intentions. Although his reasoning may have been somewhat skewed, the fact remained that the zoo's renovation plan involved investments in the billions, garnering significant attention from local authorities who facilitated the necessary paperwork with ease. With the renovation just commencing, although the construction team was not local, the community could still benefit from the sale of goods and the operation of restaurants, with the option to rent out properties as a last resort. Once Li elaborated on the broader financial picture, Liu Xiaoli found herself at a loss for words. Her understanding of business was limited, leaving her uncertain about the veracity of Li Li's claims. However, it was evident that Li cared deeply for his daughter, and as long as they thrived together, that was what truly mattered to her. She felt increasingly powerless to influence her daughter's life, even if Li were to mistreat her daughter in the future. She doubted she would be able to advocate for her. Fortunately, Qianqian's father remained a reliable ally. With him around, Li was unlikely to overstep his bounds. The trials of motherhood were becoming increasingly apparent to her. In her youth, she feared encountering troublesome suitors, and upon reflection, worried whether her daughter would marry well or face disdain and mistreatment if she married too well. She observed from the kitchen as Li playfully flicked droplets of water onto Liu Yifei's face, a broad grin spreading across his features. Liu Yifei immediately retaliated, playfully slapping and striking at Li's back, playfully ensnaring his neck from behind, culminating in an intimate kiss. How shameless! Liu Xiaoli averted her gaze, a smile gracing her face. Regardless of the circumstances, their relationship was undeniably flourishing. Li and Liu Yifei emerged from the kitchen, each holding a plate of fruit. Their lips tinted a rosy hue, unmistakably indicating a secret indulgence. Under the watchful eyes of her amused friends, Liu Yifei felt a twinge of embarrassment and playfully pinched Li's waist, eliciting a wince from him. After exchanging a few words with them, Li found himself unable to contribute to their conversation and retreated upstairs to play video games. Liu Yifei chatted with her friends for a while before leading them to the hot springs. Shu Chang, immersed in the bubbling waters, reveled in the natural hot springs, enjoying the luxury of a villa that required no concern for water changes. Chapter 77. Casual chatter, darling. Come here. Liu Yifei, clad in her pajamas, spread her arms wide. Li playfully flicked her forehead with his finger, saying, "It's time for bed. What are you daydreaming about?" As Liu Yifei watched Li climb into bed, she nestled into his embrace, holding him tightly. "What's wrong?" Li inquired, noticing something amiss in her demeanor. "They're all envious of me," Liu Yifei replied, gazing up at Li's face, a sense of fortune swelling within her. Both Shu Chang and Zhang Liangying had expressed their admiration for her. She enjoyed a life filled with love and affection from her husband. As artists, although their work could be exhausting, it was often rewarding, and their living standards were exceedingly high. Yet in terms of happiness, they were not on the same level as Liu Yifei. She was cherished and cared for daily, while Shu Chang and Zhang Liangying shared a bond of sympathy in their romantic struggles, one devoid of love and the other experiencing a love deemed inferior, lacking even the support of her mother. Do you realize how fortunate you are? You can only love me in this lifetime, you know? Lili said, Pinchin hernose. Liu Yifei nodded, touched, her eyes brimming with affection. Understood. Lili promptly busied himself. Liu Yifei playfully struck him several times, exasperated by his playful demeanor. Teacher. Lili encountered Tian Zhuang at the entertainment company. Tian Zhuang glanced at Lili. Initially, he had found Lili to be a diligent student with a solid foundation, intending to recommend him for an internship in a film crew. However, the news of Lili's marriage to Liu Yifei had led him to believe that Lili would withdraw from the entertainment industry due to public scrutiny. To his surprise, Lili approached him with a film project, prompting Tian Zhuang to realize that this young man possessed the potential to become a renowned director. Unexpectedly, Lili ventured into the realm of internet entrepreneurship, successfully establishing a leading tech company. This young man continually exceeded his expectations, leaving Tian Zhuang at a loss for words. Teacher, don't be disheartened. It's just that we didn't win any awards this time. We'll try again next time. Lili assumed Tian Zhuang was upset over the lack of accolades and offered his consolation. Do you think good scripts grow on trees? Although the film didn't win awards, it performed decently in the market, and the screening received positive feedback. This film, while exploring the intricacies of life, was ultimately a comedy. It could be enjoyed purely as a light-hearted piece. Welcome, Xiaoming. Huang Xiaoming had also arrived at the entertainment company. Mr. Li, please don't call me Xiaoming anymore. People will laugh at me if they find out. Wan Xiaoming Graspad Lili Zans. A hint of a wry smile gracing his face. What nonsense! We are merely friends. There's nothing amusing about that. Before long, Li Shuejian, Yu Feihong, Hu Jun, and Gao Yuanyuan also arrived. With the entire creative team gathered, Lili wondered if they were convening a celebration. He was unaware. He had simply followed Liu Yifei to the entertainment company after hearing that their teacher would be present. Congratulations, teacher, on winning the grand prize. Li Shuejian has recently been awarded Best Actor at the Venice Film Festival, and this news has been circulating online for the past few days. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Li for this opportunity. After their last encounter, he took the time to learn more about Li and has developed a profound admiration for this young man. Rising from humble beginnings, he accomplished a remarkable social ascent within just 2 years. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Lili settled down and engaged in light conversation with Huang Xiaoming, and Hu Jun teacher Tian has been hesitant to visit the school lately. Huang Xiaoming discreetly joined in their gossip. Why is that? Lili inquired, casting a glance at the teacher. Hu Jun leaned in as well. Well, just look at brother Hu Jun and sister Feihong, both from the Central Academy of Drama, while I'm the only one from Beijing Film Academy, and a mere pseudo-lead. Huang Xiaoming remarked, discussing the film's creative team. If the film hadn't won an award, it would have been one thing. But securing the Best Actor accolade at Venice immediately elevates the film's stature. Being selected for the main competition at one of Europe's 3 major film festivals is a significant credential for any actor. Is it really that exaggerated? Hu Jun chuckled awkwardly. It's quite normal for directors from Beijing Film Academy to prefer actors from Central Academy. That's not the same. Other directors from Beijing Film Academy might be an exception, but teacher Tian is currently the head of the directing department there. Huang Xiaoming countered. Hu Jun scratched his head, conceding that's true. Even the faculty members from Beijing Film Academy aren't using their own students, which is rather embarrassing for the entire performance department. The 3 cast a glance at Tian Zhuang, promptly shifting the conversation. This time, Fat Bing is going all out. Hu Jun diverted the topic, recounting Fat Bing's extravagant red carpet appearance, complete with flamboyant attire and a striking presence. She still pales in comparison to sister Feihong and Yuan, Huang Xiaoming noted, highlighting that their production boasts 2 nominated leading actresses, making Fat Bing seem slightly lacking in comparison. Lili glanced over at Feihong, who exuded elegance. Noticing his gaze, she smiled and nodded. Beside her, Gao Yuanyuan radiated a serene beauty, her smile remarkably soothing. Aware that the 3 men were observing them, she waved cheerfully. You see, Fat Bing does fall short beside these 2. Huang Xiaoming spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. That is not entirely fair. Lili shook his head. These two ladies are undeniably beautiful, but Fat Bing possesses her own charm. She is also a stunning woman. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck and looked up to see the two ladies across from him, smiling knowingly, realizing he was in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, I still believe my fairy sister is the most beautiful, poised, and graceful, ethereal, and extraordinary. A true celestial being. She is my favorite. A cool little hand gently rested on Li Li's neck, playfully patting his shoulder before moving past him. Sister Fei Hong, Sister Yuan. Liu Yifei, mindful of Li Li's feelings, refrained from reprimanding him and approached the two ladies to engage in conversation. Li rubbed his neck, meeting the teasing gazes of Huang, Xiaoming, and Hu Jun, and chuckled sheepishly. Your husband seems quite afraid of you. Fei Hong teased with a smile. Not at all. I'm just playing around with him. Usually, he.s. the one who bullies me. Liu Yifei quickly refuted. At that moment, Liu Xiaoli arrived, and they began to discuss the promotion of the film. Li listened attentively, yet remained oblivious to the intricacies of the film's promotional strategies and release schedule, merely absorbing the conversation without offering any input. Tian Zhuang and the others were divided into two groups to participate in the promotional activities, with a lengthy itinerary ahead. Li couldn't help but recall the exhausting promotional efforts for Gravity. Teacher, could you take a moment to check on the crew of Lucy for me? Liu Yifei finally addressed Tian Zhuang. This was her first film as a producer, and she was quite invested in it. Although Guo Fan managed the crew well, she still felt a tinge of unease. Chapter 78. The Gala in a Cinematic Tale. A man named Zhang Chong resolves to end his life. Garnering accolades abroad while enjoying a modicum of popularity at home, the film crew embarks on a promotional journey, leading to interviews that delve into the myriad behind-the-scenes tales of the production. Li Xuejian divulges the origins of the screenplay. Li, the producer, had his Golden Bear trophy appropriated by old Tian for display at a school. In a clever exchange, Li utilized the script to negotiate the trophy's return. This narrative intertwines with Li, whose prominence has soared throughout the year. The exploits of the trillionaire magnate invariably captivate the public's attention. On the day of the interview, it trends on social media, yet they fail to secure a conversation with Li. Instead, another participant in the promotional effort finds themselves besieged by onlookers. At the entrance of the WeChat Entertainment Company, the challenge of interviewing Li becomes apparent, prompting interest in conversing with Liu Yifei. As various details emerge through public discourse and online speculation, the story takes on an increasingly fantastical quality. The incident of Li trading the screenplay for the trophy ignites a media frenzy, significantly enhancing the film's visibility and promotional impact. The premiere attracts a substantial gathering of industry figures. Notably, Huai Brothers, once a key invitee, abstains from this occasion, having arrived uninvited. Li, arriving fashionably late, bypasses the red carpet and heads straight to the gala. Li, my friend. The two Wong executives approach, glasses raised and smiles on their faces. In the past, they have been critical of Liu Yifei, and although their stance held some merit, the current dynamics transcend mere arguments of right and wrong. To both Mr. Wong, Li toasts with them, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their respective standings. Li, the producer, openly expresses his reliance on Huai's resources, allowing the conversation to flow naturally. Mr. Wong engages in light banter, subtly apologizing for past grievances involving Liu Yifei. As long as Qian is happy, Li responds with a gracious smile, refraining from taking a definitive stance. The future of this matter hinges on Liu Yifei's perspective. While suppressing their influence may not align with their interests, Li remains amenable should Liu Yifei express a desire for it. Mr. Bang grasps Li's sentiment, understanding that all actions should align with Liu Yifei's wishes. Executives from Bona, Enlight Pictures, and others also join the convivial toasts, exchanging pleasantries with Li. Their divergent backgrounds render their conversations somewhat superficial. Will you not direct any longer? Han Samping approaches with a drink in hand, expressing a tinge of regret for Li's decision to venture into entrepreneurship despite his evident success. Perhaps in the future, you might direct another film for Qian. Han Samping, momentarily taken aback, scrutinizes Li, skeptical about the feasibility of such an endeavor given Liu Li's current commitments. Yet, Liu arbores genuina intentions. He has already prepared a script for Liu Yifei, having initially released a novel that has garnered considerable acclaim both domestically and internationally. Notably, a North American film company sought to purchase the adaptation rights, but Liu declined their offer. Meanwhile, WeChat Entertainment's trajectory has reached a phase of stability, necessitating market growth. The full rollout of smartphones will pave the way for their next strategic initiative. Managed by Wang Xing, the company currently enjoys ample time, making the prospect of dabbling in filmmaking an enticing possibility. Ultimately, the significance of this venture remains paramount. He sensed that recently Liu Yifei seemed to be in a sensitive phase of love, exhibiting a touch of suspicion as if she feared that Liu might abandon her. Perhaps the disparity in their identities was the source of her anxiety. As they engaged in casual conversation about matters both within and outside their circle, Han Samping lamented the challenges faced by domestic cinema, expressing that breaking into the broader market was exceedingly difficult. A portion of the old guard monopolized too many resources. Liu candidly articulated this sentiment. The mindset of these old-timers remained entrenched in the last century. With age, their thinking had solidified, no matter how they might be directed. They could not produce stories befitting the new century. Han Samping refrained from responding. Did he not wish to nurture new talent? It was hardly a simple endeavor, as Lu Chuan had consumed a significant amount of his resources, churning out mediocrity. Aside from the plagiarized Kekexili, there was nothing of merit to speak of. After some time, the artists from a screening room emerged, having completed their interviews with reporters and transitioned to the cocktail party. Surrounded by several female artists, Liu Yifei's eyes brightened upon spotting Liu, and she swiftly approached him. "Darling." Embracing his arm, she greeted Han Samping with a casual, "Mr. Han." He nodded in acknowledgement before stepping aside after exchanging pleasantries with Liu. As Liu stood beside Liu Yifei, numerous artists approached to offer their greetings. Several female artists, unperturbed by Liu Yifei's presence, cast flirtatious glances at Liu, nearly provoking Liu Yifei to unleash her ire as she pinched him several times at the waist. "I'm wrong." Liu grasped Liu Yifei's hand, preventing her from continuing. "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Fan Bingbing." True to her moniker, she was indeed voluptuous, radiating allure. With Liu Yifei beside him, Liu had no intention of shaking hands. He merely raised his glass and exchanged a few words before being pulled away by Liu Yifei. That day, she had overheard Liu complimenting Fan Bingbing's looks and wished to curtail their interaction. Was it merely about her curves? What was so extraordinary? She glanced at herself and instinctively straightened her posture. Noticing Liu Yifei's subtle movements, Liu smiled. It seemed the young lady was feeling a twinge of jealousy. Fan Bingbing expressed some regret about encountering Tian Zhuang's crew at the Venice Film Festival. She had previously attended the screening of this film in Venice, where the audience's response had been overwhelmingly positive. A film exploring the essence of life, yet woven with comedic elements, it achieved an admirable balance between artistry and commercial appeal, and its box office performance should be promising. The script was penned by Li, and the upcoming project Chao Ti, also derived from his writing, was said to feature a strong female lead. Deng Chao was cast as the male lead, though he could barely be considered one. The film boasted a budget of $200 million, and countless individuals in the industry were vying for the female lead's role. Her gaze lingered on Li's retreating figure. She was not alone, as many female artists found it impossible to resist casting their eyes upon him. He was undeniably captivating, not merely for the resources he commanded, but for his very essence, akin to a beacon in the night, a young entrepreneur at the helm of a trillion-yuan enterprise. If glances could slay, Liu Yifei mused that she would have perished numerous times, torn to shreds in a gruesome manner. "Darling, shall we depart?" Liu Yifei clung to Li's arm, feeling exceptionally uncomfortable, as women are acutely sensitive to the gaze of others, often sensing unwholesome intentions lurking nearby. She needed to keep a vigilant eye on Li, ensuring she wouldn't fall victim to any underhanded schemes or unwanted photographs. Meanwhile, Li displayed little interest in the gathering. His presence was primarily to honor their teacher. After exchanging pleasantries with their mentor, They departed the venue and slipped into their vehicle. Many onlookers exhibited a sense of regret, as opportunities to converse with Li were scarce, leaving collaborative aspirations unvoiced. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Li exclaimed, gently pushing Liu Yifei's forehead while glancing down at his bitten arm. "I'll bite you back, leaving a mark." Liu Yifei retaliated, playfully clawing at him and pushing against his palm. "I think you're in need of a proper lesson," Li retorted, playfully swatting her backside a few times. "Ouch," she yelped, covering her rear and becoming more subdued. "Now, tell me, why are you acting so wildly? So many people admire you," she lamented, standing there with a sense of injustice. The predatory gazes of the female performers at the reception had left her feeling frightened. "There are many who admire you as well. Should I also go mad like you?" Li embraced her, drawing her close into his arms. Her face nestled against his neck, their closeness palpable. "Does it still hurt?" Li whispered in her ear. "It does," she replied. "Let me help you with that." Chapter 79. The Anxious Fairy Sister Li. "How can we make this thing larger?" Li followed Liu Yifei's gaze and chuckled. "Isn't it just fine? Do you like it?" "Of course. It's so much fun." Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he warned Liu Yifei, "Don't you dare use a knife on me. If you try any tricks, I will take you down." "Oh," Liu Yifei replied softly. "I tell you, this is mine. I have the final say. If you dare to use a knife, I won't want you anymore. Do you understand?" Li sternly cautioned her not to heed unreliable words that might lead her to harm herself. "I understand," she said, a hint of guilt in her voice. Seeing her expression, Li felt uneasy. He set aside the mechanical book he was holding, lifted her clothing to check, and, upon confirming she hadn't harmed herself, he sighed in relief. "You're simply too idle." He pointed a finger at Liu Yifei's forehead. "No more wild thoughts." "I won't," Liu Yifei replied quietly. After lunch, while Liu Yifei was away, he called Xu Chong and Yao Beina. They suspected that recent rumors in the industry might have unsettled her. After all, a wealthy man often changes. She was feeling insecure and anxious, a common plight among housewives whose husbands are successful while they remain idle at home. Love can be a rational poison, and even the fairy sister was grappling with self-doubt. "Take a good look at the novel I sent you. In time, I will adapt it into a script and turn it into a film." Li thought to himself that she was merely bored. Despite spending every day together, she still harbored such insecurities. Women, indeed, are creatures beyond rational understanding. "Really? That's wonderful, darling," Liu Yifei exclaimed, only to be pushed away by Li. "Don't be silly, or you'll provoke me." Noticing her expectant demeanor, Li pulled her onto the sofa. "By the way, isn't T-Mom eager for Zhou Shun to debut? Why has it been over a month since he took the song without any response? There's a program on CCTV that Mom is interested in. She wants me to bring him along." Liu Yifei, still a bit restless in Li's embrace, fidgeted. After receiving a couple of playful slaps from Li, she settled down against him. With her ear pressed against Li's chest, she listened to his heartbeat, each thump resonating strongly. He was genuinely unafraid of putting pressure on Zhou Shen. Starting with a significant program on CCTV could lead to severe consequences if not executed well. Liu Yifei nodded, but upon recalling Zhou Shan's rendition of Big Fish, she thought better of it. The disappointment was too much to bear. "It should be fine. He sings exceptionally well," Liu Yifei asserted. "The Super Body Crew is about to start filming. I want to gather the main creators together before we begin," Liu Yifei announced. "Just make the decision." Li kissed her forehead, listening gently as she chattered on. She spoke of various matters, and after finishing one topic, she gauged Li's expression. Seeing no impatience from him, she moved on to the next subject, sharing whatever came to mind. Li had not been to the office these past few days. He stayed home with her, playing the piano, watching her dance, practicing her form, and cooking together, remaining inseparable throughout the day. Observing her swim in the pool, she resembled a mermaid, free, joyful, and graceful, captivating all who beheld her. Unable to resist, Li leaped into the water and pulled her out. The villa echoed with her laughter, her spirit rejuvenated, embodying a lively and pure fairy-like essence. "Thank you, my dear husband," Liu Yifei exclaimed, embracing Li, grateful for his support in restoring her cheerful disposition. As Lily gently combed her hair, he gazed into the mirror, his eyes brimming with affection, and he smiled tenderly. I adore your carefree happiness. She reciprocated with a genuine smile, radiating joy. I've arranged for the super body crew at Ching Ching Barbecue Prairie. Are you joining us this afternoon? She inquired. I shall accompany you. He had little interest in the zoo's renovations, but was curious to see the changes. In the afternoon, they set out, with Liu Yifei perched on a bench, her fair feet playfully nudging Li as she looked at him expectantly. All right, Princess Cece, Liliknedon, grasping her dainty foot, tickling her soul. Liu Yifei erupted in laughter. Please, dear husband, spare me. She giggled, begging for mercy. After some playful banter, Lily helped her into her socks and shoes. Standing, Liu Yifei playfully punched Li's chest several times, only to have her hands caught by him. You rascal. She tiptoed to plant a kiss on his cheek, and hand in hand, they exited the living room and embarked on their journey. The group convened at the zoo, including director Guo Fan, lead actor Xu Chong, male protagonist Deng Zhao, Professor Li Shuejian, several key supporting actors, and the production crew. Lily was unfamiliar with most of them, save for a few principal creators. Mr. Li, Deng Zhao and Guo Fan approached to greet him. Hello, Lily responded, shaking their hands. Deng Zhao's acting was commendable. He had outshone Duan Yihong and Zhang Yidu to his greater fame, securing the role effortlessly. As Lily wandered through the zoo, he noted the extensive renovations, redesigned drainage, improved sanitary conditions, and updated facilities, though the animals remained the same as before. The aquarium was still in the process of laying underground infrastructure, a colossal undertaking involving complete water circulation and treatment systems. The artificial lake and fairy tale kingdom had yet to commence construction. As the group toured the zoo, Liu Yifei joyfully showcased her plans and designs, eliciting admiration from everyone, who expressed eagerness to visit once completed. By evening, the atmosphere resembled that of a festive village gathering. Some caught sheep, others herded chickens, while local ducks and large white geese met unfortunate fates at the hands of a lively crowd. The merriment was palpable, and after dinner, the group engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, someone suggested a performance. As music played, Deng Zhao was pushed into the spotlight. Unperturbed, he bowed to the audience and danced to the rhythm, eliciting hearty laughter from all. Li and Li Shuejian sat together, chatting amiably. He is quite the performer, Li Shuejian remarca, observing Deng Zhao's antics and offering high praise. Sometimes, artists must embrace freedom. In recent years, many emerging talents have developed a sense of idol burden, which proves detrimental to their artistic growth. With Deng Zhao setting the precedent, other artists felt liberated and began to showcase their talents. Guo Fan instructed the crew to capture the moment, and Xu Chong along with Liu Yifei performed a song together. Although Li and Li Shuejian, one being older and of higher status, and the other differing in identity, did not dare to approach, Liu Yifei was undeterred. She rushed over, taking Li's hand, insisting that he perform a piece. Darling, I have yet to witness your performance. Liu Yifei playfully tugged at Li's hand, imploring him to entertain them. All right then, Li, swayed by her charm, conceded that singing a song would be no trouble. Phone for the accompaniment. Lily requested Liu Yifei's phone, and as he scrolled through it, he recalled the numerous melodies they had played together at home over the past few weeks. He selected one and began to provide the vocals. As the piano notes gradually filled the air, Lily grasped the microphone. Such an exceptional person, as I should have lived a brilliant life. How is it that after over 20 years, I still drift aimlessly among the crowd? What were we hearing? The audience was filled with confusion. It was a new song, melodious and enchanting, yet they wondered if Mr. Li had forgotten his own identity. How could he describe himself as an unremarkable person when, if he were to be so, what would they be considered? Chapter 80. The drone the cast gathered for a meal in Wolf Castle, concluding at 8 o'clock, after which Li and Liu Yifei parted ways with the others to return home. May I inquire, Mr. Li, did you endure all those injuries for that fleeting romance? Upon returning to the villa, Liu Yifei grasped Li's hand, her delicate white fist serving as a makeshift microphone presented before him. You, always tormenting me, Lily thought. aware that this was not the moment for explanations. The more one explains, the more entangled it becomes. He promptly lifted her up, stripped her of her clothing, and playfully tossed her into the hot spring for a soak. After being indulged by Li for a moment, she settled down against him and inquired, "Darling, during this time, have you set lyrics to the music I've been playing?" "Some have been set, while others remain unadorned," Li replied, his fingers idly fiddling with peanuts as he noticed Liu Yifei's eager gaze. "Wait a moment, you should focus on the film." "All right," she agreed, and they dried each other off before retreating to the bedroom for rest. As Superbody commenced, Liu Yifei, in her capacity as producer, attended the launch conference. Li, however, remained indoors, transforming the published novel into a screenplay, which he placed in a drawer before turning towards the basement. "We're delighted by your presence, sir." Upon entering, the operational supercomputer suddenly illuminated the screen, revealing a small robotic figure adorned with a smile. "Vivi, what does it mean to be happy?" Lilieska, observing the work log on the screen that chronicled recent research and development endeavors. "Happiness is a uniquely human, pretentious program. When individuals meet, regardless of their true feelings, they will feign joy, the artificial intelligence," Vivi responded. "You answered splendidly. Next time we meet, there is no need for such feigned expressions of happiness." "Understood, sir. I am pleased that you can forego such insincerity," Vivi replied earnestly. "To what extent are you happy?" Lili pausa momentarily. Vivi hesitated, the screen flashing countless smiling faces before she began. "It is akin to the moment you tighten the final screw on your drone with a screwdriver." Lili glanced at the rotor drone in his hand. It was his inaugural creation, from chip design and motherboard circuitry to sourcing labor for the production of experimental components, culminating in the assembly of this diminutive drone. While Lili excelled in AI development, this marked his first venture into such research and development. Although he could draw parallels and had the assistance of artificial intelligence, there remained a vast expanse of knowledge to acquire. That sensation must be anticipation. Lili corrected Vivi's interpretation of happiness. "Connect to my phone. I wish to conduct a test flight." Lili retrieved his phone, launching an application to establish a connection with the drone. He performed a final inspection of the drone before stepping outside onto the villa's lawn. He activated the software on his phone, clicking to initiate the launch. The drone's 4 rotors whirred to life simultaneously. Undelilis guidanza. The drone ascended slowly as he executed basic tests, ascension, turns, tilting left and right, successfully completing various mechanical maneuvers while beginning to gauge flight altitude and distance. The flight control system functioned impeccably, and under the supervision of artificial intelligence, the performance of the chip and motherboard remained stable. The current performance has surpassed that of the drones available on the market. "What are you doing?" Liu Yifei's voice suddenly materialized behind Li, startling him and causing him to fumble, leading the drone to tumble as well. "What are you playing with?" "Let me see." Liu Yifei's gaze was drawn to the object soaring in the sky. At that time, the number of individuals experimenting with drones was still quite limited. The domestic market had yet to open up, while many were sold abroad, categorizing them as exceedingly expensive items, ranging from tens of thousands to over $100,000. And their operation was notably challenging. Lili expertly retrieved the drone, ensuring it landed steadily on the ground. "Wow, such a small drone. May I give it a try?" Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled, recognizing that this technology was considered cutting-edge abroad. "Sure, I'll teach you." Lili handed her the phone and explained how to operate it. This was also an experiment to observe how a novice would handle the flight control system. It's spinning. Following Li's guidance, Liu Yifei initiated the drone. She watched in excitement as the 4 rotors whirled, her enthusiasm causing her to stomp her feet. Unkericht Bililis approving gaze. She maneuvered the drone into the sky, her exhilaration palpable as she beheld it ascend. "It's flying," she exclaimed, her face glowing with delight as she tilted her head back to watch the drone above. Once her emotions settled, she began to attempt various operations as instructed by Li. "This is amazing. It's incredibly controllable. I've seen videos from foreign tech bloggers, and their operations seem so difficult, but I find this exceptionally easy. I must be quite clever," Liu Yifei proclaimed proudly. "Indeed, you are remarkable, Qianqian." Lily concurred, observing her adept handling of the system, which appeared to pose little challenge for an average person. The more Liu Yifei played, the more exhilarated she became. As her confidence grew, she increased both the speed and complexity of her maneuvers. Suddenly, the drone ventured too far, severing its connection with the phone. "Husband!" Liu Yifei exclaimed in alarm, urgently grasping Lily's arm. Lily took the phone to investigate. It had exceeded the Wi-Fi range. The drone's connection relied on the villa's Wi-Fi, and Liu Yifei had unwittingly piloted it beyond the villa's boundaries, resulting in a loss of signal. "No worries. The signal is lost. Let us go search for it." Together, Li and Liu Yifei ventured in the direction where the drone had vanished. In terms of signal, further design is necessary. The 4G network has yet to be fully established, leaving numerous limitations in place. As they walked, Lily contemplated the drone's shortcomings. Currently, the drone could only be classified as a bare-bones model, lacking a camera, a relay signal controller, an automatic return function, and even a crash locator. Despite its exceptional flight control system, it bore many flaws that required gradual rectification. "Husband, hurry!" Liu Yifei had already begun to jog, her urgency palpable as if fearing someone might find it first. "Where's my husband?" At the edge of the villa's lawn, she spotted the downed drone. "Oh no, husband!" Liu Yifei picked up the unfortunate drone, her face a picture of dismay as she looked at Li. 2 of the 4 rotors were damaged, and one of the rotor arms was broken. "It's all right. I will make you another one." Lily took the drone from Liu Yifei's hands. Scrutinizing it with her phone, the body displayed cracks. Given the drone's flight speed, such damage seemed excessive, indicating a severe inadequacy in structural integrity. The materials appeared substandard. While the weight was light, the strength fell short, necessitating a search for superior materials for the drone's body. "My dear, did you create this?" Liu Yifei exclaimed, her astonishment directed at the drone in Li's grasp. "What's the matter? Do you doubt it?" Lily tucked the drone away, amused by her expression of disbelief. "My love, you are truly remarkable," Liu Yifei exclaimed, leaping towards Lily, seizing his collar and pulling him down to plant a kiss on his lips. "Could you possibly make a larger one for me? One that could lift me into the air?" After releasing Lily, Liu Yifei bounded back, arms wide open, gesturing for an enormous drone. She readily accepted that the drone was crafted by Li and began to voice her desires. Chapter 81. Company Development. Liu Yifei posed numerous inquiries regarding drones, to which Li responded in detail. Much of it was perplexing to her, yet she found herself in awe of Li's expertise, gazing at him with admiration. Lily affectionately stroked her hair, prompting her to lean against him. As he embraced Liu Yifei, he contemplated the potential evolution of drones. Currently, the market lacked standout models, and DJI was still in its nascent stages, not yet experiencing a surge in growth. Nevertheless, there was room for development. However, undertaking this endeavor alone would be excessively slow. While artificial intelligence could assist in aspects such as design and systems, decisions regarding materials and configurations would necessitate human judgment. The following day, Lily visited Weixin Group, where investment was made to establish a drone research and development facility, delegating the handling of relevant applications and licenses to his secretary. Upon hearing of Li's arrival at the company, Wang Xing sought him out. The Weixin wallet had accumulated an impressive 70 billion. Wang Xing was exhilarated, explaining that this sum belonged to users, but after their deposits, it had been transferred to Weixin's name and was being held in the bank under the company's auspices. The meager interest earned from bank deposits, amounting to just over 1 billion annually, was hardly noteworthy. The domestic market for transactions was gradually gaining traction, and Li acknowledged that payment functionalities were a crucial strategic component for Weixin. Once this feature became widespread, user loyalty would become irreplaceable. Weixin would emerge as the gateway to countless individuals' online lives, solidifying its status as an unassailable titan of the internet. Conversely, the international wallet transfer capabilities saw far greater utilization, with cash flow surpassing that of the domestic market. Substantial funds often flowed into Weixin, with recipients swiftly withdrawing after transactions. Despite this, the funds within the Weixin wallet had reached 40 billion, leaving Li astonished at the sheer volume of capital involved in international transactions. Utilizing Weixin Wallet abroad posed significantly more challenges than domestically. Users had to exchange their currency at international banks, convert it to RMB, and then establish accounts at the international banks Weixin had set up in their countries to link their bank cards for funding. This entire process was exceedingly complex, and Weixin levied fees on large withdrawals. After discussing Weixin's development with Wang Xing, he departed Li's office, filled with ambition. The foundation of Weixin was exceptionally robust, allowing him the freedom to pursue his ideas, gradually bringing many of them to fruition. Li spent considerable time in contemplation within his office before heading to the supercomputing center. The center was now under the purview of Weixin's research personnel. Upon arrival, Li instructed those engaged in calculations to conclude their work promptly, while those yet to begin were asked to vacate temporarily. Half an hour later, the supercomputing center was cleared, with many expressing their dissatisfaction as they departed. Unperturbed, Li entered the center and sealed the door behind him. Dream of illusions manifest. The dream AI connected to the supercomputer, interacting with Weiwei to access Weixin's data. Investigate the nature of those substantial overseas transactions. Executing task now. The dream, centered around a supercomputer, rapidly disseminated data signals, resulting in a staggering surge in electricity consumption across the entire micromessage network, with signals engaging in frenzied interactions. Almost all globally connected micromessage users experienced a momentary lag. The dream swiftly traced users involved in substantial overseas micromessage transactions, infiltrating their nearby networks based on the registered locations, registration details, and activity ranges. Weapons trading, gold, diamonds, and precious metals were among the myriad of transactions listed by the dream, which meticulously examined their chat trails to deduce the most probable trading purposes. Li gazed at the data in silence. This was merely a fraction of what could be documented, with far darker dealings lurking beneath the surface. Currency serves as the cornerstone of trust, and certain nefarious forces abroad regarded micromessage wallets as a reliable means of transaction. Moreover, some individuals directly left their funds in micromessage wallets, awaiting the next opportunity for trade. It remained uncertain whether the higher-ups were aware of the transactions concealed within this data or if they were complicit in them. Li observed several transactions linked to the Middle East, with funds evidently transferred from domestic sources. Only one entity possessed such authority within the micromessage framework, and even the micromessage company itself lacked the privilege of inter-fund transfers. Was this a prelude to initiating a currency war using the micromessage wallet? He pondered the implications. If vast foreign forces utilized micromessage for renminbi transactions, small merchants would also conduct business using renminbi for payments. A chill ran down his spine. The cabal of Judeo-capitalists across the ocean would surely be in a frenzy. Li realized he must consider self-preservation. The Judeans were notorious for their expertise in terrorism and assassination. When their ancestors translated the name of their nation, they were given a radical that resembled a dog, which was no coincidence. They were indeed a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Upon exiting the supercomputing center, Li encountered a rather unexpected individual, someone dispatched to monitor overseas wallet data. "Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Xing Rang." His austere visage cracked a slight smile at Li. "Greetings, Mr. Xing. What brings you here?" Li shook his hand, curiously observing him. Li had frequented the company numerous times, but they had only acknowledged him during their initial meeting, after which there had been no further interaction. This time, Xing Rang had taken the initiative to approach the entrance of the supercomputing center. "Mr. Li, would it be possible for me to visit your supercomputing center?" Xing Rang inquired. During this period, he had been monitoring overseas wallet data, and each time he executed an operation, the feedback from the supercomputing center was astonishingly swift, as if a computational virtuoso resided within, perpetually attentive to their requests, providing immediate data calculations upon any action taken. However, from the information he had gathered, this was evidently implausible, not to mention that the micromessage group employed numerous researchers who consistently utilized the supercomputer, with queues forming even at night. It was inconceivable that someone would occupy a position solely to cater to them. even if Micromessage had indeed assigned a dedicated station to observe the three of them. The data could not be processed with such remarkable speed. Initially, he harbored suspicions and conducted tests. Regardless of the time, whenever he executed data operations, the supercomputing center would promptly provide feedback. Even with human oversight, it was implausible for anyone to maintain such unwavering concentration for 24 hours, allowing for immediate response. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. He had also heard from certain researchers at Weixin that their supercomputing system, while verifying data, would offer suggestions beyond mere answers, almost as if the supercomputer possessed its own intelligence. Lili fell silent for a moment. "This is a company's secret, Mr. Xing. I hope you understand." After exiting the supercomputing center, access was once again granted to the researchers at Weixin. Xing peered through the open door. Inside, a glass barrier obstructed any clear view, revealing only indistinct silhouettes. "I understand, Mr. Li." Though Xing refrained from forcing his way inside, he was resolute in his intention to discuss this matter with his superiors upon returning. Lili observed Xing's retreating figure. This time he had requested a visit in his personal capacity, and Lili could refuse, but what of the next time? Upon returning to his office, he pondered throughout the afternoon. The situation with the overseas wallet had exceeded his expectations, and Lili recognized the necessity for greater computational power to aid in his research and enhance security measures. He needed to fully unleash the capabilities of his illusions. He required a large-scale supercomputer. Chapter 82. You look at me. Upon conceiving the idea of constructing a large-scale supercomputer, he promptly set into motion. WeChat currently possesses ample funds, as the global smartphone market continues to expand. Almost all manufacturers have come to realize that smartphones represent the future of mobile communication. The installation cost for the Smart Butler surged dramatically in the third quarter, anticipated to yield revenues of 50 billion yuan. The fourth quarter promises even greater returns, with the marketing department forecasting potential earnings to reach 100 billion. This is nearly pure profit, after taxes and deducting labor and electricity costs. There are no other expenses involved. This figure pertains solely to the earnings from the Smart Butler software. WeChat has also begun to turn profit, albeit not as substantial as that of Smart Butler. The advertising fees, official account charges, and subscription fees are noteworthy. The funds amassed within the WeChat wallet are enviable. Economists predict that should WeChat wallet continue its current trajectory, it could accumulate storage funds in the range of 100 billion. Anyone privy to these figures would be astounded. This year's profits are projected to reach 200 billion, a remarkable feat for a company that has only been established for just over a year. It is unclear how many individuals are eagerly awaiting WeChat's public offering. They stand ready with their investments, eager to make their move. Many have turned to Wang Xing to remind Li that it is time for WeChat to go public. However, Lili has no immediate plans for an IPO. WeChat is not in need of funds, technology, or market share. So why go public? Once listed, the company would be subject to board oversight, and there is no need to complicate matters further. He publicly maintains that WeChat is still in its nascent phase, rendering it unsuitable for an IPO. Many investors are exasperated, asserting that if the company continues its trajectory, profits will exceed 500 billion next year, yet it remains in a startup phase. Lili is indifferent to the notion of going public. In the future, perhaps a subsidiary could be offered for listing, with shares allocated as rewards to those who have significantly contributed to the company's development. Wang Xing is highly supportive of Li's perspective. While WeChat's social and payment services do face competition, Smart Butler has no rivals whatsoever. Smart Butler serves as WeChat's spear, piercing the market while WeChat reaps the rewards behind it. Li founded WeChat Technology, reallocating 100 billion from WeChat's balance sheet as startup capital for WeChat Technology. The new company will operate separately from the WeChat group, with plans to develop in a newly selected location. After careful consideration, he resolved to establish a technology park, positioning the large supercomputer in the basement. Following an application to the relevant authorities, there was significant interest. The deployment of 100 billion in funds would not only serve as a political achievement, but also bolster technological advancement. No leader would dare refuse such an opportunity. The municipal leadership deliberated for several days, mapping out several areas, and personally escorted Li on inspections across various districts. The southeast, northwest, and southwest of the capital were all viable options. All areas except the center were open for negotiation. Li and his team conducted thorough research on these locations and swiftly settled on a site upstream of the zoo, over 100 miles from the city center, securing 80 hectares of hilly terrain for WeChat. The local government would handle the demolition, while WeChat would conduct a bidding process for the design of the structures above ground, specifying various usage requirements. In the subterranean section, Li personally undertook the design with the assistance of artificial intelligence. This AI, in conjunction with the current configuration of advanced supercomputers and future upgrades, was meticulously considered. An analysis of various construction materials was conducted, and the architectural requirements for each segment of the underground center were thoroughly annotated. Upon receiving the design blueprints, it became evident that ordinary construction companies would be incapable of executing such a project, prompting him to approach the National Construction Department. Initially, the National Construction Department did not regard the technological park with much seriousness, showing little intention of engagement. They typically accepted only national-level large-scale projects or those deemed of significant importance, such as the monumental endeavor of constructing 3 kilometers of roadway over the span of a year. The facility was designed to withstand nuclear and chemical threats, enabling independent living for a year post-sealing. One might wonder what activities could possibly take place within. Upon presenting the blueprints and architectural specifications, the reception staff were visibly taken aback and promptly summoned their supervisors. Following the review by higher-ups, several professors were called in for further examination of the plans. The company's audacity and high construction demands raised eyebrows. Was this facility intended for the construction of nuclear weapons? An elderly professor, sipping tea to temper his excitement, mused on the unusually elevated standards, recalling that even the space capsule research base had not necessitated such stringent requirements. It was stated that the intention was to house a large-scale supercomputer within. One might question the necessity for such elevated construction standards for the deployment of artificial intelligence. The defensive fortifications were so robust that even a penetrating missile would struggle to breach them. With several formidable gates in place, opening the facility would require months, devoid of significant explosive force. Regardless of the purpose, the professors deliberated whether the architectural standards could indeed be met. The leadership of the National Construction Department had already made inquiries up the chain, receiving approval for the project. The design was deemed rational, with the choice of materials and construction requirements impeccably aligned. Several professors expressed their admiration for the design and application of materials, recognizing the substantial reference value it held for future similar projects. Personnel were dispatched by the National Construction Department to participate in the construction, breaking ground and initiating the excavation for the underground facility. With ample funding, the construction speed was remarkably swift. While the groundwork for the surface design had just concluded its bidding process, the underground facility was already sealed. Such ambition was noteworthy. Should they not achieve the development of a Mars spacecraft, it would be a disservice to these blueprints. After reviewing the optimized design of the technological park by Li, the leadership of the National Construction Department decided to also undertake the surface construction. Li crouched at the edge of the pit, observing the excavator, while Liu Yifei, squatting beside him, felt her legs grow numb, puzzled by Li's unwavering gaze upon the machinery. Was he attempting to be sly? After half an hour of staring, she thought it odd that he would find such fascination in it. Rising to stretch her legs, she looked at the construction site, noting the rapid pace of progress. According to Li, the most complex underground chamber had already been completed. After another half hour of watching the excavator, Liu Yifei's patience waned. "You've been watching for an hour. Did the worker offend you?" She gently prodded Li. No, it's just captivating to observe." Li snapped back to reality, astonished by Liu Yifei's interruption. As he attempted to rise, his legs buckled beneath him, nearly causing him to topple over. Liu Yifei quickly caught him, providing support. "My legs are numb. Don't move." He grimaced at Liu Yifei. "After squatting for an hour, is it not painful? Just sit on the ground." Liu Yifei, disregarding the dirt beneath her, helped Li to the ground. Li grimaced, his legs throbbing with discomfort and numbness. I had thought you had something of great importance to attend to. After watching the excavator for 2 hours, you merely found it interesting, Liu Yifei remarked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. She could not comprehend what was so captivating about an excavator that one could watch it for an hour. While she expressed her grievances towards Li, she removed his shoes and socks. Using her fingernail to press on the acupoint at his big toe and massage the Tycoon point, striking the Zhu Sanli point. Much better. Li wiggled his toes. Although there was still a hint of numbness, the soreness had dissipated, allowing him to regain strength. He watched Liu Yifei diligently massaging and striking, feeling a sense of astonishment. I had no idea you possessed such skills. A martial arts master taught me these techniques when I often experienced leg numbness from hanging on wires during filming. Liu Yifei replied, her gaze lowered. It's quite remarkable that after living together for so long, you never mentioned this to me. Every time, I've been the one to massage you, fumbling about randomly, while you possess the knowledge yet refrain from offering me a massage. Li questioned her, but Liu Yifei, unable to meet his gaze, felt a wave of embarrassment. Lift your head and look at me. Chapter 83. Who Are You? The construction team is remarkably swift. They were summoned to work on our zoo and have already completed their tasks. Li has been casting her eyes at Liu Yifei with a hint of melancholy, prompting Liu Yifei to attempt to steer the conversation elsewhere. After all, they are a national construction unit and wouldn't take on such trivial work. Stop trying to change the subject. Come home with me. Although Liu Yifei wished to linger at the construction site a while longer, she was pulled in the car by Li, heading home. During the ride, they engaged in a friendly exchange. But Liu Yifei found herself unable to lift her head under Li's chiding, ultimately promising to give her a massage once they arrived home. Emerging from the hot spring room, wrapped in a towel, Li faced Liu Yifei's disapproving gaze and flopped onto the bed. Liu Yifei changed into a more composed outfit and began to massage Li's muscles, starting from her neck to relieve her fatigue. Her cool hands kneaded and pressed along Li's back. While her technique may not have been perfect, at least it followed a certain method, unlike Li's massages, which were always a haphazard affair. Moreover, the fact that it was Liu Yifei giving the massage, her own partner, made the experience all the more pleasurable. She worked her way from shoulders to arms and down to legs, finally attending to the soles of Li's feet. Liu Yifei found herself slightly breathless, and upon glancing up, she realized Li had already drifted off to sleep. Annoyed, she playfully slapped Li's foot. Silly girl, this is my first time giving someone a massage, and you just fall asleep like that. I was hoping to hear some words of encouragement. As she observed Li in slumber, the once sharp and confident features softened into a serene visage. Liu Yifei found herself entranced, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, she removed her outer garment and lay beside her, pulling the blanket over them both. It seemed Li sensed another soul drawing near, turning onto her side, draping an arm and a leg over Liu Yifei. Li's hand wandered, pulling closer, wrapping around Liu Yifei's leg with a gentle yet firm grip. After a few attempts to extricate herself, Liu Yifei settled into a comfortable position, conceding to the closeness. The two of them simply adapted to one another. As evening fell, Li was busy preparing dinner while Liu Yifei stood at the doorway, recounting the events of the past couple of days. Just the day before, I participated in a program on CCTV where Zhou's rendition of Big Fish left everyone astounded. His voice was simply enchanting, earning high praise from many teachers. Surely, this must please Mom. Li continued her cooking, her movements steady, transitioning from summer melodies to the imminent new year, marking her official debut performance. Mom accompanied me backstage, thoroughly satisfied, and is currently preparing an album for Zhou. Speaking of which, Liu Yifei felt a twinge of jealousy. During this time, the company received numerous offers, and Liu Xiaoli allowed Zhou to choose for himself. Fortunately, all the songs and compositions written by Li remained in her possession. By the way, that movie of the teachers should be nearing its end in theaters, right? Liu Yifei inquired, aware that Li had been occupied with the tech park lately and had not kept tabs on the entertainment company. A person named Zhang Chong had decided to end his life, leaving the box office situation rather unclear. It's about to leave theaters. With a domestic box office of 160 million renminbi and overseas earnings of 30 million US dollars. Liu Yifei was well versed in these figures. This box office performance was quite commendable, especially for a comedic drama, with an investment of 12 million. Just the domestic earnings alone had already yielded substantial profits, not to mention the overseas revenue. Mother is contemplating hosting a celebration banquet. Organizing such an event would be far more significant for the participating artists than the premiere itself. Lily remarked that he surely would not have time to attend, but he might meet with his teacher when he has the opportunity. Well, dinner is ready. The chicken soup has arrived. Ha ha ha. Lily carried a pot of soup outside. Liu Yifei also entered the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Just bring out the rice, and be careful not to burn your hands. Lily called out. I'm not a child. Liu Yifei retorted, bringing out 2 dishes, one hot and one cold. Drink the soup. Be cautious, it's hot. Lily served Liu Yifei a bowl of transparent chicken soup, adorned with a few red goji berries, and it was exceptionally delicious. So tasty, I adore it. My husband is wonderful. Liu Yifei couldn't help but smile, unaware that Lily always exclaimed something amusing whenever he served the soup. The flavor was indeed delightful. She truly loved it. We consumed quite a few of the wandering chickens from the bird park. I had someone bring in a few more from the farmers in the mountains to raise here. Upon hearing this, Lily frowned slightly. Originally, I had no intention of developing a zoo, nor did I plan on managing it properly. If you genuinely wish to establish a zoo, it must be done in a formal manner. Chickens, ducks, and geese should not be raised here. Liu Yifei paused, realizing that there were aspects she had not considered. The animals intended for consumption in the wolf fortress should be distinctly separated from a zoo. Otherwise, if the boundaries become blurred, rare animals could be at risk of being eaten. Liu Yifei nodded. While consuming rare animals might be permissible abroad, it is strictly regulated domestically, making it inappropriate to raise those chickens and ducks in the zoo area. Once the feeding areas around the wolf fortress are established, I will ensure they are separated. In truth, the wolf fortress should not be associated with the zoo. If discovered, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions that the animals being consumed were the rare ones from the zoo. However, Lily had not contemplated the park's opening. In the future, it would be a private zoo, and outsiders would have no opportunity to witness it, rendering it inconsequential. After dinner, the couple strolled hand in hand outside the villa. The surroundings were quite spacious and undisturbed, allowing them a moment of privacy. Their status necessitated their separation from the crowd, as much of the gaiety was destined to remain beyond their reach. The gatherings they could currently attend were primarily profit-driven cocktail parties. Liu Yifei had a few close friends privately, yet Lily felt somewhat isolated. He possessed little beyond Liu Yifei. Upon returning to their room, Liu Yifei turned on the television while Li prepared a plate of fruit. After watching a television drama for a while, he ascended the stairs. Liu Yifei followed him upstairs and smiled as she saw him enter the esports room. She rushed to the piano room, opened her computer, and logged into her game account, discovering that Li was already online. Can't you even heal? How can you be so foolish? Hurry up and save him. You're wasting your gear. Liu Yifei teamed up with Li for a dungeon run, but after being scolded by him, she pouted and played unhappily. As they prepared for bed, she turned her back to Li. Wife, what's wrong? He coaxed. Oomph. She tugged at the blanket, ignoring Li. Puzzled, he wondered what had caused her anger. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reflected on the events of the evening. Everything had seemed perfectly fine during dinner, and even while strolling outside. She had insisted he carry her. What had he done to upset her? He pondered deeply, but found nothing amiss. He had merely indulged in a brief gaming session, a common pastime for him. Could she be unwell? He reached out to touch Liu Yifei's forehead. Don't touch me, she exclaimed, swatting his hand away with vigor, showing no signs of illness. What could have offended this little fairy? Let me see if you've been possessed. Are you Wang Yuyin or Zilongnu? Li playfully lunged forward, lifting the blanket and pressing down upon her. Chapter 84. The Martian Rescue in the Morning. Li reminisced about the role-playing from the previous night, smacking his lips, finding it quite wild. He reached under the covers to gather himself, rising from bed. Liu Yifei turned over, continuing her slumber. Li dressed, tidying up the ancient costume strewn about the bed and floor. The salvageable items were set aside for cleaning. while the torn ones were discarded into the trash for destruction. He prepared rice porridge and, cradling their garments, made his way to the laundry room to toss them into the washing machine. Ideally, hiring a competent housekeeper would simplify their lives considerably. However, these domestic trifles afforded Li richer life experiences. Once these tasks were completed, he went to rouse Liu Yifei from her sleep. She sat up, casting a significant glare at him. She had been annoyed the night before, but he had coaxed her into donning the attire of the little dragon girl. "Get away, you lecher!" Liu Yifei exclaimed, hurling a pillow at him. After breakfast, they each set out separately, Liu Yifei to a charity event and Li to Beijing University. He refrained from entering the school. Doing so would have been rather troublesome, drawing the attention of the principal. Before long, Tian Zhuangzhuang arrived on his electric scooter. Upon seeing him, Li promptly instructed the bodyguard in the vehicle to assist him. The bodyguard opened the rear door, took the scooter from Tian Zhuangzhuang's hands, and pushed it aside, standing at a distance to observe the surrounding crowd. "Teacher, could you please step out?" Tian Zhuangzhuang said as he got into the car. Li first offered an apology. "I understand your current situation. What brings you to me?" Tian Zhuangzhuang inquired, unperturbed. Surely, he was aware of Li's circumstances. Even the principal needed an appointment to meet him. "Teacher, take a look at this." Li candid a scripto tianzing. The Martian Rescue. Tian Zhuangzhuang read the title, opening the script to explore its contents. In the year 2035, the Space Department of Weixin Group embarked on a scientific expedition to Mars. During one such mission, a Martian storm left the botanist Liu Yifei stranded alone on the planet. Fortunately, her cheerful disposition and unwavering determination enabled her to cultivate potatoes on Mars and locate the Weiwei Mars rover, which had been dispatched by Weixin. Through the rover, she established contact with the Space Department. Following a series of rescue endeavors, she was ultimately brought back to Earth through collaboration involving cutting-edge national technology. This narrative served both as a science fiction film and a grand advertisement for Weixin Group, albeit a paid promotion. After perusing the entire story, Tian Zhuangzhuang closed the script. "I believe I recall this novel. Indeed, it is one of my published works. Originally, I intended for Qian to adapt it, but after achieving entrepreneurial success, I could no longer direct it myself." When publishing the novel, Li had altered the protagonist's gender. After the success of Gravity, he had prepared the Martian Rescue for Liu Yifei, envisioning her as a lead in both films, confident it would pave her path in the film industry. However, the overwhelming success of Gravity had secured him startup funding, causing Weixin to launch prematurely. The filming schedule faced delays, and now he found himself with even less time to shoot. "Do you want me to direct it?" Tian Zhuangzhuang gazed at the script, profoundly moved. Such a high-quality script would undoubtedly captivate any director. Were there any stipulations? This script was indeed remarkable, personally delivered by Li, which suggested there must be specific requirements. Otherwise, it would have sufficed for Liu Yifei or Liu Xiaoli to hand it over. Qian was undoubtedly the leading lady, and the director could not make significant alterations to the plot. These were the two requests put forth by Li. As Tian Zhuangzhuang caressed the script, he had just finished reading it and felt that a male protagonist might be more fitting. Although it would not be unacceptable for Liu Yifei to take on the leading role, especially after her performance in Gravity, he had no intention of altering the script. There were numerous scientific elements within that he did not comprehend and was uncertain how to modify. His hesitation stemmed from his limited knowledge of science and space, leaving him unsure if he could effectively direct this film. "May I take some time to reflect?" He did not agree immediately, wishing instead to consult someone regarding the sci-fi technological aspects of the script. "Certainly, but please keep the script confidential." "I understand. I will provide you with a response within 10 days. Their conversation concluded, and Tian Zhuangzhuang parted ways with Li. He nodded to his bodyguard and rode his electric scooter back to the office at Beijing Film Academy. Once in the office, he located the novel The Martian, which Li had published in both Chinese and English. The novel had even won awards abroad, although Li had not attended to collect them. The scientific theories discussed in the novel were more extensive, clarifying many of the script's inconsistencies. After finishing the novel, he revisited the script, gaining insights into previously unclear sections. However, Making a sci-fi film was an uncharted territory for him. After some contemplation, he took out his phone, made a call, and, after some casual conversation, expressed his intent to consult someone with a background in aerospace to better understand the science of space. Tian Zhuangzhuang leveraged his connections to meet several aerospace professionals and gained insights into the specialized knowledge relevant to the script. Once the script was handed over to the director, Liu initiated a recruitment drive across major universities for research talents to establish a drone laboratory. He disclosed some non-critical data about drones, alongside the current status of drone technology, attracting a considerable number of applicants. A select group of talents was chosen to form the drone laboratory, where they commenced research and development based on Li's drone designs. They focused on the design of the drone's body, material selection, installation of imaging functions, the drone's size, and simulated usage scenarios, as well as the development and adaptation of relay signal devices. With more minds at work, a plethora of ideas emerged, among which were some particularly innovative concepts. Liu outlined his requirements, instructing them to develop a drone equipped with obstacle avoidance, self-balancing, and auto-return functionalities, allocating budget for them to form teams for research. 10 days swiftly passed, and Liu met with Tian Zhuangzhuang at Weixin Company. The script for The Martian was exceptionally outstanding, presenting an irresistible allure that he found impossible to decline. The investment for the screenplay amounts to $800 million, with $400 million allocated for special effects and the remaining $400 million designated for filming. Li and Tian Zhuangzhuang engaged in a discussion regarding the film's investment. The financial backing for this movie cannot be trivial. Unlike Gravity, which was filmed entirely in a studio, The Martian necessitates the construction of numerous sets. Tian Zhuangzhuang nodded, expressing his desire to invite experts from the aerospace sector for technical guidance. The two engaged in a thorough discourse about the film, with Liu initially contemplating various aspects of the shoot. Although Tian Zhuangzhuang would ultimately helm the project, he diligently noted Li's filming ideas, recognizing their value as insightful suggestions. Following the conclusion of their discussions, Tian Zhuangzhuang formally submitted the screenplay for review. The successful approval of the Martian script sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry. Director Tian Zhuangzhuang, screenwriter, Li genre, science fiction, adventure, disaster investment amount, $800 million additionally. The novel The Martian was scrutinized, and many observed that the character of the female lead closely resembles Liu Yifei. Countless female artists lamented Liu Yifei's fortune, questioning why she should be so lucky. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, speculating on the possibility that Liu Yifei might not participate in the film. Chapter 85. Liu Yifei under scrutiny. As Tian Zhuangzhuang commenced the preparatory phase of filming, he commissioned the creation of props, spacesuits, space equipment, and Mars rovers. The groundwork for Mars rescue was not a task to be accomplished in a brief span, particularly as this was Tian Zhuangzhuang's inaugural venture into the realm of science fiction cinema. Liu Yifei was aware that the script for Mars rescue had successfully passed review. Upon returning home, she was immediately enveloped by her husband, Li. "My dear, you are simply remarkable," she exclaimed. Li swiftly caught her, lifting her with a firm grip and playfully administering 2 hearty pats on her posterior. "Can't you be a bit more careful? What if you fall? My husband is the best. He will always catch me," she declared, her face nuzzling against his, planting kisses on his cheek. "Come down now, your mother's watching," Li reminded gently. It was at this moment that Liu Yifei realized her mother had accompanied her. Releasing Li, she descended and stuck out her tongue at her mother, Liu Xiaoli, who pretended not to notice, content in witnessing the affection between her daughter and son-in-law. As for whether her daughter was being bullied by Li or vice versa, that was beyond her control. Li joined Liu Xiaoli in preparing dinner, while Liu Yifei assisted, only to be met with various complaints from her mother, ultimately being banished from the kitchen. "Clumsy as you are, don't cause a ruckus here. Hurry up and step outside," Liu Xiaoli ordered. "I'm quite capable, you know," Liu Yifei grumbled under her breath as she exited the kitchen, feeling the weight of her mother's disapproving gaze. Regarding the mother-daughter spat, Li refrained from intervening. He knew that any attempt to speak would likely redirect Liu Yifei's frustrations toward him. "Xiaoli, how should the entertainment company develop?" Liu Xiaoli inquired, seeking clarity on the company's direction. With only 3 artists in the company and Liu Yifei largely absent from activities, many resources felt squandered, leaving her uncertain about the company's trajectory. The company primarily manages Qianqian's entertainment affairs. It can evolve in any manner. Lily paused thoughtfully. If it becomes too burdensome, we can always cease operations. Lily had no grand expectations for the entertainment company's growth. Its main purpose was to serve Liu Yifei. Transforming the studio into a company was merely a means to provide her with something to engage in. Presently, it seemed Liu Yifei lacked the ambition to manage the company, unable to transition from artist to entrepreneur. Liu Xiaoli acknowledged her limitations. Despite her advantageous background and resources, the company had not seen significant progress. "The company is doing well. Closing it would be a pity," she countered. Mingxin Entertainment possesses a stronger foundation than many other firms, with resources, finances, and connections. Abandoning it would be a considerable loss. "Then we should consider hiring a professional manager," Lily suggested, observing Liu Xiaoli's expression. His calm demeanor encouraged him to elaborate on the benefits of professional management. Liu Xiaoli nodded. After several months, she had to concede her own shortcomings. During the studio's operation, she had managed to keep things afloat, but now, with so many resources and funds at her disposal, the company's stagnation reflected her personal limitations. Relinquishing management may indeed be prudent, since Zhou had debuted. She had lost much of her ambition in the entertainment industry. As she has aged, now in her 50s, she has come to recognize her own limitations. With her daughter no longer in need of her as much, she feels that retirement would be perfectly acceptable. She should focus on enjoying her meals and maintain proper decorum, avoiding unnecessary proximity to others. Each time they dine together, Liu Xiaoli cannot refrain from reprimanding Liu Yifei, finding her utterly displeasing and devoid of any semblance of grace. Liu Yifei bites into the broccoli with a crunch, casting rolling eyes toward Li. Li, maintaining a stoic demeanor, silently continues her meal, observing her surroundings. "Mother, you should eat too." Sensing Liu Yifei's increasingly hostile glare, Lily hastily serves food to Liu Xiaoli, interrupting her scrutiny of Liu Yifei. "Yes, Xiaoli, you should also partake." Liu Xiaoli agrees, her gaze softening as she regards Li, clearly pleased with her son-in-law. He remains humble post-success, treating his wife well and showing great respect for his once dismissive mother-in-law. "Focus on your meal instead of stirring your bowl aimlessly." Liu Xiaoli's irritation with Liu Yifei is palpable. In comparison to Liu Yifei's faults are glaring. "I'm done." Liu Yifei, frustrated, storms off, pinching Li's waist as she departs. Her frosty glare causing Li to shudder. "How dare you display such anger, acting so unbecomingly?" Liu Xiaoli admonishes Liu Yifei's retreating figure, prompting Liu Yifei to hasten her exit. "Xiaoli, disregard her. Do not coddle her excessively. When she misbehaves, do not hesitate to discipline her. If she throws a tantrum, call me immediately." Liu Xiaoli enumerates Liu Yifei's shortcomings while discussing matters related to the company. Lily listens attentively, interjecting with questions, thereby gaining insight into the entertainment company. The business largely resembles a studio format, with investments limited to Superbody and the upcoming Mars Rescue project. He gains a deeper appreciation for Liu Xiaoli's capabilities. The funds he had initially borrowed under the guise of a loan have since been repaid following the profitability of Weixin, leaving the entertainment company with billions in its accounts. Yet, she has not considered investing in new projects. Regardless of potential losses or gains, one cannot call it an entertainment production company without investment. However, he chooses to refrain from voicing this concern, knowing Liu Xiaoli plans to hire a professional manager to handle such matters. The modest scale of the entertainment company no longer captivates him. "I will go deliver some food to Qianqian." Lily ascends the stairs with dishes favored by Liu Yifei. When his wife is upset, the only recourse is to soothe her. Reasoning seems futile. Upon opening the door to the dance studio, he finds Liu Yifei indeed inside. He has grown quite familiar with her temperament. When she is angry, she either sulks in bed or pounds on a punching bag. "Wusible, Lili, I will beat you to a pulp." Liu Yifei kicks and punches the bag, still invoking Li Li's name as she hears the door open. Her movements are fierce, revealing her genuine training. Though her practice primarily revolves around preparing for roles, she has consistently maintained her fitness. She could certainly subdue Li Li with ease. Wife, let us eat. I want tea. She shoots Li Li a sideways glance, still irked. Or perhaps you could hit me once to vent your frustration, Li Li suggests. Li Li set down her meal and pulled over the yoga mat, lying down upon it with ease. Come on, don't hold back just because I'm delicate, she exclaimed. The sight of Li Li elicited an uncontrollable laugh from her companion. Don't think I won't retaliate, she declared, approaching and placing her fair foot on Li Li's thigh. Suddenly, Li Li sprang up, seizing Liu Yifei's legs and pulling her down. What are you doing? Liu Yifei protested. In terms of a duel, Li Li might not match Liu Yifei's prowess, but when it came to ground techniques, the latter was undeniably at a disadvantage, with too many areas to defend. After several relentless attacks from Li Li, Liu Yifei found herself utterly overwhelmed. Originally intending to check on the commotion between Liu Yifei and Li Li, she ascended the stairs. But upon noticing the open door of the dance studio and hearing the sounds emanating from within, her face flushed with embarrassment. This is utterly ridiculous, she muttered, turning back to her own room, choosing to disengage from their antics. Chapter 86. A trip to the movies as dawn broke on a new day. Liu Xiaoli departed after breakfast without waiting for Liu Yifei to awaken. The bond between her daughter and son-in-law was strong, and she felt her presence was more of an obstacle. After Li Li finished his morning routine, he noticed the breakfast left in the kitchen, indicating that Liu Xiaoli had already left. He returned to the bedroom, observing Liu Yifei still ensconced in slumber, and chose not to rouse her. Instead, he ventured to the study, where he reviewed the documents sent by various departments within the company. Although he was not required to make decisions on numerous matters, it was imperative for him to remain informed about their progress. After perusing the documents, he connected to the artificial intelligence of Weixin to scrutinize critical monitoring data. Finding no anomalies, the governance of a company cannot rely solely on trust in its employees. A degree of vigilance is also essential. Following this, Li Li examined the results produced by the drone studio's research teams. While the issue of self-balancing had been resolved, other teams had yet to deliver significant outcomes. Given the studio's relatively short establishment period, the lack of results was not unexpected. The construction of the technology park was advancing rapidly, living up to its reputation as a construction powerhouse, nearing completion. The ordered supercomputer had also arrived and was ready for installation at any moment. Just a couple of days prior, Li Li had discussed with the construction team from Guajian the plan to build and install simultaneously, ensuring that both operations would proceed without interference. This installation differed from previous orders, as it was not a complete package handled entirely by the vendor. Instead, it involved components ordered based on a list provided by Huandream, requiring Li Li to personally oversee the installation. Once installation began, the entire team would need to remain on-site at the technology park for an extended period, attending to their meals and other necessities. Darling, Liu Yifei, clad in her pajamas, sought out Li Li. Hurry and wash up. It's time for breakfast. Li Li, taken by the sight of Liu Yifei in her sleepwear, her hair cascading around her, and her eyes still heavy with sleep, replied with a simple "oh" before making his way to the bathroom. He shut down his computer and headed to the kitchen to warm the breakfast. Before long, the enchanting Liu Yifei emerged. A smile graced her lips as she twirled before Li Li, inquiring, "Am I beautiful?" "Indeed, you are stunning. My heart races at the sight of such beauty. How can a woman so exquisite be my wife?" he exclaimed, placing a hand over his chest, feigning discomfort. Liu Yifei's laughter was captivating, her eyes sparkling with delight as she approached and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Is that sufficient?" "No, not yet. You can verify for yourself," he challenged, gesturing to his heart. With a delicate touch, she extended her slender fingers beneath his shirt, pressing against his chest to feel his heartbeat. "How greedy you are," she teased, frowning slightly in mock discontent. "Must you insist on more kisses?" She raised her gaze to meet his. "Is it permissible? May I?" "Li inquired it." "Very well. I shall indulge you," she declared, wrapping her arms around his neck and rising on her tiptoes. Their breaths mingled, their eyes locked in a fervent gaze, the heat of their affection almost fusing them into one. "All right, let us eat. It will grow cold," Lili urged. "I haven't received my kiss yet," she protested, visibly dissatisfied. "We'll kiss after breakfast," he replied, serving the rice. "That is not the matter at hand. Right now, I adore you." She grasped Lili, planting a fervent kiss upon his lips before taking her seat to dine. After their meal, Liu Yifei proceeded to the dance studio to practice her form, and Lili, showing no intent to leave, followed suit. He watched her as she danced, engaged in yoga, and even practiced a segment of martial arts. As noon approached, they found themselves in the piano room, where Liu Yifei played a melody while Lili sat quietly, listening. Suddenly, she ceased her playing, approached Lili, and crouched before him, tilting her face upwards to ask, "Do you have something to tell me? Is it that obvious?" he inquired, touching his own face. Liu Yifei placed her hand on his cheek as well. "Speak. I can accept it, no matter the matter." Her tone was resolute yet tinged with anxiety, uncertain of what Lili would reveal. Today, Lili's attentiveness towards her was markedly heightened. After living together for quite some time, Liu Yifei could distinctly sense his unusual demeanor. "You're being quite dramatic," he exclaimed, embracing Liu Yifei and planting a kiss on her cheek. "The tech park is about to commence assembling the supercomputer, and I must be there in person. I won't be home for quite a while. Is that all?" Liu Yifei's eyes widened as she stood up and reseated herself on Lili's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lili reciprocated by encircling her waist, ensuring her stability on his legs. "I thought you had taken a young mistress outside, and she was here to confront you about an unexpected pregnancy," she retorted impatiently. "Startled Lili's demeanor. Taking a mistress isn't entirely out of the question, you know?" Lili murmured. "Don't even think about it. If you dare entertain such a notion, I will make you pay." Liu Yifei quickly interjected, mentally scolding herself for broaching such topics. "Not all. You, my little fairy, have me utterly captivated. No fox spirit could ever rival your allure," Lili exclaimed as he felt Liu Yifei's hand move towards his ear, hastily assuring her that he harbored no errant thoughts. "I simply do not wish to be apart from you," Lili confessed, uncertain of how long the installation of the supercomputer would take. Once assembled, it would require trial runs, and any issues would necessitate disassembly and reconfiguration. "If you miss me, just give me a call, and I'll come to find you," Liu Yifei said nonchalantly, not overly concerned, as they were both in the capital, and the distance was not insurmountable. Preparations for the Mars rescue mission were still underway, with filming set to commence after the new year. She had ample time, if necessary. She could accompany Lili to the tech park and stay there. Lili shook his head, refraining from elaborating, realizing that too many words would only incite her worry. Once the supercomputer installation began, he would need to devote himself fully, neglecting any non-urgent external matters. Sensing Lili's sentiment, Liu Yifei laid her head against his chest. "Regardless of the circumstances, I will be with you. How about I take you to the movies tonight?" Lili suggested. "Sounds great. What shall we watch?" Liu Yifei nodded, filled with anticipation, as this was the first time Lili had invited her to a film. Jiang Wen's film, Let the Bullets Fly? He has watched this film several times, albeit solely online. Now, he finally has the opportunity to experience it in a cinema. Thud! Liu Yifei struck Lili's chest with 2 punches, and as he looked down at her, he felt utterly perplexed. Hadn't they just agreed to enjoy themselves? Indeed, one cannot fathom a woman's thoughts. Liu Yifei, raising her head, observed the look of confusion on Lili's face and felt somewhat disheartened, forcefully pressing her forehead against his chest. Who desires to watch a film filled with violence? Never mind, she thought. One must make do with the man one has chosen and learn to love him as best as one can. Chapter 87. The installation of the supercomputer. There are 3 things I must accomplish. Fairness, fairness, and once more fairness. Exiting the cinema, Liu Yifei observed Lili, whose face radiated excitement. While Let the Bullets Fly was indeed a captivating film, such exuberance seemed excessive. Perhaps she had failed to grasp its essence. Nevertheless, she was disinclined to discuss the plot. Tightening her grip on Lili's arm, she subtly reminded him of the stunning beauty before him. Regrettably, her hint went entirely unnoticed by Li. The two then returned to their vehicle, heading back to the villa. Upon their arrival, Li promptly shared the ticket stub from their private screening online. Translate this for me. What exactly is this so-called surprise? Li's popularity was self-evident. Although the humorous quip about Papa, Ma did not pertain to him, many still wished to claim him as their own. Were it not for Liu Yifei's presence, the title of National Treasure Husband would hardly have been bestowed upon Wong Kong. The actions of the wealthy invariably draw significant attention. Executives from major corporations seldom engage in online discourse unless absolutely necessary. Yet, here was Li astonishingly posting about Let the Bullets Fly. Director Jiang was so intrigued that he leveraged connections to obtain Li's number, reaching out to express his gratitude and extend an invitation for a meal. Director Jiang, your film was splendid. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Li conveyed his admiration during the call, but graciously declined the invitation. On their first date, at the movies, Li had genuinely been engrossed in the film, much to Liu Yifei's annoyance. Fueled by dissatisfaction, she playfully tormented Li throughout the night, leaving him quite exhausted. The following day, Liu Yifei accompanied Li to the tech park. During my absence, take good care of yourself. If not, I can have Mom come stay with you. As Li exited the vehicle, a twinge of concern for Liu Yifei's solitary living situation lingered. It wasn't that she couldn't team manage on her own. Rather, her lifestyle was rather carefree. Rest assured, I'm not a child. You must look after yourself while I'm away. Whenever I can, I'll come and see you. They exchanged mutual reassurances for a while. Watching Liu Yifei's car pull away, Li entered the tech park's basement. Numerous components for the supercomputer were stored here, and the installation team awaited his arrival. Li gathered everyone for a meeting. Some were high-priced personnel he had secured from universities, while others were from supporting component manufacturing companies. He produced the design blueprints for the supercomputer and circulated them among the group. Mr. Li, is the design depicted in these blueprints feasible? Someone raised a concern. The prospect of assembling a large-scale supercomputer using domestically produced commercial components was unprecedented in the country. Apart from national research departments, no company had yet achieved the complete design and assembly of a domestically produced supercomputer. The components sourced from a state were exclusively developed and customized for internal use and were not available for external sale. Typically, large supercomputers required foreign components. Yet Li's design aimed to circumvent this dependency, intending to assemble a massive computer entirely from domestic suppliers. No one had previously attempted such a comprehensive procurement and assembly strategy. Please, all communication device personnel, cooperate with me in the installation as per the specifications on the blueprints. For other matters, I kindly ask everyone to adhere to the contractual regulations. Li reminded those present, some of whom were prominent figures from universities, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. However, no one raised any objections. The contract they signed was solely for assisting Weixing Technology with the installation, not for conducting research or seeking validation. The installation team convened for 3 days before commencing their work. They first conducted a thorough inspection of the delivered components. Once the inspection was completed and all parts were confirmed to be in order, they began to adjust the placement of the components to facilitate easy access during subsequent installation, ensuring that they would not interfere with one another. After several days of preparation, mutual verification, and cross-examination, the supercomputer installation finally began, with the assurance that each group had performed their tasks correctly. During this time, Li focused entirely on the supercomputer project, only thinking of Liu Yifei when he was asleep. However, in the basement, there was no signal, and the team was unable to communicate with the outside world. Liu Yifei, at home, felt increasingly unsettled. The first couple of days were manageable, but by the third day, she could no longer endure the emptiness of her home, waking up without anyone to cook for her and going to sleep without the warmth of a body beside her. She attempted to visit Li, but was stopped outside the basement. Security indicated that no one was to be admitted unless it was a matter of great importance. Understanding the significance of the supercomputer project, Liu Yifei refrained from causing a scene to see Li. Yet, feeling a profound sense of loneliness, she chose to stay with her mother. What happened? You look this way after just a few days apart. Liu Xiaoli was taken aback. Li was busy at work, leaving no time to return. And Liu Yifei explained the demands of Li's current position. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoli sighed with relief, grateful that it was not a conflict between the couple. You need to focus on his work, and you must take care of yourself. Otherwise, when he emerges and sees you in this state, he will only worry more. Liu Xiaoli comforted her daughter. I told you to pay attention to your life. Just look at yourself now. Liu Yifei covered her ears, unwilling to listen to her mother's admonishments. It's only been a brief separation, and you already can't stand it. In the future, as Li's company grows larger, he will be even busier, and there will be much more time apart, unable to find peace in idleness. Liu Yifei sought out director Tian. With the upcoming Mars rescue filming after the new year, she thought it prudent to see if there was anything she could assist with in the production. Liu Yifei made her way back to the technology park, but still did not see Li. Heeding her mother's advice, she reported to Tian Zhuangzhuang. Following the success of Let the Bullets Fly at the box office, the production team held a celebratory feast, inviting Li and his wife to attend. Liu Yifei represented the couple at the event, where Jiangwen inquired about Li's situation. Upon learning that Li was busy at the company, she refrained from asking further, expressing hope to meet him when he had the time. Busy days always seemed to pass in a blur. After more than a month of work, the supercomputer installation was finally completed, and today marked the official power-on testing. The installation team gradually gathered, their eyes fixed on the colossal machine before them. Its appearance lacked aesthetic design, which was to be expected, as it was a collection of components from various major companies. Despite lingering doubts, the crowd was filled with anticipation. Throughout the installation process, numerous discussions and speculations had taken place, ultimately leading to a unanimous belief in a high success rate. Everyone turned their gaze towards Li, awaiting her command. Power on, Li instructed through the intercom. In the basement, a designated area received the signal, and the electrical staff, with bated breath, closed the circuit breaker while anxiously monitoring the indicators. Suddenly, several indicator lights on the supercomputer illuminated, followed by a soft yet steady hum, reminiscent of a swarm of bees. The power output is stable. We can proceed with the testing, reported the monitoring personnel. Commence testing the functionalities of the supercomputer to ascertain whether it meets the design specifications. Lili Directa. Several seasoned experts approached the supercomputer to initiate the evaluation. 3 hours later, they gazed in excitement at the supercomputer's readings. Lize, it has achieved the design